Serial number, L6W1, check is complete. It is able to join the battle. After examining that everything was fine, the staff member immediately pulled out the connecting wire, pulled down his microphone and shouted out that the inspection was complete. At that moment, the staff member let out a sigh of relief. Also, he finally got to know what it felt like to be a maintenance personnel exclusively for one single ace mecha and the amount of pressure that he needed to endure. The staff member believed that if he continued doing this, he would definitely die young because of the immense pressure. The mecha engineer made it seem as though his job was very simple as he only looked at some data details. However, his duties were not that easy. His job was the most important last line of defense in protecting mecha operators. Sometimes, when mechas were activated, the mecha wouldn't be able to detect hidden malfunctions. The optical supercomputer connected from the outside was like a bystander who could clearly see all the problems. History had taught everyone that malfunctions of a mecha was even more terrifying than an enemy. Back then when mecha engineers were not valued, there would only be a single mecha engineer for a large team of mechas. Those smaller mecha teams did not even have a single mecha engineer. The price these mecha teams paid were painful after they overlooked the importance of mecha engineers. Once, a starship fleet encountered an enemy fleet. A large-scale battle would take place. Without enough mecha engineers on board doing emergency inspections, one of the mecha teams didn't have their mechas inspected and went into battle. In the end, these mecha operators didn't die by the hands of their enemies, but rather by a virus that was hiding within the mecha's operating system. At the end of the battle, the entire mecha clan consisted of 380 people. Only had less than 10 people survive. The only reason these people were able to survive was because their mechas had just gotten the virus in their system. The virus didn't take effect yet. That was why these few mecha operators were able to survive the battle. This painful truth made the Federation no longer be neglectful and look down on the soldiers who were mecha engineers. Although the final investigation of the situation showed results that the mecha engineer on duty was partially responsible due to neglecting the odd behaviors of the mecha's operating systems, a tragedy like this perhaps wouldn't have happened if the mecha clan had more than just one mecha engineer. The lesson learned from this bloodshed had made the Federation decisively increase the amount of mecha engineers. The Federation lowered the necessary requirements and also gave commoners chances to join the military. Afterwards, there was one outstanding mecha engineer, who was following a certain general, had shown amazing skills in mecha repair during one of their missions. Before the reinforcements had arrived, the group had very little resources left and their mechas were also damaged beyond repair. This mecha engineer managed to extend the life of the mechas using the limited amount of resources they had. In the end, through this act, the group managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. After that general had climbed to the top of the military rankings, that mecha engineer became one of the higher-ups of the military as well and was given the rank of Major General. Just like that, a commoner, who did not have a strong physical constitution nor high intelligence, used his own skills in repair and observation to become a general that people admired. This was a real story about how a commoner became a part of history. This individual made mecha engineer to instantly become a sought-after job for commoners who were aiming to change their fate. Afterwards, becoming a mecha engineer became a popular choice in the military. Even now with all the mecha engineers within the Federation, standard operators still couldn't have the luxury of having one engineer for their mecha. However, the number of engineers was still enough for one engineer for one group, one engineer for two special class mechas and one engineer for one ace mecha. Only ace operator had their own mecha engineers. The staff member who checked Ling Lan's L6W1 reported to the holding area's JMC. In the next second, the JMC in the holding area connected with Ling Lan's communicator. Attention L6W1. Attention L6W1. You have been arranged to be ejected out of port number 3. Please prepare to join the battle. After the JMC finished, Ling Lan's mecha was moved to port number 3. The JMC who was responsible for port number 3 saw that her work area had a new mecha that had arrived. So she immediately raised her head, then shouted with surprise, "Ah! Her voice startled the other JMCs beside her. Little Ching, what's wrong? Ace Mecha. It's an ace mecha. The JMC called Little Ching pointed at the screen in front of her as she shouted. Her words instantly excited the other JMCs. They all looked towards her direction. After seeing that it was indeed a Federation standard issue balanced ace mecha, the other JMCs all joined in and screamed in excitement. Their team leader saw them and immediately had a serious expression on her face. This a war zone, why aren't you people at your posts? The JMCs knew they did something wrong. They didn't dare to make a sound and all went back to their posts. L6, W1 ready. Requesting to join the battle. Ling Lan quickly examined the mecha and found that everything was ready. She then pushed down on the communication button to port number 3's JMC. Yes, please wait for a moment. This JMC's voice was trembling a bit, but it was still clear. Performing final checks. B-17 movement normal. Oxygen system functioning normally. Weapon standard type. Checks completed, ejection permitted. And I'm rooting for you. The JMC from port number 3 suddenly added these few words. Although she couldn't see the appearance of the mecha operator who wore the helmet in her video feed, her heart still skipped a beat from the calm and collected gaze of the operator. She impulsively shouted out those words. After saying those words, Little Ching woke up from her trance and her face became pale. She actually went against the rules regarding actions of the JMC. If this ace operator was to formally complain about her, she would definitely be expelled from the military. Little Ching seemed to have already begun to feel the mockery and disdain from those around her. Her eyes began to water, but she could only hold it in. Since she had done something wrong, then she must accept the result. Why should she be crying at this time? Hearing the JMC's words, Ling Lan was stunned for a second. This was against the rules. Ling Lan raised her head and looked at the JMC's image on her mecha screen. She saw that this JMC had an expression of terror along with the tears that were about to fall from her eyes. It seemed that she understood that she had made a mistake. Those words seemed to be said accidentally, not purposefully. However, it didn't matter. This was the JMC's encouragement to Ling Lan. Ling Lan closed her eyes and politely replied, "Thank you." The cold and calm voice shot the word of thanks straight into Little Ching's ear. It was like the sound from heaven and almost made her faint. That operator didn't blame her and even thanked her. Little Ching felt she was very lucky. Her first time servicing an ace operator actually had her met such a reasonable person who didn't complain about her breaking the rules. Since the operator was already so busy, she couldn't continue taking his time. Little Ching took a deep breath and sucked in her tears back into her eyes. Then she pushed down on the countdown button. The port along with the mecha's screen began the countdown at the same time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take off. Whoosh! The mecha shot out through the tunnel. Simultaneously, the mecha's engine roared as the mecha moved through space like lightning. Right as Little Ching had sent off the ace operator from her side, her comrades, the other JMCs, all screamed in excitement. It turns out that they had also received the individual they were going to service and they were all ace mechas. Ports 1 to 4 all had one ace operator appear and Little Ching received yet another ace operator. That meant that there were a total of 5 ace operators. This surprised all of the JMCs. Why would such a simple transport mission have 5 ace operators appear during the mission? What important mission did they accept? Since it was that important, why would the mission be given to a standard warship such as theirs? The excitement of the girls from the appearance of 5 ace operators was all seen by the team leader. Her mature face showed a hint of concern. Only she knew that another group of JMCs at ports 5 to 8 had serviced 6 ace operators long before this current group of JMCs. Since there were 11 ace operators appearing at the same time, along with how their warship was modified in secret for an entire year, the team leader knew that the mission they had taken up was not any average mission. She only hoped that with the protection of these 11 ace operators, they would be able to complete the transport mission. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Ling Lan was ejected into space, she saw many mechas fighting. There was also a huge flagship and 2 vanguard ships pursuing Feiyang. They were trying to stop it. Li Lanfeng was right. The intergalactic pirates came with a flagship and 2 vanguard ships. However, it would not be easy to stop the Feiyang ship. Ling Lan saw 3 ace mechas nearby the 2 vanguard ships. If she was right, these 3 ace mechas were from the other 4-star battle teams. She thought that only the captains of the battle teams were ace mecha masters, but it seemed like there was another ace mecha master in one of the teams. When Meng Shangyuan and his men were trying their best to stop the vanguard ships, they suddenly saw a few ace mechas coming to the battlefield. They were stunned. Those mechas looked like the mechas from the Federation. They knew that besides the 4-star battle teams, there were no other ace operators in the Feiyang ship. If so, where did these 5 ace operators come from? Meng Shangyuan suddenly remembered Ling Lan and her team. He was shocked. Were these people from Ling Lan's battle team? The young faces of Ling Lan's team members appeared in Meng Shangyuan's mind. Their captain was also of a similar age. They must be recruits that just graduated from the military academy. If he was right, to become ace operators at such a young age, they must be elites of the elites. According to Meng Shangyuan's past experiences, such elites were arrogant and unwilling to bow down to people. How was Ling Lan able to lead this bunch of elites? The Flying Dragon Special Forces? Meng Shangyuan thought about this. Only the Flying Dragon Special Forces was able to have so many young ace operators. However, the Flying Dragon Special Forces was the ultimate weapon of the Federation. They would never let their members join other divisions. But, why were these people in the 23rd Division? Their information must be fake. Meng Shangyuan thought about their mission and their fake identities. He deduced the answer. In order to prevent other people from noticing them, the Flying Dragon Special Forces gave them fake identities. Compared to other developed divisions, the newly formed 23rd Division was the best division to use. Meng Shangyuan and the others all thought that Ling Lan and her team members were from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. However, they didn't have time to ponder their thoughts. The vanguard ships were moving very quickly and were very agile. It was much bigger than their mechas too, so in order to stop it, 3 mechas were not enough. They needed to focus all their attention to stop the vanguard ships. Everyone was clear about their objective, so they quickly pushed their doubts about Ling Lan and her team members to the back of their minds. At this moment, on the flagship of the intergalactic pirates, the captain of the ship was looking at the screen angrily. He lifted a handsome golden-haired young man sitting beside him by his collar and yelled to his face furiously, "Was this what you meant by no resistance? Do you know how many ace mechas have appeared?" 6. A person who was in charge of monitoring the battlefield turned to his captain in fear and shouted, "Captain, another 5 ace mechas appeared." With 11 ace mechas, even 4 vanguard ships would not be able to subdue them. They needed to have more battleships or have the same amount of ace mechas as their opponents in order to defeat them. However, they didn't have either. The captain almost vomited blood. 11. He threw the golden-haired young man aside. He looked agitated as he said, "No, I can't let my babies die here. I need to leave immediately." "Captain Gao Luji, you accepted a mission." The golden-haired young man didn't get angry even though he was treated badly by the captain. He frowned and tidied his clothes while reminding the captain with a hint of threat. "So what? You gave me the wrong intel. Am I supposed to let my babies die because of your mistakes? In your dreams." Captain Gao Luji was not afraid of the threat. This was his territory. He would have the final say. If the young man kept talking, he didn't mind killing him. Malicious intent flashed before the captain's eyes. They were intergalactic pirates who lived their lives on the brink of death every day. The word loyalty was not in their dictionary. The golden-haired young man smiled at the captain. The captain felt a chill ran down his spine. He calmed down instantly. He suddenly remembered that the bodyguards of this young man were powerful. The other party never trusted him. The mecha operators were still sitting in their ace mechas. If he dared to make a move, his starship would be destroyed by those ace mechas, becoming dust in the universe. After the golden-haired young man noticed that the captain had calmed down, he looked at the screen. Many images were displayed on the screen. 11 images showed the 11 ace mechas on their opponent's side. When he saw 6 ace operators, he felt that things were still within his control. Gulabadjuo was not an extremely important character, but the Federation would still send some ace operators to protect her. However, he didn't expect the Federation to place so much importance in Gulabadjuo that they sent 11 ace operators to protect her. We predicted that there would be around 4 ace mechas on the other side. Our intel was wrong. However, don't worry. We will take care of those extra ace mechas. The young man thought for a moment and replied, but, you will take care of the other 4 ace mechas. Don't tell me that you can't even do this. The golden-haired young man looked at the captain with disdain. The captain didn't like how arrogant this young man was. However, he didn't want to offend him. He didn't know the real identity of this young man, but from what the middleman had told him, this young man was a powerful person. His background must be really impressive in order to have 6 ace mecha masters as his bodyguards. Humph. As long as you can destroy the 5 ace mechas that just appeared, we can subdue the other 6 mechas, the captain replied coldly. Fine. If you can't handle them, just tell me. The young man left the control room after finishing his sentence. 2 muscular men were guarding the door. When they saw the young man coming out of the control room, one of them asked, "Your Highness, do you have any orders? Ask the bodyguards to prepare for a fight. I will go and destroy the mechas with them in a while," the young man replied calmly. The muscular man's expression changed slightly. "Your Highness, we can subdue the ace mechas ourselves. It is too dangerous outside. You should stay on the flagship. I am not that weak. I am the only Imperial member who became an ace operator at the age of 20 years old. How can I tarnish, my kingdom's dignity?" The young man glared at the muscular man. He was angry that the man doubted him. The muscular man quickly lowered his head when he saw the anger on the young man's face. "Yes, Your Highness. I am worrying too much. With 6 ace operators protecting him, His Highness would be fine." The muscular man thought about it and decided to let His Highness do what he wanted. L6W2 calling for L6W1. L6W3 calling for L6W1. Ling Lan heard Qilong and her other comrades calling her in their team channel. They were at different locations, and with so many mechas fighting around them, it was hard for them to find Ling Lan. Hence, they decided to just call their boss. "These are my coordinates." Ling Lan told her comrades her location. This was the first real mecha battle for Qilong, Liangjie, and Lin Zhongqing. Ling Lan believed in their ability, but she still wanted to make sure that they were safe. After receiving her coordinates, 4 ace mechas and a special class mecha quickly moved towards Ling Lan's location. Lin Zhongqing was still a special class operator. Although he was quite talented, he could not be compared to geniuses like Qilong and Zhao Jun. However, Lin Zhongqing had his advantages. Although his operation skills were not as good, he was precise. He would rarely make any mistakes. This was not an easy feat. Lin Zhongqing was able to do this due to the teachings of his instructor, Tang Yu. Instructor Tang Yu had the same innate talent as Lin Zhongqing. His innate talent was not bad, but not the most impressive too. However, he was able to become an elite ace operator at 30 years old and almost advanced to a peak-level ace mecha master at 40 years old due to his high precision. Ling Lan fought with instructor Tang Yu for many years and knew that with his strong foundation in mecha piloting and his high degree of precision, he would definitely become an imperial operator in 10 years. Based on his potential and innate talent, he should not be able to achieve this. But, he achieved this miracle by pouring in countless hours of hard work. Lin Zhongqing was heavily influenced by his instructor. Most people were tempted to advance to a higher level the moment they could, but Lin Zhongqing resisted the temptation. Every time he advanced, he would perfect his operation skills. Of course, Ling Lan's high expectations also helped him improve tremendously. Sometimes, Ling Lan felt that she could not be as precise as Lin Zhongqing in terms of operations. Ling Lan's operation was perfected through her many experiences and battles, but she was not precise. Her operation was good because it was very smooth. Even if she made a mistake, people would think that it was part of her plan. She was able to think of different combinations based on different situations. This was why her operations were different every time. Overall, her precision was above average but not as perfect as Lin Zhongqing. No one could say which style was better among the two. Every mecha operator had their own styles and habits. The most important thing was to choose a suitable style for yourself. To Lin Zhongqing, he was comfortable with such precise operations. There were lesser surprises, but he would make no mistakes. This fitted Lin Zhongqing's personality and his position in the team. The logisticians of the team needed to take care of various matters. There was no room for them to make any mistakes. Thus, Lin Zhongqing started to have the habit of being precise in everything he does. This affected his mecha operation style. The members of the Ling Tian battle team had completely different styles from each other. Ling Lan's operation style was free and wild. She merged the methods of operation from two different galaxies. There was no fixed method for her. She would use whatever she felt was the most appropriate. Based on what her team members said, her operation style was weird and unpredictable. Qi Long's operation style was simple and violent. As someone who respected true strength, his operation style was intimidating and oppressive. This had to do with his innate talent, which was animal instinct. Also, Qi Long had another amazing innate talent. Whenever his opponents thought that they had defeated him, Qi Long would always climb back up. In the end, his opponents would feel that fighting with him was like torture for them. He was like a cockroach that wouldn't die. It was too tiring to fight him. Most of the time, Ling Lan had to personally attack Qi Long and subdue him in order to save her friends from the torment. Zhao Jun's style was direct. He liked to attack people head-on. If you think that this was his style, you are wrong. If he faced opponents that were weaker than him, he would use this style. If he faced opponents that were stronger than him, he was smart enough to sneak attacks on them. He would keep sneaking up on his opponents and pester them. He does not have any dignity and thus, would do anything to win the match. Ling Lan once said that Zhao Jun was an irritating opponent. Li Lanfeng's health got better, but at the start, due to his poor health, his style was sinister and eerie. He liked strategies and schemes too, so his operations were hard to predict. In their battle team, no one wanted to spar with him. He was the second in rank in their list of opponents her team members wouldn't want to meet. The first in rank was Qi Long. Qi Long hurt them physically and mentally, while Li Lanfeng purely destroyed them mentally. Every time they finished sparring with Li Lanfeng, they would feel their head hurting. They needed to use much brainpower to guess his next steps. Luo Lang's style had a different style each time they fought. He had many personalities in his body, so no one knew which personality was controlling him that day. Luckily, he couldn't change his personality casually, so his team members just needed to interact with him more to identify the personality. Also, only a few personalities would change his style, so her team members got used to it after a while. This was why Luo Lang was only the third in rank in terms of opponents they never wanted to meet. As compared to these people, Han Jijian's control was much weaker. He was still forming his own style, but Ling Lan felt that he would have a more proper operation style. This had something to do with his personality. Although he liked schemes, he was a bland person. Li Shiyu's mecha piloting skills were not bad too. The people from the Li family were all talented in mecha piloting. However, Li Shiyu's ambition was not in mecha operation, so he didn't spend much time on it. Hence, he was still forming his style too. Among the new members in the team, Han Shuya was the most talented. However, due to her physical constitution, it was hard for her to advance to an ace mecha master. She needed to put in a lot of effort and find the right opportunity. Han Shuya also knew that there were very few females who became ace mecha master, so she was not in a hurry too. She listened to Ling Lan advice and focused on honing her foundation. She also remembered to practice the weird actions that Ling Lan had taught them. As for Chang Xinyuan, he was the weakest in the team. When he finally managed to become an advanced mecha warrior, his friends already advanced to special class operators. Some even became ace mecha masters. Chang Xinyuan gritted his teeth and told himself that he would continue to work hard to chase after them. Why must I enter a battle team with so many geniuses? Chang Xinyuan screamed towards the sky. No other mecha engineers managed to become an advanced mecha warrior at his age. Overall, none of Ling Lan's team members disappointed her. This was why Ling Lan believed in them. As for Li Yingjie, was he considered part of her team? He was only a temporary member. Since he was just a temporary member, Ling Lan was too lazy to think about his style. She was a busy person. She didn't have the time to think about irrelevant people. After Ling Lan's team members gathered together, they attacked the mechas around them under Ling Lan's command. The intergalactic pirates were violent and weren't afraid of death, so they were not used to their fighting style. However, with the vicious Ling Lan leading them, they managed to get used to it after some time. Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun had experienced real battles before, so they fought smoothly. Very soon, they managed to clear a huge amount of their opponent's mechas. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan and her members' impressive show of skill caused the passengers on the Feiyang ship and the other mecha operators to feel motivated. Just as everyone thought that the battle was about to end, 7 mechas which looked different from the Federation's mecha flew out from the flagship. They seemed to be mechas from Caesar. Currently, there were only 2 kinds of mechas. One of them was the Federation's mecha while the other was Caesar's mecha. The Federation's mechas were more agile and leaner while Caesar's mechas focused more on strength. Hence, they were bulkier. It was easy to differentiate them. Although the different countries invented their own mechas, they were designed based on the mechas of these 2 countries. Such counterfeit mechas were weaker than the original products from these 2 countries. Since this was the case, some countries decided to just buy the mechas from these 2 countries and not waste their resources to build their own mechas. The mechas that were sold were normally the older models, but it was still stronger than those that were invented by other countries. Of course, this was not the main point. The mechas that the intergalactic pirates used were low-quality mechas. Some were bought from Caesar. These intergalactic pirates roamed the galaxy and had no powerful background supporting them. Hence, it was not easy for them to get high-quality mechas. However, the 7 new mechas were striking because they were ace mechas from Caesar. Normal commoners were not familiar with the mechas from other countries, but the crew inside the Feiyang ship were from the military. Hence, they knew everything about the mecha from their greatest rival, Caesar. They immediately recognized the mechas as the newest model that Caesar created. It was the main mecha of Caesar's military, their ace mecha. These mechas were forbidden to be traded overseas. If intergalactic pirates managed to secretly obtain one, it was already a miracle. If 7 of them appeared at the same time, one of them seemed to be higher quality compared to the rest. It might an undisclosed mecha model from Caesar. It was impossible for intergalactic pirates to get so many ace mechas. Either they were collaborating with Caesar or they were backed by Caesar. Just as everyone was shocked by the 7 mechas, 15 other mechas flew out of the flagship. These 15 mechas were all different, but they still looked imposing. 5 of them were ace mechas. It looked like a mecha from the Federation but slightly altered. It must be a newly invented mecha based on the Federation's mecha. The other 10 mechas were not ace mechas, but there were also special class mechas that have been modified. The opponents suddenly had 12 more mechas on their side. This was one more than on the side of Fei Yang. The situation turned for the worse. There were 3 different groups. The 7 ace mechas were a group and they flew towards Ling Lan and her comrades. 3 ace mechas rushed towards one of the vanguard ships. The other group of 2 ace mechas charged towards the other vanguard ship. They wanted to stop the 3 ace mechas who were attempting to stop the vanguard ships. This is bad. Looks like we need to kill the 5 ace mechas first. The crew on the Fei Yang ship turned pale when they saw 7 ace mechas attacking their 5 ace mechas. Ah, it is L6W1. I wonder if they are able to resist against the 7 mechas. Little Qin clenched her fist worriedly as she watched the battle. Ling Lan looked at the 7 mechas which were rushing towards them and smiled coldly. Did they think that they were easy to bully? Little Four suddenly shouted excitedly. Boss, that mecha is the newest model from Caesar. We must snatch it. Little Four showed Ling Lan the images of one of the mecha. If Boss snatched this mecha and gave it to her father, she would be able to receive many military merits. Little Four's eyes lit up. He could almost imagine his boss rising up in ranks, from senior captain to major. Little Four was dissatisfied with the rank of his boss. How could his boss have a lower rank than the captains of the other battle teams? She should at least be a major. Ling Lan smiled. If Little Four was interested in the mecha, it must be a good mecha. She decided to take the mecha herself. L6, W2, L6, W3, L6, W5. Form a team and attack them straight on. Ling Lan immediately asked Zhao Jun, Qi Long, and Li Yingjie to form a close combat team. L6, W4 and L6, W6, follow me. Ling Lan brought Li Lanfeng and Lin Zhongqing and entered the match from the side. This entire place was their battlefield. If they went into the blind spot of their opponent's mecha, they would be unable to spot them. Because of the ongoing battles, the entire area was filled with heat. The radar and heat detector on the mecha couldn't work under these conditions. Ling Lan's objective was clear. She wanted to capture the mecha that Little Four was interested in. The young man with golden hair was intending to attack Ling Lan and her friends. When he saw 3 ace close combat mechas rushing towards them, he gave a sinister smile. I didn't expect you all to look for death yourself. Lieutenant Colonel Pu La, bring your men and surround them. Yes, Your Highness. Pu La brought his 5 of his men and charged towards the 3 mechas. Their opponents didn't group together. This was something he wished to see. If he could use this opportunity and destroy the 3 mechas, the 2 ace mechas left would not pose any threat. He would have a good time playing with them. The 3 mechas on Ling Lan's side were all close combat mechas. When 6 of their opponents rushed at them, they didn't dodge and even increased their speed. Did they think that they were able to defeat all 6 of them? This thought flashed past Pu La's mind. However, this was a good opportunity for them. Pu La didn't want to give up. Long-range attacks. Get ready. There were 3 long-range mechas, 2 close combat mechas, and 1 balanced mecha on Pu La's side. Since they had long-range mechas, Pu La decided to make use of them. They didn't want to initiate an unnecessary close combat fight with the mechas either. The moment they entered the range for the long-range attacks, 4 mechas from Pu La's side started shooting immediately. 4 light beams flashed through the sky. Everyone on the Fei Yang ship and the flagship of the intergalactic pirates staring at them. They wanted to know the outcome of this match. Everyone thought that even if the long-range attacks didn't hit the other party, it would still slow them down. However, they were stunned when the 3 mechas showed no signs of slowing down. They chose to dodge the beams and then increased their speed as they charged forward. Following that, a few more beams shot at them. The mechas managed to evade all of them again. One of the mechas dodged the first beam but had difficulty evading the second one. However, when the beam was about to hit it, the mecha moved with a weird set of movements and the beam only scratched the surface of the mecha. A burnt mark was left. Was that irregular flicker? The irregular flicker was a skill that all ace operators had to learn. Did that ace operator use this skill to dodge the second beam just now? Everyone was asking about the same thing. Pula was puzzled. Could irregular flicker be used like that? Although the irregular flicker was a skill that all ace operators had to master, it was unable to let a mecha evade such a close attack. If it was him, he would choose to slow down and maneuver his mecha away. However, if he had slowed down, their opponents would continue firing at them and he would be unable to dodge the next round of attack. He didn't expect the other party to be so bold and increase their speed to evade that attack. It should be known that if there was a slight mistake in their controls, the beam would have hit the mecha and its operator would have died. Unfortunately, luck was on their opponent's side. That mecha managed to dodge the two beams. Pula didn't know how the ace operator did it, so he just thought that his opponent just got lucky. Impressive, Qi Long. Zhao Jun shouted happily when he saw Qi Long evading the attack. He thought that Qi Long would be hit. Amazing. This is the kind of battle that I want. Qi Long was filled with anticipation. Zhao Jun was speechless. How oblivious can this person get? Didn't he know that he might have died just now? Just as Li Yingjie felt proud of his dodging skills, he saw Qi Long's movement. Li Yingjie's heart dropped. His face turned pale and he muttered to himself, he is a lunatic. He must be a lunatic. He is definitely a lunatic. Li Yingjie's control slowed down due to his fear and he got left behind by Qi Long and Zhao Jun. No way. I am an elite of the elites. I can lose to Ling Lan as he is an anomaly. However, I cannot lose to that idiot Qi Long. Li Yingjie glared to his front angrily and pulled down his engine throttle. His engine roared and Li Yingjie's mecha shot out like a cannonball. He immediately caught up with Qi Long and Zhao Jun. Prepare to attack again. Pula gritted his teeth as he gave his order. Luckily, the two parties were quite far from each other, so they had one last chance to use long-range attacks. Most of the time, before the close combat mechas were able to get near the long-range mechas would usually have 3 chances to shoot their opponents. However, this time, Pu La's opponents were lunatics who charged at them without any regard for their own life. Hence, they only had 2 chances to shoot at them. Pula didn't want to waste their last chance. Although he was confident that they would not lose in terms of close combat, it would still be advantageous for them to destroy one mecha using a long-range attack. If not, their long-range mechas would be useless. Attack. Since their opponents were nearer this time, the 2 close combat mechas took out their beam guns too. Although their guns were not as powerful as the long-range mecha's guns, it could still confuse their opponent's judgment. 6 beams shot towards the 3 ace mechas. 2 of the beams were not as powerful and could at most serve as a disturbance, but it was difficult to differentiate between the beams. Qi Long, I will not lose to you. When he saw the 2 beams in front of him, Li Yingjie shouted suddenly and pulled down his throttle. His speed reached the maximum. To everyone who was watching, Li Yingjie seemed to be giving up his life heroically. Just as everyone thought that Li Yingjie was going to die, the 2 beams and Li Yingjie merged into a white light. No one could see what was happening within the white light. A black dot suddenly appeared in the white light. The black dot got bigger and everyone finally saw what it was. It was a mecha. Li Yingjie successfully dodged the 2 beams, but he didn't escape unscathed. There were 2 long wounds at the side of his mecha. Smoke was rising from the wound. The wounds missed his cockpit by an inch, so he was not in danger. Go and die. Li Yingjie arrived in front of his opponent. He raised his giant sword and slashed it down. Boom! The loud sound woke everyone up from their daze. The mecha that was attacked raised his sword immediately and the two swords clashed with each other. The mecha that was attacked by Liangjie managed to defend itself, but it still flew backward for a few hundred meters due to the rebound force of the attack. The mecha operator lost control of his mecha and bumped into the ruins floating around in space. Two more clashes occurred. Everyone realized that while they were distracted by Liangjie, the other two mechas had also evaded the light beams and exchanged a blow with their opponent. Their opponents were also knocked a few hundred meters back. Just as Pula was going to order his men to attack together, a thought flashed past his mind. He turned back immediately and shouted towards His Highness, who was watching them from the sidelines, "Your Highness, move." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When the golden-haired young man heard the warning, he was stunned. At the same time, two light beams were shot towards him from his back. The young man's expression changed. He moved his fingers over the control panel and the mecha did a light-hand shadow skim. One of the beams flew past the mecha. The shield of the mecha dimmed. It seemed as though the mecha managed to dodge the attack, but it was hit instead. The golden-haired young man felt his stomach churning. Blood rushed up to his mouth. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He felt fortunate that the beam didn't hit him directly but only scratched his mecha. If not, his injury might have been worse. The captain heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that His Highness had evaded the attack. At the same time, he was furious. He immediately gave an order. Ji Lu, Roe-en, find and kill the person who ambushed His Highness. When the other party attacked, they exposed their location. Two mechas who were shooting Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Liangjie instantly changed their targets and started aiming at the two mechas who attacked His Highness. Two beams shot towards two huge ruins floating around space. If they wanted to aim their opponents, they needed to clear the ruins around them first. The ruins exploded into small pieces. The two mechas dodged among the ruins in the universe. There was one ace mecha and one special class mecha. This is not right. Shouldn't there be two ace mechas? Where is the other ace mecha? The captain looked at the special class mecha in disbelief. He expected there to be two ace mechas that ambushed His Highness. Oh no! The captain thought about something. His expression changed. Before he could say anything, a powerful beam flashed past his eyes. It split space into two. Boom! The cockpit of the golden-haired young man's mecha got hit. A huge explosion occurred. The captain was stunned by what he saw. The three mecha operators who were fighting with Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Liangjie slowed down a little too. Mistakes were not allowed in battles between ace mecha masters. People who were able to become ace mecha masters had good control skills and knew how to grab opportunities. They would not give up any opportunity to kill their opponents. Under the torturous training of Ling Lan, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Liangjie were all amazing ace operators. They were significantly stronger than most ace operators, so when they saw their opponents slowed down, they grabbed the opportunity immediately. All three of them aimed their swords at their opponents and threw it at their distracted enemies. After gaining an advantage, they continued attacking furiously. If someone observed them carefully, they would be able to see that they were using the most powerful close combat skill, the mecha chain combo. However, their captain couldn't be bothered about them now. He operated his mecha and rushed towards the golden-haired young man's mecha. He hoped that the young man was still alive. If not, they would be executed even if they went back. The reality was cruel. The burnt and dented cockpit told the captain that His Highness most likely didn't survive. His eyes turned red as he screamed in anguish, "I will kill all of you." The furious captain took out his mega cannon from the back of his mecha and pulled its trigger instantly. Boom! A huge force came from the cannon. All the mechas within 100 meters noticed an error in their systems. One of the mecha operators saw the cannon and got worried. Magnetic burst energy. Magnetic burst energy could destroy anything within a certain range. All the defensive system in a mecha were useless against it, including their shields. No mecha could survive if they got directly hit by the magnetic burst energy bullet. Even if they were not hit, mechas within a certain range would be sucked towards the bullet and get destroyed by it. The magnetic energy could not be evaded like a beam shot. Mechas had to get out of its magnetic range in order to be safe. This was the frightening point of the magnetic burst energy. Ordinary mecha operators were not able to instantly fly out of the magnetic range. Magnetic burst bullets meant certain death to them. The people on the Feiyang ship, including Meng Shangyuan, Mu Yuyun, and Qian Jialin, were astounded. They thought that the ace operator would not escape. However, the past does not represent the future. If no one managed to do it before, it didn't mean that no one could do it in the future. When her opponent took out the cannon, Ling Lan felt a strong sense of danger. She immediately controlled her mecha and flew away. Before the magnetic burst bullet was shot, Little 4 encrypted the data about the weapon and showed Ling Lan the range of the magnetic field. This speed is too slow. I need to increase my speed. Ling Lan's fingers disappeared on the control panel. The engine of her mecha roared loudly and operated above its limit. She reached its maximum speed. When the magnetic burst shot was fired, Ling Lan felt an energy sucking her mecha back. Her mecha slowed down a little. Ling Lan turned back decisively and raised the beam gun in the mecha's right hand. She aimed at the magnetic storm and fired a shot. Boom! The magnetic storm exploded. Huge magnetic energy was released into space. The mechas from the Feiyang ship and the intergalactic pirates stopped fighting and immediately controlled their mechas to move away from the center of the attack. They didn't want to die in the magnetic storm. F***K. The ace operator is a lunatic. The mecha operators that managed to escape cursed Ling Lan. They calmed down their palpitating heart. Because of this shot, the suction on Ling Lan's mecha disappeared. Ling Lan activated her secondary engine and her mecha flew out like a beam of light. Ling Lan knew that she only had a split second to make a decision. If she didn't manage to get out of the magnetic field, she would still be sucked back. If she didn't fire that shot, her engine would be unable to withstand the pressure and she would die. Hence, she decided to fire that shot and use the instant when the explosion occurred to escape. The force from the explosion would offset the suction from the magnetic storm. Time was not on her side. Ling Lan would die if she couldn't escape within that split second. But, how could Ling Lan miss this opportunity? Without a doubt, she managed to escape. Ling Lan stopped only after she confirmed that she was out of the magnetic field. She looked back. There used to be many ruins floating around, but they were gone now. All the ruins within a kilometer had disappeared. The captain was furious when he saw his opponent escaping from the magnetic burst shot. He gritted his teeth and threw the cannon away. He controlled his mecha and rushed towards his opponent. The magnetic burst shot was extremely powerful, but it could only be used once. Ling Lan was a little frightened. She didn't expect Caesar's newest model mecha to be present. Even their magnetic burst cannon appeared. This was a weapon that was extremely expensive and couldn't be mass-produced. She almost died there. Seemed like she shouldn't underestimate her opponents. No matter how ordinary they looked, they might be able to kill you. Ling Lan thought about the newest model mecha and scanned her surroundings. The mecha was still floating in the air. It was not within the magnetic field, so it remained unscathed. Ling Lan heaved a sigh of relief. Little 4 rarely wanted something. She hoped that she could fulfill his wish. The captain had reached the halfway mark when he felt a sense of danger. He immediately operated his mecha and dodged to the side. A beam flashed past his mecha. Despicable people from the Federation. The captain glared at the mecha that sneak attacked him. Besides ambushing, what else can they do? That ace mecha failed its first attack and continued firing more shots without any hesitation. The captain didn't have a chance to get near Ling Lan at all. By now, the captain knew his opponent's motive. They didn't want him to get near the ace mecha His Highness had operated. I will kill you and then, I will take revenge for His Highness. The captain knew that if he didn't kill that mecha, he would not be able to close in on his enemies. He rushed towards the ace mecha that ambushed him. The ace operator saw the captain charging towards him and chose to stop shooting. He took out a sword from the back of his mecha and rushed towards his opponent. He wanted to start a close-range fight with him. You are looking for death. How dare a balanced mecha fight with a close combat mecha in close range? This was a good chance for him. He would kill this balanced mecha and destroy the other balanced mecha later. Ji Lu and Rui En regained their senses at that moment. Rui En continued firing shots at the special class mecha while Ji Lu raised his gun and aimed it at the balanced mecha which was flying towards their captain. This balanced mecha was the one who was fighting against him just now. Before he could fire his shot, an alarm sounded in his cockpit. He was locked in. Immediately, he moved his mecha and tried to evade the attack. However, he realized that no beam was shot at him. What happened? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ji Lu displayed his surroundings on the screens in his cockpit. He noticed that the balanced mecha who sneak attacked His Highness was aiming his beam gun at him. The alarm inside his cockpit rang because he was locked in. However, why didn't he shoot? Was there no energy left in the beam gun? Ji Lu raised his beam gun decisively after he thought about it and aimed it at the balanced mecha who was fighting against his captain. Boom! Before he managed to pull the trigger, a beam came down from the sky. Ji Lu continued to remain vigilant, so when he noticed that ace mecha firing at him, he immediately evaded the attack. He barely managed to dodge the beam. Ji Lu was dumbfounded. His opponent continued aiming the beam gun at him but didn't fire. His opponent was threatening him to stay at the side obediently. If not, he would be shot. This is humiliation. Ji Lu almost exploded in anger. He raised his beam gun and shot at the balanced mecha. The balanced mecha didn't evade the beam. Instead, it fired a beam too. Boom! The two beams collided in the air and exploded into a ball of light. Then, the light disappeared. Ji Lu was furious. If his opponent was only warning him just now, this move was to tell him that he was weaker than him. It seemed easy to intercept someone's beam, but in actual fact, it was extremely difficult. The person needed to calculate the speed and trajectory of the beam. A slight miscalculation would result in failure. Ji Lu started to feel afraid. He knew that the ace operator was much stronger than him. He specialized in long-range attacks, but in front of this person, his specialty was like a child playing with toy guns. All his actions were within his opponent's prediction. Ji Lu knew that it was useless to keep attacking. It would be better for him to listen to his opponent and get a hold of his current situation. Of course, he was prepared to restrain his opponent if his captain managed to gain the upper hand. Once his captain defeated his opponent, he would be able to help him destroy this ace mecha. At this moment, Ji Lu still had confidence in his captain. He felt that his captain was the strongest. Actually, his captain was not in a good situation either. When the captain exchanged blows with his opponent, he realized that the operator operating this balanced mecha was not weak in his close combat skills. Bang! 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 The captain continued attacking confidently. His opponent defended against his attacks easily. The captain got serious. His mecha was a strength-based mecha. Even close combat mechas from the Federation could not be compared to it, much less a balanced mecha. He thought that he could crush his opponent using pure strength, but he failed. Li Lanfeng swallowed the blood that gushed up his mouth. Continuous attacks caused him to suffer some internal injuries. However, his eyes were full of energy. It was different from his usual dark expression. His body last time would be unable to withstand such huge impacts. He would probably be heavily injured by now. However, he only had some slight internal injuries. This meant that his body got stronger. It was still weaker than those monsters like Qi Long and Zhao Jun, but compared to Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqing, he was around the same level. He was no longer the son of the Li family who got dragged down by his weak body. His elders would no longer need to feel pity for him. He could control his own destiny. Li Lanfeng shouted in anger. He seemed to have released all the pent-up emotions in his heart when he shouted. He moved his fingers swiftly and the mecha raised its sword up high. It slashed towards the close combat mecha forcefully. Bang! The two swords collided and sparks flew. The strong impact caused the two mechas to fly back. They immediately had more than 100-meter distance between them. Li Lanfeng took out the short-range beam gun from the mecha's waist and aimed a few shots at his opponent. Despicable. Ji Lu couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his beam gun and aimed it at Li Lanfeng's mecha. When he was ready to pull the trigger, a beam hit his arm. His right arm exploded. His mecha's right arm became junk in the universe, floating in space. Ji Lu looked at the other side furiously. The balanced mecha waved the beam gun in its hands. It seemed to be telling him that since he violated the agreement between them, he was punished. Ji Lu never felt so aggrieved after he became an ace operator. He went through many wars. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he was able to survive due to his strong perseverance. However, this time, his opponent made him feel like a child that just started learning how to walk. Everything was under his opponent's control. Ji Lu knew how impressive that attack was. His alarm didn't go off. It came without any warning. That was not something a normal ace mecha master could do. Ji Lu felt agitated. Could his captain really defeat such a powerful opponent? The captain didn't expect Li Lanfeng to use his short-range beam guns. He was caught off guard. He hurriedly operated his mecha and tried to evade the beams. A light flashed past him. The captain was an experienced ace mecha master. He instantly moved his mecha. The beam saber sliced the air next to his mecha's shoulder. When Li Lanfeng fired the shot, he flew towards the captain quickly and took the chance to sneak attack him when he was dodging the beams. The captain was not used to the way Li Lanfeng attacked. He would fight with his beam saber and have a close-range fight with the captain. However, during this time, he would look for an opportunity to sneak in an attack. Caesar's mecha operators had a simple battle style. Such complicated battle styles confused them. Ace mecha masters in every country had their own unique style. In general, Caesar respected pure strength. Defeating their opponent with pure strength was a simple style, but combining this style with the huge-sized mechas that Caesar produced, Caesar had an advantage in close combat compared to other countries' mechas. However, this pursuit of strength caused Caesar's operators to have a simple operation style. Compared to them, the mecha operators from the Federation had a more diverse style. Based on the different abilities of each mecha, various operation styles could be formed. No matter what style the operator had, the capability of the mecha operator determined everything. If the mecha operator was strong, he would win against his opponent. Since the captain and Li Lanfeng's capabilities were on par with each other, Li Lanfeng's operation style allowed him to gain an advantage over his opponent. Just as the captain was thinking of a way out of his plight, his three team members couldn't hold on any longer. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ah! A miserable cry came from one of the mechas. Qi Long's operation style was similar to Caesar's style. Although his opponent operated a close combat mecha from Caesar, he was unable to retaliate when Qi Long attacked him with a similar battle style. After experiencing some heavy blows, Qi Long's opponent didn't manage to defend against the last attack. Qi Long's sword slashed his opponent's mecha. The impact heavily injured the mecha operator in the cockpit. He couldn't help but scream. The team channel in every team's mecha was linked. When the other people heard the scream, especially the two mecha operators who were in a battle, started to feel agitated. They were already on the losing end, so the moment they lost control of their emotions, Zhao Jun and Li Yingjie saw an opening. Two loud collisions occurred simultaneously. Zhao Jun and Li Yingjie struck their opponents together. Zhao Jun even managed to chop his opponent's right arm off. His opponent was crippled. The captain woke up from daze when he heard the screams. He saw 3 of his team members going down and was bewildered. What is happening? Who are our opponents? Why are they so strong? Although his team was not the strongest ace mecha battle team in his country, they were definitely not weak. They were bodyguards of the royal family. However, in front of these 5 ace mechas, they couldn't even put up any resistance. The captain noticed his team member who was fighting with the special class mecha from the corner of his eyes. After battling for so long, his team member didn't gain any advantages at all. His team member was an ace mecha master, but the opponent was just a special class operator. The captain started suspecting whether these people suppressed their levels. The ace operators were actually imperial operators, while the special class operator was an ace operator. I will die if I stay here any longer. He wanted to take revenge for His Highness, but he didn't want his team members to die here. They might not survive even if they went back, but he knew that if they continued fighting, they would definitely all get killed. They could have a chance to live if they retreat now. Retreat! The captain yelled out his command immediately to his team members. The 3 ace mecha operators had already lost their confidence during the fight. Hence, when they heard the command, they immediately maximized their engine output and retreated towards their spaceship. You want to run away? How could Zhao Jun, Qi Long, and Li Yingjie let their opponents run away? Qi Long threw his sword at his opponent decisively. The sword flew towards his opponent's cockpit like a flash of light. Beep! Danger! The optical supercomputer on the mecha only managed to say this before the sword appeared in front of him. Qi Long's opponent thought that he could escape since he was flying away at full speed. He didn't expect Qi Long to use such a barbaric method. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He tried to evade the sword, but it still pierced through his cockpit mercilessly. He died on the spot. Zhao Jun didn't throw his sword out. He used an A rank technique, the whirlwind strike. The whirlwind strike was a B rank technique, but Zhao Jun modified the whirlwind strike. He merged the technique with his operation style, causing the whirlwind strike to be upgraded. His whirlwind strike was recognized as his personal technique, the true whirlwind strike. Zhao Jun knew other techniques too, but compared to his other techniques, the true whirlwind strike was much simpler to operate. It didn't need any preparations and he could just use it almost immediately. The whirlwind strike used the wind created by the sword to attack the opponent. It didn't provide as much damage as a normal sword attack, but the opponent would lose control of his mecha and be blown away. This was what Zhao Jun wanted. He rushed forward in an instant. He slashed his sword and stabbed it into the cockpit of his opponent's mecha. His deceased opponent would remain in space forever. Li Yingjie was the least experienced, so he immediately chased after his opponent when his opponent started running away. 2 mechas could be seen flying at full speed in space. After the captain gave his command, he turned his direction and quickly retreated. Li Lanfeng didn't expect his opponent to run away from the battle suddenly. He was caught off guard and let the captain get out of his range. However, Li Lanfeng regained his senses quickly. He raised the beam gun in his left hand and aimed it at his opponent. He fired multiple shots at his opponent. Instead of shooting at one single spot, Li Lanfeng shot horizontally. The beams formed a net around his opponent. Then, he took out his high-efficiency beam gun with his right hand and aimed it at the net of beams. The high-efficiency beam bullet passed through the net of beams. A few sparks were formed. Then, a huge explosion occurred in the middle of the net. It lit up the dark space for an instant. The captain felt a huge force coming towards his mecha. He maximized the power on his shield and pushed his throttle further. His engine was operating past its limits now. Bang! The captain felt a huge force. His chest was in excruciating pain. He vomited blood and almost fainted. He knew this was a crucial moment for him, so he bit his tongue. The pain woke him up. However, despite being injured, his mecha was blown 1,000 meters away. He escaped from Ling Lan for now. The mecha operator who was fighting with Ling Lan, who got entirely controlled by Ling Lan, and the one who was battling with Lin Zhongqing also received the same order from their captain. Lin Zhongqing's opponent was lucky. He was further away from Lin Zhongqing and his opponent was not an ace mecha master. Hence, when he ran away, Lin Zhongqing was unable to catch up to him. Thus, he escaped. Lin Zhongqing could only wave his beam gun in anger. However, Ling Lan's opponent was not so lucky. While he was running away, Ling Lan kept shooting at him. He tried to best to dodge the beams. After evading 3 beams, he got hit in the cockpit by the 4th one. He died too. 3 mechas were escaping in front of her. Ling Lan instantly raised her sniper rifle and aimed it at the captain. Aim, lock, calculate, this is where he will be. Ling Lan calculated her trajectory of attack and pulled her trigger. Beep. You are locked in. Danger. The optical supercomputer reminded the captain. He used many techniques to dodge the attack, but the warning didn't stop. This meant that his opponent had predicted all of his moves. The captain was on the verge of collapsing. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. For the first time, he felt that he was on the verge of death. Was there no chance of surviving? No, he didn't want to die. The captain's eyes turned cold. He moved his fingers quickly and started calculating his opponent's actions too. Ruan, go to, XXXX. The captain suddenly gave an order to Ruan, who was behind him. Ruan carried out the order without any hesitation. The moment he reached the position, a warning sounded from his optical supercomputer. Boom! Ruan's mecha suddenly exploded. In order to survive this attack, the captain sacrificed a member of his team. However, to outsiders, they just thought that the team member voluntarily sacrificed himself to save his captain. Ruan. No, Captain. The ace operator who was running away from Liangjie heard the command being given through the team channel and knew what had just happened. His captain sent Ruan to death. Ruan never suspected anything. Before the ace operator could regain his senses, he saw his captain turning around and aimed at him with his beam gun. No. He thought that his captain wanted to kill him too. He stopped running. The moment he stopped, Liangjie caught up with him. Actually, the captain was aiming at Liangjie. Spectators would think that the captain wanted to help his team member even in times of danger. As for why the operator suddenly stopped, his mecha might have malfunctioned. After this act, the captain turned and rushed towards the mechas of the intergalactic pirates. He used the ruins around him to block Ling Lan's vision. Ling Lan put down her gun regretfully. If she wanted to kill her opponent, she needed to destroy all the mecha blocking her sight. Her opponent's despicable actions made her blood boil, but it was not enough to make her lose control of her emotions and risk her life. Liangjie managed to catch up with his opponent due to Ling Lan's help. He was looking forward to making a cool move and killing his opponent. However, his opponent was decisive. He opened the public channel and shouted, "I surrender." Liangjie quickly stopped his killing technique. The inertia made him lose his balance and he almost fell. Fortunately, he had a good reflexes, so he managed to stabilize his mecha. "Boss, what should I do?" Liangjie quickly asked Ling Lan. "What should you do?" "Capture the prisoner," Ling Lan replied calmly. She wanted to know who the person in the brand new ace mecha model was. "I understand." Liangjie happily grabbed the mecha and flew over. He remembered to dispose of all the weapons on his opponent's mecha. As for the other members of Ling Tian, they were already bringing back the new ace mecha model on Ling Lan's order. Only Li Lanfeng stood beside Ling Lan. He knew that Ling Lan was strong, but he still wanted to stay beside her and protect her. Translator, Henyi Translations. Editor, Henyi Translations. The captain of the intergalactic pirates was furious when he saw only one ace mecha returning. The railings on his chair almost broke when he slapped it. The arrogant golden-haired young man was so useless. He didn't expect the person whom he placed all his hopes on to be so weak. The young man died instantly when he met his opponent. His bodyguards were quite powerful, but their opponents were much stronger. Their opponents destroyed 5 of the 6 ace mechas. Only their captain escaped. This meant that the intergalactic pirates had no chance of taking down their opponent. Even if they had 3-star ships, they wouldn't be able to take down the cruise ship. The captain of the intergalactic pirates was able to survive in the universe for so long and not get killed by other countries' starships because of his decisiveness. If he knew that he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would run away before meeting them. Hence, at this moment, he made a quick decision and released a signal flare. He gathered all the mecha operators and the 2 vanguard ships retreated too. The intergalactic pirates came and left quickly. This was their special skill. If they were not fast, they would be easily surrounded by their opponents. The surrounding turned quiet and dark again. The people on the Feiyang ship felt fortunate that they survived the attack. Some of them grieved for the mecha operators who sacrificed themselves to protect them. In this battle, many mecha operators were buried forever in space. However, they quickly controlled their emotions. The crew on the Feiyang ship released their signal flare to gather all the mecha operators back. While the passengers continued to feel elated and celebrated their survival, the crew prepared for the after-battle logistics. It was a difficult task to get all the mechas back. Many mechas were badly damaged, so it was dangerous for them to return to the ship by themselves. The risk of returning alone was high, so the crew had to use search ships to bring the mechas back. Those mechas that were totally broken and the mecha operators that parachuted out of their exploded mechas had to be brought back with the help of the search ships too. The crew started to get busy. Many of them had already gotten on their search ships and flew out of the Feiyang ship. They were looking for survivors on the battlefield. At that moment, the JMC of launching port number 3, Little Qing, received a call from a mecha operator. Little Qing answered the call immediately. She remembered that this was the ace operator from the same team as L6W1. Hello, I am L6W3. We would be making a double landing. Please prepare the necessary safety measures. A gentle voice came from the other end of the channel. The voice sounded pleasant to the ear. However, Little Qing still felt that L6W1's cold voice touched her heart more. Okay, I will immediately inform. What? Did you just say double landing? Little Qing was comparing the voices of the 2 operators, so she just fully realized what the operator said. Yes. L6W3's voice was still warm and gentle. However, the tone was now firmer. Impossible. Are you all looking for death? Little Qing rejected him. JMC, I am notifying you. I am not asking you. L6W3's voice became cold. The warmth in the voice had disappeared. The aura of a powerful person could be felt from the voice alone. Translator, Henyi Translations. Editor, Henyi Translations. These words instantly made Little Qing speechless. Indeed, JMCs didn't have the authority to reject a mecha operator's decision. Right at that moment, her team leader spoke through the microphone to L6W3, "Hello sir, I am the team leader of JMC1. JMC003 just made a mistake, please don't take her seriously. I will immediately prepare the safety measures for a double landing. Please wait a moment." After the team leader released the communication button, she angrily said to Little Qing, "003, have you forgotten the rules and behavior required of a JMC?" Little Qing had tears in her eyes and softly said, "2 mechas landing at the same time is very dangerous. Normally, mecha operators aren't allowed to do that. JMC were responsible for giving suggestions to mecha operators. We do that for normal mecha operators. The people that you are servicing right now are ace operators, it's two completely different entities. You have to remember that. Also, ace operators are ranked officers, we must listen to the orders of the officers, the team leader said helplessly. They were all considered low-level JMCs, and the people who these JMCs normally serviced were all low-level mecha operators. But, when they were faced with ace operators, their procedures had to be somewhat different than normal. Little Qing nodded to show that she understood. The team leader immediately contacted the logistics personnel at the port to let them activate the protection system. After receiving word from the logistics personnel that everything was ready, the team leader of the JMCs contacted L6W3 once again to tell the operator that they had made all necessary preparations. After receiving word that ace operators were planning on landing 2 mechas at the same time, the other mechas that were outside waiting to dock all moved away from the docking route. At that moment, an ace mecha carrying a mecha from Caesar and landed on the port. When they landed, the mecha's feet scraped on the floor of the port and created a high-pitched screeching sound. High-temperature smoke even formed because of the friction. Luckily the tunnel didn't have any oxygen, so it wouldn't cause any combustion. In order to carry a mecha and land, the other mecha's engine must be throttled beyond the needs of one single mecha. Thus, it created the uncontrollable speed it had landed at. It was also the reason why it was dangerous for both mechas when they landed. Everyone in the holding area was looking at the video feed of the port. When they saw that the mechas had gone past the 5 layers of protection, were safely stopped by the safety net and didn't smash into the wall at the end of the port, everyone applauded in excitement. In reality, it was also the first time they had witnessed a double landing. L6W3's operator controlled the mecha and jumped back onto the secured docking position. Then the operator let the transport system take the mecha back into the holding area. After returning to the mecha hold, the system safely docked the ace mecha. The staff members who were repairing mechas in the mecha hold all went around that mecha. They were oddly excited seeing a completely destroyed cockpit of the mecha where the other parts were not damaged at all. Even if they had very little chance of getting up close to an ace mecha, they still wanted to learn and acquire knowledge of all ace mechas from all the countries. They all knew that this was an ace mecha from the country, Caesar. However, it was somewhat different compared to the mecha they had previous knowledge of. Some people guessed that it was a modified ace mecha and some believed it was another type of ace mecha. There were also those who had keen observation skills who discovered that this was a new model of ace mecha. The mecha hold instantly became rowdy because of that ace mecha. At that moment, the port had replaced all of its safety equipment and had a double landing once again. Similarly, it was a surprisingly successful landing. This second landing made the staff member aboard Feiyang become awestruck at the smooth and quick operating skills of the ace operators from L6. Liangjie landed his mecha proudly while Feiyang's staff members welcomed him with a warm applause. He watched as his prisoner, the ace mecha operator from Caesar, taken out of his cockpit by security guards from Feiyang. It should be known that mecha operators from Caesar were very difficult to force into becoming prisoners of war. Most of the time, the operators would push down the self-destruct button before ejecting from their mecha. In his first battle, Liangjie had managed to capture a mecha operator from Caesar. He felt he should be nicknamed Lucky Liangjie. While Liangjie was strutting proudly, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, Lin Zhongqing and Ling Lan all landed after him. Ling Lan moved her mecha into the port and landed inside Feiyang. She accurately stopped at the line that indicated the end of the runway and didn't even need to use the protective shield. The perfect landing made the JMCs and staff members on Feiyang scream in excitement. It should be known that Ling Lan was the last one to land. Zhao Jun, Qi Long and the others didn't land without using the protective shields like Ling Lan had done. They had more or less used 1 to 2 protective shields. Of course, their landings were still amazing. It should be known that normally, if mecha operators didn't use 5 layers of shields and stop at the safety net, it wouldn't be considered a proper landing. Ling Lan stayed in her mecha silently as the starship's conveyor system brought her and her mecha to the mecha hold and onto its original position. Then Ling Lan turned off the engine of her mecha and opened the cockpit. She stepped onto the lift and reached the ground. At that moment, there were already many staff members waiting beside the mecha. They all looked at her enthusiastically. This scene made Ling Lan's heart skip a beat uncontrollably. She didn't understand why these people were so enthusiastic. "Sir, do you have any orders?" one staff member said bravely. Ling Lan was instantly dumbfounded. Order? What orders did she need to give? Ling Lan didn't know that the staff members from the starship would ask her a question like that. "Boss, according to standards for ace operators, there should be an exclusive team of mecha engineers for your mecha. They would be responsible for your mecha, no matter if it is before the battle or after the battle. They would install energy weapons and other support systems or modifications based on your specifications." The staff member who asked you the question just now was asking you your preferences. Little Four immediately explained to Ling Lan. Little Four held in his laughter. This person is pretty good at grabbing opportunities. This trip will give him the chance to enjoy the honor of being part of an exclusive team under an ace operator. Ace operators were the last line of defense on the battlefield. In order to make sure every mecha operator performed up to their normal standard, the Federation equipped them with ample support in order to satisfy the ace mecha operators' every need. They even had exclusive JMCs. It was to make sure everything went according to the ace operators' needs. That way, they will be able to perform to the best of their abilities on the battlefield. However, exclusive staff members did not become exclusive that easily. Those who were able to become exclusive staff members for an ace operator were the elites among elites. These people were definitely not common staff members such as the ones from Feiyang. Ling Lan heard Little Four's explanation and understood immediately. She had learned this information once before at the military academy. It was just that she didn't have a chance to come into contact with such things because back then she hadn't joined the division and hadn't become an official mecha operator for the division. Thus, she forgot about this information. Surprisingly, she actually managed to be able to enjoy the treatment for ace operators so quickly. Ling Lan felt awkward and replied plainly, "Just make sure the weapons and equipments are fully charged." "Yes, sir." The staff member's eyes lit up. Ling Lan's words were similar to an acknowledgement. These words acknowledged that he would be a part of the exclusive staff for Ling Lan before she leaves Feiyang. Although it was only temporary, it was still, as Little Four had said, this was an honor of a lifetime for the staff member. The staff member held in his excitement and was very grateful to Ling Lan. He knew very well that his self-recommendation was very rude and disrespectful. If he had encountered a strict ace operator, he would immediately be reprimanded and could even have a complaint filed against him causing him to be punished. However, he had to try. He couldn't let his children hold their heads down in shame for the rest of their lives. He was only a mecha transporter and didn't have any technical skills. He was at the lowest ranking level in the military. Every time when he took a vacation back home, he would hear about his child being looked down upon by others in their scout academy because of his job. This made him feel that it was all his fault. He hoped that one day, he would be able to tell his child that although his rank was not high, low-level soldiers can receive honor that higher-ranking soldiers cannot ever receive. In order to achieve that goal, he worked hard and looked for an opportunity. Now, his opportunity was finally here. The staff member clenched his fists. This time when he takes a vacation back home, he would definitely proudly tell his child that his father wasn't just some regular and boring mecha transporter. Instead, he would tell him that he was part of an ace operator's exclusive team, the elites of the elites. He wanted his child to be able to hold his head up high proudly from then on and never be insulted by anyone. The things parents do for their children. Ling Lan didn't know the reason why that staff member was so daring. Ling Lan was someone who didn't like to refuse the requests of others. Since it was something that was beneficial for everyone, Ling Lan was indifferent about it. It was the same with the unnecessary words the JMC had said to her before going into battle. Although these two went against the rules, Ling Lan was still lenient towards them. Even though Ling Lan had an intimidating aura seeping out from her body and looked very merciless and cold, in reality, she was very soft-hearted. Ling Lan saw Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun and the others waiting on the side. She walked over and as she was walking she asked Little Four, did you notify father of our spoils of war? Before she returned to the starship, Ling Lan had ordered Little Four to use the most secretive communication method to tell Ling Xiao about all that had happened and what they had acquired. Ling Lan didn't want the spoils of war she worked so hard for to be taken by others. This time, she of course needed her father to step in and control the situation. Don't worry boss, Dad said he had received it already. He said to leave it all to him. Little Four raised his chin and replied with a proud look on his face. It was as though Ling Xiao was his father and not Ling Lan's father. His smug expression made Ling Lan's finger itch. She instantly flicked her finger towards Little Four's forehead. That little sh*t, that was her father. While she was speaking with Little Four, Ling Lan had met up with Qi Long and the others. In this battle, they had captured two ace mechas from Caesar. One of the mecha was possibly the new model of ace mecha from Caesar. If that was true, the Federation would benefit immensely. Although the other mecha was the standard ace mecha of Caesar that was not worth mentioning compared to the other mecha, but it was still an amazing feat that they were able to capture a mecha operator. Zhao Jun, Qi Long and the others all showed expressions of excitement. These spoils of war made them unable to calm themselves. Not long after, more and more people were in the mecha hold. Even the captain couldn't help but come down and look at the two mechas with his own eyes. Meng Shangyuan, Mu Yuyun and others received word and also came to the hold. Their launching ports were on the other side of the ship and was a ways away from this mecha hold. When they came down hurriedly, the mecha hold was already full of Feiyang's staff members. The team members of these captain had brought were all special class operators, other than the captains and one member from Meng Shangyuan's Iron Curtain team, who were all ace operators. However, these special class operators were all on the verge of advancing to ace level. These captain took them to this mission to give these members a chance to find their catalyst to advance. It was just that none of these captains thought that this mission was going to be this dangerous. If Ling Lan's 6-man team didn't have 5 ace operators holding the fort, it was possible that the other teams were going to be in a dangerous situation. However, luckily these special class operators were very lucky and weren't harmed during this battle. This made these captains feel quite relieved. Is it them? Qian Jialin looked at Ling Lan's group and then softly asked Mu Yuyun. Mu Yuyun looked at Qi Long and Zhao Jun carefully. Then he nodded. Qian Jialin looked at the 6 of them, who were surrounded by people, with a complicated look on his face. He softly said, young prodigies. Could that domain expert be that captain? No, the Federation hadn't changed to record of the youngest domain user. Also, that domain expert didn't lose to a titled domain expert. He was definitely not a domain master who had just advanced. Perhaps it was because the Federation sent so many mecha geniuses for this mission and they specially sent a titled domain user to protect them in the shadows. It seemed as though Qian Jialin had found the answer he was looking for. His mood instantly calmed. That was the truth, right? Wang Anzhong from the Immortals battle team saw the 2 mechas that were captured. When he looked closely at one of the mechas, his eyes lit up. Then his eyes became dark, as though he was plotting something. Meng Shangyuan glanced at Wang Anzhong and frowned. He then looked at Ling Lan's group of 6. Perhaps he should notify the first marshal. He sighed. Sometimes when the spoils of war were too great, it was possible that it was too difficult to hold on to them. Unless his team was actually from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Kang Jiayan rubbed his chin as though he was thinking about something. Then he laughed softly and said to his team members, let's go. Taking the merits of others was something that he didn't want to do. However, he also didn't want to offend others. In that case, he should leave this hornet's nest and just watch from the sidelines. It was just that he felt that it was unfortunate. Could these youngsters from Ling Tian be able to endure the feeling of their achievements being stolen from them? Hopefully they won't become disheartened. After all, there was still time. At that moment, Ling Xiao, who was sitting on a chair, turned off his communicator. He thought for a moment, then pushed down on the button on his desk. "Staff officer He, come to my office immediately." A battle was about to begin. He wasn't going to let anyone take his daughter's achievements. Otherwise, he didn't deserve to be Ling Lan's father. Ling Xiao picked up the documents beside him. These documents were taken from Staff Officer Department in regards to the appointment of a new commander for a specific mecha clan. He had kept it there and hadn't made a decision. He opened the documents that he had already opened countless times. The words clearly shown on the document was, "Appoint Major Ling Lan as Middle 2nd Corps 250 Mecha Clan's Regiment Commander." Selfishness? Ling Xiao's eyes was filled with determination. What was wrong with being selfish? Since his daughter was stronger than everyone, he would not allow anyone to stand above his daughter and order her what to do. Ling Xiao decisively picked up the pen on his table and wrote his name on the appointment documents along with the words, "Permission granted," in bold. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the 250 Mecha Clan Middle 2nd Corps headquarters where Ling Tian Battle Clan was staying at, there would be agonizing screams coming out from the accommodation area every single day. "You little sh*ts actually dare to force me to take this treatment. Wait and see you. Ah. Inside the temporary treatment room, a bearded, muscular but yet weakened man was tied up to a metal bed frame. No matter how much he struggled, he still couldn't force himself out of the metal locks on his limbs. Luo Lang looked up and blinked a few times. He looked very innocent, but his words were very insulting. "What are you screaming about? Trash like you guys are considered lucky to have brother you use the medicinal agents he had invented on you." "Who asked for treatment, asshole?" the weakened man screamed. Right as Luo Lang wanted to insult him back, Li Shiyu slammed the medical records clipboard on the man's mouth area. It hurt so much that the man instantly stopped screaming. "Since you still have so much energy, Shuya, inject another dose of the medicinal agent from a moment ago," Li Shiyu said calmly. "All right." Han Shuya cracked her knuckles, took out a syringe and began to take out a vial of medicinal agent from the medicine box. "Asshole, who gave you permission to do this? Stop this immediately. Stop." The man heard that he was going to be injected again and began to struggle even more violently. After tasting the pain and agony he felt from the medicinal agent, he of course didn't want to feel it again. He would definitely be tormented to insanity by the indescribable pain. "Okay. I won't insult or yell anymore. I'll never do it again. Dr. Li, please let me off the hook this time. I will cooperate with the treatment." "I definitely will." In order to not feel the pain again, the man finally gave up. Unfortunately, his pleas did not receive any sympathy from Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu hated trash who were full of themselves. Setbacks would make these people give up the talent they were given. These people let themselves become trash. This was something unforgivable. Li Shiyu thought about his eldest cousin brother. In order to recover, his eldest cousin brother had to not only fight against his illness but also forced his weak body to do physical training. His eldest cousin brother never gave up hope. Li Shiyu had once witnessed the terrifying pain his eldest cousin brother went through. The pain these people in their dormitory area faced were not even comparable to that terrifying pain his eldest cousin brother felt. However, his eldest cousin brother never pleaded for release. Compared to his eldest cousin brother, these people were the worst type of trash, and wasn't worth pitying. Inject. Li Shiyu's expression showed a hint of ruthlessness. If the patient had continued to insult him, perhaps he wouldn't be this angry. Yes. Han Shuya received the order, put up the syringe and ruthlessly injected it into the man's vein, slowly pushing in the medicinal agent into the man's body. Ah! Not long after, the medicinal agent began to take effect on the man's body. His face began to show a pained expression as he screamed in an inhuman manner with cold sweat dripping from his forehead like rain during a storm. Not long after, the bed sheet below him was soaked in sweat. His entire body began to squirm irregularly. Just like that, it continued for 3 minutes. The sturdy bed frame the man held onto had already had 5 claw marks on it. It seemed that the pain that he had endured during this time was more brutal than before. The pain began to cause him to lose consciousness as his eyes were wide open with his pupils dilated. He was unconsciously breathing heavily as though he was very depressed and wanted to make up for his mistakes. Have we already broken him mentally? Li Shiyu observed the reaction the man had with the medicinal agent with satisfaction. He began to write something down on the medical records. This was all experimental data. Every piece of data was precious information. After feeling that everything was concluded, Li Shiyu handed the medical records to Luo Lang to have him make use of the contents of the records to communicate with the patient. Luo Lang nodded, showing that he understood. He closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor became more generous and sympathetic. The original complicated expression was now filled with compassion and sympathy. Seeing this, Han Shuya immediately tossed out the syringe and picked up the medicine box from the side. She then followed behind Li Shiyu as though she was a malevolent spirit. Because you received the wrong information, you sent an entire platoon of ace mechas to their deaths. You felt guilty and blamed yourself for this, but it wasn't what you wanted. Luo Lang's voice was full of sadness. The man seemed to have heard it and began to scream. The sound he made was filled with limitless guilt and sadness, even with a hint of depression. It was as though the man was an injured beast who could only lick his wounds and wait for his body to rot to slowly take his life. However, when you die, who will be able to remember the heroic mecha platoon from back then? The crime of blindly sending out troops will be forever engraved on this heroic platoon name, where they will unable to let the world know the real truth of the matter for all eternity. No, I'm the one who's at fault. I'm guilty. Finally, the man lost control of himself and screamed out the words he had in his mind. After hearing the ruckus from behind her, Han Shuya shuddered. Man, Luo Lang's Saint Maria personality was really strong. When combined with Li Shiyu's strong illusion and pain-inducing medicinal agent, even the worst type of trash would become obedient and confess about their crimes. Whoosh! Li Shiyu opened the curtains of the bed on the side. There was a man who was lying on the bed all tied up. Seeing Li Shiyu coming towards him, he smirked and said, "Dr. Li, you're here." Senior Colonel Yang Mingji, it seems that these medicinal agents don't really affect you. Li Shiyu looked through his medical records and frowned. I had once gone through training to make sure these medicines won't affect me. Sorry for causing you trouble. Yang Mingji replied with a smile. He didn't care about the underlying meaning in Li Shiyu's words. Li Shiyu was intrigued. Training against effects of medicine seemed simple, as you just need to let the body build up the endurance against the effects of various medicinal agents. However, it was definitely achieved through countless hours of painful torment. It was no wonder that Yang Mingji didn't care about the pain caused by these medicinal agents. His body had already adapted to this type of torment. It seemed that for Senior Colonel Yang Mingji, Li Shiyu needed to change the treatment method. Li Shiyu began to think about it. Right as he was thinking about a treatment plan, Luo Chao walked in. Seeing Li Shiyu planning Senior Colonel Yang Mingji's treatment plan, she walked up to him and stealthily poked Li Shiyu's back. Li Shiyu looked back behind him and Luo Chao shot a glare at him. Recently, Luo Chao had become very familiar with Li Shiyu, Xie Yi, and the others. There was no longer had the shyness she had at the beginning, and conversing became natural. In the end, Luo Chao's shyness was only directed towards Ling Lan. Even if she was more familiar with Ling Lan, she would be unable to function once she stood in front of Ling Lan. This also made Ling Lan believe that Luo Chao was a really shy girl. In reality, in front of everyone else, although not as unrestrained as Han Shuya, Luo Chao not the type of shy girl Ling Lan had deemed her to be. Seeing Luo Chao's expression, Li Shiyu knew Luo Chao had something she wanted to say. He then followed Luo Chao out of the treatment room. Elder brother Shiyu, after caring for these senior colonels for the past few days, I found that some of their medical records were not accurate, Luo Chao whispered. Li Shiyu understood what Luo Chao's words meant. He frowned. Those records were compiled by many high-ranking military doctors together. Those records are typically not wrong. Although Li Shiyu wasn't an expert in the field of mental illnesses, he still knew that a diagnosis determined by so many experts would make it impossible for a misdiagnosis to occur. What if they deliberately made those medical experts believe they had these illnesses? Luo Chao asked. Hearing this question, Li Shiyu went silent. It was difficult to acquire accurate data for mental illnesses. It was usually determined through the patient's behavior, speech and performance. If someone actually wanted medical experts to believe they had a type of mental illness, there was a chance of that happening. Li Shiyu thought deeply for a moment then said, Luo Chao, make a list of those you discovered to have this issue. I will observe and study them more closely. Hearing her judgment be acknowledged by Li Shiyu, she was very happy. She immediately opened her communicator and sent a document to Li Shiyu, elder brother Shiyu, I've already organized it. It includes their behavior during their treatments as well. Li Shiyu immediately felt his communicator vibrate. He lifted his hand and took a look. He half smiled and said, Luo Chao, you came prepared. Li Shiyu always worried that the soft and shy Luo Chao wouldn't be able to get used to life in a division. In the beginning, Han Shuya and her volunteered to come to his laboratory to help him treat these useless mecha operators. Li Shiyu was worried that Luo Chao would be terrified by the way he treated patients and the painful reactions the mecha operators showed. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated Luo Chao. Luo Chao got used to it very quickly. She was even more used to it than Han Shuya. Not only that, she also noticed small details that even Li Shiyu had overlooked. As expected, she is great assistant. Li Shiyu suddenly had a thought. Perhaps he could develop Luo Chao into his own assistant. Keen and detailed observation skills, careful and good work ethics, and good temperament were all required traits for a great assistant, and Luo Chao had all of them. Li Shiyu's compliment made Luo Chao blush with a smile. Without mentioning work, Luo Chao went back to her shy personality. Li Shiyu stopped the treatment of a few of the mecha operators because of Luo Chao's reminder. Those who had their treatments terminated included Lu Furong and Yang Mingji. They were able to walk around Lingtian's dormitory district at will because they were no longer being treated. In the garden, Lu Furong and Yang Mingji met up. They smiled as they walked together shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly terminating the treatment. Did they discover something? Lu Furong asked softly. Maybe, Yang Mingji said with uncertainty. Lu Furong turned his head towards Yang Mingji, waiting for an explanation. Dar. Li knows that I've undergone training against medicinal agents. He's probably researching for other methods. Yang Mingji replied with a frown on his face. He stopped for a second then continued, however, it's also possible that they've discovered our real issue. He would dare be suspicious of a diagnosis from that many high-ranking medical experts from the Federation. Lu Furong had originally believed that a diagnosis given by those people would cause zero suspicion. Now it seemed that it was not the case. Youth knows no fear. This is also the reason why each successive generation surpasses the previous one. Yang Mingji admired Li Shiyu. Although the medicinal agents didn't affect him fully, he still felt how terrifying the medicinal agents were. If he hadn't built tolerance originally, he would have fallen into the trap as well. Yang Mingji's words made Lu Furong frown. He began to worry about whether him faking his illness was going to be found out by Li Shiyu. If that actually happened, he would not be in a good position. I think that you should choose to believe in them. Yang Mingji noticed Lu Furong's anxiousness and gave him a recommendation. Will they not report me to gain merit? Lu Furong laughed bitterly. What do you think of General Ling Xiao? Yang Mingji suddenly changed the topic. Lu Furong's eyes instantly showed admiration. He said sincerely, our military's model soldier. A weakened mecha clan to suddenly have a group of talented and capable youngsters appear. Their captain could even establish a 4-star battle team during the recruitment period. If it wasn't for General Ling Zhao's arrangement, do you think they would appear here? Yang Mingji asked. Lu Furong's expression was shaken. You're saying, they are. General Ling Zhao is about to make a move. This is your chance. Yang Mingji said. Is it really General Ling Zhao? Lu Furong's had a complicated expression on his face. Have you not noticed that Ling Tian Battle Clan's captain has the surname Ling? Yang Mingji said these words and left Lu Furong, who was completely stunned by his words. Ling. Could he be Ling Zhao's child? No, I never heard about General Ling Zhao having children. Lu Furong was stunned by this information. He knew of Ling Lan, but didn't connect him with General Ling Zhao. If Ling Lan was actually related to General Ling Zhao, even if he was just a family member, it meant that Yang Mingji's guess was not wrong. General Ling Zhao was about to make a move towards 250 Mecha Clan. Yang Mingji walked to the corridor and turned around to look at Lu Furong. He saw Lu Furong standing in the garden with a hint of happiness on his face that he couldn't hold back. Yang Mingji was happy for Lu Furong as well. If Lu Furong took this opportunity, he would perhaps never have to worry for the rest of his life. It was just that, was it an opportunity for himself too? Yang Mingji could see Lu Furong's future, but couldn't predict his own. General Ling Zhao was high in the ranks, very capable and had unwavering morals. However, these were also the reasons why he didn't dare to drag General Ling Zhao into his own problems. Perhaps, dying within 250 Mecha Clan was the best future he could hope for. Yang Mingji laughed bitterly and walked into the corridor in low spirits. At that moment, a familiar silhouette appeared in front of him. Zheng Qiyun, the regiment commander of 250 Mecha Clan, saw Yang Mingji. He then asked him with a smile on his face, Senior Colonel Yang, is the treatment over for today? Yang Mingji was originally appointed to be 250 Mecha Clan's regiment commander. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Mingji didn't want the position, Zheng Qiyun wouldn't have the chance to take the position. Thus, when facing Yang Mingji, Zheng Qiyun still lacked confidence. In actuality, during these past few months, Zheng Qiyun led an irritating life. 250 Mecha Clan that was originally under his full control was now becoming less and less obedient because of Ling Tian Battle Clan joining the ranks. Firstly, the confidants he had arranged at different stations in the Mecha Clan were all making mistakes in their work. This irritated him greatly. If it wasn't for the fact that these were all coincidences, he would have blamed Ling Tian Battle Clan for having something to do about it behind their backs. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief after managing to clear up all the mistakes his subordinates had made, he wasn't sure why the higher-ups sent an investigator to audit and investigate the spendings of the Mecha Clan in the past few years. This included weapons, equipment and other storage items. It was also because of this that he wasn't able to receive word on Lu Furong's treatment situation. He managed to send the investigator away for today. This was why he came to Li Shiyu to get a hold of the situation, but he didn't think that he would get nothing in return. As expected, that genius military doctor Li Shiyu was very haughty. Li Shiyu's expression of being busy and not wanting to answer any of his questions almost made Zheng Qiyun so angry that he could almost die. If it wasn't for that fact that he had to maintain his image, he would definitely have spewed out insults. Of course, Zheng Qiyun held back his anger because the investigator was still in 250 Mecha Clan and hadn't left yet. If he made a scene now, he wouldn't benefit from it. After all, Li Shiyu was a high-profile prodigy. The mecha operators who had completed their treatment were determined to have recovered enough to do battle again. These operators had returned to train and was now waiting to finish training and see their final outcome. In short, ever since Ling Tian Battle Clan joined 250 Mecha Clan, Zheng Qiyun didn't have a day of not worrying about something. This made him want to get Ling Tian Battle Clan out of 250 Mecha Clan as soon as possible. Some time ago, he had looked for connections to make arrangements to get rid of Ling Tian Battle Clan. However, Zheng Qian didn't think that his plans would anger those at the headquarters. Especially Major General He Chaoyang, Ling Zhao's confidant and the 23 RD Division's first staff officer, who knew of Ling Lan's real identity. This was why an investigator had appeared. Hearing Zheng Qian's question, Yang Mingji smiled and said, "Yeah, the treatment finished." Knowing Zheng Qian was someone who was very cautious of Lu Furong, Yang Mingji didn't like Zheng Qian and would of course not tell him their real situation. Then what about Senior Colonel Lu? Zheng Qian's real target was Lu Furong. Since he couldn't find out any information regarding the treatment situation from Li Xiu, it would be the same if he saw Lu Furong in person. Yang Mingji replied, he had finished his treatment just now as well. However, I think he went back. It was just that Yang Mingji wasn't sure as well. Oh, I see. I'll go take a look. Zheng Qian said goodbye to Yang Mingji in a hurry and then went to look for Lu Furong. Yang Mingji watched Zheng Qian left and smiled. Now it was up to Lu Furong to see how he would continue his battle with his opponent. He raised his head, looked at a corner of the room and smiled from his heart. Inside one of the small rooms in Chang Xinyuan's laboratory, Han Jijian and Xie Yi saw Yang Mingji's smile. Yang Mingji's face didn't show any oddities. People like Yang Mingji, who had gone through many battles and was a strong mecha operator, would not be worthy of his nickname of Sagittarius if he didn't find all the surveillance cameras after staying at Ling Tian for this many days. It seems that Senior Colonel Yang wants to tell us the real reason why our Commander Zheng was kept in 250 Mecha Clan, Han Jijian said calmly. Going by Zheng Qian's background, he was originally not supposed to be taking the position of the regiment commander for 250, this trash clan. Didn't the boss find out that the reason he could come to the Middle Second Corps was because he had connections in the 3rd Division? And Lu Furong was also an Ace Mecha Clan's battle team captain in the 3rd Division. Xie Yi replied. His target is Lu Furong. We're pretty much certain of that now. It's just that we don't know what secrets are hidden in Senior Colonel Lu's mind. Even if we let him out into the 23rd Division, we should arrange for someone to watch over him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Jijian glanced at him and warned him, don't interfere in this. Remember what boss said. Xie Yi raised his hand and replied, I know. I will not interfere in other people's business. How could he forget what his boss told him before he left? He didn't want to get punished by his boss. However, our regiment commander is not being very friendly. He is always trying to chase us away. Xie Yi pointed at Zheng Qian's back view on the screen. He is a smart person. He didn't suppress us but chose to find another mecha clan for us to be stationed at, under the disguise that he wanted to help us. Even though he knew that Zheng Qian had his own motives, he couldn't hate him. He was just a little unhappy. Han Jijian wanted to create a place that belonged to Ling Tian in 250 Mecha Clan. After what Zheng Qian did, their 2 months' worth of effort went to waste. He knew that it might be better for them to leave this Mecha Clan but he still felt irritated. He should have at least asked us for our opinions. Xie Yi didn't like Zheng Qian at all. He is our regiment commander. He has the right to decide for us. Han Jijian narrowed his eyes. This open plot was impressive. Even if the higher-ups realized something, they would just think that Zheng Qian was a good regiment commander who didn't want to waste the recruit's talent. Whether this plan succeeded or failed, it would still benefit him. If it succeeded, Ling Tian would be out of his sights. If he failed, he would leave a good impression. It would make his job easier in the future. I don't believe that you aren't going to retaliate. Xie Yi looked at Han Jijian. He knew his boss passed some orders to Han Jijian before he left. Han Jijian looked at Xie Yi. Xie Yi was staring at him with anticipation. He couldn't help but reply, open plot. What do you mean? Xie Yi felt depressed. Why must he act so mysterious? Is he looking down on his intelligence? Since he uses an open plot against us, I will use an open plot too. Han Jijian had his own principles. Since Zheng Qian didn't secretly scheme against them, he would not use any treacherous methods against him. He would let the higher-ups see the regiment commander's true capabilities and make him lose his good impression. Xie was not a stupid person. He thought for a moment and understood what Han Jijian wanted to do. He felt a little worried and asked, "Will it work?" This plan depended on the higher-ups. If they didn't want to do anything to 250 Mecha Clan, it would fail. Han Jijian knocked the handle of his chair and coldly said, "There is only a 50% chance. But there must be something going on behind the scenes when their boss was sent here. The only reason would be that General Ling Xiao wanted to do things with 250 Mecha Clan. This was why Han Jijian made such a bold plan. Since the general wanted to mess with 250 Mecha Clan, the first person he would target would be the regiment commander that had been here for 5 years but didn't make any changes to 250 Mecha Clan. Of course, this was all Han Jijian's own guess. He had to wait for the replies of the higher-ups. Before that, the only thing he could do was to continuously add more fuel to the fire. Han Jijian was the one who caused Zheng Qian's confidant to keep making mistakes. While he gave Zheng Qian more work to handle, he let the higher-ups see how strong his adaptability was. Zheng Qian is a talent. It was a waste to let him stay in 250 Mecha Clan and guard the people here. Han Jijian threw Zheng Qian to the back of his mind. He had done all he could. He just needed to wait patiently for the results. At this moment, he just needed to plan ahead. If he succeeded and Zheng Qian was sent away, what should he do to make Ling Tian irreplaceable in 250 Mecha Clan? Han Jijian didn't want to rule over the new regiment commander. He just wanted Ling Tian to have more power. He didn't want a regiment commander who viewed them as thorns again. He was tired of fighting with another regiment commander again. This was not good for the development of Ling Tian. It was not good for 250 Mecha Clan too. Han Jijian knew what his boss wanted. He wanted 250 Mecha Clan to become strong again. His boss would never give up on any comrades. At the same time, Ling Lan sneezed. She wondered who was thinking about her. Actually, this was not what Ling Lan was thinking. She wanted to stay in 250 Mecha Clan because 250 Mecha Clan was a useless Mecha Clan. They wouldn't be on the battlefield anytime soon. Hence, she would have enough time to train her members. As for the other mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan, they were none of her business. Han Jijian felt pity for his boss. They were too young. If they had more time, they didn't need to be so careful after his boss became a captain. They could reorganize 250 Mecha Clan outright. With his boss's ability, it would not be difficult. Han Jijian felt that there was nothing Ling Lan couldn't do. How are those mecha operators that just ended their treatment? How is their rehabilitation? Han Jijian pushed his thoughts away and asked Xie about the mecha operators. Xie was the one in charge of them. Xie placed his hands behind his back and leaned against the seat. He said in a relaxed manner. Who is able to handle the training that our boss had created? They didn't resist. Han Jijian didn't believe that those once famous mecha operators would be obedient. Even if they wanted to resist, they need the energy to do it. Luo Lang is supervising them with the rest of the Ling Tian battle team so they don't dare to do anything overboard, Xie replied. In order to make the veterans listen to them, Luo Lang and he put in much effort to come up with various plans and methods. They borrowed strength from the other members of Ling Tian and even borrowed some medicine and agents from Li Shiyu just in case they needed it. However, after 3 days of training, those didn't have any arrogance left. They used up all their energy during the training. When the training ended, they were dragged out of the venue by Xie and the other members of Ling Tian. Luo Lang participated in the training too, but he remained alive and kicking after it. He even had the energy to drag them back to their dormitory. This embarrassed them greatly. They felt that they threw the dignity of veterans, so they didn't dare to remain proud anymore. Xie didn't expect his boss's training to have even more impact than Li Shiyu's medicine. After they used Li Shiyu's medicine on the veterans, they were still unconvinced about their leadership. However, the moment they experienced his boss's training, they didn't dare to rebel anymore. This is good. We need to make sure that they look up to our boss. Whether our regiment commander gets changed or not, we must be the one in control, Han Jijian ordered. I understand. Xie turned serious. Ever since the Ling Tian battle team came to 250 Mecha Clan, they had the intention of making 250 Mecha Clan into their Mecha Clan. This was their goal and they needed this goal. A huge goal would allow the Ling Tian battle team to continue moving forward and not be overtaken by the other battle teams. At the boundaries of the Balaya Kingdom, the Feiyang ship didn't dare to stop. After searching in the battlefield for a while, they left. They flew for 2 hours and entered the Balaya Kingdom. The 6 battle teams heaved a sigh of relief. Even the captain of the Feiyang ship felt relaxed. He knew that the main aim of this trip was to send Princess Gulabajuo safely back to the Balaya Kingdom. Finally, the Feiyang ship docked at the port of the Balaya Kingdom. Princess Gulabajuo changed into her imperial costume in her room. She didn't choose a dress but instead, chose a male military uniform. It was a blue and white uniform with yellow tassels. Gulabajuo looked really handsome in the attire. The gentleness in her eyes disappeared. They were replaced with a firm expression. Your Highness. Her confidant looked at her with excitement. She held the Babu's scepter in her hand. As long as they handed this scepter to the king, Gulabajuo would gain the right to inherit the throne. Let's go, Gulabajuo replied calmly. She knew that the attacks along her journey were planned by Huaxia Federation's enemy as well as her siblings. Sure enough, just like what her mentor had said, there was no family love in the royal family. There was only the greed for power and personal interest. During this journey, she grew stronger mentally. When she reached the living room, she saw Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialan waiting for her with their men. Gulabajuo bowed to them and said, "Thank you for protecting me all this time." Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialan bowed back immediately. It is our honor. This is our mission. You are being too polite. Gulabajuo felt sad. Are we parting now? Once she reached the Balaya Kingdom, bodyguards of the royal family would come and fetch her. Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialan's mission would end. Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialan exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Mu Yuyun said, "Yes. However, we will hand you over to the bodyguards personally." Gulabajuo smiled. "I will have to bother you all for a while longer then." Compared to the bodyguards of the royal family, she trusted Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialan more. They had been with her for the past month. Their presence made her feel at ease. Gulabajuo hesitated for a moment. Finally, she said the suspicion that she had been keeping to herself, "Those people that have been protecting me secretly, have they finished their mission too?" Mu Yuyun knew that the princess was talking about the people that saved them in the underground auction at Planet Kachi. The princess was not stupid. She knew that there were people guarding her secretly. Yes. Mu Yuyun replied directly. He confirmed the princess' suspicion. Gulabajuo was disappointed. But, she quickly controlled her emotions. When she heard the announcement that passengers could start getting off the ship, she walked out of her room with a stern face. The port was filled with people. Although they had a battle just a moment ago, the passengers were at ease because they were in brother nation of the Federation. They walked down the ship in an orderly manner. Such dangers were common in an intergalactic trip, so most of the passengers were used to it too. Gulabajuo scanned the port. A tinge of happiness appeared on her face and she walked forward hurriedly. She walked towards Ling Lan and her friends. "Thank you," Gulabajuo thanked them sincerely. "Why are you thanking us?" Zhao Jun looked shocked. He saw her servant who was holding a suitcase and smiled. Are you referring to this? There is no need to thank us. We should be the ones thanking you for bringing us in and let us enjoy the auction. Yun Feiyang saw the princess ignoring him but instead, talked to that bunch of commoners. He got jealous. His love for Gulabadjuo was getting stronger, so he couldn't stand it when Gulabadjuo treated him coldly. Feiyang, calm down. Luo Qingwen reminded him. When you liked a person, never do things that person hates. Yun Feiyang had many things to learn about love. Yun Feiyang rubbed his eyes. When he looked up again, he had resumed his calmness. Thank you. Those are just chance acquaintances. You, on the other hand, will stay by her side. Don't let them disrupt your plan, Luo Qingwen consoled him. Yes, I understand. I will stay in the Balaya kingdom and show Gulabadjuo how suitable I am as her partner. Yun Feiyang felt confident again. Just like what his second uncle said, he was the only one that could stay here. He had many more chances compared to other people. Gulabadjuo smiled when she heard Zhao Jun's reply. She said, that was nothing. The real thing is not the auction. It is the Grand Mecha tournament which the Federation's military academy holds every 3 years. Unfortunately, the tournament for this year just ended, so I couldn't invite you all to watch it with me. Gulabadjuo winked at Qi Long and Liangjie when she said this. Qi Long scratched his head as he smiled awkwardly. That is really unfortunate. I wish that I knew you earlier. Seemed like she recognized them. No wonder she picked them out of so many passengers. Yes. The first men's military academy sent 5 ace mecha masters. One of them even had a breakthrough during the tournament. I was so jealous. Gulabadjuo looked at Liangjie. Her eyes were filled with respect. That is because I didn't go. If not, I would have defeated the opponent. Liangjie raised his head angrily. Lin Zhongqing pulled his sleeve hurriedly. He asked him to suppress his anger. Gulabadjuo noticed that the 6 people didn't say anything else and knew that she couldn't stay beside them any longer. She bid farewell to them and left the port with her men. She prepared to leave the ship. Mu Yuyun, Qian Jialin, and Ling Lan's eyes met. They exchanged a glance, then Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialin left with Gulabadjuo. When Gulabadjuo walked down the Feiyang ship, she looked back. She clenched her fist. When she walked past Ling Lan just now, Ling Lan secretly stuffed a piece of paper in her hand. No one around her noticed it. Since Ling Lan used such a secretive method to pass the paper to her, Gulabadjuo didn't tell anyone about it. She came to the spaceport and went to use the bathroom. She took the chance and read the paper. When they reached the spaceport, Gulabadjuo requested Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialin to safeguard the Babu scepter until they reached the Balaya Kingdom Bank. This was her last request. Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialin thought for a moment before agreeing. The princess's confidant felt worried. She didn't think that the Babu scepter should be passed to someone who didn't belong to their kingdom. She wanted to go to the bank too, but the princess stopped her. The confidant didn't understand why the princess made such a decision. They didn't know the background of these soldiers. However, she didn't dare to defy the princess' orders, so she could only send the scepter off with a worried look. I received a message from the captain of Ling Tian just now. He asked us to change our path. Before Qian Jialin entered the hover car provided by the bodyguards, he pulled Mu Yuyun to the side. Mu Yuyun's expression changed. He looked at his team members. The team members suddenly jumped forward and knocked the 2 bodyguards in the hover car unconscious. They pulled them out and placed them at the side of the road. Let's go. Mu Yuyun asked Qian Jialin to get onto the car. Then, he operated the hover car and changed their path. They disappeared into the air. The princess received news of what happened on Mu Yuyun's side. Her confidant was shocked. She pulled the princess forcefully and shouted, I knew that those people can't be trusted. Your Highness, Hurry up and order the bodyguards to chase after them. That is our national treasure. The leader of the bodyguards looked at Princess Gulabadjuo and waited for her orders. No need. We will go directly to my father. Gulabadjuo seemed exceptionally calm at this moment. Princess! The confidante screamed. She pulled Princess Gulabadjuo and hoped that she would change her mind. She couldn't understand why the princess was so indifferent. Why? Is that scepter more important than my safety? Gulabadjuo narrowed her eyes and looked at her confidante sharply. No, I don't dare to think that way. But the king had been looking for the bamboo scepter for a long time. The confidante released the princess in a flurry. However, she couldn't hide her distress. The leader of the bodyguards was shocked when he heard about the bamboo scepter. He looked at the princess and hoped that she would change her mind. Hurry up and bring me to my father. I will explain this matter to him personally. Gulabadjuo was firm in her decision. The leader had no choice but to order the drivers to rush to the palace. The confidante was worried. As she was rubbing her hands, Gulabadjuo suddenly grabbed her hands and asked, "Don't you believe your master?" The confidante looked at her in astonishment. No. I'm just worried. Don't worry. Gulabadjuo smiled at her confidante and squeezed her arm. At that moment, she stuck a little device that was wrapped up in the paper Ling Lan gave her on side of her confidante's communicator. Gulabadjuo turned her head and looked outside the window. She felt lonely. She didn't want to believe that her servant which grew up with her, someone whom she felt was her sister, betrayed her. But, she knew who Ling Lan and his friends were. How could she forget the two people received prizes at the Grand Mecha tournament? Their comrades must not be simple people too. She trusted them. If not, why would she look for their protection? Gulabadjuo believed that she was able to escape from the auction because of them. They were the ones who helped her get the bamboo scepter too. If they didn't participate in the auction, the results might be different. When she knew that they were here to protect her, she trusted them even more. That was why she followed Ling Lan's instruction and passed the bamboo scepter to Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialin. Ling Lan wrote that her opponent's target was the bamboo scepter. They wanted to snatch it when she returned to the Balaya kingdom and take her credit away. That way, her right to inherit would be taken away too. This was a vicious plan, but it had a high probability of it happening. Gulabadjuo never expected her siblings to disregard their father's wishes and use such a method. She wasn't prepared for it and didn't know that her confidante had been bought over. If Ling Lan didn't remind her, she would have fallen into her siblings' trap. However, things were different now. Ruthlessness appeared in Gulabadjuo's eyes. Under the pressure her siblings gave her, she finally threw her last ounce of gentleness away. From this moment onwards, she was no longer the young girl who just came out of the military academy and dreamt of improving her kingdom. Now, she was just Princess Gulabadjuo, someone who wanted to gain more power and stand at a higher position. When Gulabadjuo met her father, she convinced her father to give her 2 additional hours. However, her father closed the entire spaceport. It was impossible for anyone to bring the bamboo scepter out from the country now. If the other party didn't bring the bamboo scepter to the national bank within these 2 hours, the king would issue a warrant for Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialin. He would also lodge a complaint against the Federation too. 1 hour later, news came that Mu Yuyun and Qian Jialin had brought the bamboo scepter to the national bank. The king of Balaya was elated. He started listening to the details Gulabadjuo said. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Gulabadjuo ordered the bodyguards to catch her confidante. She took off the communicator on her confidante's hand. Because of the little device, her confidante was not able to send any information about her actions. With the help of high-class hackers, they were able to see all the messages her confidante had sent. She had been contacting a secret number all these while. Her confidante had told them about the situation with the bamboo scepter. The hackers tried to trace the number but they received nothing in the end. Everyone knew that the other party had hackers too. When they realized that their plan had failed, they cleared all the information. The king was furious. He decided to investigate this matter. For a period of time, gunshots rang through the sky in the Balaya kingdom. However, no one knew if the person behind the scene was found. The only change was the princess confidante. She had disappeared. At the same time, a handsome young man from the Federation appeared beside the princess. He was Yun Feiyang. As for whether he managed to gain the liking of the princess and achieve his motive, Ling Lan didn't care. They were on their way back to the Federation. Besides the 6 battle teams, there were no other people on the Feiyang ship. The Feiyang ship was badly damaged. They told their passengers that the ship needed repairing and asked its passengers to stay at Balaya Kingdom for 2 days. After 2 days, another cruise ship would come and pick the passengers up. The Balaya representative on the cruise ship negotiated with the passengers about this. If the passengers didn't want to wait for 2 days, they could get a refund for their ticket. A portion of the refund would be given to them so that they could buy another ticket to get back to their country. The rest of the refund would be given after the entire trip ended. Ling Lan and her comrades chose this option. This would allow them to leave the Shun Feng tour group. Another bunch of people also left. However, they didn't leave voluntarily. They were captured by the soldiers of the Balaya Kingdom. The Balaya Kingdom would not let these people who attempted to kill their princess go easily. This list of people was given by the soldiers of the Federation. The Federation didn't want these people to escape too. All these had nothing to do with Ling Lan and her team. At that moment, they were relaxing on the Feiyang ship. The 6 battle teams were having a good time together. The atmosphere between them was friendly. However, at the military headquarters, the representatives from the 6 battle teams were arguing over the ownership of the 2 mechas. They almost started fighting because of this. He Shuyang crossed his hands over his chest and looked at the other representatives coldly. The Caesar-made mecha was not what everyone was fighting for. It was the Ace mecha. From the images sent over from the Feiyang ship, that Ace mecha was the newest model from Caesar. Everyone knew what this meant. This mecha was made using the most advanced technology and the most powerful weapon from Caesar. Once the Federation uncovered the secrets behind that mecha, they would be able to replicate it. If they were able to uncover the technology of Caesar, the Federation's mecha would improve in quality and it would be a chance for them to become the leader of the human race. The person who made all these happen would have his name written down in history. Not only that, the division which he belonged to will be given many privileges. This was what everyone wanted. No one was able to withstand the temptation of becoming the strongest division. This was why all the 6 divisions representative appeared here. However, their young master Lan was the one who caught the Ace mecha. How could they take away his merit? He was not only here to protect the rights of the 23rd Division, but he was also here to protect the merits that belonged to their young master. This was why General Ling Xiao sent him. Only he knew Ling Lan's real identity. Hence, he would not let Ling Lan suffer any injustice. He knocked on the table. The other representatives got attracted by the sound and quietened down. Everyone looked at He Shuyang and waited for him to speak. It is undeniable that the 23rd Division took down the 2 Ace mechas. Based on the result of the battle, the mechas belonged to the Ling Tian battle team. He Shuyang's cold voice sounded in the room. His tone was firm. He didn't want any other division to get any benefits. The other representatives narrowed their eyes. They realized that He Shuyang had a huge appetite. He wanted to get the entire merit, whether it was individual merit or group merit. He had no intention of sharing the benefits with anyone else. He Shuyang's actions angered the other representatives. They exchanged glances with one another and decided to team up for now. They knew that if they wanted to gain any benefit, they needed to deal with this bastard first. The situation was so messy. How do you know who destroyed the other party? The 23rd Division snatched the 2 mechas from the other teams at the end of the battle. How was this their merit? Don't be shameless. The representative from the 17th Division was the first to speak. He could say this because he had ordered his men to erase all the images the captain of Feiyang had sent them, including the recordings taken by the mechas. At that moment, he felt lucky that the Feiyang ship belonged to the 17th Division, so he had the chance to do such small actions. He didn't do it because they wanted to snatch other people's merit. The benefits that this newest ace mecha model brought were too great. They were unable to resist the temptation. No matter how despicable he had to be, he would do it for the 17th Division. The better their equipment was, the greater the survival rate of their soldiers. A tinge of guilt flashed past his eyes. He remained firm to his decision. Yes. When our ace operators went out, your ace operators were still hiding in the spaceship. They only came out after they noticed that most of the opponent had been subdued by us. They were just clearing up the battlefield, the representative from the 13th Division continued. If they didn't receive the news that the recruits from the 23rd Division brought the two mechas back, they would not be so polite to the 23rd Division. If the 23rd Division was sensible and willing to share this merit with them, they were willing to cooperate with them and help the 23rd Division. However, the 23rd Division was too ambitious. They wanted everything. The other divisions were infuriated. They wanted to kick the 23rd Division out of the picture. Of course, they had this confidence because the information they received told them that the 6 people from the Ling Lan battle team were just recruits who came out of the military academy recently. Only 2 of them were experienced soldiers who had been in the military for 4 years. The rest of them had not become official soldiers yet. How could such mecha operators be compared to the experienced mecha operators in their division? These young men were just lucky and managed to pick up 2 mechas from the universe. The representatives felt jealous. Why weren't their soldiers so lucky? If not, they wouldn't have to argue with the people around them. They could act like he's Shuyang and take all the merits of the battle. The 1st Division had a close relationship with the 23rd Division since Ling Xiao belonged under the 1st Marshal. Hence, even though He Shuyang's words made the 1st Division's representative unhappy, he couldn't just let the other divisions take away 23 RD Division's merits. Rather than letting the other divisions gaining the benefits, he would rather let the 23rd Division be the one gaining it. Hence, the representative of the 1st Division coughed. Everyone kept quiet. They respected him. He represented the 1st Marshal, who was the most powerful leader in the military. The representative of the 1st Division said, "In the battlefield, it is normal for a veteran to take care of a recruit. Since the recruits got the merit, we should not snatch it from them. We cannot hurt the recruits' feelings." There was a hidden meaning behind his words. F***K. If the 23rd Division increased in strength, the 1st Division would benefit too. That was why you said all this. The other representatives gritted their teeth. Although the 1st Division represented the 1st Marshal, the representative was the same rank as them. They were not afraid of him. No division was willing to give up the massive benefits laid out in front of them. So what? In a battlefield, the recruits are the last ones to receive the group benefits. The representative of the 3rd Division replied coldly. He represented the 3rd Marshal. He was not afraid of the 1st Marshal. There were 2 kinds of merits in a battlefield, individual merits and group merit. Individual merit was given to the person who achieved it based on the data collected, while the group merit is distributed based on the serving years of the soldier. Veterans would get more benefits compared to recruits. This was because most of the time, the veterans were the ones who contributed to the battle more. As for the recruits, they were fortunate enough to survive the battle. This distribution of merits had been silently acknowledged by the Federation. The other representatives felt hopeful once again. Also, the Ling Lan battle team was only in charge of clearing up the battleground. We don't even know if getting the 2 mechas back is part of their merit or not, the representative of the 9th Division said. He didn't want to give the 23rd Division any chances. One less competitor was good news for him. He Shuyang laughed lightly. Everyone looked back at him. In front of interest, you all are so shameless. How can you all give false accounts of true facts? But, there is no need to worry. I have a video. I've many copies of this video so you all can play around with these copy. You can lose it or destroy it. He Shuyang smiled as he showed his ultimate move. He felt fortunate that young Master Lan copied the video and passed it to the general using special means. This was why He Shuyang wanted to get all the merits of this battle. The other people were stunned. He Shuyang signaled his adjutant officer to show everyone the video. Very soon, the screen at the conference room started displaying the scene of the battle. There, you can see that they blocked most of the opponent. The other party sent 12 mechas. 7 of them attacked the Ling Tian battle team. Oh right, I forgot to tell you all that the Ling Tian battle team is a 4-stars battle team. Among the 6 people that went on this mission, 5 of them are ace mecha masters. 1 is a special class operator. On the other hand, there are only 6 other ace mecha masters in this mission. Ling Tian battle team contributed to almost half of the ace mecha masters in this mission. Every sentence that He Shuyang said were a slap to the other representatives' faces. Those people that said that the Ling Tian battle team didn't have the capabilities and could only clean up the battlefield felt humiliated. Their faces turned red. They didn't expect the recruits to be so powerful. They were as strong as experienced mecha operators. Some of them might even be stronger. Everyone was smart. They could see that the members of the Ling Tian battle team gained the upper hand. Especially the shot that killed the ace mecha master operating the newest balanced mecha. It was a sneak attack, but it helped the Ling Tian battle team to gain control of the entire situation. If the mecha operator didn't sacrifice himself to save his captain, all the 7 mechas would have been taken down. The members of the 23rd Division used their own abilities to obtain this merit. Those 2 mechas belonged to the 23rd Division. This is an undeniable fact. He Shuyang was firm in his decision. Besides the representative of the 1st Division, the other 4 representatives all looked at He Shuyang coldly. They would not give up. Some of them even wanted to call upon the higher-ups to pressure Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao was too greedy. They were unconvinced. The representative of the 1st Division didn't want the 23rd Division to offend the other division, so he tried to ease the situation. If the other battle teams didn't block the other ace operators and created such a good environment for the Ling Tian battle team, the Ling Tian battle team would not be able to achieve such good results, right? He exchanged a glance with He Shuyang. He hoped that He Shuyang would not get too overboard. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He Shuyang smiled. Of course, help from other battle teams were necessary. He Shuyang understood that he should stop at the right time. He was willing to give up some benefits. The other representatives felt better when they heard what He Shuyang said. This meant that the 23rd Division was willing to share some of the benefits with them. There was still room for negotiation. Hence, they start a new round of discussion again. The other representatives became much more humble since He Shuyang had the upper hand. He Shuyang's job became easier. However, it was not easy to satisfy everyone. He Shuyang didn't want to undermine the 23 RD Division's interest. He was only willing to let the other division assist the 23rd Division in experimenting with the mechas and gain some benefits through that. But, that was not enough for the other divisions. 8 hours passed. He Shuyang felt that he had reached his limit. He was not going to take any more steps back. The discussion reached a standstill. The representative of the other divisions did many actions behind the scenes in order to gain as much advantage for their division. They contacted the 2nd and 3rd Marshal and hoped that they could put some stress on Ling Xiao and asked him to make a concession. Even the 1st Marshal received a message from the general of the 1st Division. He hoped that the 1st Marshal would ask Ling Xiao to give some compromises. The 3 marshals felt helpless. They had no choice but to contact Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was on a honeymoon with his wife. He even switched off his communicator so that he wouldn't be disturbed. F***K. You bastard, Ling Xiao. How can you use such a method to run away from us? Shameless. The three marshals were experienced. They knew why Ling Xiao did this. He didn't want to give in. The second and third marshal felt depressed while the first marshal just laughed heartily. As expected of the person whom he had high hopes for. He had become a qualified general. He had a successor now. Since the generals of the divisions couldn't find Ling Xiao and couldn't convince He Shuyang, they decided to lay their hands on the mechas. The generals decided to cooperate and snatch the mechas themselves. While the other divisions keep watch over the 23rd Division and prevented any starships of the 23rd Division from coming close to the Feiyang ship, the people from the 17th Division waited for the Feiyang ship at the spaceport. Once the Feiyang ship landed, they would snatch the two ace mechas over. This was the only way to force the sly Ling Xiao out of his cave. Just as they were preparing to act, they received a piece of news from Feiyang which made them vomit blood. The captain of the Feiyang ship received an order to go directly to the base of the 17th Division after they entered the Federation. At the same time, they needed to hold back the people from the Lingtian battle team and prevent them from taking the two ace mechas away. The captain looked at the order and sighed. The advisor beside him seemed worried. Captain, must we do this? We are soldiers. We just need to obey instructions. There is no need to think about anything else, the captain replied calmly. The higher-ups had to consider many things when they passed an order, so the people under them might not be able to understand the order at the start. However, experience told them that the decisions made by the higher-ups were always beneficial to them. Hence, they just needed to carry out the orders. The Feiyang ship followed their captain's order and went straight to the 17th Division, the moment they entered Federation grounds. All the defensive fleets had received a message too, so the Feiyang ship passed without any resistance. After 3 hours, the Feiyang ship entered the region in the Federation where the magnetic field was the messiest. Radars and signals would be lost in this region. The navigators had to rely on their innate talents to find the correct path and direct the ship out of this maze. The Feiyang ship was a basic military vessel, but it was equipped well. There was a navigator on board too, so under his guidance, the Feiyang ship moved steadily towards their destination. Something is wrong. The navigator shouted suddenly. The sleepy crew beside him woke up from the shout. What happened? The operative asked nervously. The life of everyone on board the ship was in their hands. It was already too huge of a burden for him to bear. I felt something moving towards us, the navigator said seriously. Moving towards us? Is it a meteorite? Or is it a ruin in this maze? These were the first things the operative thought of. His expression changed. I'm not sure. The navigator replied. He was only a low-level navigator. He could only sense the right path and whether anything was flying towards them. He was unable to see things around them like high-level navigators. Everyone, be on your guard. Be careful of meteorites and ruins. Don't let the ship bump into anything. The captain had rushed over after receiving the news. The people in the control room got busy. The radar was useless now, so everyone had to use binoculars. Ah, what is that? One of the crew saw something huge in his vision and shouted. The crew moved quickly and soon, the image he saw was uploaded on the big screen. It is a massive starship. Someone shouted. It is the most powerful starship, the command ship. As the starship got closer, they could see the numerous cannons on the starship as well as its magnificent design. All these proved that there was a general on the starship. The starship moved to the side and revealed its fire phoenix totem on the side of the ship. Beside the phoenix, there was a huge number 23 foot. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao, who used to appear on screens, suddenly appeared in front of them. Were they dreaming? Beep, beep. An unknown starship wants to communicate with us. The optical supercomputer of the starship reminded everyone that a signal was coming in. The captain immediately answered the call. A clear voice sounded, "To the people on Feiyang, nice to meet you. This is General Ling Zhao's ship, the Phoenix. Please prepare yourself. The general would like to personally board Feiyang." "Yes, yes. I will prepare instantly." The captain hung up excitedly. No one expected that they would meet General Ling Zhao in the magnetic field maze. They never thought that the general would want to board the Feiyang ship too. This was their honor. Although the Feiyang ship was not under the 23rd Division and Ling Zhao was not their direct leader, he was everyone's idol in the military. Everyone would be excited to see Ling Zhao. How could anyone reject meeting him? The entire crew on the Feiyang ship started preparing for General Ling Zhao's arrival. Very soon, a huge mecha flew out of the Phoenix. It was the God-class mecha which was always seen on the screen. Everyone stared at it intently. The mecha landed on the entrance of the Feiyang ship. All the crew was in the mecha hold. They watched as the God-class mecha, Belief, got transported into the center of the mecha hold. The cockpit opened. Ling Zhao came down with the help of the elevator platform. There was a beautiful woman beside him. She was his wife, Lan Luofeng. She wore a military uniform. They looked really good together. The moment Ling Zhao and Lan Luofeng landed, the captain rushed forward excitedly and bowed to Ling Zhao. "Nice to meet you, General." Ling Zhao smiled and saluted back. "Thank you for your hard work." The captain's face turned red when he got a reply from Ling Zhao. He didn't know what to say. Ling Zhao didn't mind his reaction. He brought Lan Luofeng and walked towards the two Caesar mechas. He looked at them carefully. After a while, he asked, "Are these the war trophies that the Lingtian battle team brought back?" This sentence confirmed that the two mechas belonged to Lingtian. The captain felt as though he was splashed with a bucket of cold water. He regained his senses. He remembered that his general wanted the two mechas too. The captain gave a forced smile. Since General Ling Zhao came directly to the ship, the final result was apparent. The two mechas would definitely be taken by the 23rd Division. The plan that their general had failed. Who would dare to stop General Ling Zhao? Unless their general came personally, no one could stop him. They could only listen to his words obediently. The captain couldn't help but look at Ling Lan and her team with envy. They had such a good leader. The Lingtian battle team had a bright future ahead of themselves. The other battle teams felt helpless too. No one expected Ling Zhao to personally come to protect the merits of a battle team under his division. They were a step behind. Meng Shangyuan smiled at Ling Lan and her team members. With Ling Zhao around, they would definitely get the rewards that they deserved. Actually, when he knew that the other divisions wanted to snatch this merit from them, he was worried. They were recruits who just entered the 23rd Division. If there was no one powerful supporting them, this merit would never land in their hands. Luckily, they had an impartial general. This was their good fortune as well as the luck of the Federation. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Just like that, after examining the two mechas, Ling Zhao ordered Ling Lan and her team members to bring the mechas back to the Phoenix. At the same time, he ordered them to return to the 23rd Division with them. As the crew of the Feiyang ship looked at them with complicated expressions, Ling Lan and her team members, as well as the two mechas, disappeared from their sight. The crew was only able to send this news to their general after they left the magnetic field maze. Hence, by the time the generals received this news, it was already too late. Ling Zhao had already returned to the base of the 23rd Division, planet Southcrest. No one was able to snatch the two mechas from Ling Zhao anymore. After this piece of news came, the discussion continued. No one dared to make any more request. They had nothing to threaten He Shuyang with. If they provoked him, he might even turn his back on them. In the end, He Shuyang was the biggest winner of the discussion. However, In order to protect the Ling Tian battle team's cut, he told everyone that the two mechas were taken down by the 6 battle teams together. Ling Tian battle team would get the merit they deserve, and he also got some benefits from the other 5 battle teams too. These benefits would actualize in the future, so it was not important now. On the other side, Ling Lan and her team members operated their mechas and landed on the Phoenix with the 2 Caesar mechas. The moment Lan Luofeng returned to the Phoenix and saw Ling Lan, she changed from an elegant lady into a mother who missed her daughter dearly. "Oh my God, my dear baby. I miss you so much." Lan Luofeng's hug almost caused Ling Lan to lose her breath. She was speechless when she saw the tears on her mother's face. "Mom, you are using this method again. I miss you too." Ling Lan couldn't do anything to Lan Luofeng. She could only console her mother. She glanced at Ling Xiao and wanted him to take his wife back. Qi Long and the others all smiled secretly when they saw the situation Ling Lan was in. Their almighty boss has a weakness too. Qi Long told himself that if he provoked Ling Lan in the future, he would definitely find his mother. Ling Xiao wanted to continue watching the show, but when he saw the threatening gaze Ling Lan was giving him, he knew that he must act. If not, Ling Lan might do something to him. "Luofeng, Lan'er said that he missed your cooking. Why don't you make some food for him?" Lan Luofeng was shocked. She looked at Ling Lan in disbelief. "Baby, did you really like the food I made? That is amazing. I knew that my baby would like my cooking. Daddy, are you helping me or creating trouble for me?" Ling Lan glared at her father and then said to Lan Luofeng, "Mummy, Daddy likes your braised pork too. Remember to make one for him. Since you did this to me, I must pull you down too." Ling Xiao's face turned pale. The last time he ate her braised pork, it was either uncooked or burnt. The taste was indescribable. However, Lan Luofeng's elated look made him swallow his rejection. He smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, remember to cook one for me." As expected, his daughter was not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao felt happy and depressed at the same time. He didn't cause trouble for her intentionally. He just said the wrong things. But, since he already made a mistake, he would just suffer with his daughter. Ling Xiao decided to enjoy the best out of the situation. Was this considered as family bonding? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan chose the wrong person to help her. In front of Lan Luofeng, Ling Xiao was helpless. He would do anything to make Lan Luofeng happy, even if it meant creating trouble for him and his daughter. Not only that, he would do the same thing to the other members of the Ling Tian battle team too. Lan Luofeng invited the other members of Ling Tian to have a meal together. She wanted to show off her cooking skills in front of Ling Lan's friends and showed them that she was a good mother. Hence, she decided that she would make the dishes all by herself. Ling Lan saw the confidence and decisiveness in her mother's eyes and knew that her friends couldn't escape anymore. She didn't want her friends to suffer with her, so she secretly winked at them and hoped that they would reject her mother. Unfortunately, no one accepted her goodwill. The temptation of having a meal with their idol was too great. Everyone ignored the wink their boss gave them and promptly accepted Motherland's invitation. No, someone still kept his cool. Li Lanfeng wanted to reject the offer, but before he could open his mouth, Zhao Jun tackled him and covered his mouth. He dragged Li Lanfeng to the back of the group. By the time Li Lanfeng managed to break free from the grip, the others had accepted the invitation. Li Lanfeng didn't know what to say. Ling Lan looked at them helplessly. Li Lanfeng was worried. He felt that something unexpected would happen during the meal. If not, his rabbit would not look at them like that. He understood her gaze. It was filled with pity and helplessness. There was a hint of schadenfreude in it. She seemed to be telling them that they deserved it. During dinner, he was the only one who remained vigilant. However, he was still unable to escape. He put a small piece of vegetable in his mouth. In that instant, he knew why Ling Lan looked at them with that look. Compared to the others, Li Lanfeng was in a better situation. He only took a small piece of vegetable, so he was able to control the uncomfortable feeling and swallow the weird-tasting vegetable with a straight face. Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingjie were not so lucky. They were extremely excited to see the dishes Mother Lan made for them. These were cooked personally by General Ling Xiao's wife. Only General Ling Xiao was able to eat these dishes on a daily basis. They felt lucky that they were able to have a taste of it again. Qi Long was the one who thought that he could taste it again. When he went to his boss's house in the past with Han Jijian, they ate the food cooked by Mother Lan, supposedly. Actually, the food was made by Ling Nani and a servant. They knew how great Lan Luofeng's cooking was, so they would never let her enter the kitchen. Hence, Lan Luofeng only gave them ideas about the dishes. Whether the ideas were taken into consideration by Ling Nani, no one knew. Anyway, because of that experience, Qi Long was fooled. He thought that Mother Lan was a really good cook. He never expected her food to taste like poison. Hence, he took a large portion of vegetables with his chopsticks. Zhao Jun and Li Yingjie did the same thing too. They placed it in their mouth without any hesitation. Let's pray for these three people and hope that they would survive Mother Lan's dishes. A weird taste spread in their mouth. It was an indescribable taste. The food tasted cooked and raw at the same time. The three of them opened their mouth and wanted to spit out the food. At that moment, they felt a sharp gaze staring at them. Their boss was looking at them with cold eyes. There was an underlying threat in her eyes. If they dared to spit out the food, they were dead. The three of them closed their mouth immediately. Lan Luofeng noticed that they didn't swallow their food and asked nervously, "Why aren't you all eating? Is it not nice?" She was worried. Were her cooking skills still so bad after so many years? The three of them shook their heads. They didn't dare to tell Mother Lan that her food tasted bad. Just look at how their boss was staring at them. If they dared to reveal the truth to Mother Lan, they would get killed. Since it's nice, eat. Ling Lan placed her right hand on the table and lifted her forefinger. She pointed at the food that they picked up with their chopsticks. Then, she calmly took a piece of side dish from a plate and ate it indifferently. Sob, as expected of their boss. He could remain calm in all kinds of situations. The three of them didn't dare to disobey their boss. They had tears in their eyes as they tried to swallow most of the food. When they decided to stop eating, Ling Lan lifted her forefinger again. She wanted them to continue eating. The three of them looked at Ling Lan helplessly. They wanted her to let them off this time. However, Ling Lan gave them a death glare. They got a shock and quickly started taking in more food. Sob, "I rather die from Mother Lan's food than from boss's torture." The three of them chose the better option. Lan Luofeng was elated when she saw her dishes being so popular. She looked at the three young men lovingly. She knew that her cooking was not that bad. Look at how well they were eating her food. She decided that the next time these three young men come to her house, she would cook more food for them. Luckily, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingjie didn't know what Mother Lan was thinking. If not, they would never dare to come and visit Ling Lan again. However, they didn't. Hence, when they came to visit their idol, General Ling Xiao, again, they never expected to be welcomed with a table full of dishes. The three of them thought that they would die at the dining table, but they proved that the human race is very resilient. They managed to leave the dining table alive. Their footsteps were a little wobbly. The weird-tasting food made them lose their bodily functions temporarily. They could only smile stupidly now. Lin Zhongqing was much better than them. Although he was excited, he remembered his table manners and ate his food in small bites. This saved him. He was not forced to eat all the food from his boss. However, he ate quite a bit of food too. His friends were eating so furiously, so he couldn't stop eating too. Even with his eating speed, he had temporarily forgotten some of his memories. He forgot how food should taste like. Li Lan Feng was in the best state. He only took a small piece of vegetable at the start, so he maintained his speed and quantity. He ate the least out of everyone and was the calmest among them. While the others focused their attention on battling the food in front of them, Li Lan Feng had the extra energy to talk to Lan Luofeng. Lan Luofeng was delighted by what he said and kept laughing. Ling Lan and Ling Xiao both looked at Li Lan Feng from the corner of their eyes. Ling Xiao, how dare this young man talk to my wife like that in front of me? Is he disregarding my presence? Ling Lan, why didn't I know that he was so talkative? He seems like a different person today. So weird. Forget it, since mother is happy, I will not blame him. The meal ended with complicated feelings. Lan Luofeng was the happiest out of everyone. Her dishes were all finished. Li Lan Feng was a good talker and managed to make her laugh all the time. She smiled all the way through the meal. Ling Lan was the next in line. Since her mother was happy, she was happy too. She would never admit that she missed her mother. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, felt complicated. He felt good that his daughter and her friends were enjoying themselves. However, if Li Lan Feng didn't put in so much effort to make his wife happy, he would feel more at ease. Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingjie were in a daze, so they could be disregarded. Lin Zhongqing felt relieved. Finally, everything ended. Not only was Motherland's cooking poisonous, but General Ling Xiao's domineering aura also made him stress too. Although he looked amiable, he couldn't completely hide his aura. He looked at Li Lan Feng with admiration. He didn't expect Li Lan Feng to be so calm in front of General Ling Xiao. This was something he would never be able to do. After Li Lan Feng walked out of the room, he relaxed his shoulders. He could finally feel at ease now. Did he act well in front of Mother Lan? Li Lan Feng was not sure if his performance was good or not. Ling Lan was really important to him. Hence, he was unable to maintain his composure. Li Lan Feng smiled bitterly. Seemed like he still overdid it. He felt complicated. He helped Lin Zhongqing drag the other three back to their rooms and went back. He tossed and turned in his bed for the entire night. After sending her friends away, Ling Lan turned and entered the dining hall again. Lan Luofeng was happily clearing the table while humming Li Yinfei's most popular song, Tranquil Night. She had been in love with Li Yinfei's songs recently. Are you very happy? Ling Xiao was sitting on the sofa. His voice was gentle, but Ling Lan detected a hint of unhappiness in it. Did one of her friends make her father unhappy? Ling Lan hadn't realized that her father was jealous. Of course. My baby's friends are the best. Ling Lan felt her father's aura turning colder when Lan Luofeng said this. This feeling was gone in a second. Only a domain realm master like Ling Lan was able to notice such a short change. Hence, Lan Luofeng didn't notice anything. She continued smiling brightly and said, they knew how to appreciate my cooking. Look at how much those three boys ate. No wonder they are so well built. Ling Zhao's unhappiness disappeared when he heard what she said. He looked at her lovingly. So what if Li Lan Feng talked so much? In his wife's heart, the three boys who ate more food left a much deeper impression. He was not a threat at all. Ling Xiao felt pity for the young man. He wasted so much effort to make his wife happy and got nothing back in return. When Ling Lan walked in, Lan Luofeng smiled. Baby, one of them visited us for the first time, right? Ling Lan nodded. Yes. His name is Li Yingjie. Do you remember the arrogant brat in Scout Academy last time? Oh, it's him. No wonder he looks so familiar. Wasn't he your rival last time? Why did he enter your battle team? Lan Luofeng asked curiously. Maybe my father is too charismatic, so he chose to apply for the 23rd Division. However, he didn't want to join other battle teams because he didn't know anyone there, so he chose to become my member temporarily, Ling Lan explained. That boy seems like a good person. Take care of him next time, Lan Luofeng smiled as she replied. I understand, mummy, Ling Lan replied helplessly. She didn't expect Li Yingjie to gain her mother's liking the first time they met. She thought that he would be the least liked by her mother. Ling Lan suddenly remembered that Li Yingjie was also well liked by the aunties on the Feiyang ship. Does he have a hidden innate talent? A talent which allowed older women to like him like their own child. She noted this down mentally. The next time they meet a mother, she would send Li Yingjie up first and test her prediction. Suddenly, Ling Xiao interrupted them. How well do you know Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng? They are 3 years older than me. We only worked together for a little over a year. I don't understand them as well as the others, but I trust them, Ling Lan replied firmly. That's good. But Li Lanfeng, Ling Xiao paused. He pondered over his words. Has a bit of a problem. Oh. Ling Lan raised her eyebrows. She wanted her father to elaborate more. What is his position in your battle team? Ling Xiao asked seriously. Strategist. At the same time, a capable fighter, Ling Lan replied. I remember that you already have a strategist in your team. His name is Han Jijian, right? Ling Xiao frowned. It is not good to have 2 people in the same position in a team. 2 different factions might appear if you have 2 strategists. I know. However, it is fine. Li Lanfeng specializes in hidden schemes while Han Jijian is a decisive person and likes to scheme openly. They complement each other well. However, he gave me the feeling that he is not satisfied with what you gave him. He wants more, Ling Xiao reminded her. More. Ling Lan frowned curiously. What does Li Lanfeng want? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Lan Luofeng heard the conversation between them, and interjected, Ling Xiao, you're thinking too much. Although this person isn't as bright as Qi Long and the others, he isn't a bad guy. Ling Xiao and Ling Lan looked towards Lan Luofeng simultaneously, waiting for her to elaborate more. Could it be that you two think that his aura isn't clean? That type of aura isn't something that someone that is evil could acquire. Lan Luofeng said how she felt outright. Ling Xiao and Ling Lan went into deep thought. Lan Luofeng continued, also someone that my little baby Lan acknowledges shouldn't be too weak. Lan Luofeng was without a doubt, a mother who trusted her own daughter unconditionally. Ling Xiao couldn't refute Lan Luofeng's words. He couldn't just say that he didn't trust his own daughter's intuition. *T, he said something wrong again. It wasn't like they were choosing a son-in-law, he shouldn't care about his daughter's intuition. Ling Xiao thought in his own mind that what he was thinking about was wrong. However, Lan Luofeng's words had made Ling Xiao temporarily put down his disapproval of Li Lanfeng. But in the depths of his mind, he still felt that punk Li Lanfeng was annoying, a strong intuitive feeling. However, Ling Xiao didn't think too much of it. Those punks would be staying under his watch and probably couldn't do anything anyways. Ling Lan talked with her mom and dad for another short while. Then she returned to the room Lan Luofeng had prepared for her. However, as she entered the room, the cold expression on her face twitched. The pink princess-style room was cramping her style. Could it be that her mother was protesting Ling Lan's style? Ling Lan fell asleep after thinking some random thoughts. It was the first time she had slept soundly ever since she received the previous mission. Even Little Four, who saw the boss in deep sleep, couldn't help but silence his breathing, afraid that he would disturb her. Little Four, who had been by Ling Lan's side for all this time, knew that in the past month and a half, his boss hadn't really fallen into deep sleep even once. She was always alert and would enter battle mode if anything had happened. Little Four was even worried that the boss's body might not be able to handle it. It was a good thing that Ling Xiao had come. The boss can finally sleep peacefully. While watching Ling Lan, who was in deep sleep, Little Four suddenly felt sleepy as well. He blinked confusedly. Could an intelligent entity like himself become sleepy? However, Sleeping together with boss was indeed very tempting for Little Four. Thus Little Four curled up beside Ling Lan's consciousness and slowly fell asleep. As Little Four slept, his body slowly became translucent in the mind space. In the end, he became completely transparent and then disappeared from Ling Lan's mind space. In the learning space, the originally peaceful environment suddenly became apocalyptic. Not long after, all of the instructors gathered together in Instructor Number 1's dimension. Number 1, what happened? Why are the dimensions unstable? The mecha data that had been gathered in Number 3's dimension began to get mixed up. This made Number 3 very scared. Everyone looked towards Number 1. All of their dimensions had all changed more or less. After so many years, this was the first time a big change had happened. Number 1 looked at his own dimension. Dark clouds loomed above in the sky constantly. He couldn't help but frown. He discovered that Little Four's evolution had already become something he could not predict. He also didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Majesty 4 is evolving. Number 1 was silent for a few seconds, then finally spoke. Evolving? You're saying Majesty 4 is entering his mature stage? That's not possible. Number 5 exclaimed. It would require thousands or even tens of thousands of years for an intelligent entity to enter its mature stage. However, it had been just shy of 40 years since Little Four had awakened. In Mandora, he was considered to be still a newborn. When Little Four entered his growing stage 10 or so years ago, Number 1 had already felt it was odd and completely unimaginable. However, only using 10 years to evolve into the mature stage was impossible. Number 5 even thought that Number 1 was joking, even though Number 1 never joked about anything. Number 1's calm and collected expression calmed Number 5 down. He rubbed his face and asked, then what situation of his evolution right now? I don't know. Number 1 shouted out these words clearly. This made all of the instructors frown in dismay. They were all thinking, Number 1, you are being too irresponsible. You are Majesty 4's protector. Majesty 4's evolution has surpassed the estimation we had done back in the Mandora star system. Thus, I don't even know what level Majesty 4 will be evolving towards. Number 1 replied calmly. Then what should we do now? My dimension is in chaos. There isn't a peaceful place in sight. Why couldn't he just evolve and not cause such a ruckus? Number 4 frowned in dismay as she twirled her finger around her hair. Who told you to make such a mess of your dimension? I reckon our Majesty 4 is afraid that you'll teach bad things to his boss, so he took this chance to destroy your dimension. Number 6 laughed. His dimension was still alright since there were only a few thunderstorms. Number 4 glared at Number 6. Number 6 couldn't endure the glare and began trembling. In the next second, a soft and warm hand held on to Number 6's ear. Little 6, you actually dare to mock your elder sister Number 4? You don't want to live anymore, right? Number 6 immediately begged for forgiveness, begging Number 4 to let him go. In the learning space, Number 7, Number 8 and himself were considered to be the weakest in terms of power and would always be bullied. Just now he spoke too much. Number 4 ruthlessly beat Number 6. Number 7 and Number 8 automatically moved to the side. Only an idiot would dare to anger that scary woman. Number 6 was clearly looking for a death wish. Although they were all brother-in-arms, they would stand still and coldly watch on the side in order to protect their own life. Crash! Suddenly the sky exploded and a flash of lightning struck the ground. It split Number 1's stone chair into 2 pieces. Number 4 immediately stopped what she was about to do. She looked towards the stone chair in dismay. Number 1, even your dimension has become chaotic. It looks like Majesty 4's evolution is very dangerous this time. Yes. After saying that, Number 1 had appeared in the void. A terrifying aura suddenly exuded out of his body. It was as though the dark clouds around them suddenly felt something intimidating and calmed down. Then, the dark clouds dissipated and finally returned to the clear skies it once was. You guys stay here and wait for Majesty 4 to finish his evolution. After number 1 released his aura and stabilized the dimension, he said this to everyone and continued to cross his legs together to meditate. The other instructors all looked at each other. Number 2, who had a black cloak on, coldly said, "Then I'm going to rest now." After saying that, number 2 combined his shadow with number 1's and disappeared. "Let's all go to sleep. We can't leave here anyways." Number 5 shrugged his shoulders. With number 1's domain presence holding the dimension together, none of them had the power to leave. Additionally, their dimensions were not necessarily safer than number 1's domain. Number 5 looked around and saw a place. He wrapped up his sleeves and waved his hands. The sound of twigs snapping began to echo as a sky-towering tree was flattened into a flat area. He laid down and smiled towards number 9, "Little sister 9, do you want to come with me?" Number 9 glared at him angrily, then she sat beside number 1 with her legs crossed as well. Only an idiot would go with number 5. A figure suddenly appeared beside number 5. Number 4 got closer to number 5's body and said, "What, you only remembered your younger sister 9 and didn't think of your elder sister 4? Number 5's wrist trembled and number 4 quickly moved away. "Humph, number 5, you're so violent. You actually don't care about preserving beauty," said number 4 angrily as she stood beside a tree with a silver needle between her fingers. "If you want to preserve your beauty, go to the big boss." Number 5 laid down, "Don't bother me. I'm not interested in you." Number 4 pouted and whispered, "Perverts' appetites are odd. They actually like icebergs. Don't you like icebergs as well?" Number 5's voice echoed in number 4's ear. After hearing her inner thoughts being brought out into the open, number 4 snorted coldly and vanished without a trace in the next second. Number 3 had already created an open space on the hill. He predicts that he will be living in this dimension for quite some time, thus he actually built a simple house for himself. Seeing this, number 6, 7 and 8 quickly came to help. The pressure where number 1 was too strong. Only number 9, and the incredible existence number 2 could stay around him without a problem. Number 5 was clearly a pervert, so they didn't dare to get too close to him. Number 4. Woo-woo, they didn't want to play with her. Thus, they felt that living together with number 3 was the safest choice. Just like that, the instructors began living inside number 1's dimension while waiting for little 4's evolution to finish. Ling Lan had a good night's sleep. After she woke up, she actually discovered that she had passed out for 24 hours. However, after such a long sleep, she had recovered to her peak state. She felt great. Although she felt like she was full of energy, she still felt there was something off. However, before she could think about it in more detail, she was called by her mother, who was worried and by her side this entire time, to go to dinner. Of course this time, Lan Luofeng didn't cook. If the general's wife cooked every day, then what's the use of the chefs? Yesterday, it was only because Ling Xiao said the wrong things to cause that tragedy to occur. After the table was full of delicious foods, Ling Xiao told Ling Lan that they will be flying to planet Southcrest. After reaching planet Southcrest, Ling Lan would lead her team members to immediately return to the 23 RD Division's headquarters to receive their promotions and rewards. As for Ling Xiao, he would continue to talk with the other generals and would of course be oblivious to everything. Just like that, once they arrived at planet Southcrest, Ling Lan departed from her father's quarters. The 6 of them wore their military uniforms Ling Xiao had prepared for them and went straight towards the headquarters of the division. On their way, Ling Lan finally knew why she felt that something was off. It turns out she hadn't seen little 4 since she woke up. Could it be that little 4 was running around and having fun in the virtual world and forget to come back? Ling Lan couldn't help but call out little 4. However, no matter how many times she called out for him, little 4 didn't respond. Ling Lan began to panic. Was little 4 in danger? Thinking back to the 24 hours of sleep she had, she couldn't help but think that something bad had happened to little 4 during that time. Feeling the anxiousness in Ling Lan's mind, a chubby little kid, who was sleeping soundly in one of the dimensions, was drop-kicked into Ling Lan's mind space by number 1. Inside Ling Lan's mind space, a chubby ball suddenly fell from the sky. Ling Lan frowned. "Little Blossom, how come you're so chubby now?" Little Blossom was originally not chubby enough to be in a ball shape. Little Blossom used his chubby little hands to rub his eyes, yawned and opened his eyes. He saw his master looking at him coldly. He looked around him and felt odd. It wasn't the place where he went to sleep. Little Blossom, who was still confused, didn't have time to think more deeply. He saw Ling Lan and immediately shouted, "Master, you're looking for me." Hearing this, Ling Lan's forehead twitched again. "I wasn't looking for you. I'm looking for Little Four." "Where did Little Four go? Do you know?" Little Blossom thought deeply for a second, then said, "Big Boss number 1 said that elder brother Little Four is undergoing evolution." "Evolution?" Ling Lan was stunned. "Yes, evolution, like sleeping." Little Blossom carefully answered with his fingers in his mouth. He himself had evolved during his sleep. Even Little Four needs evolving. Ling Lan never thought about it before because in the past 20 years, Little Four never left her side like this. She thought Little Four would be with her forever, until she reaches the end of her days. Yes, intelligent entities like us must always evolve. If we evolve once, we will become stronger. Little Blossom replied. After hearing Little Blossom's explanation, Ling Lan knew that it was a good thing, so she felt relieved. However, suddenly losing Little Four made Ling Lan feel that she was not used to it. Thus she asked, "Little Blossom, when do you think Little Four will be able to come back?" "That I don't know. Every intelligent entity's evolution is different. I would just need to sleep for one night. However, elder brother Little Four is stronger than me, so he probably needs a few nights." Little Blossom replied confusedly. "Hope everything goes well." Ling Lan was very worried. She knew that evolution wasn't risk-free. It was similar to her advancing where there was a threshold every time. If she could pass it, then her future would be clear. If she didn't pass the threshold, becoming injured was considered to be light. The most serious consequence was level regression. It could even cause PTSD and make it so she would never be able to advance. There was an even scarier possibility of becoming insane and then perish from the inside out. "It's all right. Elder brother Little Four is very strong." Little Blossom was very confident in her elder brother Little Four. "Yes, you're right." Ling Lan rubbed the chubby little boy's head. She should learn from Little Blossom and believe in Little Four. "So, why are you here?" Ling Lan continued to ask questions. She was looking for Little Four, so why did Little Blossom come out? "Big Boss number 1 told me come and stay with Master," said Little Blossom as if he was being wronged. It should be known that he was sleeping in his dimension, but was kicked out into this space by the unruly Big Boss number 1. Now that he thought about it, every time he woke up in the past, he would be knocked out by someone. Now, he believed that it was probably that evil Big Boss number 1. "Stay with me." Ling Lan frowned again. What was number 1 doing? Does he actually think that she was some little girl who needed a doll to stay with her? Well, no. He made me come over to be a substitute for Little Four to help Master. Little Blossom felt instructor number 1 sending over a terrifying aura and knew that he had said something wrong, so he immediately changed his wording. Little Blossom thought to himself, "Woo-woo, the Master is so kind. Elder brother Little Four is kind too. Only Big Boss number 1 is scary. Help me." Ling Lan thought it was laughable. It seemed that Little Blossom was Little Four's substitute member. However, didn't this little punk only know how to devour spiritual power? What can he do to help her? Thus she smiled and asked, "Then tell me, what can you help me do?" Little Blossom rubbed his fingers together and thought with all his might. After thinking for a while, he responded slowly, yes, Master, I can help you eat things." Ling Lan almost fainted. What else can you devour other than spiritual power? She didn't want to become a murderous maniac and just let him devour the spiritual power of humans, right? This little blossom was as expected, not normal. Ah. That, yes, I remember now. I can also devour data. Little Blossom thought deeply for a second and finally remembered the things he could devour. Ling Lan raised an eyebrow. Oh. Yes, I can devour all of the data in the virtual world. Devour. Little Blossom pumped his fist in excitement, showing that he wasn't someone useless. Ugh, this intelligent entity. So you're like a hacker who develops viruses from my previous life. Ling Lan thought deeply about it for a second. Although he wasn't like Little Four, who could change and manipulate data at will, he could still make it so others will not be able to find data of her. It was indeed something that could help her and provide her with some sort of aid. Now that she understood what Little Blossom's capabilities were in a broader sense, she said approvingly, "Not bad. Little Blossom, then I will leave myself in your care from now on." Little Blossom proudly patted his chest and replied, "Don't worry, master. Before elder brother Little Four returns, Little Blossom will try his best to help master." It seemed that he was little punk who didn't know how to be modest. Ling Lan felt that her future was bleak. Why did asking Little Blossom for help made her feel so perturbed? It wasn't as comfortable as asking Little Four. "Little Blossom, did you know that your master dislikes you?" Although Ling Lan had conversed with Little Blossom in her mind space, in the real world, Qi Long and the others could only see their boss meditating. Not long after, they had arrived at the 23 RD Division's headquarters. On the outside it was called the 23 RD Division's headquarters, but in reality it could be described more as a super city that was surrounded by walls. After reaching a kilometer away from the entrance to the city, the hover car descended to a height of 3 meters. Flying high in the headquarters was restricted. All flying objects flying above 5 meters would be ruthlessly shot down. No one could go against this regulation. The hover car continued to move forward and arrived at the entrance to the city. There was a checkpoint at the door with 2 small mecha battle teams guarding it. Those who tried to get into the city with problems or showing odd behaviors, those people would be captured by the guards. And resistance would be met with merciless attacks. Ling Lan's 6-man team scanned their communicators at the scanners beside the checkpoint. The door automatically opened after they scanned their communicators and the hover car continued to move forward. Their identities of course didn't have any issues, thus the mecha teams guarding the checkpoint ignored them. Once they had gone into the city, they could see that there were 1 mecha battle team patrolling the skies, and many military personnel patrolling the ground as well. A short while later, the hover car automatically stopped at a plaza close to the entrance of the city. At that moment, the plaza had many soldiers standing in it. These soldiers saw the hover car entering the plaza. They all looked at it with curiosity. When they saw 6 young soldiers walking out of the hover car, they were surprised. It should be known that new recruits almost never had the chance to set foot on the headquarters. But now, seeing how young these soldiers were, these 6 were without a doubt new recruits. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At that moment, a battle team from the Staff Officer Department was waiting in the plaza. Everyone in the area were curious about their actions but didn't dare to bother them. The senior captain leading the battle team suddenly walked towards Ling Lan's group of 6. He walked in front of Ling Lan and saluted her. "Hello, are you Major Ling Lan?" Ling Lan was dumbstruck. She was a senior captain a moment ago, so when did she become a major? She saluted back with many unanswered questions in her head. "Hello, I am Ling Lan and you are?" "I am the team leader of one of the battle teams guarding the Staff Officer Department, Senior Captain Yulin. I came here specifically to welcome you, Major." Although Senior Captain Yulin's tone was respectful, his eyes still showed a hint of surprise and confusion. Although he had seen the pictures of Ling Lan's group of 6, he was still very surprised at the young-looking faces of the actual person. After hearing all that, Li Lanfeng and the others, who were standing beside Ling Lan were all moved. If the division's general was considered to be the brains of the division, then the staff officer department would be the center of command for the entire division. The orders and decisions of the general would go through them and then be sent out to every corner of the division. It could be said that the staff officer department was the most important department of a division. The Thousand-Year War god, Marshal Luo Yazan, who had never lost a battle, had once said that in order to defeat a division, they would need to do was to take out the staff officer department. From this, it can be seen how important the staff officer department was within a division. Who knew that such an incredible department would actually send people down to welcome them? Ling Lan and the others instantly felt they were being pampered. They didn't stop for a second, sat in the hover car Yulin had prepared and flew towards the staff officer department. As they left the plaza, the veterans, who stood by watching silently, suddenly erupted into discussions. The staff officer department actually sent someone to pick them up. Who are those new recruits? That new recruit is already a major. How can us veterans, who are still with a captain rank, live in this division in the future? Some veterans couldn't help but to be green envy. Do you guys think those new recruits are going there because something happened at the staff officer department? Even veterans had exuberant curiosity. Who knows? How are we supposed to know what happens at the staff officer department? The heart of the 23 RD Division's control and order was a mysterious and heavily guarded place that people looked up towards. Common soldiers were prohibited from getting close to the staff officer department. It was also the place that determined officer rankings and promotions. Thus, one should never mess with an officer from the staff officer department. Otherwise, that individual shouldn't even think of getting any promotions. Even if the individual had a chance to, the department would make it impossible. Of course, if an individual had connections within the staff officer department, then congratulations. As long as the individual did not make any major mistakes, the individuals would easily climb to the position the individual is capable of. The staff officer department in each division was a force to be reckoned with. This was also another reason why these veterans were surprised when the staff officer department sent people to welcome those new recruits. It should be known that, normally, those guards from the staff officer department would never behave like they had today. Not using their nostrils to look at an individual was considered to be in a good mood. At that moment, the information about Ling Lan acquiring 2 Caesar Ace mechas was still under wraps. Even those who Ling Xiao had contacted were making moves surreptitiously. In the 23rd Division, other than those who knew about the incident, other officers did not know about this information. Even though these veterans weren't certain the reason why those youngsters were treated in such a way by the staff officer department, this scene still made those who witnessed it to remember it as clear as day. Not long after, the 5 divisions all publicly released the information. These veterans then finally understood the reason why those youngsters were receiving so much attention by the staff officer department. Those youngsters were the heroes who achieved greatness for the 23rd Division. Inside the staff officer department, the second staff officer Tong Jiying was very busy. After looking at the piles of documents on his desk, he couldn't help but rub his temples. Man, when he Shuyang was there, it didn't feel like he was important. Now that he left, why did he feel that he needed his Shuyang again? The adjutant beside him quickly brought a cup of water and said, "Major General, please take a break." "No, I can't. That bastard Big he just left and left all these gifts for me. The Corps is still waiting for our reply." Tong Jiying drank the cup of water to help himself become more alert. Then he put down the cup and continued to read through the documents he had on his desk. The adjutant sighed and took away the cup. Ever since the first staff officer He Shuyang temporarily left the staff officer department for an errand, Major General Tong would work until midnight. These were the leftover documents that had already been thinned by the lower ranks. It wasn't easy being a high-ranking official. After flipping through a few pages of the documents, Tong Jiying suddenly remembered something. He raised his head and asked, "Did that major called Ling Lan arrive yet?" The adjutant replied immediately, "He hasn't arrived yet, but the people downstairs have sent someone to welcome them. Don't worry, it won't affect anything." "That's good. Before Big Boss he left, he repeatedly told me to make sure this must be done correctly. I also want to see this Ling Lan and what he's capable of. He actually made Big Boss he care for him so much. Tong Jiying frowned and continued, I remember that this Ling Lan is still a new recruit, had only just passed the training period and was distributed to a mecha clan. After less than a month, Big Boss he let him advance to a major. He even ignored everyone else's criticism and wanted to appoint Ling Lan as the 250 Mecha Clan's regiment commander. Although 250 Mecha Clan was useless, it was still an official Mecha Clan. Once Ling Lan assumed the position, he would become a clan-level official. He would actually be able to enter the higher ranks of the division and would have the power to command soldiers. Big Boss he always does his work fairly, but now he looks after Ling Lan. If I didn't know Big Boss he personally, I would even suspect that Ling Lan was Big Boss he's illegitimate child. After saying all this, Tong Jiying began to laugh out loud. He couldn't help but think that because he Shuyang cared for Ling Lan way too much. Tong Jiying didn't know that although Ling Lan wasn't he Shuyang's illegitimate child, she still had a connection with the highest-ranked division officer. Yes, Tong Jiying had once thought about this, after all they both had the surname Ling, right? However, Ling Zhao's image of being fair was deeply embedded in the hearts of the public. Additionally, there wasn't any confirmed reports that indicated General Ling Xiao had children. As for other descendants of the Ling family, Ling Xiao was already being merciful for not making it difficult for them. He wouldn't carefully nurture them, right? The ripple between Ling Xiao and the Ling family was a publicized secret within the 23rd Division. This was also why Tong Jiying didn't let his subordinates handle Ling Lan's promotion. Instead, he chose to do it personally. He indeed wanted to know what kind of person Ling Lan was, for Big Boss he to care for him so much. At that moment, inside the staff officer department, all the staff members were busy. Inside the wide hall, there were staff members coming in and out of different rooms while holding large piles of documents. Although it was fully technological era where people relied upon the mainframe to arrange everything, the Federation had once seen how terrifying an out-of-control mainframe could be. Thus, the Federation still continued the habit from millennia ago to use paper documents in order to record information. This was to make sure no issues would arise and was also the reason why the staff officer department had so many documents flying around. Every application, supply distribution document, promotion documents, etc., were converted into paper form at the staff officer department. Then, these documents would be signed by those who were responsible at those different fields of expertise. In the end, it would be converted back into an electronic form to send it to the lower ranks. The paper documents would be kept in the data storage room in the staff officer department. Thus, in the staff officer department, it would always be like a battlefield where everyone ran in every direction. Sometimes urgent documents would cause people to run haphazardly. The staff officer department was the most disorderly place in the entire division. It was pure chaos as far as the eye could see. Ling Lan's group of 6 followed Yulin into the staff officer department. Before they walked even a few steps in, a tightly closed set of doors suddenly opened up. A staff member held onto a pile of documents and was running haphazardly. As luck would have it, he was going towards Ling Lan's group. The documents in his hands were tall enough to block his view. Thus, made him unaware of Ling Lan and the others. Right as he was going to bump into Ling Lan's group, the staff member suddenly panicked and shouted after he saw there were people in front of him, "Get out of the way! Out of the way!" Yulin didn't think someone would rush out from the room. Right as they were about to bump into each other, Ling Lan suddenly pulled him away. Yulin felt his body move to the side uncontrollably. That staff member missed him by a hair. The staff member, who didn't bump into anyone, didn't see Ling Lan's movements and thought the individual had moved aside. He saw that he didn't bump into anyone and was instantly relieved. He then said, "Brother, nice moves. Thank you." In the next second, he sprinted towards the room he was heading towards. Yulin glanced at Ling Lan with surprise in his eyes. The pull seemed to be simple on the surface, but was not as it seemed. The staff member came towards Yulin too suddenly. With his capabilities, Yulin wouldn't be able to dodge. Right as the two of them were about to bump into each other, Ling Lan easily helped him get out of the predicament. It seems that no matter from sight to reaction speed, Ling Lan was much better than him. Yulin thought about his refinement stage physical skills and couldn't help but think that maybe Ling Lan had already reached Qi Jin. It had to be said that Ling Lan's age made everyone unable to connect her to the level of domain. No matter if it was the Soul Society or Caesar, while they were looking for the domain expert within the escort group for the princess, these two parties had instantly ruled out Ling Lan's group. They didn't even think that the domain expert they were looking for was within Ling Lan's group. Back then, Ling Lan secretly hid the fact that she had already advanced into domain level to keep it as a trump card for herself. Now it seemed that it was indeed the correct choice. This made Ling Lan's age into her best protection. No one would suspect her group. Yulin, who initially didn't really care for these newbies, now began to respect them. It was no wonder that he could become majors at such a young age. Just from his physical skills, it was already many times higher than similar captain-level officers such as Yulin's own captain. Yulin didn't dare to be negligent anymore. He carefully led Ling Lan to an entrance of a room. Yulin pressed down on a button near the door and the door suddenly opened. What was seen was countless piles of documents and a person crawling on the floor as if he was looking for something. Yulin immediately saluted the person on the ground and shouted, "Colonel Yulin at your service. Colonel Ling Lan has been brought here." Hearing that, the person quickly stood up and looked towards Ling Lan's group of 6, who were standing behind Yulin. "You guys are finally here. The second staff officer is waiting for you." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The adjutant of the second staff officer called just now and asked if Ling Lan had arrived. It looked like Ling Lan had gained the attention of the higher authorities. He would have a bright future ahead of him. The colonel thought to himself. He started treating Ling Lan and her friends better. In order to become an officer at the staff officer department, you are required to be smart and know what are your superior's intention. Hence, the colonel knew that Ling Lan was going to be promoted and wouldn't do anything stupid such as offending her. He stopped what he was doing and brought Ling Lan to meet the second staff officer. Since his superior was in such a hurry, he didn't dare to waste any time. As for the other 5 members of Ling Tian, they didn't have the right to come. The second staff officer only asked for Ling Lan. They were brought to the side and waited there for Ling Lan. Tong Jiying just finished settling a document when he heard his adjutant said, "Ling Lan is here." Tong Jiying nodded slightly and asked the adjutant to bring Ling Lan in. Ling Lan came in with Colonel Yu. She saw a major general who looked the same age as He Shuyang. He was sitting behind an office desk and looking at her with a stern face. Ling Lan just entered the division, so she didn't have the chance to meet many high-ranking officers. However, she interacted with her father, General Ling Xiao, all the time. Ling Xiao looked gentle, but his aura was intimidating. If she was not afraid of him, why would she be scared by Tong Jiying? She calmly greeted Tong Jiying. Her actions were clean and sharp. There was no hesitation or fear in her actions. This left a good impression on Tong Jiying. Tong Jiying asked the two of them to sit down. Ling Lan sat up straight. Tong Jiying saw her cold and serious face and felt satisfied once again. He liked soldiers who had dignity and were neither arrogant nor humble. Tong Jiying's gaze turned gentle. He opened his mouth and said, "You are Ling Lan, right? I called for you because General Ling Xiao has a letter of appointment for you." Ling Lan immediately stood up. "I'm ready to accept the order." Tong Jiying stood up too. His adjutant passed him a document. Tong Jiying opened it and said slowly, "Senior Captain Ling Lan of Ling Tian Battle Team has performed exceptionally well in the mission. You will be given the first-rank merit and the Purple Cloud Medal of Honor. At the same time, you are appointed as the regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan. Your rank will be upgraded to a major and you will take over your new position immediately." person of appointment, Ling Xiao. Ling Lan was stunned. She thought that she would only get merits such as the Purple Cloud Medal of Honor. She never expected her father to break the tradition and give her the position of regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan. She was just a recruit. This time, her father really used his position for his personal matters. Why did she feel so touched? Ling Lan felt her father's love for her. Her heart was moved. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Thanks for trusting me." Tong Jiying saw Ling Lan's change of emotions. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw how well she controlled her emotions. Ling Lan indeed had great potential. Although the letter of appointment didn't state what mission it was, Tong Jiying knew that Ling Lan gained the merits by her own effort. The Purple Cloud Medal of Honor and the attention given by General Ling Xiao proved that all these merits were not gained through connection. Tong Jiying fully recognized Ling Lan this time. The meeting lasted for a few minutes. Tong Jiying was really busy, so Ling Lan and Colonel Yu left his office after she got her letter of appointment. "Congratulations, Regiment Commander Ling." Colonel Yu congratulated her sincerely. He knew that this young man had a bright future, but he didn't expect him to rise in rank so quickly. Ling Lan's status only had a small change. She rose to become a major. Most people were able to become a major if they had good mecha piloting skills and a stable realm. An example would be Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng. People who made contributions to the military would also be given the major title too. For example, Li Shiyu. As for those people who held positions that didn't need to fight, they would be given a major position after a certain number of years. Although Ling Lan was considered young, there were still many majors like her in the military. However, there was a difference between a real military rank and a fictitious military rank. A fictitious military rank just meant that this person could enjoy the benefits given to a person in his rank. These positions didn't hold much power. This was why Ling Xiao was more powerful than the 10 God-class operators. He had real power and had control over a division. Since Ling Lan was the regiment commander of the Mecha Clan 250, this meant that her status was a real military rank. She had control and power over a Mecha clan. This was why the colonel was shocked. Even though a Mecha clan was the smallest unit in a division, Ling Lan was still more powerful than Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun, and Li Shiyu. "If the 250 Mecha clan needs anything, you can look for me." Colonel Yu smiled. He would not give up the chance to befriend a powerful regiment commander. "Thank you." Ling Lan thanked the colonel. She didn't reject his offer. Although she could ask He Shuyang to help her, she didn't want to trouble him for all kinds of small businesses. After all, He Shuyang belonged to her father, not her. If she could maintain a good relationship with Colonel Yu, she wouldn't need to trouble He Shuyang all the time. Ling Lan was a cold person, but she knew what to say. After exchanging some words, their relationship got better. It was lunchtime, so Ling Lan invited the colonel to have a meal with her. Once they started eating, she didn't need to care about Colonel Yu anymore. She brought her team members with her. How could they not enjoy a free meal? Hence, all 5 of them started befriending Colonel Yu and made him comfortable. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng chatted and drank with him. Relationships between men are built through drinking. The more you drink, the better your relationship was. Yes, this was why I wanted to be a boss. My men would do everything for me. Ling Lan smiled. She held her glass of tea and looked at her friends happily as they drank with the colonel. The colonel drank until he was in a daze. He asked them to spare him. After the meal ended, they dispersed. The colonel made friends with Zhao Jun and asked him to drink with him whenever he was free. He would introduce his friends to him too. Ling Lan was happy that they settled an important person within the staff officer department. After bidding farewell to the colonel, Ling Lan didn't choose to return to Ling Zhao's house to rest. She went directly to 250 Mecha clan. "Boss, what shall we do after we go back?" The slightly drunk Zhao Jun asked in the hover car. It was not easy to be the regiment commander of Mecha Clan 250. The mecha operators in Mecha Clan 250 were all useless. A mecha clan without any combat ability could not be considered a real mecha clan. Ling Lan was resting when she heard the question. She rubbed her fingers and opened her eyes. What do you all think? Get new recruits. The mecha clan lacks people anyway. We can just let the veterans remain as they are. Liangjie knew the origins of the mecha operators in 250 mecha clan, so he knew it was better to let them remain in the mecha clan. Liangjie's suggestion is doable. As long as we keep the number of logisticians in check, we can build a powerful mecha clan, Lin Zhongqing agreed. However, we need at least 3 to 5 years to train the recruits. I want to go onto the battlefield as soon as possible. Qi Long remembered something and gritted his teeth in anger. The despicable Twilight Empire did many things recently. Everyone knew that the battle with the Twilight Empire will occur soon. I'm afraid that if we get new recruits, we will be placed in the secondary army. Just as the name suggests, the secondary army would only go on the battlefield after the main army had all been killed. However, there was almost no chance of happening. That meant that they had almost no chance of fighting and could only become logisticians who cleared up the battlefield. The moment he said this, everyone, even Liangjie, dismissed the suggestion. They were all hot-blooded young men. It was a tragedy for them if they couldn't fight in a battle. Ling Lan looked at Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly. It will be impossible to get other mecha operators from other mecha clans unless General Ling Xiao gave an order. However, I believe that he will not do it. Since we don't want to get new recruits, we have to find decent mecha operators from the current operators in the mecha clan. I hope that Li Shiyu's medicine was able to cure some mecha operators. Li Lanfeng knew that this was a difficult task. Their own mecha clans had given up on these mecha operators. No matter how powerful Li Shiyu's medicine was, it would be hard to cure them. Ling Lan knocked her fingers on the handle and went into deep thought. Mental illness? Psychology barriers? Useless people? She smiled. A sinister look flashed past her eyes. Since that is the case, let's see if these people really are useless. The most extravagant training ground built in the 250 mecha clan was finally put to use. During this month, it welcomed its first batch of mecha operators. Jiang Enhua was an ace mecha master. He was only 33 years old. To become an ace mecha master at this age showed that he was quite a talented person. Although he had many achievements on the battlefield, he was too average compared to the ace mecha masters of the North and South Stars. He didn't stand out among ace mecha operators. Jiang Enhua used to have a bright future. Unfortunately, everything was destroyed in a mecha battle with the Twilight Empire. He was tormented by elite mecha operators of the Twilight Empire. His entire mecha was destroyed. Only his cockpit remained unscathed. He was found by the logisticians who were clearing up the battlefield. Everyone thought that he was lucky to survive. Only he knew how he remained alive. His opponent broke his psychological barrier and he pleaded his opponent to spare him. He couldn't forget how haggard he was at that time. His opponent sneered at him and mocked him. Ever since then, he didn't have the courage to operate a mecha anymore. He wasted his days and in the end, he was thrown into 250 mecha clan by his division. When he underwent Li Shiyu's medical treatment, he couldn't bear with the pain and begged Li Shiyu to let him off after 15 minutes. He told Li Shiyu everything that happened to him. Li Shiyu looked at him with contempt. He didn't want to waste his medicine on a weak and useless person. He threw Jiang Enhua to Luo Lang and told him to torture him properly. However, Jiang Enhua had already given up on himself. There was no way he could endure the training. He either pleaded with them to let him off or just fainted on the spot. Towards the end, he would hug the railings at the side of the running track and refuse to train. In the face of these mecha operators who gave up on themselves, Xie and Luo Lang didn't know what to do. Even Li Shiyu's medicine couldn't help them. Any kinds of psychological issues could be cured. However, it was difficult to treat those people who had given up on themselves. Unfortunately, most of the patients in 250 Mecha clan had the same illness as Jiang and Hua. Once one of them gave up, other people followed. Very soon, a whole bunch of people stood at the side of the training ground. No matter what the Ling Tian battle team did to them, they didn't want to continue training. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Useless. Luo Lang shouted in anger as he gritted his teeth. His face turned red in anger and his eyes were bloodshot. We can only help in their treatment. They have the right to give up if they want to, Xie frowned as he replied. They were just recruits of the 250 Mecha clan. At the same time, their rank was the lowest among the mecha operators. It would be hard to have the veterans respect them. Since they want to remain as rubbish, let them be. Luo Lang didn't want to continue this arduous and fruitless job anyway. The 250 Mecha clan was not their responsibility anyway. Luo Lang pulled Xie up and asked the other members of Ling Tian to leave the training ground. They were prepared to let these mecha operators fend for themselves. I will give you all 3 minutes to get up. A cold voice echoed through the training ground. Luo Lang and Xie turned their heads. Ling Lan had appeared on the training ground. She wore a military uniform that didn't have any crease on it. The major epaulet replaced his senior captain epaulet. A cold aura exuded from her body. The temperature in the training ground seemed to have decreased. Boss! The members of Ling Tian shouted in unison. F***K, how dare you order your grandfather? One of the mecha operators, who was a lieutenant colonel, who was already angered by Luo Lang and the new recruits. They only cooperated with them because their superiors asked them to. However, now, an unfamiliar recruit was ordering them around with a commanding tone. He couldn't take it anymore and explode in anger. Once he shouted, the other veterans started shouting too. The members of Ling Tian were furious when they heard these people started mocking their boss. They wanted to charge at them, but Ling Lan had already rushed forward and stopped in front of the man who shouted first. What did you say just now? Ling Lan asked coldly. Are you deaf? Let me repeat it then, the mecha operator laughed loudly. He sneered at Ling Lan. He couldn't understand why this recruit wanted to be mocked by him again. Grandfather? Ling Lan looked at him coldly. No one dared to claim to be her grandfather. Anyone who wanted to be Ling Zhao's father was looking for death. Good grandson. The mecha operator didn't sense the danger and replied to her. Boom! Ling Lan kicked the mecha operator into the air. The huge force caused the mecha operator to vomit blood in the air. He slammed into the ground and slid for 10 meters before stopping. A figure suddenly appeared near the mecha operator. Ling Lan stepped on the mecha operator's head. Her eyes were filled with malicious intent. She said dangerously, since you really want to die, I will satisfy you. She exerted force on her right foot. The mecha operator's head slammed into the ground. Blood came out of his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. His expression turned hideous. Ling Lan's viciousness frightened all the mecha operators. They looked at her with fear. The entire training ground turned silent. If a leaf fell down right now, it would be heard. You, kill, a lieutenant, colonel, military court. The mecha operator wanted to struggle, but a huge force of presence prevented him from moving. He could feel her killing intent. He felt that he would be killed by her. No, he didn't want to die. But his strong desire to live caused him to continue struggling. After much effort, he finally managed to spit out these words. You. A useless piece of trash like you. Do you really think that the military would do anything if I killed you? Ling Lan smiled coldly. They might thank me instead for clearing the people who are wasting their money and space. A useless trash like you has no rights. Ling Lan smiled dangerously as she scanned the mecha operators around her. Her words pierced right into their hearts. "Regiment Commander, will not let you go," the mecha operator said helplessly. The regiment commander whom they didn't care about became his only hope. "Regiment Commander? Let me go." Ling Lan sneered. "Ha, I forgot to tell you all that from today onwards, I will be the regiment commander of the 250 mecha clan. Hence, I have the power." The mecha operators felt their hearts dropped. Were they all going to die today? At that moment, Yang Mingji and Lu Furong, who rarely came to the training ground, frowned when they heard Ling Lan's words. Yang Mingji lowered his voice and asked, "Why did their captain become like this?" Lu Furong shook his head. "He was just cold last time. I have never sensed such a strong killing intent from him before. Did something happen to him during his mission?" He was worried that the young man was affected mentally just like them. Yang Mingji thought for a moment. The mission should have been completed. He probably doesn't have any psychological trauma too. If not, he would not rise in rank and become the regiment commander of 250 mecha clan. Did the staff officer department make a mistake? Why would they let a recruit be the regiment commander of 250 mecha clan? Lu Furong couldn't understand the decision. They probably want to reorganize 250, so they used a new method. Yang Mingji had a different viewpoint. "What is it?" "Since the previous methods couldn't deal with us, they let a recruit to try it out. He is new, so he is not afraid of anything." Yang Mingji understood why the staff officer department made this decision. There was another merit for choosing a recruit. A recruit had much spirit and would do anything to get results. But this Ling Lan's killing intent is too strong. Is he really planning to kill to get what he wants? Lu Furong asked uncertainly. This was what Yang Mingji was afraid of. The things that the regiment commander was doing made him feel that it was what he intended to do. Yang Mingji gritted his teeth. "No matter what, we cannot let him kill anyone. He would not allow these mecha operators, who became useless due to unfortunate circumstances, die at the hands of their own people. This was a tragedy and humiliation for them. He couldn't let this happen." "Good. If something amiss happens, let's act together." Lu Furong had the same thought. In the middle of the training ground, Ling Lan leaned forward and stared directly at his helpless eyes. "You humiliated your superior. This mistake is enough for you to die. So, please stop wasting food. Rubbish like you should just die." Ling Lan narrowed her eyes and lifted her right foot. If she stepped on the soldier's head again, he would definitely die. Everyone looked at Ling Lan frighteningly. They didn't expect their new regiment commander to actually want to kill someone. There was no pity or remorse on his young face. The indifference on his face made them shiver. "This is bad." Lu Furong and Yang Mingji exclaimed in their minds. They disappeared from their original positions and appeared beside Ling Lan. Boom! A loud explosion occurred. Two legs appeared on the mecha operator's head and prevented Ling Lan's foot from touching him. The different forces created invisible blades in the air. A few wounds appeared on the mecha operator's face. However, he couldn't mind the pain right now. He was elated that he was alive. It felt good to be alive. It's the North and South Stars. We want Yang Mingji to be our regiment commander. Little brat, we don't recognize you as our regiment commander. Get out of here. Since Yang Mingji and Lu Furong had acted, the mecha operator woke up from his stupor and started shouting again. How could they let a potential murderer be their regiment commander? They still wanted to live. They didn't want to suddenly die at the hands of their regiment commander. Yes, get out of this place. We want Yang Mingji as our regiment commander. The other mecha operators regained their senses too. Compared to the scary Ling Lan, Yang Mingji was a much better option. He was supposed to be their regiment commander at the beginning, but he rejected the offer. Yang Mingji knew that things were going out of his control. He just wanted to prevent Ling Lan from killing people. He didn't want to be the regiment commander. But, after what the mecha operator said, his actions showed that he had a different purpose. They made him seem as though he wanted to fight for the position of the regiment commander. Why? Do you have something against me being the regiment commander? Ling Lan raised her eyebrows and asked. Yang Mingji smiled bitterly. You are kidding. I just want to stop you from killing someone. What right do you have to stop me? Ling Lan mocked. A useless mecha operator. You don't have the power. A member of the South Stars? Are you one of them? The other mecha operators shouted louder at her when they heard what she said. Lu Furong's expression changed too. Ling Lan's words denied all the merits and achievements they made in the battlefields during their time. Yang Mingji didn't reply to her. He just stared at Ling Lan. Her words had angered him. Are you angry? Do you think I'm wrong? Let me show you what's the truth then. Ling Lan suddenly moved her right foot. A huge force exploded. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt a strong force moving towards them. They couldn't control themselves and fell back. They had to take 3 steps back to stabilize themselves. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The two of them were stunned. They didn't expect Ling Lan's physical skills to be so powerful. By now, they knew that she had been hiding her true capabilities all these while. A person at the peak of refinement would not be able to defeat one of their mecha operators that easily. No matter how weak he was, the mecha operators must be at least at refinement state. If not, he would not be able to handle the backlash from the movement of the mecha. Ling Lan forced the two of them away and kicked the mecha operator on the ground. The mecha operator flew towards Luo Lang and Xie Yi. Luo Lang and Xie Yi held the unconscious man in their arms. Blood was coming out of his mouth. Ling Lan didn't show any mercy to the mecha operator. The force of her kick made him unconscious and severely injured. He was on the brink of death. Li Shiyu lacks people to experiment with. Let this rubbish be useful. Tell Shiyu that he can do whatever he wants with him. He will not be held responsible for his death, Ling Lan said indifferently. She sounded as though the man was just an object that could be thrown away after he was used. Yes, boss. The only people who didn't get frightened by Ling Lan were the members of Ling Tian battle team. They were used to her ruthlessness. When they were having their devil training, she was even scarier. Also, they believed that their boss would not become a heartless murderer. Anyone who was sent to Li Shiyu would live. Thus, their boss was just creating an illusion that anyone who didn't listen to her would be forsaken. The other mecha operators were shocked. Even if the North and South Star acted together, they couldn't save that mecha operator. They remembered the medicine that Li Shiyu made. The legal medicines were already so frightening. If he used medicine which was still in its experimental stage, how much scarier would it be? Living hell. These two words appeared in everyone's head. Then, Ling Lan's cold voice sounded beside their ears. 3 minutes is ending soon. If you all have not stand up by then, I will send you all to Li Shiyu. This is a good way to recycle rubbish. All the mecha operators felt Ling Lan's gaze on them. She seemed excited to send them out of the mecha clan with such a method. All the mecha operators stood up. Their desire to live and their fear of Ling Lan caused them to listen to her. However, their eyes were filled with anger. They were dissatisfied with Ling Lan. At the same time, they hoped that Yang Mingji and Lu Furong would defeat this person and take over the position of regiment commander. Oppression would lead to retaliation. Ling Lan was clear about this. Lu Furong and Yang Mingji knew this too. If this was some other time, Yang Mingji and Lu Furong would feel happy for the mecha operators. They finally had the desire to live. However, the current situation just gave them a headache. Should they resist against Ling Lan to help the mecha operators or should they hide and give up? If they give up, Would they drench the fire that just got ignited in the mecha operators' hearts? Would they return to be useless again? The two of them were in a dilemma. Ling Lan focused her attention on Yang Mingji and Lu Furong. She snorted. Are you two going to stand up for these piles of rubbish? Yang Mingji took a deep breath and calmed down. He said slowly, we don't have anything against you. We just hope that you can show some mercy to them since they have contributed to the military in the past. So? Ling Lan replied coldly. Her reply diminished all the hopes they had. Their past achievements were nothing in their regiment commander's eyes. The honor that they treasured so much was useless to her. You bastard. All the mecha operators were unable to accept this. The only thing they were proud of was denied. Anyone who lives in their past and unable to walk out is rubbish. Ling Lan looked at the crowd. You all are such rubbish. No matter how much achievements you all had, it will not change your useless nature. Ah! All the mecha operators were indignant. They couldn't control their emotions and started shouting. Shut up! Yang Mingji and Lu Furong couldn't stand it anymore and shouted simultaneously. Are you two finally going to act? Ling Lan looked at them coldly. I will not allow you to humiliate my comrades, Lu Furong shouted in anger. Ling Lan started clapping indifferently. As expected of a member of the North Stars. You are indeed a good role model for soldiers. However, don't you think that it is really funny for you to say this now? What do you mean? Lu Furong frowned. You are also useless. Do you have any right to say this? The moment she finished speaking, Ling Lan charged at Lu Furong and aimed her fist at him. Fast. Lu Furong was astounded. He hurriedly moved back and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Lu Furong reacted quickly, but he was still unable to dodge Ling Lan's attack. He stumbled for 8 meters before stabilizing himself. Is this how powerful a member of the North Stars should be? Ling Lan looked at Lu Furong with contempt. He couldn't even take a blow from her. How could he say such things? Ling Lan understood that if she wanted people to listen to her and never disobey her, she needed to have the power and the ability to control them. I will give you one last chance. If the two of you can't handle a blow from me with your combined efforts, you all will shut up and listen to me. I am the regiment commander of 250 Mecha Clan. In my Mecha Clan, there is only one rule, winner takes all. Only the winner has the right to speak. Ling Lan's words rang through everyone's ears. This was the rule of 250 Mecha Clan. From that day onwards, 250 Mecha Clan changed from a useless clan to a motivated and vicious clan. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Qi Long, Zhao Jun, Li Lanfeng, and Li Yingjie were shocked when they heard what Ling Lan said. Qi Long picked out his ears with his pinky. He whispered to Lin Zhongqing, why does the boss sound like Li Yingjie now? Although their boss was dominant, he rarely used words to express himself. Hence, Qi Long was not used to the sudden change in style. Li Yingjie heard what he said and glared at him. What does he mean by sound like Li Yingjie? That is called the aura. As expected of a powerful but stupid person. He doesn't understand the real meaning of life. Li Yingjie looked at Ling Lan with admiration. They were both arrogant, but he couldn't appear as powerful and overbearing as Ling Lan. How did he manage to suppress the crowd with just his aura? Was it because he was powerful? Li Yingjie suddenly had enlightenment. Lin Zhongqing replied Qi Long calmly, our boss handles different situations differently. If you think that our boss only has one side to him, you are an idiot. Qi Long remembered how harmless looking their boss was during the mission. Seems like this poker face boss had many different sides to him. Qi Long felt pressured. As the right-hand man of his boss, he didn't know the presence of Little Four, should he change his style according to his boss. Not only was Qi Long surprised, but Li Lanfeng was also touched by what Ling Lan said. The image of an arrogant and direct Ling Lan etched into his mind. If he was as powerful as Ling Lan, wouldn't the Phoenix Thrall fate be a joke to him? He was restrained by his own abilities. He was not strong enough. Winner takes all. If he was able to stand at the peak of the world, who could ask him to lower his head? Today, Li Lanfeng finally understood that his weakness was not his strength, it was his mentality. He looked down at his slender and pretty fingers. No one would believe that these fingers belonged to a man. That was why he didn't like his fingers. He would get reminded of the Phoenix Thrall fate every time he looked at them. Thus, he never let anyone see his hands or his face. He hated his face too. However, Li Lanfeng noticed that Ling Lan's hands were as pretty as his too. Yet, Ling Lan never felt that there was anything wrong with them. His fist made everyone forget that he had a pair of pretty hands. Other people only knew how powerful his fists were. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan's eyes. They were cold and confident. Nothing was impossible in his eyes. This was the truth. From the first time he met Ling Lan, he never saw him failing at anything. Even now, when he thought that it would take years to change 250 mecha clan, Ling Lan showed him another possibility. Ling Lan gave these mecha operators who lost their confidence a new way of looking at things. Winner takes all. Survival of the fittest. From today onwards, these mecha operators would not have the time to think about anything else. They would be struggling and fighting to be the last survivor. It had to be said that Li Lanfeng was the person who understood Ling Lan the most. While the others were still puzzled over her sudden change, he already knew why she did this. Whether his guess was right or wrong, he didn't know. Ling Lan's arrogance successfully brewed some resentment in Lu Furong and Yang Mingji's hearts. They exchanged glances with one another. Yang Mingji smiled coldly. Since you mentioned it, we will accept your challenge. The three of them stood at three different corners of the training ground. The fight would be starting soon. The mecha operators knew that this battle between the three of them would be huge, so they retreated back and created space for them. Lin Zhongqing suddenly asked, "Do you think that boss will use his domain realm power?" Anyone at Qi Jin realm would not be able to handle a domain realm power attack. No one replied. To ensure her success, Ling Lan should use her domain realm power. Li Lanfeng smiled and muttered, "No. He will just use Qi Jin power to defeat them." Li Yingjie expressed his suspicion. "Is that possible? Those two people are in the Qi Jin realm too. He might not be able to defeat them with a single blow if he used the same force." Li Lanfeng glanced at Li Yingjie with contempt. Li Yingjie was furious. For some reason, he disliked Li Lanfeng very much. Every time he talked to him, he would feel irritated. However, Li Lanfeng continued speaking. "Do you think that the Qi Jin power displayed by a domain realm master is the same as the Qi Jin power displayed by a Qi Jin master? Even though boss is just using his Qi Jin power, it is not the same strength as what you think." Li Yingjie was dumbfounded. As he pondered over Li Lanfeng's words, Qi Long nodded. "Yes. Even if boss suppresses his realm and use Qi Jin strength, we cannot handle it." Li Yingjie understood what they meant. Although Ling Lan used her Qi Jin strength, the quality and force of her strength were much stronger than normal Qi Jin masters. This was not something a Qi Jin master could handle. When battling two opponents who were at Qi Jin realm, Ling Lan was able to restrain their power using her force of presence. They would be unable to release all their energy. With these two components working hand in hand, Ling Lan would be able to defeat her opponents in one blow. Everyone's attention was focused on them. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong didn't move. They had more people on their side, so their opponent should attack first. This was their principle. Ling Lan knew what they were thinking. She smiled secretly. Just like what Li Shiyu said, these two people didn't have any illnesses at all. Seems like there still were hidden tigers in 250 Mecha clan. Ling Lan was elated. However, she knew that would not be easy to have them listen to her willingly. She needed to win them over. From the start, Ling Lan's motive was to bait these two people out. They didn't disappoint her. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Just like what Li Lanfeng predicted, Ling Lan used her Qi Jin power to fight them. She didn't do it because she was confident in her ability. She did it because she knew that they would only be convinced if she gave them a huge blow using similar levels of power and skill. 3 invisible forces exploded out from their bodies. As the force got stronger, the mecha operators around them felt the force of presence coming down on them. They took a few more steps back before they could stand up straight again. When they stepped back, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and the other members of Ling Tian who reached Qi Jin level stood out. They were standing at the same spot and didn't seem affected at all. Actually, they were struggling too. The huge energy coming from the 3 people made them uncomfortable, but they could still resist it. The mecha operators knew that these recruits were stronger than them. They were as strong as Luo Lang and Xie Yi. Since Luo Lang and Xie Yi underwent the training with them, they saw their true powers before. They were talented young men who managed to achieve Qi Jin state at such a young age. They thought that these 2 young men had the strongest physical skills in Ling Tian. However, that didn't seem to be the case. The 5 new people that appeared today were as strong as them. Their regiment commander was even scarier. He must be the strongest person in the entire team. If not, how could he stand up straight right in the faces of 2 members from the North and South Stars? Ling Lan didn't release all her strength instantly. She slowly increased her power so that her opponents would be able to use their full strength. That way, they would be convinced when she defeats them. When Ling Lan felt that Yang Mingji and Lu Furong had reached the peak of their strength, she attacked. She disappeared. Before the audience could react, Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt a huge force coming towards them. They were well prepared for it, so that punched their fists out and welcomed Ling Lan's attack. Damn it! When they came into contact with the force, they were astounded. This force was much stronger than they had expected. They were unable to handle it with one fist. Both of them were veterans with many experiences. They decisively raised their left hands and attacked again using their entire Qi Jin power. 2 loud explosions occurred. Since the 2 fists were punched at almost the same time, you would need to listen carefully to detect the 2 explosions. Some of the mecha operators didn't listen properly and thought that they only used one fist. 3 forces collided. The 2 of them managed to resist against Ling Lan's strength with their 2 fists. They reached a standstill. With each passing second, their faces turned paler. They realized that Ling Lan had more than one wave Qi Jin force coming towards them. No, by right, there was only one force. However, the force kept slamming into them like waves. The waves got stronger each time. There seemed to be no end to the force. They felt that the force was not becoming more and more powerful, but rather, it stacked onto one another. They resisted 4 waves of attack. They had reached their limit. They hoped that this was the end of Ling Lan's strength. However, reality was cruel. The 5th wave appeared. They were in despair. The wave rushed down at them and finally broke through their defense. No, we can't be defeated at the last wave. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was determination in their eyes. They gritted their teeth. Pfft. Blood came out of their mouth. They chose to use up all their Qi Jin strength to resist the attack. Pfft. Another mouthful of blood came out. The 5th wave was stronger than the 4th wave, so even though they resisted against it, they were still injured internally. However, it was worth it. They succeeded. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt the 5th wave disappearing and heaved a sigh of relief. They were both senior colonels. They knew that there was an ultimate technique that could allow someone to stack his Qi Jin. However, it could only be done 5 times. No one in the Federation could stack it more than 5 times. If someone really succeeded, it would have become a profound ultimate technique. There were only 3 techniques which were deemed as the profound ultimate technique. This stacking skill was not one of them. As this thought flashed through their minds, Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt another huge force coming down on them again. The 6th time. Impossible. They were dumbfounded. They didn't believe that this was happening, but it was the truth. Bang! Their bodies flew back amidst the huge explosion. They slammed into the ground and slid for a few meters before stopping. They clenched their chest in pain. Blood kept dripping down their mouth. Their internal injury got worse after they were hit by the 6th wave. They were unable to stand up now. Ling Lan retracted her power the moment the 6th wave touched them. This was why they were still conscious now. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were defeated with a single blow. And they were seriously injured. The mecha operators were astounded. They placed all their hopes on them, but they couldn't even take a single blow. Who was this young regiment commander? Ling Lan retracted her fist and stood up straight. She looked as though she hadn't moved at all. She pulled her sleeve down and tidied herself. Then, she scanned the crowd. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The gaze was cold and indifferent. It was a look of contempt. To Ling Lan, they were not humans. They were just pieces of trash. This look meant that she treated them as nothing. That was why she ignored them entirely. This was utter humiliation. In the past, they would be furious and shouted at Ling Lan. However, now, they shrunk back and lowered down their heads. Even Yang Mingji and Lu Furong couldn't defeat Ling Lan when they joined forces. What could they do? In the military, those people who were strong gained respect and followers. Ling Lan walked towards Yang Mingji and Lu Furong after looking at the crowd. She leaned forward slightly. She used this posture to pressure them even further. She said calmly, "In my mecha clan, you all are just normal mecha operators. Besides that, you and your past achievements meant nothing. Remember this." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong looked up at Ling Lan with pale faces. Her force of presence was enough to shut them up completely. They didn't expect themselves to lose so terribly. Ling Lan didn't wait for their replies. She didn't need them to. She just needed to win them over and scare the other mecha operators. She had completed her task beautifully. She straightened her back and turned around. "Everyone will gather at the training ground at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. You all can leave now." "Yes." Some mecha operators replied instinctively. By the time they realized what they did, Ling Lan had disappeared. Li Lanfeng came over and added, "Of course, you can choose not to come, however, our regiment commander hates people who don't listen to orders. I cannot guarantee what will happen to you if you disobey him." The mecha operators shivered in fear. They had no thoughts of resisting and reminded themselves to be early tomorrow. "Oh right, please remind those people that didn't come today." The regiment commander ordered for everyone to report to the training ground tomorrow. "If someone doesn't come, we might all have a hard time." Just as everyone was prepared to leave, Li Lanfeng continued reminding them. F***K, can you finish saying everything at once? While they cursed out Li Lanfeng in their hearts, they quickly went to remind their friends to not be late tomorrow. They told them about Ling Lan's ruthlessness and to not take the gamble tomorrow. While Li Lanfeng was reminding the mecha operators, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, Li Yingjie, and Lin Zhongqing came to Lu Furong and Yang Mingji. Qi Long looked at them with concern. He looked so sincere. "Senior Colonel Yang Mingji, Senior Colonel Lu Furong, how are you two holding up? Let us send you two to the medical department." Undoubtedly, Qi Long's kind face lowers people's guard. Yang Mingji didn't reject him. He gave a forced smile. "Sorry to trouble you all. It is what I should do. You are after all our seniors. We look forward to hearing about your experiences. Qi Long gave a shy and sincere smile. He scratched his hair in a flurry. Li Yingjie held Lu Furong up with the help of Lin Zhongqing. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. What good acting! After so many years, Li Yingjie knew that Qi Long looked honest but was actually an evil person. He was as bad as Li Lanfeng. Li Yingjie glanced at Li Lanfeng, who was warning the other mecha operators. Since Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were injured badly, they walked at a slow pace. Yang Mingji felt a little bored, so he asked, "Are you in the same battle team as the regiment commander?" "Yes, he is our captain." Qi Long seemed to have forgotten that his captain injured the person he was holding and immediately admitted their relationship. Yang Mingji smiled helplessly. As expected of an honest person. He didn't know how to beat around the bush. However, this was good too. He would be able to pry more information about Ling Lan out of him. "How does your captain treat you all?" Yang Mingji continued asking. Qi Long thought about it seriously before answering. "Not bad. As long as we are not training." Zhao Jun, Li Yingjie, and Lin Zhongqing instantly nodded in agreement. Why did everyone's expression change? What kind of training did they have? Yang Mingji couldn't help but be curious. "How does your captain train you?" Qi Long replied without any hesitation, "He would beat me till I'm half dead." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt their hearts jumped. Beat him till he's half dead. Is this the truth or is it exaggerated? Really? Lu Furong asked, "Like us?" Qi Long looked at them. He pouted. "Of course not." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong relaxed. Why would anyone beat someone until he is half dead during training? It's impossible. This young man is exaggerating. At least you two can still walk. Every time training ends, I will be dragged to the medical room by my boss. It feels like I'm dying, but Li Shiyu's medicine always revives me. Qi Long's words made Yang Mingji and Lu Furong's heart pump faster. Was this how their regiment commander trained people? They didn't believe what Qi Long said, so they looked at the rest. Zhao Jun sighed. If it was the day training, it was still fine. We could have some time to rest and recover. If it was the month training, I really felt like I would die. Day training? Month training? What's that? Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were confused. Lin Zhongqing thoughtfully explained to them. Day training means a training session that lasted only for a day. We would get to rest and receive treatment after the session. This is the easiest form of training. Month training lasts for a month. We would be tortured every single day and won't have the time to rest. We only had a night to recover. The next day, no matter what state we were in, we must go back to train. When we reached the 10th day, everyone felt that they would die already. Lin Zhongqing recalled the memories and shivered. Luckily, we all survived. He looked at Yang Mingji and Lu Furong with pity. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong met all kinds of people, so they immediately noticed the look. They thought about something and their expression changed. Is the regiment commander going to give us the month training? Qi Long nodded instantly. Most probably. Why is he giving us month training right from the start? Shouldn't we start slowly? If this was true, Yang Mingji felt that the mecha operators in 250 mecha clan would not able to handle the training. Did the regiment commander want to get rid of certain people? Because boss is dissatisfied with all of you. Since he is dissatisfied, he will train you all until you reach his standards. Senior, do you think any mecha operators can reach boss's standards? Yang Mingji was speechless. He replied softly, but he can't just start with the month training like this. The mecha operators in 250 mecha clan were people who received many merits and achieved many achievements. Was it fine to treat them like this? Why not? When I just entered the battle team, I went through the month training too. Li Yingjie asked curiously, if I can handle it, why can't the seniors handle it? Yang Mingji and Lu Furong didn't know what to say. They didn't have any interest to continue to talk to them anymore and were sent to Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu was flipping the documents at his office desk. When he saw two people being sent in, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "For experiments again?" Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt their eyebrows twitching. Dr. Li looked like a gentle person, but in actual fact, he was evil. How could he react so calmly to human experiments? The military banned human experiments. Qi Long waved his hand immediately. No, no. These two seniors are here to be treated. They are hurt. Li Shiyu put down the documents in his hand and took such a medical device from the side. He inspected their bodies and said, "All your organs are injured. However, you handled it well by stopping the bleeding with your Qi gene, so the injuries didn't get worse." He scolded them, "You two are already close to 50 years old. Why are you two still fighting like young men? I can treat you two this time, but next time, don't look for me." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong smiled bitterly. "You thought that we fought each other?" Li Shiyu scoffed. "If you didn't injure each other, how did you two get hurt so badly?" Yang Mingji sighed. "The regiment commander did this to us." "You mean our captain?" Li Shiyu was shocked. "Yes." Yang Mingji was not afraid of embarrassing himself. After all, this news would probably spread throughout the entire 250 Mecha clan soon. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Li Shiyu looked at Yang Mingji and Lu Furong. He nodded and got up. He went to the cabinet at the side and took out 2 bottles of agent. Then, he took 2 syringes and sucked up the agent. "Arm," Li Shiyu said calmly. Yang Mingji rolled up his sleeve. Li Shiyu injected him with the agent. He took the other syringe and injected Lu Furong. After that, he took 2 ropes from the back of his table and said to Qi Long and Zhao Jun, "Have them lie on the bed and tie them up. This will prevent them from hurting themselves." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt their hearts jumped. "What kind of agent did you give us?" "A good one. It will let you recover in 12 hours. Li Shiyu replied calmly, "Of course, since the agent is a bit stronger, there would be more pain. I'm worried that you two won't be able to withstand the side effects of the medicine. If you hurt yourself, my precious medicine will be wasted." Yang Mingji and Lu Furong didn't believe Li Shiyu entirely. However, Qi Long and Zhao Jun trusted him, so they immediately pushed the 2 people on the bed. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong wanted to struggle, but they realized that they couldn't exert any energy. They looked at Li Shiyu angrily. "What did you inject into our body?" Li Shiyu was irritated. "I said that it's good medicine." "Oh, there is some anesthesia inside it too. It is to prevent you from hurting yourselves. Since there is anesthesia in the agent, why are you still tying us up?" Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt that something was amiss. They watched as Zhao Jun and Qi Long tied them up on the bed. "This anesthesia works for normal mecha operators, but I'm not sure if they work on you. Hence, it is safer to tie you two up," Li Shiyu said indifferently. Yang Mingji wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt excruciating pain. Every single part of his body was trembling in pain. His expression turned hideous. Ever since he finished building up his tolerance against the effects of medicines, this was the first time he felt such tremendous pain. He started cursing. He gritted his teeth and forced a word out of his mouth. "Why?" Li Shiyu raised his eyebrows. "Why what? Why is it so painful when your body already built tolerance against medicine?" Yang Mingji nodded. This simple action required all his effort. The medicines you took in the past were destroying your body. Hence, your body is used to the pain caused by the destruction of your body. However, my medicine is different. It doesn't destroy to heal. It improves your body's natural healing system. Why? Yang Mingji was not satisfied with the explanation. He forced himself to speak again. This still didn't explain why he was experiencing such unbearable pain. I just increased your natural healing ability by a few thousand times. Normally, your cells multiply once every day. Now, they multiply a few thousand times every day. Since the speed of regeneration increased, the pain experienced during healing will be amplified more than 1,000 times too. Since it is a natural form of healing, your body does not recognize it as medicine, Li Shiyu continued. Tolerance against the effects of medicines has loopholes. This was what I found after doing much research. Congratulations, Senior Colonel Yang, you are the first tester for this medicine. Why? Yang Mingji asked the third time. Why was Li Shiyu treating them like this? Our captain never does anything for no reason. Since he did this to you, you must have done something wrong. Since you are in the wrong, you must be punished, Li Shiyu replied. So you punished us for your captain? Lu Furong asked painfully. Why did they land themselves in the hands of a fan of their regiment commander? They felt wronged. Li Shiyu was shocked. What are you all saying? Why would I punish you all for the sake of my captain? That is what our regiment commander should do, not me. Then why are we experiencing such torture? Ah! Lu Furong felt really uncomfortable. He screamed in agony. Li Shiyu replied, so that you can recover in 12 hours and be ready for the month training tomorrow. That is the real punishment. I will not let you run away from the training because of your injuries. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were stunned. So that's why. He treated them so that they could attend the monthly training and be tortured tomorrow. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were in so much pain, they were unable to think properly. They fainted. On the bright side, they wouldn't feel the pain anymore. When they woke up the next morning, the ropes had disappeared. Two beautiful ladies were attending them. One of the ladies looked at them shyly and noticed that they were awake. Before she could say anything, the other healthy-looking beauty came in with 2 metal boxes and put them on the table heavily. Your breakfast. Hurry up and eat it. If not, you will have to go for your month training on an empty stomach, the healthy-looking lady shouted at them. The shy lady was afraid that they would misunderstand them, so she said, It's already 6:45 a.m. Brother Shiyu said that you two will wake up between 6:40 a.m. and 6:45 a.m. so we prepared breakfast for you too. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were confused. This was a totally different scenario compared to the one yesterday. Was this a trap or were they trying to make up for yesterday? There was no time for them to think further. They opened the metal box and gobbled down the food. Within 2 minutes, they finished their breakfast. Not one bit was left. After they put down their metal boxes, they realized that their injuries, which normally needs at least 3 months to recover, healed in 12 hours. They didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They were elated. They inspected their bodies with their Qi Jin energy. Their injuries were really healed. Also, their body was in a better state than before. Some old injuries were healed too. The medicine that Li Shiyu invented was indeed impressive. It even cured injuries and illnesses military doctors couldn't cure. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong felt complicated. If the medicine didn't have such a painful side effect, it would be much better. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden knocks on the door frightened Yang Mingji and Lu Furong. They looked over. Li Shiyu stood at the doorway with his arms crossed around his chest. He said calmly, Since you all helped me with my experiment, I will give you two a friendly reminder. No matter what happens, listen to our regiment commander. There are 10 minutes left until the gathering time. Don't be late on the first day, Li Shiyu said. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong regained their senses. They had no time to waste. They quickly got off the bed and disappeared from the hospital. Brother Shiyu, how many people do you think can survive the first day of boss's devil training? Han Shuya asked curiously. Li Shiyu knocked on her forehead. I only know that we have a war to fight today. He walked out and started preparing for the day. Han Shuya was confused. She asked Luo Chao, what does Brother Shiyu mean? Luo Chao smiled gently. Brother Shiyu meant that there would be many people sent to the hospital later. We should prepare for it. She walked out of the room and helped Li Shiyu to prepare the medicines. Han Shuya thought for a moment and finally understood what Li Shiyu meant. She sighed. I knew that many people will be unable to handle the training. No way. The three of us can't handle this. I will go and look for help. Han Shuya rushed out of the room and went to the male dormitory. She pulled all the members of Ling Tian out of their beds. Even Chang Xinyuan, who was in his modification chamber, modifying a mecha, got pulled out by Han Shuya. When Yang Mingji and Lu Furong arrived at the training ground, many mecha operators were already there. They scanned their surroundings. The mecha operators that were present yesterday came. A portion of those that weren't present yesterday came too. The other portion didn't. More than 200 mecha operators stood at the training ground. However, they only filled up a small corner of it. This training ground was built based on the size of a normal mecha clan. It was able to accommodate 1,500 mecha operators. The time reached 7 a.m. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong noticed that more than 30 mecha operators hadn't arrived. They frowned. They couldn't help but feel worried. Clear footsteps sounded at the entrance. A group of soldiers wearing the 250 mecha clan uniform marched in an orderly manner. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong looked over and recognized some people in the group. Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and Li Yingjie were present. Luo Lang and Xie Yi, who had been with them for the past 2 months, were in the group too. The other two people who came back with Ling Lan yesterday and Han Jijian was also there. After they stepped through the door, they spread out and formed a line. They placed their hands behind their back and stared at the mecha operators intently. Another set of footsteps sounded. A cold figure appeared at the door. It was Ling Lan. She wore her major uniform with a pair of brand new military boots. She looked prim and proper. The only difference from her look yesterday was the short whip in her hand. It made her look more malicious. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Attention! Qi Long shouted suddenly. All the mecha operators stood at attention. Ling Lan slowly knocked the short whip against her left palm. She walked to the mecha operators that were standing at the front row and scanned them with cold eyes. All the mecha operators felt nervous. They were afraid that they made a mistake. However, not everyone was sensible enough. Some mecha operators who weren't present yesterday hadn't recognized Ling Lan as their regiment commander. Hence, they didn't pay much attention to the orders given. They maintained their original position and stood around casually. A few of them even leaned on one leg. Ling Lan slowly walked towards a mecha operator who was standing sloppily. She patted the person's chest with the whip and asked, "Didn't you hear the call for attention? Aren't I in attention?" The mecha operator rubbed his eyes and dug his ears. The mecha operators who were present yesterday felt their heart dropped. They felt that this person was doomed. Ling Lan didn't reply to the mecha operator. She retracted the whip and knocked it against her left palm again. She was thinking about something. The mecha operator sneered. Seems like the new regiment commander is just a paper tiger. At that moment, Ling Lan moved. The whip in her right hand swung at the mecha operator's right leg. There was the sound was bones breaking. Ah! The mecha operator screamed in pain. He fell on the ground and grabbed his right leg. There was fear in his eyes. He didn't expect the new regiment commander to break his leg just because he didn't stand at attention. Ling Lan kept her whip indifferently. She said calmly, "Since you can't stand at attention, there is no use for your legs." She stepped past him and scanned the other mecha operators. The other mecha operators who didn't stand properly immediately corrected their posture. They were scared. They finally understood why their comrades' faces were pale when they came back yesterday. This was why they kept reminding them that their regiment commander is a devil. The mecha operator groaning on the ground was dragged away by Xie and Luo Lang. Peace returned to the training ground. Ling Lan was satisfied with everyone's posture, so she returned to the front. She said coldly, "First, I will announce that I, Ling Lan, will be the regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan from now on. I hope that all of you will remember this point. Next, the 250 Mecha clan will split into 10 small teams. There will be 25 people in every team. I will announce the team leaders for the small teams now. Team 01, Team Leader, Yang Mingji." Yang Mingji was stunned. He is the team leader of Team 01. He raised his head and looked at Ling Lan in disbelief. Ling Lan stared at him coldly. Yang Mingji regained his senses and hurriedly received his order. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Yang Mingji had been the commanding officer of a 1,000-member mecha operating team before, so, by right, a team of 25 people should mean nothing to him. However, for some reason, he felt his heart pounding furiously when he heard Ling Lan's order. He was excited. This emotion seemed unfamiliar to Yang Mingji. Team 02, Team Leader, Lu Furong. Yang Mingji was shocked to hear the name. He looked at Lu Furong. Lu Furong was astounded too. He didn't expect himself to be a team leader. Yang Mingji bumped him with his elbow. Lu Furong regained his composure and received the order. Team 03, Team Leader, Qi Long. Ling Lan gave the members of Ling Tian a chance to be the team leaders too. Since they were already powerful enough, she had to give them more experiences to grow up. Qi Long heard his name being called and stood up straight. He shouted, "Yes, Regiment Commander." Team 04, Team Leader, Zhao Jun. Team 05, Team Leader, Luo Lang. Team 06, Team Leader, Li Lanfeng. Team 07, Team Leader, Xie Yi. Team 08, Team Leader, Han Jijian. Team 09, Team Leader, Gu Dongyang. Gu Dongyang was a mecha operator who had been recognized by the Federation. According to what Li Shiyu reported, his recovery was the fastest and he was one of the people who were willing to cooperate with Xie Yi and Luo Lang during the treatment. Since he had the heart to stand up again, Ling Lan would support him entirely. Making him the team leader was the first sign of support she showed. Gu Dongyang's mouth corners twitched when he heard his name being called. He was excited. He shouted in a hoarse voice, "Yes, Regiment Commander." No one realized his hands were clenched into a fist. He felt hope lighting up in his heart. Team 10, Team Leader, Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie was stunned. He was a team leader too. He just entered the Ling Tian battle team. He was just a new member. He couldn't control his emotions and shouted loudly, "Yes, Regiment Commander." Li Yingjie realized the distance between him and Ling Lan. If it was him, he would be selfish and only promote his own men. He would not give any chance to other people. Li Yingjie knew that there were many people in Ling Tian battle team who were capable of being a team leader. However, Ling Lan gave him the spot. Li Yingjie was touched. He was grateful for Ling Lan. He thanked her for taking him in when he just entered the 23rd Division. He also thanked her for remembering him and giving him the position of a team leader. He suddenly felt that he was willing to do anything for Ling Lan. The team leaders of the 10 teams are temporary. If the team leader doesn't perform well in the next month, he will be replaced by someone better than him. There is only one rule in 250 Mecha clan. Only the strongest can speak. Ling Lan continued. The 10 team leaders got a shock while the other mecha operators felt encouraged. Now, the mecha operators here will be split into 10 small teams. As for those that are not present, you all will send them personally to the treatment room. Since they dared to disobey my command, they will pay the price for it. Lu Furong and Yang Mingji smiled bitterly. They became Ling Lan's knife. As for Gu Dongyang, he didn't have such worry. He felt that people who disobeyed their superiors should be punished. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Very soon, all the mecha operators were split into 10 teams. There was an average of 22 people per team. The remaining 3 of each team were still sleeping in the dormitory. The 10 team leaders rushed to the dormitory district with their team members and kicked open the closed door without any hesitation. Their regiment commander said that the last team to complete this mission would be punished. The entire team would have to run 30 kilometers with weights on. The mecha operators were not afraid of running 30 kilometers. They hadn't been running for a while, but their foundations were still there. However, they dread carrying weights. The weights that Ling Lan asked Chang Xinyuan to bring over were not the normal 5 kilograms or 10 kilograms weights. One set weigh 150 kilograms. A person who reached refinement was able to lift more than 500 kilograms of weight, but that was just for a short moment. It was different from carrying the weights for a long period of time. Even at their peak physical state, the mecha operators could only run 10 kilometers with 150 kilograms of weight on them. But, with their current physique, they might only be able to run for 5 kilometers, 30 km, they might just die halfway. No one wanted to die. They had given up on themselves, but they didn't want to die. Hence, the mecha operators accepted their team leaders without any retaliation. Although most of them belonged to Ling Tian, they had no objections. No, that's impossible. It's just that in their situation, they had to put down their unhappiness and focus on completing the mission together. When these mecha operators saw their comrades wandering alone in the dormitory district, they pounced on them like a tigress who saw a deer. They grabbed the person tightly and dragged him to find Li Shiyu. Every team was doing the same thing. Within a short time, all the remaining mecha operators in the dormitory were taken away by the 10 teams. Ling Lan relaxed when she saw the empty training ground. She asked in a low voice, "Little Four, am I doing the right thing?" She was confused about her decision. The training she planned was extremely tough. The people going through the training were her brother-in-arms as well as mecha operators who had many achievements. They were not her enemies. Was this the correct decision to make? Anything you do is right. A cute voice sounded in her mindscape. The person who replied to her was Little Blossom. Ling Lan remembered that Little Four was still sleeping, as he needed to evolve. Little Blossom was the one accompanying her now. Everything I do is right. What do you know? Ling Lan knocked Little Blossom's head. Little Blossom was obedient. If she didn't give any order, Little Blossom would not do anything on his own. If she gave a decision, Little Blossom would support her entirely. He was not like Little Four, who liked to do stuff behind her back and always give her stupid ideas. However, she missed Little Four. She missed the person who always created trouble for her. "Master, do you miss Little Brother Four?" Little Blossom could sense Ling Lan's thoughts. He bit his fingers in confusion. As a newborn, he was unable to understand why his master missed Elder Brother Four. He couldn't comprehend the relationship between his master and Little Four. "Yes, I miss him. I don't know when he will wake up, whether his evolution is successful, and whether he is in danger. Don't worry, Elder Brother Four is strong. Nothing will happen to him. Also, Elder Brother Four thinks the same way as me. You are the most powerful person I know. Anything you do is right," Little Blossom replied. Little Blossom was speaking the truth when he said that Little Four was powerful. He was not just trying to console her. As an intelligent entity, Little Blossom knew how scary Little Four was. This was why he was willing to recognize Little Four as his elder brother. He willingly bowed down to Little Four. Ling Lan didn't know that Little Blossom was speaking the truth. But, she still felt Little Blossom's good intention. She rubbed his head and said gently, "Thank you, Little Blossom." These mecha operators had given up on themselves. Normal methods wouldn't work on them. She needed to use harsh means to get them to stand up again. Thus, she must let them struggle between life and death every day. This would release their hidden potential. Ling Lan's gaze turned firm. Little Blossom was not good at speaking like Little Four, but she still gained strength from his words. At that moment, the first team came back. It was Team 01 led by Yang Mingji. Yang Mingji saluted to Ling Lan and reported his group's progress. Then, Gu Dongyang's team came back. They had stayed at 250 Mecha Clan for a long time, so they were familiar with the mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan. They knew who didn't come, so they specifically went to the dormitory where the missing mecha operators were at. Hence, they used lesser time than the other teams. After the two team leaders finished their mission, they exchanged glances and felt relieved. They could run 30 kilometers with the weights on, but their team members couldn't. As the team leader, they could not let anything happen to their team members on the first day of training. Based on how vicious their regiment commander was, he would definitely give them a harsher punishment if they couldn't finish the task on time. They couldn't care much about their brother-in-arms in the other teams. All the other teams were their competitors. There was no such thing as helping each other. Very soon, the other teams started coming back. Yang Mingji saw Lu Furong running back and felt happy for him. When Li Yingjie came back, he saw that all the other teams were present already. His expression changed. He left 250 Mecha Clan for 2 months, so he was not familiar with the people in the Mecha Clan. Qi Long had the help of Han Jijian, so he was able to find his team members quickly. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng faced the same problem as Li Yingjie, but they cooperated with each other and managed to finish the task before Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie was alone and could only run around the dormitory blindly. He took a long time to find the final 3 members of his team and became the last team to complete the task. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Yang Mingji and Lu Furong were secretly happy the last team leader to complete the mission were from Ling Lan's battle team. They wanted to see if their heartless and vicious regiment commander would treat his men the same way as he treated them. Ling Lan was not surprised that Li Yingjie was last. When she assigned Li Yingjie as one of the team leaders, she had expected this result. Ling Lan was not purposely trying to torture Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie had the capability to be a team leader. He has been a leader ever since he was in the Scout Academy. However, he needed to improve his personality and ways of doing things. It would take some time before he gains the recognition from his team members, but Ling Lan didn't have the time to wait for him. She knew that the war was going to happen soon. There was not much time left. Hence, she decided to use the most extreme methods to train her Mecha Clan members the moment she has the chance to. She must fully control the 250 Mecha Clan as soon as possible so that her comrades could have enough experience and participate in the war. Li Yingjie was lacking, but Ling Lan believed that as long as he managed to gain the respect of his team members, his team would be on par with the rest of the teams. After going through thick and thin together, Li Yingjie would definitely gain recognition from his team members. The process might be difficult for him, but it would be rewarding in the end. Of course, Li Yingjie didn't understand all these currently. He stood in front of Ling Lan with a pale face. He was dead. He knew what Ling Lan was capable of. Ling Lan looked at Li Yingjie coldly. She didn't express her disappointment, but the emotionless gaze made Li Yingjie worried. Is he useless? 30 kilometers with weights. Do you need me to remind you? Ling Lan didn't question him. She just repeated her order. Yes. Regiment Commander. Li Yingjie gritted his teeth and saluted. He turned around and said, "Carry the weights now." Then, he ran to the side first and started carrying the weights. His team members didn't want to follow him, but Ling Lan's malicious gaze stopped them from complaining. They swallowed their words. They still remembered what happened to the person who didn't stand at attention. They didn't want to be the second person to suffer, so they obediently followed Li Yingjie. At that moment, they still had some hope that if they fell in exhaustion, their regiment commander would not force them to complete the 30 kilometers run. This hope prevented them from doing anything overboard. As Liangjie brought his men to carry out the punishment, Ling Lan ordered the other 9 teams to carry out the training for the day. There was an uproar. Their training was even harder than the 30 kilometers run with weights. What kind of punishment was that? Ling Lan's voice echoed through the training ground, "Don't worry, after they completed the run, they will still have to complete the training." Everyone turned silent. Soon, they started talking among themselves again. They knew that if Liangjie's team carried out the training after the run, all of them would die. No one would be able to survive the training. They felt depressed. Was their regiment commander trying to kill some of them using this method so that the new recruits could take over their positions? The life-or-death situation ignited the flame in their hearts. Their eyes turned firm as anger burned inside them. Although they had given up on themselves, they still had the desire to live. If not, they would be in a coffin now. Ling Lan wanted to inform the mecha operators in 250 Mecha clan that as their regiment commander, she could kill them without tainting her hands if she wanted to. She wanted them to know that she didn't care about their life at all. Without a doubt, Ling Lan's actions infuriated them. She touched their baseline. Their unyielding spirit was sparked. When Yang Mingji, Gu Dongyang, and Lu Furong heard what Ling Lan said, this was their first thought too. Was their regiment commander trying to kill them? They thought that Ling Lan would slowly increase the intensity of the training, but reality proved that they were wrong. Ling Lan jumped straight into the most intense training on the first day. Not many people would be able to handle the training. Most of them would probably faint halfway through. In their memory, even the special forces didn't have such intensive training. They were just mecha operators who hadn't been working out for many years. Was their regiment commander trying to create results quickly? Or was he too young so he acted rashly? If that was the case, it would be a pity. Everything would go to waste. The current situation would be destroyed by his actions. If they guessed correctly, the mecha operators would rebel against their regiment commander soon. All the mecha operators might die in this rebellion if things got out of hand. Then, the 3 of them remembered that there was a rule which stated that all soldiers who rebelled could be killed by their superiors without reporting to the higher authorities. Was this their regiment commander's plan? Was he trying to kill all the mecha operators using this rule? The 3 of them felt a chill down their spine as they thought of this possibility. They looked at Ling Lan, who was wearing a poker face. As expected, the mecha operators started rebelling. "Are you trying to kill us with this training? We won't accept it," one of the mecha operators shouted angrily. "Yes. No other mecha clan has such harsh training. This is not normal. He is trying to kill us. If we don't retaliate, we will all die here. Resist. We must resist. Rebel. 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 Rebel." Close to 200 mecha operators started chanting. This showed how scary Ling Lan's training was. "Shut up!" Yang Mingji screamed suddenly. He couldn't let the mecha operators die here. Lu Furong and Gu Dongyang woke up from their thoughts when they heard Yang Mingji's voice and started holding back their team members too. Ling Lan frowned slightly. She thought that the 3 of them would just watch the other mecha operators with cold eyes. She never expected them to try and stop their team members. This caught her by surprise. Although she let them become team leaders, she didn't think that she was able to win them over. She had beaten Yang Mingji and Lu Furong up in front of so many people. This was humiliating to them. She was happy if they didn't create trouble for her. Ling Lan didn't know that the 3 of them were just afraid that she would kill all the rebelling mecha operators. This showed how successful she was at building up her image of a malicious and heartless regiment commander. However, the furious mecha operators didn't appreciate what they were doing. Many of them thought that they had gone to Ling Lan's side and scolded them too. A cold voice rose above the masses. "You don't want to train? Sure. All the team leaders, send them to the laboratory." Ling Lan was not afraid of the mecha operators at all. Resisting showed that they still had some fire in them. It was a good thing. Ling Lan's words caused an outburst. We have received merits. We don't want to become guinea pigs. If we don't resist, we will all die. Brothers, charge. A figure rushed towards Ling Lan. The attack was so sudden that Qi Long and the other members of Ling Tian didn't notice it. By the time they saw the figure, he was already right in front of Ling Lan. You are looking for death. Ling Lan swung her whip at him. Smack. The mecha operator flew out and slammed onto the ground. He slid out for a few meters. A blood trail was left behind. After he stopped, the ground below him turned red quickly. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Yang Mingji rushed forward in despair and felt his pulse. It was gone. The mecha operator was killed by Ling Lan by a single whip. He's dead. Yang Mingji moved his mouth and squeezed those two words out forcefully. Attacking his superior. He deserves to die. Ling Lan replied calmly. Everyone sucked in their breath. This person was extremely heartless. This was the first time Ling Lan killed someone in front of them. They dared to retaliate because they felt that their regiment commander would not dare to kill anyone. After all, she didn't kill the person who offended her on the first day. All she did was beat him up badly. However, now, they know that their regiment commander really didn't care about their lives. She just didn't kill them yesterday because she didn't have a valid reason to. Once she has won, she would have no more qualms. Damn it. We must take revenge for our brother. Another mecha operator shouted and rushed towards Ling Lan. Smack. The mecha operator flew out and landed beside his dead comrade. Blood oozed out of his body. He was also dead. Attacking your superior. You deserve to die. Ling Lan used the same reason. Let's kill Ling Lan. If not, we will die anyway. Kill him. Another voice rang through the training ground. Everyone started shouting. Kill him. Someone followed. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The mecha operators chanted. Ling Lan's had finally angered all of them. So this is how it feels to be a villain. It doesn't feel good. Ling Lan was depressed. She never wanted to be a villain but she had no choice. Yang Mingji, Gu Dongyang, and Lu Furong saw the angry crowd and knew that it was hopeless now. They stared at Ling Lan with pale faces. Was their regiment commander going to contact the law enforcement department? Were they going to watch their comrades dying in front of their eyes? Kill me. Do you all have the capability to? Ling Lan sneered. The nonchalant look in her eyes was the final straw. Everyone charged at Ling Lan angrily. They couldn't defeat Ling Lan alone but they could definitely kill her if they attacked together. Yang Mingji, Gu Dongyang, and Lu Furong were shocked. So what if the mecha operators managed to kill Ling Lan? Attacking their superior was an offense that would get them executed. If Ling Lan didn't die, he would have a valid reason to kill all the mecha operators. There was no way these mecha operators would survive. They felt despair. Their friends who once achieved many merits were going to be killed by their own people. Ice blockade. The entire training ground turned into an ice world as soon as a cold voice was heard. Domain Realm Master. Yang Mingji was shocked. The three of them jumped back and used their Qi Jin power to protect their bodies. They tried to block the Domain Realm energy. However, they worried for nothing. Ling Lan's energy went past them. The mecha operators who led the attack on her turned into ice statues. The expression on their faces froze. They didn't have the time to react or stop when this happened and were frozen on the spot. All the other mecha operators stopped in their tracks. They didn't have the courage to act anymore. The once noisy training ground was dead silent. The mecha operators who escaped the attack stared at Ling Lan frighteningly. The fact that Ling Lan was a Domain Realm Master dashed all hopes they had of resisting. They only had one thought now: they were dead. Ling Lan looked up and smiled. She knocked the whip against her left palm and said softly, "Why? Team leaders, do you all need me to repeat myself?" Yang Mingji, Lu Furong, and Gu Dongyang regained their senses and shouted at their team members who hadn't turned into ice statues. They started preparing for the training today. Qi Long and the other team leaders called their team members too. The mecha operators looked at the real-looking ice statues and shivered in fear. They didn't dare to say anything. They might die from the training, but there was a possibility that they would survive. If they resist, they would definitely die. They knew which option was better. The mecha operators finally understood what Ling Lan meant when she said only the strongest can speak. Everyone started training with their various team leaders. Only the ice statues were left in the training ground. Ling Lan walked to the two mecha operators who were dead and kicked them. She said indifferently, "They are gone now. You can get up now." The two mecha operators jumped up. One of them smiled, "Boss, how is our acting?" "Not bad," Ling Lan said. She pointed at his face and asked, "Luo Xiaoyun, your face looks weird. Also, why was it you two?" Luo Xiaoyun rubbed his face and said pitifully, "We couldn't control what we change into after we took the face-changing agent. Only Yuan Yuyun and I turned into 40-years-old men. Everyone else looked too young." He frowned after speaking. It was mentioned that the face they turned into depended on their mental age. Does this mean that Yuan Yuyun and his mental age had reached 40 years old? Yuan Yuyun felt depressed too. He thought about the same thing. Ling Lan guessed their thoughts from their expression and wanted to laugh. Luo Xiaoyun and Yuan Yuyun were more mature compared to people like Li Jinghong and He Chaoyan. However, she felt that Lin Zhongqing was the most detailed and mature out of their group. The idea that your changed face reflected your mental age must be fake news. Ling Lan was a little wrong in her logic. Why must people who are more detailed and mature have a higher mental age? Stop feeling depressed. The face-changing agent only lasts for a day. You will regain your youthful looks tomorrow. Ask Li Shiyu to come over and collect his patients. Ling Lan consoled them and gave them an order. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. She couldn't let those now unfrozen mecha operators return to their teams just yet. If not, the fighting spirit in the mecha operators would be extinguished again. She just managed to inspire their desire to become stronger. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Luo Xiaoyun and Yuan Yuyun saluted and received her order. Very soon, Li Shiyu and Lin Zhongqing came with a bunch of people. Without the 7 people who became team leaders, there were only 9 people, including Ling Lan, left in the Ling Tian battle team. Ling Lan watched as her team members dragged the unconscious mecha operators on the ground away. Even Luo Chao, who was weaker than the others, had to drag 2 people at once. Ling Lan felt that there were not enough people in her battle team. Maybe I should take in more people if I see anyone with enough potential. Ling Lan thought to herself. The mecha operators thought that they could relax after leaving the site of their vicious regiment commander, but they were wrong. Ling Lan would walk between the 10 teams and supervise them. If she saw any mecha operators not training diligently, she would hit them immediately without any warning. Then, she would order someone to drag the person away. Her heartless actions instilled fear in all the mecha operators' hearts. No one dared to be lazy anymore. The 250 mecha clan consisted of all the useless mecha operators from various divisions. Hence, most of them were unable to complete the training. Before they were halfway through the training, all of them were exhausted. Only the 10 team leaders remained standing. They thought that they were able to end their torture for the day, but they were too naive. Since Ling Lan gave them this training, she had the confidence that they could all complete it. Very soon, Li Shiyu came over with the other members of Ling Tian and injected the mecha operators with an agent that allowed them to regain their stamina rapidly. After they experienced the effects of the agent, the mecha operators started groaning and rolling around on the ground. They scratched the ground and begged Ling Lan to let them off. They felt as though they were in a living hell. Unfortunately, their pleas were unable to soften their regiment commander's heart. Ling Lan's face turned darker. "I've filmed this scene. It will be displayed on all the screens in our mecha clan base. You all will be able to see your ugly faces for a month." The mecha operators were unmoved by Ling Lan's words. They were already useless people. They were not afraid of looking at themselves. Also, everyone in this mecha clan was the same. Ling Lan knew what they were thinking, so she continued, "If you all can't complete the training in 1 month, this video, as well as the other videos that will be taken in the future, will be shown to the entire 23rd Division. If you all still can't complete it within 3 months, the videos will be spread to the entire military. Of course, I will do a thorough job and write all your details in the video. I will tell everyone your identity as well as the merits you have achieved in the past. It will definitely be interesting to see your past achievements and your current state." Ling Lan smiled. "I'm not sure if your past comrades would feel ashamed of you when they see the videos." "No." The mecha operators shouted in despair. When they left their battle teams and comrades, they left as a hero. They knew that in their battle teams, they were still considered respectable seniors. It would be a hard blow to their juniors or comrades if they realized that their heroes and seniors were in such a haggard state. This must not happen. The mecha operators exclaimed in their hearts. Ling Lan forced out their ego and sense of shame. Everyone had a bottom line that could not be touched. Once someone hit their bottom line, they would retaliate furiously. All the mecha operators got up from the floor. They only had one thought in their mind. They must complete their training and not let the video be shown in public. They could not accept such humiliation. Ling Lan was relieved to see such a reaction from the mecha operators. Luckily, they still had something they wanted to protect. They still had some pride left. Ling Lan was afraid that these mecha operators had really given up on life. If that was the case, she would not be able to help them at all. They would really be useless to her. Of course, if they were really useless, Ling Lan would kick them out of the mecha clan. She needed to be responsible for her other team members. In the cafeteria of 250 mecha clan, all the mecha operators sat at the dining tables. A widespread food was laid out in front of them. This was definitely enough to replenish the energy they have lost during the training. The once lazy chefs quickly brought out the food and placed them in front of the mecha operators. Ever since Ling Lan took over as the regiment commander, the logistics department of 250 mecha clan started becoming efficient. From this moment onwards, the 250 mecha clan turned from the most relaxed mecha clan to the scariest mecha clan to be in. Some logisticians entered this mecha clan using their connections so that they didn't have to work too much. However, they regretted their decision instantly. Not only do they have to complete their logistics work, but they also need to undergo harsh training too. This was not something a logistician should do. They wanted to rebel, but after looking at the videos played before each meal, they gave up on the idea. After the food was laid out, the logisticians retreated to the side. A screen came down from the ceiling and started playing the video taken when the mecha operators begged to be released from their training. The logisticians felt a chill running down their spine. The mecha operators were used to seeing the video. Some of them had started improving and their faces were not shown on the screen. Those that were still shown felt ashamed of themselves. They were all useless people at the start of the training. So why were some of them able to improve? Why couldn't they do the same too? They had enough of the gazes by the logisticians. They didn't expect the logisticians to watch their videos with them. They felt humiliated. Their weak side was displayed to the logisticians. It should be known that the logisticians' job was to service the mecha operators. Hence, they had a natural respect for mecha operators. Yet, in the 250 mecha clan, the logisticians no longer looked at them with respect and envy. It was replaced by a look of disdain. The mecha operators couldn't accept this change in attitude. As the logisticians lost their respect for the mecha operators, they gained more fear towards Ling Lan. They would not be able to forget Ling Lan's viciousness anytime soon. They felt that since even ace operators were unable to win against their regiment commander, they would have no chance of retaliating against him. If they didn't listen to him, he could just kill them as easily as killing an ant. Ling Lan was surprised that the logisticians were impacted by the video too. It meant that she didn't have to waste any more effort in worrying about them. The logisticians' training was harsh, but they were not as tough as the mecha operators' training. If they pushed themselves a little, the logisticians could complete the training. Hence, they didn't have much of a reason to rebel against Ling Lan. Those logisticians that came to the 250 mecha clan to have an easy life wanted to leave the mecha clan secretly. Since they couldn't offend their regiment commander, they could just hide from him. However, their wishes weren't fulfilled. Ling Xiao had his eyes on the 250 mecha clan. Who dares to touch the mecha clan now? The logisticians lost their connections and could only train obediently. Who said that the 250 mecha clan is the most relaxed and comfortable mecha clan to be in? I will kill the person who told me that. This was what the logisticians were thinking. 250 mecha clan became a mecha clan that was easy to get in but difficult to get out. Thus, Ling Lan's actions were not found out by anyone else in the 23rd Division. Mind you, her actions could land her in the military court anytime. Ling Lan was able to have such a smooth journey because of her father. As expected, no matter what era it was, having a good father was an important thing. At the staff officer headquarters, He Shuyang and Tong Jiying agreed with Ling Lan's methods. They had been watching over the 250 mecha clan and saw the improvements in the mecha operators. This showed that Ling Lan's harsh and high-pressure methods were effective. Tong Jiying wanted to create a record of the 250 mecha clan so that he could research on why Ling Lan's method was so effective. Unfortunately, this proposal was rejected by General Ling Xiao. He even gave a strict order that there would be no records of Ling Lan's doings in the 250 mecha clan. Tong Jiying didn't understand why the general gave such an order. Since Ling Lan was able to cure the mecha operators that were once deemed useless, his methods might be useful in helping the other mecha operators that were met with mental obstacles. If they were able to find out the reason why the method was working and make it known to the other mecha clans, the entire federation would benefit. Why didn't the general allow it? On the other hand, He Shuyang understood Ling Xiao's worry. Ling Lan was General Ling Xiao's son. He has a high chance of taking over the general's position. Hence, he couldn't afford to have any dark histories. The things that Ling Lan did to the 250 mecha clan were good, but it could also be used against him. At that moment, Ling Xiao was hiding in his office and looking at the documents about the 250 mecha clan. He had tears on his face. His cute and cuddly princess was getting further and further away from him. No. His baby daughter is a sweet and obedient little girl. How could she be misunderstood by others? He must hide all the evidence to protect his daughter. Ling Xiao was firm. He opened his optical supercomputer and used his rights as a general to delete all the information about Ling Lan's doings in the 250 mecha clan. He gave an order to forbid any other generals from obtaining information about the 250 mecha clan. If he had the ability to, he wanted to prevent everyone from getting any information about the 250 mecha clan. However, his position was not high enough to do that. Maybe he should climb higher in rank. Ling Xiao raised his head. An idea was forming in his heart. The 4-star planet Liaowang was not a suitable planet for humans to live in. However, there were ample resources on planet Liaowang and laborers were needed to open the mines. The salary for these jobs was much higher than normal, so many commoners were attracted to the offer. They planned to work for 20 to 30 years and earn their pot of gold. Then, they would return to their 3-star planet and enjoy city life. In order to let humans live in planet Liaowang safely, the Federation built 2 giant cities on planet Liaowang. Each city was able to hold close to 100 million people. The workers on the planet would bring their families along, so there would be scout academies as well as specialized schools. Those people who couldn't get into the scout academies could attend these specialized schools and learn specialized skills to support their families. Chen Yang's family was a normal family. They lived on the planet Liaowang. Chen Yang was a normal mine worker and his wife, Luo Min, was a normal woman who worked at a supermarket as a stock managing assistant. She received the most basic first-level salary. There were many families like Chen Yang. However, because of his oldest son, Chen Yang and his wife were slightly different from the other families. Many people were jealous of them. Chen Yang's son was called Chen Yifan. When he gave this name to his son, he probably thought that his son would have a normal life. However, the moment his son was born, he knew that his son was special. His son's physical constitution reached an S rank. When this news reached the military headquarters, they immediately sent people over and wanted to nurture his son. Chen Yang and Luo Min gave birth to their son 10 years after their marriage. Hence, although they knew that their son would have a bright future if they let the military nurture him, they were still unable to let him go. From the name, you could tell that this couple had no huge ambitions in life. They just wanted their family to be safe and sound. Hence, Chen Yifan was not taken away. The military felt regretful, but they didn't force Chen Yang. There were many children who had S-rank potential, so it was fine if one of them didn't join them. However, in order to not waste Chen Yifan's potential, the military decided to give Chen Yifan all the benefits he should have. All the medicines that were given to an S-rank baby were given to him too. As Chen Yifan grew older, he started to display his potential. In the Scout Academy, he was always the top few in terms of the physical skills test and theory exams. His parents were proud of him. Sometimes, they wondered if their son could have been stronger if they had sent him to the military. This thought came out again when they gave birth to their second son, Chen Ian, 2 years later. His potential was only C rank. If they knew that they would have a second child so quickly, they would not have wasted their oldest son's talent. When Chen Yifan was 16 years old, he entered the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Everyone was jealous of Chen Yang and his wife, but no one understood the regret they had. Chen Yifan had been in the military academy for 6 years. In those 6 years, he never went back home. He would only have a video call with them once every New Year. Chen Yang and his wife missed their son, but since they had Chen Ian accompanying them, life was not that hard. If Chen Yifan was their pride, Chen Ian was their worry. Chen Ian's potential was not high, so it meant that he would not be able to reach a high level in terms of physical skills. Not only that, he was not smart either. After graduating from the Scout Academy, he was only able to study at the Mecha Engineering School for 3 years. He barely managed to pass his exams. Chen Yang and his wife thought that Chen Yifan had taken away all their best genes, and that's why Chen Ian was so normal. However, no matter how normal he was still their son. When Chen Ian reached the age where he could enter the military, Chen Yang and his wife had a dilemma. They hoped that Chen Ian would be able to pass the recruit test and enter the military. As long as he didn't need to go onto the battlefield and survived until his retirement, the country would give him a good job and his life would be stable. However, the recent news made them worry that their son would have to go to war. If that was the case, they hoped that their son would not pass the test, as they could still afford to take care of him. Bang! The door flew open. Chen Ian smiled as he walked in. He was not worried about entering the military at all. Chen Yang scolded him, "Don't you know how to open the door properly? Sooner or later, you will break the door." Chen Ian ignored Chen Yang. He pushed the person behind him and shouted, "Ta-da, look at who I brought." A familiar figure appeared beside Chen Ian. Chen Yang and his wife rubbed their eyes in disbelief. A moment later, they widened their eyes. Yifan. Chen Yifan nodded calmly. "Yes. Father, mother, I'm back." Chen Yang and his wife were elated. They hurriedly pulled Chen Yifan onto the sofa. After they recovered from their happiness, they remembered, you graduated from the military academy, right? Which division were you assigned to? They were sure that Qin Yifan would get into a military division. They knew that with his ability, he would be able to survive in the military well. Sometimes, the child that was more capable would be neglected by their parents while the one that was not as smart received more care. Qin Yifan remained silent for a moment. I didn't take the military academy exam. Why? Qin Yang was shocked. No reason, Qin Yifan replied impatiently. The 6 years in the military academy made him understand that the world of soldiers was not as pure as what he had imagined. There were different factions and powers in the military. If he wanted to rise above everyone else, he needed to follow what everyone else was doing. Qin Yifan was unable to accept this. But, that is your path. It was a shortcut for us to become a civilian too. Qin Yang shouted in anger. Why did his son choose to give up such a good opportunity? This was something everyone on planet Liangwang wanted. However, they now don't even have the opportunity to become civilians. Qin Yifan replied Qin Yang with an indifferent face. Qin Ian was not smart but he could still sense the anger in his father. He pulled Qin Yifan up instantly and shouted, Father, I'm going to the armory and see if my name is on the list. Then, he ran out of the house with Qin Yifan. Qin Yang vented his anger on Luo Min when she tried to speak up for her son. He told her that Qin Yifan became like this because Luo Min pampered him too much. Luo Min was not someone easily bullied. She screamed back at Qin Yang and forced Qin Yang to calm down. Now, they have to worry about both of their sons. Qin Yifan thought that Qin Ian lied to their father in order to bring him out but instead, he was speaking the truth. He went to the armory and got the news that he was accepted. Qin Ian hugged Qin Yifan and jumped around happily. Don't go, Qin Yifan told him with a stern face. No, I want to go. Qin Ian was a stubborn person. You might die on the battlefield, Qin Yifan continued in a serious tone. Since I want to become a soldier, I have prepared myself for it, Qin Ian replied firmly. Are you going to leave our parents alone? Qin Yifan said furiously. Qin Ian looked at him with a puzzled expression. You will be home, right? You won't be going into the army so you can accompany our parents. Qin Yifan didn't know what to say. He didn't expect this to be a reason for Qin Ian to enter the military. The two brothers ended their conversation unhappily. Qin Yang and his wife felt their world turning upside down. Their talented older son didn't want to enter the military while their slightly underperforming younger son wanted to enter the army. The date of registration for the military had arrived. Qin Ian packed his luggage and prepared to leave the house. Whether or not his parents agreed, he would enter the military. He opened the door and saw his brother standing there. Qin Yifan looked at his younger brother and asked, Do you really want to go? Yes. General Ling Xiao said that we must protect our country. I want to protect our country. Qin Ian was naive and not that smart but he was stubborn. Once he made a decision, no one could stop him. Qin Yifan saw Qin Ian's determination and turned around. When he noticed that Qin Ian was not following him, he asked, Why are you still standing there? Qin Ian scratched his head. Brother, what do you mean? What do I mean? I'm entering the military with you. Qin Yifan felt helpless. If his brother entered the military by himself, he would most likely be used. He needed to look after him. Ah! Qin Ian was stunned. Didn't his brother say that he didn't want to enter the military? Qin Ian left the house with this query in his head. After the two of them left, Qin Yang and his wife opened their room door. Luo Min had tears in her eyes while Qin Yang appeared to be in shock. Are you happy now? Both your sons have entered the military. Luo Min punched Qin Yang angrily. If Qin Yang was willing to sit down and talk nicely, would her sons leave without bidding farewell to them? Qin Yifan smiled bitterly. He hugged Luo Min and said, They have their own path. We can't stop them. With Yifun's help, Ian will be fine. Chen Yang felt complicated too. If his two sons swapped their ambitions, he would not need to worry so much. Hence, the Chen brothers' names were entered into the recruits list. Chen Yifan chose to become a logistician so that he could take care of his little brother. He chose to enter the 23rd Division too. They were both not certain if they were able to enter the 23rd Division. If the number of applicants to the 23rd Division was more than the number of available slots they had, the mainframe would choose the better candidates first. As people from planet Liaowang, the Chen brothers would not be on the priority list. The two of them waited for an hour before receiving a message on their communicator. The message stated which starship they were allocated to. Chen Yifan prayed before looking at his communicator. When he saw that he entered the 23rd Division, he jumped up in excitement. "Brother, I'm going to the 23rd Division." General Ling Xiao was the reason why Chen Ian wanted to join the military. Hence, he wished that he would be able to enter the 23rd Division and become a member of General Ling Xiao's division. Chen Yifan smiled gently. "Congratulations." Then, he turned and walked to the right. Chen Ian got a shock. He pulled Chen Yifan back and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" Chen Yifan knocked Chen Ian's forehead helplessly. "The starship." "Starship? Why does it sound so familiar?" Chen Ian scratched his head. "Didn't you see the information written below? You need to board the starship to go to the 23rd Division." "Oh, right." Chen Ian finally understood. He widened his eyes. "Big brother, how do you know that I need to get on the starship? Were the people from the academy so amazing? Could they predict the future?" Chen Yifan sighed. If he wasn't here to look after his brother, he might be unable to even pass the recruit training camp. He waved his communicator in front of his little brother. When he saw the confused look on his brother's face, he said, "Because I'm going to the 23rd Division too." Chen Ian was elated when he heard this piece of news. To him, his older brother was a person who could do anything. He felt happy that he could be in the same division as his brother. The nervousness that he felt disappeared. Chen Yifan felt pressured when he saw his little brother's happy face. Was he really able to survive 10 years in the military with his brother? At the headquarters of the 23rd Division, He Shuyang was arranging the documents in his hand. He placed all the documents that needed the general's signature on one side. Beep, beep. An announcement appeared on his optical supercomputer. It reminded him that a call was coming in. He Shuyang answered the call. His assistant's voice sounded. "Chief of Staff, the regiment commander of the 250 Mecha clan, Ling Lan, is looking for you." The documents in He Shuyang's hand dropped on the floor. "Chief of Staff. Are you okay?" his assistant asked worriedly. He Shuyang calmed himself down and replied, "I'm fine. Let him in." F***K, why did this person come again? He Shuyang felt desperate. Nothing good would happen when Ling Lan looked for him. He Shuyang recalled how often young Master Lan looked for him whenever he needed more resources and weapons. Nowadays, the faces of the people from the logistics department would turn green whenever they see him. These things had nothing to do with their department, but he still had to do it. He still owed the head of logistics a huge favor. He Shuyang felt unhappy. Why don't young Master Lan look for the general? Finding the general was the most effective way. The general just needed to give an order and everything would be settled. The old bastard from the logistics department would not dare to defy the general. Ling Lan liked to find He Shuyang because it was easier for her. Whenever she looked for her father, he would always ask her about the Mecha clan. Ling Lan didn't like to talk. She knew that with her status, He Shuyang wouldn't dare to ask her anything. He would also satisfy all her needs. Ling Lan believed that her father would give her what she wanted, so she just needed He Shuyang as the middleman to talk to her father. Ling Lan walked in. He Shuyang smiled and asked, "Ling Lan, what do you need?" He knew that General Ling Xiao wanted to hide young Master Lan's identity, so he called Ling Lan by his name. Someone might enter his office suddenly, so He Shuyang had to be careful. The possibility was not high, but it was better to be cautious. "Chief of Staff, I have to trouble you again," Ling Lan said indifferently. She sounded as though she was here to greet him. He Shuyang rubbed his face and said helplessly, "What do you need this time?" "Soldiers." Ling Lan replied blatantly. He Shuyang raised his right hand and pointed at Ling Lan. His hand was trembling. "Shouldn't you look for your commander or the sub-commander? Do you think that I'm Doraemon? Do you think that I can fulfill all your wishes? Troublesome." Ling Lan thought for a while and replied. He Shuyang looked as though he received a huge blow. Young Master Lan looked for him not because he was amiable and easy to interact with. He looked for him because he was convenient. He must have owed Ling Xiao and Ling Lan a huge debt in his past life. This was why he needed to serve them now. He Shuyang thought about the general who threw everything at him. Sob, these two people are both bad people. Don't tell me that you can't do it. Ling Lan pressed against the office table with her hands and looked down on He Shuyang. An oppressive aura formed around her. As expected of Ling Zhao's son. He Shuyang exclaimed in his heart. However, despite how much he liked Ling Lan, he didn't want to relent so easily. He was the chief of staff for General Ling Xiao. How could he be scared by a regiment commander so easily? Ling Lan, why don't you look for your direct superior, the commander of the Middle Second Corps? Many soldiers are assigned to the Middle Second Corps. He Shuyang shrugged. I'm just the chief of staff. I can't do anything about the distribution of soldiers. Master, he is lying. Little Blossom shouted angrily in Ling Lan's mindscape. Although he was unable to download data secretly and use them like Little Four, he could still view the documents on He Shuyang's optical supercomputer. Ling Lan had warned him against destroying the information on any optical supercomputer from the 23rd Division. Hence, Little Blossom could only suppress his desire. Ling Lan knew that He Shuyang was lying even without Little Blossom's reminder. The Staff Officer Department is the only department that was linked to all the other departments. Although the main job of the Staff Officer Department was to create a battle plan, this mission would only be given during a war. During normal times, the Staff Officer Department was in charge of the operations of the entire division. Ling Lan was not surprised by He Shuyang's rejection. He always did this when she looked for him. She patted the documents beside him and said, "Chief of Staff, should I find a document that can help you regain your lost memory?" She didn't know whether there was a document related to the distribution of soldiers, but she didn't care. She just needed to frighten him. If he didn't get scared, she would think of another way. Ling Lan was lucky. There was indeed a document related to the distribution of soldiers in the pile of documents. He Shuyang felt frustrated as he looked at the confident Ling Lan. He suspected that there was a traitor in his team who revealed the content of the documents to Ling Lan. Of course, he knew that that was impossible. Everyone in the Staff Officer Department had a good character. They underwent many tests before entering this department so no one would leak any information out. He Shuyang gave up. He asked, "How many people do you need?" Ling Lan raised her hand. He Shuyang heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't ask for many people. 50 people. No problem. He just needed to send a request in the mainframe to fulfill her request. He didn't need to negotiate with other departments or report to General Ling Xiao. He Shuyang didn't want General Ling Xiao to know that he helped Ling Lan with many things. The general was a fair person. He wouldn't want his son to make use of his connection. He Shuyang was thinking too much. Ling Xiao would never stop him from helping Ling Lan. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't be too conspicuous, he would have given Ling Lan everything he could. Ling Lan shook her head to express that the number was wrong. He Shuyang's face changed. Don't tell me that you need 500 people. Ling Lan put down her hand and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for your help." He Shuyang wanted to vomit blood. Really? That's impossible. No mecha clan took in so many soldiers at one go. Only those mecha clans who suffered huge damages during a battle had such a privilege. If not, 50 people were the maximum. Ling Lan answered, a normal mecha clan should have around 400 to 500 people. There will be 1,500 mecha operators in the mecha clan. However, our mecha clan only has 250 people. Even with the addition of logisticians, we only have 350 people in total. Chief of Staff, don't you think that the division is paying too little attention to our mecha clan? He Shuyang was speechless. He stuttered, the 250 mecha clan is a special mecha clan. That's why there are so little people. I only need 500 people. 100 ace operators and 400 excellent logisticians, Ling Lan told He Shuyang her request. 100 ace operators. Impossible. Do you think that ace operators can be found everywhere? He Shuyang shook his head. Asking for 500 people was already a huge request. 100 ace operators. Did he think that the 23rd Division belonged to him? Fine, the 23rd Division is led by his father. In other words, it really belonged to him. Ling Lan frowned. She thought about it and changed her requirements. 50 ace operators and 450 logisticians. He Shuyang shook his head again. Ace operators were the main strength of a division. Moving one ace operator required a whole list of the protocol. 50 of them? Ling Lan might as well kill him. Even if he looked for General Ling Xiao, he would not be able to get them within a short period of time. Ling Lan looked at him coldly. Let's not waste time. Why don't you tell me what you can give me? He Shuyang was afraid that Ling Lan would ask for even more things, so he hurriedly replied, I can't give you any ace mecha masters. The most I can give you is 50 advanced mecha warriors and 200 recruits. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Advanced mecha operators. I don't need them. Just split a part of them to be logistics personnel. Even new recruits can join the logistics group. Ling Lan looked down on those mecha operators. After all, she was about to reform the mecha clan. Advanced mecha operators required a lot of time to develop and did not correspond with her plans. Split? He Shuyang almost laughed after hearing Ling Lan's request. Only young Master Lan has the audacity to haggle with him. Woo-woo, it was as though young Master Lan was never afraid of him and instead teased him. As expected, Ling Xiao and his son are both villainous people. He Shuyang's resentment was quite strong. 300 logistics personnel, no more than that, He Shuyang replied helplessly. 400 people, not one less. Ling Lan looked towards the sofa beside her and said to herself, I'm not busy today, so I have all day to talk to Mr. Staff Officer. Ling Lan sat there with an expression saying that if He Shuyang didn't agree, she would sit here forever. He Shuyang looked at the countless piles of documents on his desk and cried on the inside. If young Master Lan actually stayed here, he wouldn't be able to work today. As expected, the father and son, Ling Xiao and Ling Lan are both evil. They are both here to bully him. He Shuyang said with resentment, alright, if it's 400 you want then 400 it is. Regiment Commander Ling, please be careful on your way out. He wanted to quickly send away young Master Lan, otherwise, not only would it hurt him mentally, it might hurt him physically. He would have to do overtime if that were to happen. Thank you, Mr. Staff Officer. Ling Lan satisfyingly saluted He Shuyang and then left his office. As He Shuyang was watching Ling Lan disappearing from his sight, he suddenly remembered that he could have actually refused Ling Lan's request. Why did he have to accept meeting with him in the first place? He Shuyang just discovered that he made it troublesome for himself. The 3-month training period for new recruits had finally ended. After the training officer told everyone to scatter, all of the new recruits grouped around in the field. Chen Ian excitedly went to look for his older brother, Chen Yifan. They were quite lucky as they were sent to the same recruit training camp. Although their training officers were different, they were still together. This made Chen Ian feel very at ease. Chen Ian only walked for a short while before managing to find his own elder brother Chen Yifan leaning on a lamp post in the field, waving at him. Elder brother. Chen Ian ran towards his brother like a dog seeing its owner. The only thing missing was a wagging tail. Chen Yifan saw Chen Ian's bright smile. The expressionless face finally grinned. He patted Chen Ian's head and asked, "Did you pack your bags yet?" "I packed them long ago," replied Chen Ian. Knowing that today was the last day of the training, he had woken up bright and early. He was too excited to sleep, so he packed his belongings throughout the night. "Elder brother, which clan do you think will be put into?" Chen Ian suddenly remembered something. His originally excited mood instantly dropped. He lowered his head and unconsciously kicked the lamp post. "What's wrong?" Chen Yifan thought it was odd that Chen Ian's mood changed so quickly. "This time, elder brother probably won't be in the same clan as me." After all, they had only just left the care of their parents. Chen Yifan had been taking care of him this entire time. Chen Ian, who was not independent, suddenly discovered that he was going to be apart from his elder brother. He instantly felt uneasy in his heart. Chen Yifan rubbed Chen Ian's head, comforting him, "Ian, no matter which clan we are sent into, being apart still means we're together. You have to remember that you have grown up already and must be able to face the world yourself. Also, you chose to join the army, so since this was your choice, you must walk this path bravely." Chen Ian nodded. Chen Ian's depressed mood instantly disappeared. He once again had his symbolic **T eating grin on his face. Chen Yifan smiled and said, "Even if we aren't together in the beginning, I will try to find a way for us to be together. Then I'll be waiting for that." Chen Ian laughed. Although that was what Chen Yifan said, Chen Ian still thought his brother was just comforting him. After all, they had already learned that the clan where the new recruits like them would end up, would depend on the grades during their training and be distributed by the mainframe. Those who with good grades, would be placed in good clans and those with poor grades would of course be placed in weaker clans. Chen Ian knew that his own grades were among the lowest. In the many assessments he had, he only passed by a few points after the cutoff point. His elder brother Chen Yifan on the other hand, would definitely have good grades. After all, his elder brother was a cadet from the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Chen Yifan saw that Chen Ian didn't believe him. He shook his head and smiled, but didn't give any explanation. In actuality, during the new recruit training period, he had meddled with some things. However, it was just as Chen Ian had thought. Because of the mainframe's placement, Chen Yifan couldn't confirm that what he had done was actually going to make the two of them be placed in the same clan in the end. If that didn't work, then he would have no choice but to go with his last plan. Chen Yifan's eyes showed a hint of determination. The Chen brothers, who had already registered, were sitting in the waiting room. An anxious-looking new recruit that had just registered, walked into the waiting room and looked around. Suddenly he saw that Chen Ian was sitting amongst the crowd. The new recruit was overjoyed. He sprinted towards him and smacked Chen Ian's shoulder. Chen Yifan lifted his head. The expression on his face would make any other man's heart skip a beat. His hand, that he smacked Chen Yifan's shoulder with, instantly froze in place. Chen Ian didn't see his elder brother glaring at his friend. He looked at the person who ran towards them and instantly stood up excitedly. "Zhou Yu, I didn't think we would be able to meet you here." Zhou Yu was in the same training group as Chen Ian in the new recruit camp. The two of them were both underperforming and their grades in the lower rankings. Since the two of them were in the same boat, Zhou Yu and Chen Ian had formed a strong bond with each other in the past 3 months. They were both waiting to see each other during their placement. Chen Ian was also very happy to see him. "Chen Ian, have you finished registering?" Zhou Yu sent careful glance to Chen Yifan. He didn't forget the glare he was given just now. It was too terrifying. Seeing Zhou Yu's eyes move, Chen Ian immediately introduced him to his elder brother. This is my elder brother, Chen Yifan, who is also a new recruit. However, he wasn't in our training group. My brother and I have finished registering already. Elder brother Yifan, hello. Zhou Yu shouted respectfully. Chen Yifan made him feel pressured. Someone like him was actually just a common new recruit. Zhou Yu didn't think so. Chen Yifan nodded in reply, but didn't speak a word. Chen Ian seemed to have felt Zhou Yu's fear, so he immediately pulled him aside and asked in a whisper, have you finished registering? Yeah, Zhou Yu nodded. I'm not sure which clan will be placed in. Chen Ian, who was filled with anticipation, had a little bit of sadness inside of him. He didn't know who his future comrades would be and hoped that they would be easy to get along with. Actually, all the clans in the 23rd Division aren't bad. As long as you don't go to 250 Mecha Clan, replied Zhou Yu. Chen Yifan's eyes locked into Zhou Yu. He saw the frustration on Zhou Yu's face and knew that Zhou Yu had said something he shouldn't have said. Chen Yifan knew it right away that Zhou Yu wasn't as simple as he thought. Chen Ian didn't discover Zhou Yu's frustration. He heard Zhou Yu's words and instantly became curious. Thus he asked, Zhou Yu, why can't we go to the 250 Mecha Clan? Zhou Yu saw that although Chen Ian was curious, he was still indifferent. It didn't seem like Chen Ian was trying to pry the information out of him. Zhou Yu instantly felt relieved. During their time together in the past 3 months, Zhou Yu knew that Chen Ian was a simple individual who would definitely not change his attitude towards him because of Zhou Yu's identity. Zhou Yu also wouldn't get looks of pity from Chen Ian's eyes. After being relieved of worry, Zhou Yu didn't try to hide anything and whispered back, according to some legend, although this 250 Mecha Clan had all ace mecha operators, they were also useless people who couldn't fight in the battlefield. If we're not careful and get placed as the logistics personnel in that clan, it's possible that we would be rotting in there for 10 years. Soldiers who enter that clan at private rank, would probably still be a private after they leave the military. Hearing this, Chen Ian quickly shook his head and said, I definitely don't want to go to this 250 Mecha Clan. I am going to be on the battlefield. Zhou Yu continued, I don't want to go there either. I didn't join the military to waste 10 years of my life in that kind of place. He clenched his fist with great force. Zhou Yu joined the military this time in order to prove to people that he wasn't a useless descendant from the Zhou family. He definitely couldn't waste away 10 years. Chen Yifan heard their conversation and couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. If what Zhou Yu said was true, this 250 Mecha Clan was quite suitable for the two brothers. Chen Yifan didn't want to achieve anything. He only thought about how he and his little brother would be able to peacefully live through the 10 years of military service. As Chen Ian and Zhou Yu were whispering, both of them suddenly felt the communicators on their wrists vibrate. The two of them looked at each other and knew that the results of their placements had came. The two of them took a breath, lifted their arms and looked at their communicators. Then in an instant, they were petrified. Chen Yifan looked at the notification sent to his communicator and couldn't help but raise a brow. He was just thinking that 250 Mecha Clan was the perfect clan for him and his little brother. He didn't think that he would actually be placed in there. But Chen Yifan wasn't sure if Chen Ian was placed there. Ian, where did you get placed? Chen Yifan softly asked Chen Ian, who was now standing there like a statue. Chen Ian turned his head stiffly, elder brother. In the next second, he hugged Chen Yifan and began to cry loudly, elder brother, it's 250 Mecha Clan. I don't want to be a useless nobody. Zhou Yu slumped into his chair. He began speaking to himself, 250, it's actually 250. Why is it 250? Was this fate? Was this why he had to go to the 250 Mecha Clan where all the useless individuals gathered? Will he never be able to get rid of the nickname useless in his entire life? Zhou Yu's family wasn't just any normal family. This was also the reason why he knew some of the secrets of the 23rd Division. It was just that he didn't think that his desire to have a start fresh was in the end played around by his terrible fate. It turns out, all of his hard work was all for naught. Come to the 250 Mecha clan with your elder brother all right? Chen Yifun's voice echoed beside Chen Ian Weiling's. Chen Ian raised his head in surprise. Elder brother, you're going to the 250 Mecha clan as well? Yes. Chen Yifun replied with a half-smile. That's great. It's the same anywhere if my elder brother's there. Chen Ian rubbed his face with his sleeve and smiled stupidly once again. Chen Ian was a simple man. His sadness after knowing he was sent to 250 Mecha clan was quelled by the excitement he felt knowing he was going to be together with his elder brother. Zhou Yu wanted to cry but couldn't. He clearly knew why the 250 Mecha clan was formed. It was to give useless and glorified seniors a place to stay. And logistics personnel in the clan were there to care for these washed-up mecha operators. Unless an individual had a strong background, they wouldn't be able to get out of 250 Mecha clan. Zhou Yu knew that the Zhou family had given up on him and would definitely not use their military connections for him. Zhou Yu foresaw that the three of them would waste 10 years of their lives in the Mecha clan and would not see the light of day. Disregarding Zhou Yu's deepened sorrow, Chen Ian's excitement and Chen Yifun's calmness, 400 people who had the lowest scores above the passing grade were all placed into 250 Mecha clan by the mainframe. Chen Yifun on the other hand, hid his real potential in order for him to be placed in the same clan as his younger brother by manipulating his grades to be similar to those of Chen Ian. It should be said that although the placements of the mainframe were fair, as it would still use the training grades as the reference. This would make those who deliberately hid their potential to get past the system like Chen Yifun. Just by looking at Chen Yifun's data would make it clear that his training grades were altered. It was not He Shuyang's idea to make the mainframe place 400 of the worst logistics personnel into the 250 Mecha clan. It was just that 250 Mecha clan had such a bad reputation. Although He Shuyang had told the lower ranks to care for 250 Mecha clan, those in the lower ranks didn't want to waste such good soldiers. Instead, they made their own decision and put down 250 Mecha clan as the lowest level, level F. The placements done by the mainframe was in accordance with the level of the clan. A triple S level clan such as the Special Forces, would of course be given the strongest of the new recruits. While the lowest level, level F, would of course receive the weakest new recruits. When Ling Lan received the list of 400 names of the logistics personnel after the placements, she figured it out after the fact after seeing the piss-poor training grades. Unfortunately, the ship had already sailed and she could only take what she was given. Of course, Ling Lan didn't care too much about the terrible grades of these new recruits. In her eyes, there were only lazy people and no useless people. As long as she ruthlessly trained them to force out their potential, some of these trash-like logistics personnel would definitely not be too far off from those outstanding logistics personnel. Since there were so many people, Chen Yifun and the others followed a group of new recruits and sat on a hover bus. The bus flew quickly and after a few hours, they arrived at the entrance to the base of 250. The infrastructure of the base was very modern. Chen Yifun only glanced at it for 1 second and knew that the walls were laced with magnetic storm nets. If any idiot wanted to fly past the wall, they would definitely be electrocuted by the magnetic storm nets. The entrance seemed ordinary, but the circular object that looked like a decoration was actually a Gatling laser cannon. If anyone wanted to get past the entrance, it would only be possible if there were thousands of people attacking it. Chen Yifun's frowned. Was all this firepower and defensive equipment actually going to be used to protect a bunch of useless mecha operators? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Wow, this base looks sick. A few new recruits looked outside from their windows. They looked at the large and seemingly endless base of operation. Their eyes instantly had red hearts pop out from them. After only just coming out from the training camp, they had never seen a real clan's base of operations before. These new recruits were instantly in shock and awe by the vastness and modernness of their future mecha clan. The driver of the hover bus received a signal from the base and slowly landed near the entrance. The soldiers on guard at the entrance were fully geared. They walked into the bus with a serious expression on their faces and began to examine the new recruits. This was a necessary procedure before entering a base. The guards in 250 Mecha Clan were no longer slacking and relaxing like they were before Ling Lan had taken over. If anyone dared to cause any trouble, those people would definitely not have a good time. A malevolent aura expanded into the bus as these soldiers walked into it. The aura made the rowdy new recruits instantly sit up straight on their seats and not dare to make any noise or even move. Chen Yifan clearly sensed the malevolent aura the soldiers had on them. He had once felt this type of aura around a few instructors with battlefield experience and around the mercenaries on their mission. How can these soldiers be considered useless? Chen Yifan had a lot of questions in his mind. Was this 250 Mecha Clan actually the same as what Chuyu had said? After the checks, these soldiers asked the driver of the bus to get off. Then, they took control of the bus. Not long after, the hover bus flew up once again and went into the entrance that had already been opened. The hover bus flew for another few minutes, then stopped at large square. There weren't any buildings around them but only grassland and forests. The soldiers told the new recruits to get off. When all of the new recruits got off the bus, the door closed and flew away once again without a trace. The 400 new recruits who were suddenly put in an unknown location had all become restless and uneasy. Right at that moment, a simple sketch of a map suddenly appeared on a screen in front of them. Then a voice echoed within the square, "Hey newbies. In order to welcome you newbies in joining 250 Mecha Clan, we prepared a welcoming ceremony specially for you guys. Are you guys ready?" Chen Yifan bit his lip. What welcome ceremony? Wasn't it just a game where the veterans pranked the new recruits? It was as he had expected. Entering the clan wasn't that easy. The expression of the 400 new recruits were all different. Some were afraid, some confused, some nervous and also some who were excited. Do you see the map on the screen? Remember it carefully. If you make a wrong turn and activate our base's defense system, then you'll die for nothing. After hearing these words, everyone's face turned pale. Were people actually going to die? In the division, there are many new recruits who perish for different reasons every year. Hope you lot won't become one of them. The warning was heard by every single new recruit. Everyone began to memorize the map on the screen. Many people were afraid of memorizing it wrongly and immediately used their communicators to record the map. You have 2 hours. If you don't get to the destination within 2 hours. Good luck. The announcer's voice was filled with schadenfreude. This voice made Chen Yifan's heart drop to his stomach. A punishment that hasn't been told to them yet indeed was something to be worried about. It seemed, in order to make sure there weren't any casualties, they must complete the task. The countdown starts now. As the announcer finished speaking, the map on the large screen disappeared. Immediately a countdown timer appeared counting down from 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. After this voice finished, a few new recruits, who were anxious to get going, took their bags and went to the direction on the map by themselves. There were also many new recruits who began to form groups and teams. Chen Yifan's group of 3 joined a small team after Chen Yifan signaled the other 2 to do so. No one knew what would happen on the way to their destination. With more people moving together, they would be able to solve issues that one single person would not be able to. Inside a monitoring room, Ling Lan, Li Shiyu, Lin Zhongqing and the others weren't busy, were secretly watching the performance of these new recruits. These new recruits aren't very capable. Their performances are all worse than the stronger ones. Lin Zhongqing felt a little bit of regret. There wasn't anyone who created a group that had more than 30 people in it. Most people just moved out by themselves. In the wilderness, this type of decision was without a doubt a death wish. These are all new recruits, whether they become a snake or dragon in the future is all dependent on how you nurture them, Ling Lan said calmly. Lin Zhongqing raised his head as if dumbstruck and looked towards his boss with a look of disbelief. Did his boss mean that these people will be working under him from now on? Each person in the logistics department of 250 Mecha Clan currently has their own position. Before these people make any mistakes, I won't be able to do anything to them. Also, the current logistics personnel are already used to their commanding officer. If you were to take the place of their commanding officer, you would probably need to do a lot in order to have them submit to you. Spending time and effort on something like this is a waste and yields no benefits. This is also the reason why I haven't done anything to those in the logistics department, explained Ling Lan. However, I won't be able to rest if the Mecha Logistics Department is under someone else's command. For these 400 new logistics personnel, I don't want anyone else to meddle with them. They'll be given to you. I hope you will be able to nurture an exceptional group of Mecha Logistics soldiers. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lin Zhongqing excited saluted. In all this time, Lin Zhongqing saw everyone else in their battle team getting their own job positions and assignments. Only he, Luo Xiaoyun's group of 4 didn't get assigned to any missions. They would go to places where they were needed. Luo Xiaoyun's group of 4 were alright with this because they didn't think too much of it. Lin Zhongqing on the other hand was different. After all, Luo Xiaoyun's group of 4 had only joined the battle team after entering the 23rd Division. Lin Zhongqing, however, had followed the boss from back when they were in the Scout Academy. Other veteran members were assigned important work while he had free time on his hands. This made Lin Zhongqing suspect whether or not he was too weak, thus the boss was afraid to assign him an important task. Now that he heard what the boss had planned for him, Lin Zhongqing understood that he was thinking too much. The boss had already considered him, it was just that there wasn't any chances before, so he didn't tell him about the arrangements. This was his boss. When he didn't have 100% certainty in doing something, he wouldn't simply promise anything. After being excited for a short while, Lin Zhongqing slowly calmed down. He discovered that Luo Xiaoyun, Yuan Yuyun, Li Jinghong and He Chaoyang looked at him with envious looks. Lin Zhongqing suddenly thought of something. He remembered that during this period, the boss had made him take Luo Xiaoyun's group of 4 on missions. After spending some time getting to know one another, he and Luo Xiaoyun's group of 4 were more familiar with each other. He instantly had an idea. Boss, just having myself to take on 400 people is definitely impossible. You have to give me some helpers, Lin Zhongqing requested. Ling Lan half smiled and glanced at him while smirking, oh. What kind of helpers do you need? Seeing the satisfaction showing in Ling Lan's eyes, Lin Zhongqing knew he had guessed Ling Lan's thoughts correctly. He instantly smiled and said, Boss, don't blame me for stealing people away, but I would like Xiaoyun, Yuyun, Jinghong and Chaoyang to come with me. The 5 of us will make the Mecha Logistics Department better together. Ling Lan glanced towards the 4, who had expressions of joy on their faces, and said indifferently, I'm not against it, but whether they are willing to help you or not, you are going to have to invite them yourself. If they aren't willing to go with you, don't come running to me. Before Lin Zhongqing could answer Ling Lan, He Chaoyang already shouted, Boss, we are willing to join the Mecha Logistics Department to help Zhongqing. The 4 of them were bored from not having anything to do. Now that they suddenly had something to do, they of course were willing to do it. Ling Lan glanced over coldly. The sharpness in her eyes instantly frightened He Chaoyang. He put down his head and didn't dare to look at his boss. If you're joining the Mecha Logistics Department to help, then you guys can join. Ling Lan said calmly. If you guys do, then take up the responsibility. No matter who makes a mistake, I will punish them no matter what and won't play favorites. You understand? Understood. The 4 of them shouted simultaneously. The 4 of them were intelligent people. They were certain from their boss's words that their boss had arranged them to the position of being Lin Zhongqing's deputy officers. The 4 of them didn't feel wronged by this. In the time, they went on missions with Lin Zhongqing and witnessed his capabilities. They were already thoroughly convinced that in terms of strength, they could only become Lin Zhongqing's deputy. Ling Lan's arrangement was completely fair. Also, Lin Zhongqing's temperament was great, always willing to talk and come to an agreement. The time they all worked together was very enjoyable. The four of them were also very willing to continue to work with Lin Zhongqing. Seeing that the four of them didn't complain about anything and excitedly accepted the arrangement, Ling Lan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It should be known that during wartime, the most important factor was logistics. If there was an issue with logistics, even if the strength of their mecha operators were strong and ruthless, they still wouldn't be able to stay in battle for too long. Only when the logistics was made sure to be strong and sturdy, capable of sending in reinforcements to the front line continuously, then the military core would be able to bring out its full potential. Now the most important part, Ling Lan of course would hand over positions of power to people she trusted. However, Lin Zhongqing by himself wasn't enough to develop an outstanding logistics team. Thus, Ling Lan arranged 4 deputies for Lin Zhongqing. However, most soldiers with some capabilities nowadays wouldn't want to go to the logistics team because logistics was a department where people begged to not make any mistakes instead of acquiring merits. If an individual wanted to rise up in the ranks in logistics, there was almost no hope. Looking at the entire federation, there were actually no officials that came out from logistics. Even if there were, those people would at the very most be a senior colonel. This was also why Ling Lan was worried the 4 of them weren't willing to go. However, now it seemed Ling Lan had worried too much. Luo Xiaoyan's group of 4 didn't feel that it a bad thing for them to go into logistics. For them, ranking up from their second lieutenant rank to senior captain was already reaching the top. Vice captains of mecha logistics had a rank of senior captain. Also, the rank of senior captain was a rank that holds military power. It was much better than a rank based on reputation. In reality, ever since Ling Lan took over as the regiment commander of 250 mecha clan, no matter if it was her or her team members, they were all getting used to their new positions. Luckily, all of the members in Ling Lan's battle team were all capable individuals who were also stable and steady. Many of them were set in important positions in the mecha clan and were all easily adapting to it. For example, Qi Long, Luo Lang, Xie Yi, Li, Zhao Jun, Han Jijian and Liangjie became mecha battle team captains. They each led 25 ace mecha operators and created strong mecha battle teams. The members under them were returning to their past glory due to their hard work. Li Shiyu on the other hand had already been appointed as the clan's head physician. Luo Chao and Han Shuya became his aides. Through their hard work and effort, 250 mecha clans treatment facilities were temporarily opened. Of course, the clan's hospital was still lacking in skilled laborers. A portion of these new recruits would be selected to fill in those positions. A hospital was similarly a facility that was necessary during wartime. It needed the maximum amount of people working in it in order for it to run smoothly and could not have any positions unfilled. Chang Xinyuan was responsible for the research center of the clan. However, this was only just an idea Ling Lan had and was currently not set in stone. Currently, only Chang Xinyuan was building the modification factory by himself. Once it becomes built, this department would be the most undermanned. Not only did they lack enough logistics personnel, they also lacked technical personnel. Ling Lan couldn't help but put this plan aside for now. The mecha logistics department that Ling Lan had been worried about, now had 400 logistics personnel. With Lin Zhongqing taking up the lead and Luo Xiaoyun, Yuan Yuyun, Li Jinghong, and He Chaoyang aiding him. It helped resolve a big worry Ling Lan had and made her feel much more relaxed. However, if she were to allocate 2 logisticians for each mecha operator, 400 was still not enough. Additionally, these 400 new recruits weren't all going to be allocated to mecha operators. Li Shiyu also needed a lot of people. And she still needed to allocate a few to Chang Xinyuan to help him. It seemed that the 400 people she acquired from asking staff officer He Shuyang was still not enough. Ling Lan regretted her decision. The only reason Ling Lan didn't consider the original 100 or so members in the logistics department was because, as the number of mecha operators increased, this 100 or so logisticians were already going to have a difficult time dealing with the entire mecha clan's normal day-to-day living and would not be able to spare anyone to do anything else. Ling Lan was worried but knew that she couldn't be hasty about all this and needed to walk the path step by step. There will be a day when 250 Mecha Clan becomes a fully equipped, well-allocated and mature Ace Mecha Clan. Ling Lan and the others watched for a bit longer. Ling Lan then suddenly asked, "Are Qi Long and the others ready?" Lin Zhongqing softly replied, "Preparations were done long ago, just waiting for your command, boss." "Let them begin their mission," replied Ling Lan. "Yes, Regiment Commander." Lin Zhongqing immediately gave orders to the 10 team leaders. The 10 teams who were waiting at their positions began to move out after receiving the orders. Chen Yifan led Chen Ian and Zhou Yuan followed behind a fast-moving group. The leader of this group was called Guorongqi. He was a detailed individual. After studying the entire map, he gave clear instructions to everyone in the team. If they wanted to reach the destination by the allotted time, it would be impossible to reach it with normal walking speeds. They must jog and move faster. Although many people were not so convinced, they still didn't mind running for a while. Also, saving time in the first half of the total distance would make the second half much easier. Thus, they jogged forward towards their destination. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The rest of the new recruits that saw them dashing right in front of them, raised their eyebrows in confusion. Some felt that they were wasting their energy while others got enlightened by their actions and started increasing their pace too. Some even started running alongside them. The 30-man group turned into a 50-man group after some time. Those people who were joined in were people who were originally running alone. They might as well join this group when they are all running. Soon, the 400 people were split into 3 groups. The 50-man group was in the front. 200-men group were in the middle. This group didn't want to stand out or be at the bottom. Hence, they kept their pace and stayed in the middle. The remaining people were at the back. These people wanted the others in front of them to scout out the path for them. Do you think the first group wants to stand out or have they seen through our trap? Lin Zhongqing asked Luo Xiaoyun softly. The person leading them was the one who gathered people to discuss just now. They should have seen through our trap, Luo Xiaoyun replied with uncertainty. They probably saw through it. The map is simple but it consists of all the hints we gave. If they still couldn't see through the trap, Ling Lan shook her head. If they couldn't see through it even with such obvious hints, she would have a hard time training them. As she thought about this, Ling Lan got unhappy. She was hoping that more people would see through her scheme. Seemed like she was too optimistic. Actually, there are some good candidates. For instance, this person. Lin Zhongqing saw a profile from the list of profiles of the 400 recruits in front of him. He clicked on the profile. The name, Chen Yifan, appeared. This person looks familiar, Li Jinghong said. The All-Federation Military Academy Grand Mecha Tournament at the start of the year, Lin Zhongqing reminded. Oh, it's him. Li Jinghong remembered this person. He was puzzled. Chen Yifan was an ace operator from the 3rd Men's Military Academy. He could become a senior captain. Why did he participate in the normal soldier recruitment to become a logistician? Yeah. He is just a private. His result during the recruit training is quite bad. He almost couldn't graduate from the recruit training camp. Lin Zhongqing announced Chen Yifan's results to everyone. Even Luo Chao, who had the lowest stamina among them, could achieve a better result. It's hard to achieve a good result in the final test of the recruit training camp if you don't have the ability to. However, it is also easy for some powerful recruits to hide their true strength. Qi Long, Luo Lang, and the rest of them didn't give their 100% during the test, so their results were not the best too, Ling Lan explained. It means that Chen Yifan is hiding his power. Why did he try so hard to enter our mecha clan? He Chaoyang started to think about the worst possibility. I don't think that he aimed to enter the 250 mecha clan. Would you expect the worst 400 logisticians to enter the 250 mecha clan before the results were shown? Ling Lan rejected He Chaoyang's guess. No one would be able to predict such results. Even the people in charge didn't know that someone will give the 250 Mecha clan an F grade. The 250 Mecha clan got this batch of logistician based on pure luck. If someone was able to guess this outcome, he must be extremely smart. Such a clever person would not use someone as obvious as Chen Yifan as a spy. Ling Lan's words enlightened everyone. Yuan Yuyun smiled. Seems like getting an F grade is not that bad. We managed to get an ace operator. No matter how bad these logisticians are, we got something good out of it. Yes. Getting an ace operator is a good thing for us. Ling Lan nodded. After entering the division, Ling Lan started to understand the importance of having ace operators in a team. No mecha clan would give up their ace operators unless someone with a higher authority asked them for it. Ling Lan felt fortunate that 250 Mecha Clan was a special mecha clan. There were no battle teams below her which she could ask people from, but there was no one above her who would ask her for some operators. The mecha operators of the 250 Mecha Clan all belonged to her. They would not be transferred to other mecha clans. Ling Lan could train her mecha operators without any worry. She hated it when other people took her fruits of labor. She felt much happier when she looked at the logisticians again. Actually, Ling Lan was quite a poor thing too. The 250 Mecha clan was said to have 250 ace operators, but that was not the case. Only a few of the once ace mecha masters still retained their abilities. Most of them only managed to reach the status of a special class operator after months of tough training. A few of them only managed to reach the level of an advanced mecha warrior. Without going on the battlefield, Ling Lan was not sure if these mecha operators could really fight. Would their potential be released after experiencing some life-or-death situations on the battlefield? Or would their mental state be destroyed once again? Although there were many uncertainties in this bunch of mecha operators, Ling Lan still wanted to train them. She chose to train them and not take in new advanced mecha warriors because she didn't have enough time. It would be easier to let ace mecha masters regain their skills compared to training advanced mecha warrior to become ace mecha masters. Ling Lan lacked time. They reached Xia Yi's trap. Yuan Yuyun stared at the screen and shouted excitedly when he saw the first bunch of people entering the trap. Everyone was focused on the screen. The first 50-man group were entering a dense forest. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Chen Yifan saw the forest and frowned. This kind of place was the most suitable place to lay out a trap. He wondered if the veterans in 250 Mecha clan would do something here. Guo Rongqi was a careful person. He immediately stopped everyone when he saw the forest. What happened? Someone asked. This forest is dense. The lighting inside is not good. If the seniors want to test us, they might ambush us inside there. Guo Rongqi told everyone his opinion. We just reach 1/8 of the journey. Even if they want to test us, they will not lay out a trap so quickly. Someone gave a different opinion. Yeah. Wouldn't they wait until we are out of energy before testing us? They were tired, but they still had a lot of energy left in them. If their seniors wanted to test them, this was not a good time. Most of the people didn't support Guo Rongqi's opinion. Guo Rongqi started to waver too. He wondered if he was being too cautious. Chen Yifan stood at the back and didn't say anything. He felt that what these people said made sense, but his instincts told him that the forest was dangerous. However, no one would believe him. Instinct was not a good reason to convince other people. No one wanted to waste time in this forest. The time they spent to cover 1/8 of the journey proved that what Guo Rongqi said was true. They needed to march rapidly in order to reach their destination within 2 hours. Hence, they treasured their time and were afraid that they would waste too much time contemplating over this. Then, a recruit told everyone his opinion. Most people agreed with him. The recruit felt that this was an illusion created by their seniors. They wanted them to think that there was an ambush inside the forest to slow down their speed. That way, they might be unable to reach their destination due to the lack of time and all their efforts would be wasted. Only Chen Yifan didn't agree with this idea. He trusted his own intuition. His intuition had allowed him to escape from several dangerous situations before. However, he didn't object to the general consensus. They were just his temporary teammates, he could just let them explore the path first. He believed that if there was really an ambush, he would be able to escape with his little brother safely with his abilities. Thus, Chen Yifan and his brother, Chen Ian, followed behind the main group as they entered the forest. The forest was quiet. Besides the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, they could only hear their own footsteps. Chen Yifan looked as though he was relaxed but he was on his guard. If anything happened around him, he would be able to react immediately. Xie stood among the leaves and swayed along. He seemed to have become one with the tree. His team members were hiding on the other trees. They were waiting for his command. 2, 3. 47, 48, huh. Xie saw Chen Yifan and was stunned. Wait, this person seems familiar. Let me think. Where have I seen him before? Xie tapped his forehead with his fingers as he tried to remember where he saw this person before. The Grand Mecha tournament early this year. He was our opponent, the ace mecha master from the 3rd Men's Military Academy, Chen Yifan. Why the hell is this person here? Xie looked at Chen Yifan in surprise. He didn't understand why this person appeared as a logistician of the 250 Mecha clan. Tisk, TSK, TSK. He is a private now. That is interesting. Xie gave an evil smile. However, he frowned quickly. With him around, it would be hard for me to get rid of these people quietly. I might alarm those people behind them. Xie thought for a while and decided to not act this time. He let the 50 people off. There were still other traps behind. His friends would be interested in Chen Yifan too. Xie didn't want to admit that he let Chen Yifan pass because he wanted his friends to experience the same shock he felt just now. The 50 people walked through the forest safely. The soldier who suggested that everything was just an illusion felt proud of himself. The atmosphere in the team changed. Some people who used to respect Guorongqi started to question his ability. Some people felt that he was cautious but not decisive enough. He would not make a good leader. The group started to get divided. Chen Yifan looked back at the quiet forest. He was puzzled. He felt someone staring at him when he was walking through the forest just now. He thought that they would be ambushed but they came out of the forest unscathed. Why did their opponents let them off? Was it because there were too few people? Were their opponents targeting the 200 people behind them? If that was the case, they made the right decision to walk faster. This was the only reason Chen Yifan could come up with. Chen Yifan never expected that his old rivals, the people from the 1st Men's Military Academy, were in the 250 Mecha clan. Hence, the moment he entered the Mecha clan, his identity was exposed. The people hiding in the forest wanted to make the most out of their ambush so they let them off. The 50 people managed to leave safely all because of him. Unfortunately, Chen Yifan didn't know this. He continued on his path. 10 minutes after Chen Yifan and his group left the forest, the 200 people had arrived at the foot of the forest. These people saw the group in front of them leaving the forest safely so they entered without much thought. By now, they understood that time was not on their side so they hastened their pace. Their slow speed at the start already wasted some of their time, so if they don't hurry up, they would definitely not reach their destination in time. They looked down as they rushed forward. They didn't pay much attention to their surroundings. Xie waited until they reached the place where his team members were hiding in and gave an order to attack. His team members were already a little impatient so they immediately jumped down and attacked the recruits. The recruits were frightened by the sudden attack. They couldn't think properly. Even when they had the numbers advantage and there was only one opponent, they didn't think about combining forces. They panicked and screamed as they ran around. Hence, although the recruits outnumbered Xie and his team, Xie still managed to subdue close to 70 people. Each of his team members subdued 3 recruits on average. There were some recruits that retaliated. A small group of people calmed down quickly after they were attacked and fought together to resist against the veterans for 3 minutes. After the veterans felt satisfied, they left after 3 minutes. The recruits were confused. They didn't know what the aim of this ambush was. After a huge mess, most of the recruits managed to escape from Xie's attack. At that moment, the last batch of recruits reached the forest too. They heard the screams of fear coming from within the forest and knew that there was a trap inside. The recruits thought for a while and decided to make a detour around the forest. Xie felt that they were seeking death. This batch of recruits was already much slower than their comrades. If they continued to make a detour, they would waste even more time. Unless they walked through the shortcut which was marked as a danger zone on the map, they would be unable to reach their destination in time. Shortcut. Xie felt his teeth hurting. That danger zone was the experiment testing area for Chang Xinyuan and Li Shiyu. No one knew when they would step on an experimental product if they walked through the place. The feeling of stepping on an experimental product was an unforgettable experience. Also, Luo Lang brought his team over there. He explained that he didn't like logisticians, so he didn't want to waste time on them. He would rather bring his men to the danger zone and challenge the place again. Now, there were 2 things that the mecha operators in 250 Mecha Clan were most afraid of. One was the hellish month training by their boss and the other was the danger zone which they had to challenge once every month. In order to increase the difficulty of the challenge, Chang Xinyuan and Li Shiyu put in a lot of effort to invent frightening agents and mechanical weapons. Sometimes, they would cooperate with each other and come up with a frightening invention. This made the area a forbidden zone in the 250 Mecha Clan. No one would willingly go there and get tortured. Fine. Let's wish them good luck. Xie looked at recruits who took the detour and prayed for them. Then, he left with his team. At the same time, a river appeared in front of Chen Yifan's group. It was not a huge river. It was only 10 meters wide. For someone who reached refinement, this was an easy distance for them. They could jump over the river after a short run. People who reached Qijin were able to bring someone across. Chen Yifan reached Qijin, so he was able to bring Chen Ian safely across the river if he wanted to. However, to the normal logisticians who just achieved the foundation of manifestation, this distance was a challenge to them. Of course, they could choose to swim their way across, but no one dared to do it. They were uncertain about what was in the river. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. They couldn't see the end of the river and there was no bridge too. Besides crossing the river, there was no other way. No one knew what to do. Does anyone have a knife? Someone asked. The people around him stared at him with judgment in their eyes. It was forbidden to bring any sharp weapons such as a dagger or a knife into a mecha clan. Once they were caught, their weapons would be taken away. Some of them didn't know this rule and brought along their weapons. Everything was confiscated when they entered the 23rd Division. The person who asked the question realized he had asked a stupid question. He sighed as he looked at the tree around him. It seemed like he can't use the trees. Everyone looked at the river in a daze. Besides swimming across, there was no other way. They hoped that their regiment commander didn't breed any water monsters. Before stepping into the river, they threw a rock inside. Nothing appeared on the surface. Guorongqi looked at everyone and asked, "Who wants to get down first?" No one replied to him. Everyone knew that it was dangerous to be the first person to enter the river, so they just looked at each other. No one wanted to volunteer themselves. Everyone just cared about their own well-being. Guorongqi was furious. However, he was only the temporary leader, so he didn't have the right to force anyone. Seems like I have to do it myself. Just as Guorongqi was about to volunteer himself, Chen Yifan said, let my brother and I go down first." Everyone was elated to hear someone volunteering themselves. They quickly cleared the path for him. Guo Rongqi was grateful to Qin Yifan. He asked, "Thank you. May I know what is your name?" Qin Yifan smiled. "I'm Qin Yifan." He pointed at his younger brother, Qin Ian. "The Qin brothers. We will have to rely on you this time." Guo Rongqi wanted to pat Qin Yifan's shoulders, but Qin Yifan had already pulled his younger brother to the river bed. Zhou Yu watched the two brothers stepped into the river. He remembered the times when he trained with Qin Ian and gritted his teeth. "Brother Yifan, Ian, I will come with you too." Qin Yifan looked back at Zhou Yu. He nodded his head in agreement. Qin Ian even smiled and waved at Zhou Yu. Qin Yifan took out a few rubber bands from his backpack and asked Qin Ian and Zhou Yu to tie up the ends of their sleeves and trousers. Their military uniform looked normal, but they were actually waterproof. As long as the water didn't enter their uniforms would not get wet. When all of them finished tying up their clothes, Qin Yifan asked Qin Ian and Zhou Yu to follow behind him as he entered the river. He Chaoyang smiled as he looked at the image on the screen. "Since we are bored, let's play a game." His words caught everyone's attention. Yuan Yuyun asked curiously, "What game?" "Let's guess if Li Yingjie's team will attack them." He Chaoyang remembered Li Yingjie's face when he picked the river as his position. He wanted to laugh. At the start, Li Yingjie was so confident that he would not pick the toughest location. Unfortunately, ever since he became the team leader of Team 10, he had been very unlucky. "I don't think so," Li Shiyu was the first to answer. "I don't think so too." Luo Xiaoyun followed. "No," Yuan Yuyun said firmly. 3 people is too little for him. Li Jinghong smiled. He was the third inheritor of the Li family. Yet, he was working harder than him. Li Jinghong knew that Li Yingjie would not be satisfied with just taking down 3 recruits. Li Yingjie would pretend that there is no ambush and let the 3 of them pass. "As for the rest, I'm not sure whether he will attack them," Lin Zhongqing replied. There was an even larger group of people behind this group, so he wasn't sure who Li Yingjie wanted to ambush. "You all think that he won't. That's not fun. Seems like this question is too easy." He Chaoyang was sad. He felt that Li Yingjie would not attack them too. Ling Lan glanced at them and smiled. "You should instead ask them why they think that Qin Yifan wanted to enter the river first." Lin Zhongqing thought about it for a moment and replied instantly, he knew that they would be fine. Be it a test or an ambush, the other party would definitely want to get the most out of their ambush. Hence, the first person to enter the river would be the safest. Ling Lan sat on her fancy chair and placed her hand on her chin. She looked at Qin Yifan with satisfaction. He was a smart and strong person. If his character was good, she would train him personally. Seems like he understands what we are thinking. Lin Zhongqing was unhappy. He didn't like a contestant who knew what the examiner was thinking. "It's fine. After most of the recruits get taken down, it will be their turn." Also, Ling Lan smiled. Qi Long only looks at how strong his opponent is. He doesn't care about the result. Everyone smiled. After 2 more ambushes, they would reach the place where Qi Long was at. If Qin Yifan still had this mentality, he would be in danger. Very soon, Qin Yifan and the other 2 reached the other side of the river safely. The other people felt relieved when they saw that nothing happened to them. They jumped into the river with a light heart. At the same time, the second group of people who managed to escape from Xie arrived at the river too. They also saw Qin Yifan and the other 2 crossed the river safely and, they jumped in without any hesitation too. They wanted to take advantage of this time and outrun the first group. The first group didn't want to lose out too, so they started jumping into the river. In an instant, there were almost 100 people in the river. Suddenly, an accident happened. One of the recruits who was swimming was knocked unconscious. He floated on the surface of the river. His military uniform prevented him from sinking into the river. There's someone. Guo Rongqi didn't jump in like the others, so he saw the black shadows under the surface of the water. It's a trap. The people in the river turned desperate. Some swam forward furiously while others stopped in the middle of the river. Some even tried to climb out of the river. Chen Ian and Zhou Yu saw the situation in the river and felt frightened. They didn't expect the river they just crossed to be filled with people. They felt fortunate. Brother Yifan, what do we do now? Zhou Yu didn't know what to do. They had only finished a quarter of the journey, but there were only 3 of them left. Don't worry. Let's wait for them at the front. Chen Yifan saw the agile movements of their seniors in the river and knew that they were not normal soldiers. They must be experienced soldiers. With his current capabilities, he would be unable to resist against them if he was attacked by more than 2 veterans at the same time. He didn't know whether these people would climb up the river banks, so it was dangerous to stay near the river. Chen Yifan quickly brought the 2 people away from the river. After running for some distance, he panted and found a place to rest. Chen Yifan would not let the 3 of them lead the way for the rest of the recruits. They already met 2 ambushes after 1/4 of the journey. There would most definitely be more ambushes later in their journey. If they led the way, they might enter the lion's den. Chen Yifan wanted to walk with the main crowd and find the chance to escape the traps along the way. As Chen Yifan waited patiently for the people behind them to catch up with him, Guo Rongqi was in a difficult situation. The recruits were in a mess. No matter what he said, they wouldn't calm down. He knew that the situation was out of his control. He calmly looked at the river surface and gauged the area and number of opponents there were. Then, he ran for a certain distance to gain some momentum. As the opponents were busy attacking the 100 recruits, he took the opportunity and swam across the river. Some people followed behind Guo Rongqi and jumped in after running for some distance as well. They used all their energy and quickly swam to the other side of the river. Everyone knew that they only had a small opening for them to swim across the river. Once their opponents finished subduing the 100 recruits, they would have the time to come over and attack them. By then, they could forget about reaching the other side of the river. No one thought about working together to fight off Li Yingjie's team. Everyone just wanted to reach the other side of the river before they were targeted. Only those who were already attacked fought with Li Yingjie and his team. By the time Li Yingjie's team subduing the recruits, the other recruits had already crossed the river. Damn! I stayed in the river for half a day and only managed to catch this much. One of the mecha operators complained unhappily. Li Yingjie snorted. What can we do? We are still not powerful enough. If the regiment commander was here, he could stop everyone with just his ice blockade. Li Yingjie's team members were speechless. Leader, can you not compare us with a monster? Are you thinking too highly of us? Li Yingjie's team was not satisfied with their results, but their mission had already ended. Their boss told them that once the recruits passed the river, they couldn't chase them anymore. Hence, they could only watch the recruits leave. Lin Zhongqing, go and check for the results of their mission. Ling Lan saw that the river mission was completed, so she gave Lin Zhongqing an order. Yes, regiment commander. Lin Zhongqing quickly contacted Li Yingjie. Regiment commander, they managed to take down 82 recruits. That means that almost 20 recruits escaped. The river hindered the recruits more than their team. This means that the combat ability of Li Yingjie's team underwater is not high. Ling Lan was in deep thought. The other teams have this problem too. Lin Zhongqing didn't want to see Li Yingjie be scolded again, so he spoke up for him. My men cannot have such an obvious weakness. From tomorrow onwards, the entire Mecha clan will have 2 additional hours of underwater combat training. The people in the room all groaned. They looked at Lin Zhongqing furiously. You spoke up for Li Yingjie, but you implicated all of us. Ling Lan had a heartless and vicious image, but she was a fair person too. The mecha operator's training was scary, but the members of Ling Tian battle team would take part in even more training than them. Hence, if she gave an order to the entire Mecha clan, it meant that the Ling Tian battle team had to follow her order too. This was why the members of the Ling Tian battle team groaned. Lin Zhongqing's face turned pale. He tried to control his emotions as he accepted Ling Lan's order. As expected, Li Yingjie only brings me bad luck. If I speak up for him again, I will change my surname to Li. Guo Rongqi was the first person to reach the place where Qin Yifan was resting. When he saw Qin Yifan, Guo Rongqi finally felt at ease. He collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up for a while. "What's the situation at the back?" Qin Yifan asked. "Bad. Not many people managed to escape. Luckily, you three are fine." Guo Rongqi felt that the three of them were really lucky. "Yes. I feel scared just thinking about it," Qin Yifan replied calmly to Guo Rongqi. Qin Ian looked at his brother curiously. His forever calm and composed brother would feel scared too. However, the second group came and managed to take advantage of us. Guo Rongqi gritted his teeth angrily. Now, he knew why these people didn't join them at the start. They were waiting for them to open up the path. They didn't have an easy time too. Did you see how many people were left? Their expression seemed anxious too. Qin Yifan was an observant person, so he noticed the differences in their expressions. Guo Rongqi recalled what he saw and thought about something. "You mean? There must have been a trap in the forest. However, the people there let us pass and only attacked the second group." Qin Yifan told him his conclusion. "Ha! They deserved it." Guo Rongqi felt better. His mood went down again. He took so much effort to form a team, but most of them were already gone. He said tiredly, "What do we do now?" Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. "Wait." Qin Yifan said firmly. "Wait?" Guo Rongqi was puzzled. Wouldn't they be wasting more time like this? There will be even more traps like that ahead of us. If the four of us lead the way, we would have no chance of winning against our opponents. We have to follow the main group and find a chance to escape the ambush. Qin Yifan stated his opinion. Guo Rongqi calmed down after listening to his explanation. He pondered for a moment and realized that Qin Yifan was right. They didn't know what was ahead of them. Nothing good would happen if they just rushed forward without thinking. "I'll listen to you." Guo Rongqi felt that Qin Yifan was a smart person, so he decided to follow his lead. Qin Ian looked at his brother with respect. "This is my brother. He is someone who was capable of winning over a capable person like Guo Rongqi with just a few words." Sob. As expected of a genius from a military academy. At that moment, the thought that anyone who graduated from a military academy was a genius formed in Qin Ian's naive heart. Qin Yifan waited patiently. Very soon, the people behind them caught up with them. Some of them chose to rest beside them while a few of them continued without resting. When almost everyone had overtaken them, Qin Yifan and the other three people got up and started marching again. They blended in the main group. Using this method, the four of them safely got past 3 ambushes and finally managed to finish 90% of the journey. There were 30 minutes left. Success seemed to be waving at them. However, there were not many people remaining. Most of the recruits got stopped by the 3 ambushes. "Qin Yifan, what do we do now?" Guo Rongqi looked at the people around them. It was impossible to hide anymore. Qin Yifan was the one who planned everything along the way, so Guo Rongqi had already recognized him as the leader. During this whole time, Qin Yifan was frowning. After he heard Guo Rongqi's question, he sighed. "I'm afraid that we have fallen into a trap." "Why?" Guo Rongqi felt his heart dropped. He didn't know why Qin Yifan said this. This mission might not be what we thought it was. They might be testing our ability to react to sudden situations. Qin Yifan was confused. Such tests are normally done to pick out elite soldiers. Why did it happen in the 250 Mecha clan? Even an ace mecha clan wouldn't have such a harsh test. In his memory, only the special forces had such high standards. Are you saying that getting to the destination in time is not the ultimate motive of the test? The main aim is to watch our performance as we get to the destination. Guo Rongqi's physique was not as good as Qin Yifan, but he was a smart person. He immediately understood what Qin Yifan was saying. Maybe we were wrong from the start. Qin Yifan came from the military academy, so he understood what being a soldier meant. It was just that the things that happened in the military academy caused him to question the purpose of being a soldier. Why? Guo Rongqi, Zhou Yu, and Chen Yian asked simultaneously. They didn't know why Qin Yifan said that. It should be known that they managed to escape from 5 ambushes unscathed. Were they not supposed to escape from the ambush? This didn't make any sense. Do you all still remember the oath that our instructor asked us to remember at the start of our recruit training? Qin Yifan gave a forced smile. Of course. Chen Yian shouted, passion and loyalty in service of our beloved Chinese Federation, and to respect, trust, and care for our fellow warriors with a pure heart. Guo Rongqi and Zhou Yu knew what Qin Yifan was talking about after hearing the oath. They shouted in unison, respect, trust, and care for our fellow warriors with a pure heart. Chen Yian was confused after the 2 people interrupted him. Did I recite it wrongly? No, you're right. Guo Rongqi smiled bitterly. If they guessed correctly, their performance at the first 5 ambushes must have been terrible. Qin Yifan was right. They were wrong from the start. This test is a test of our teamwork. However, look at us now. Let's not talk about teamwork. We didn't even cooperate with each other. It's not too late, Qin Yifan encouraged himself and said softly. Do we cooperate with the other recruits? I'm not sure if they are willing to work with us. They have been thinking for themselves all these while, so the other recruits might be suspicious of them if they suddenly suggest working together. No matter what, we need to try. We will never be able to succeed the last mission with our own strength, Qin Yifan replied calmly. They had been running for 25 minutes without meeting any ambushes. Before this, they would walk into an ambush every 10 to 15 minutes. The longer they remained safe, the greater his worry grew. Their journey was coming to an end soon. He suspected that the last ambush would be even harder than the first 5. None of them would be able to escape if they didn't work together. The 4 of them reached a consensus. Guo Rongqi, Zhou Yu, and Chen Yian went to look for the other recruits that were alone and communicated with them. Very soon, the recruits started gathering around Qin Yifan. A small team with around 10 people was formed. Qin Yifan took out the photo of the map and zoomed in on it. He realized that if they didn't meet any obstacles, they would be able to reach their destination in 15 minutes. Qin Yifan decided to let everyone rest for 10 minutes so that he could explain the current situation to the newly joined members. They could also wait for the other recruits that were behind them. The recruits that managed to reach this stage were smart and had some capabilities. They were already suspicious about how smooth the last part of the journey was, so everyone felt that the next ambush would be the toughest. Thus, when Guo Rongqi, Zhou Yu, or Chen Yian invited them to act together, they accepted the proposal calmly. Qin Yifan told the recruits what he felt the motive of the test was. The recruits thought about it carefully and found that there was a high possibility that what he said was the truth. Then, Qin Yifan told everyone that the next ambush might be the hardest one and they could only pass it if they worked together. Everyone agreed. However, they were uncertain about the task ahead, so they couldn't come up with a better plan. After waiting for 10 minutes, more people joined them. There were around 80 people in the team. There were no other recruits behind them. Everyone knew that they were probably the only ones who managed to pass all the 5 ambush safely. With a depressed heart, they stepped on the last part of the journey together. There was a small hill around a few hundred meters tall in front of them. On the hill, there was a simple thatched hut. 2 people were sitting in the hut, playing Go. Beside them, 2 other people laid on a long and narrow stone bench with their eyes closed. A young man with a bulky body and a humble smile on his face suddenly opened his eyes. A glimpse of light flashed past his eyes. He yawned and asked lazily, "How many people do you think will be left for us?" This person was Qi Long. "There will definitely be some small fry left for you." The young man who was playing Go beside him replied indifferently. He placed a Go piece on the stone table without any hesitation. Ever since his boss invented this new Go game, he fell in love with it. Whenever he had the time, he would drag someone to play the game with him. They do have their own version of Go, but there were fewer rules compared to their boss's version. After their boss sent them the rules of her version to their communicators, Han Jijian gave up on their version. What kind of Go was that? The bosses humiliated their version of Go. However, not everyone liked their boss's version of Go. Only Li Lanfeng and he were crazy about it. As for their boss, he was a god-tier master in Go. He remembered what his boss said to him. "After you manage to learn the essence of the game, you can discuss Go with me," Ling Lan said with a mysterious and lonely expression. They were still too weak. Han Jijian sighed. He looked at Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng might have felt this way too, so he kept studying Go. He wanted to become a god-tier master like their boss so that their boss would have a match with them. They understood what it felt like to be invincible. Also, their boss wanted them to improve too. That was why he would hide his identity and play a game with them. However, they were unable to win against him yet. As for why they thought that person was their boss, if it was not him, who else could it be? Who else could be so good at Go and have such a powerful hacking ability? Without a doubt, Ling Lan was invincible in the eyes of Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng. However, in actual fact, they thought too highly of their boss. If they observed their boss well enough, they would notice that she was in a daze when she played with them. They would be able to see her pupils being dilated the entire time. Ling Lan was not a Go master. She was someone who didn't know anything about Go at all. How was she able to play with Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng then? Well, she had little for. In reality, Ling Lan brought over Go from her past life to cure little For's boredness. The person who was playing Go with Han Jijian and Li Lanfeng was little For. Ling Lan only placed the Go pieces on the board for him. It was tiring to sit for a few hours and move Go pieces. Hence, Ling Lan stopped doing such things. Why did she say such a mysterious sentence then? Well, she was their boss. She needed to maintain her image as their boss. She couldn't let her members know that she was a novice at Go, right? This was the simple truth. As for the person who played with Li Lanfeng and Han Jian online, it was little For too. Hence, her legacy continued. Li Lanfeng smiled when he heard what Han Jijian had said. He replied, "There will be more than a few small fry. Those traps do not have the ability to completely annihilate the recruits. That will depend on whether they understood the aim of this test. If none of them understood, there will only be a few people left," Zhao Jun, who was lying beside Li Lanfeng, said. Yes. If they worked together from the beginning and got through the ambushes together, there might be many people left. If they didn't, there might be less than 100 people. Han Jijian agreed. 100 people. I think that you overestimated the recruits. Qi Long didn't think too highly of the recruits. Their boss said that this was the worst batch of recruits. He felt that if 50 people reached their checkpoint, it was already a miracle. Let's not talk about Xie and Lingjie. Yang Mingji, Lu Furong, and Gu Dongyang are experienced people. Boss didn't tell them his intentions, but they will definitely understand what he wants. Hence, they will not annihilate all the recruits, Han Jijian explained to Qi Long. They'll give the recruits a chance. If the overall potential of the recruits is still alright, there will be more people reaching our checkpoint. If the potential was not as good, there will be fewer people. I agree with what Jijian said. There should be around 80 to 100 people. If there are less than 80 recruits, it will almost be impossible to win against us. If there are more than 100 people. Impossible. Li Lanfeng continued, however, the people that they let off are most likely those who they feel has potential. It means that the recruits that reach our checkpoint are recruits that had reached a certain standard. We cannot let our guard down. Great. I've been waiting for half a day. Qi Long looked at the time on his communicator and sat up immediately. He said excitedly, the time is almost up. It's finally my turn. Zhao Jun stood up and stretched himself. Qi Long, shall we have a bet? What? Qi Long asked with interest. Let's see which team can capture the most recruits. Fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Ever since they become team leaders, they were competing with each other. Sure. Qi Long and Zhao Jun hit their palms with each other. Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian shook their heads when they saw this scene. These two fighting maniacs wouldn't give up any chance to compare which team is stronger. Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian were used to it. This was their unique characteristic. Their team members also followed their lead and were also fighters who had the strongest combat abilities. Their teams were among the strongest within the 10 teams. Even the 3 experienced veterans felt that they were not as driven as these two people. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Chen Yifan and everyone else had arrived near the bottom of the hill. The map showed them that their destination was on the top of the hill. In these few minutes, everyone was in an anxious state. They were afraid that they would step on a trap the next second. It was the most mentally exhausting 10 minutes in their entire journey. However, when they reached the bottom of the hill, Chen Yifan realized that he was fooled by the people from the 250 Mecha clan. In the first 5 ambushes, he didn't notice certain clues, so he didn't choose the best way to handle the situation. However, since he was able to bring his younger brother safely past those ambushes, he felt that he had completed his task. He didn't feel frustrated. Yet, now, he felt a sense of helplessness. It felt like all his thoughts had been predicted by his opponent. There must be some powerful individuals at the last checkpoint. I was fooled by them entirely, Chen Yifan muttered to himself. Brother, we are near our destination. Why did you stop? Chen Ian saw Chen Yifan stopping in his tracks and felt puzzled. Chen Yifan gathered his spirits when he heard his younger brother's voice and replied, be careful. The last ambush is probably here. This was the last place their opponent could conduct their ambush. Chen Yifan was certain that they would be attacked on the hill. All the recruit agreed with what Chen Yifan said. After experiencing the first 5 ambushes, they didn't believe that their superiors would let them pass the test so easily. Hence, all the recruits gathered their strengths and walked up the hill. The road up the hill was quiet. It was so quiet, the recruits could hear their own heartbeats. They got nearer and nearer to their destination and no one attacked them yet. All the recruits arrived on an empty field at the halfway point of the hill. A flag pole was embedded right in the middle of the empty field. The flag of the 250 Mecha clan was attached to it. The 250 Mecha clan was not an official Ace Mecha clan, so they didn't have their own personal flag. Their flag was the 23rd Division flag, but the number 250 was painted on the other side of the flag. The symbol that represented their Mecha clan was painted next to the numbers. 2 soldiers stood below the flag. Once they saw the recruits, they looked at the time on their communicators and said something to each other with a smile. They seemed happy to see the recruits reached here on time. The recruits realized that they had reached their final destination. They were elated. There were 10 more minutes before the appointed time. They had completed the recruit test. Unexpectedly, there was no scary ambush on the last part of their journey. They managed to successfully pass the test easily. All the recruits jumped around happily. Although this was just a temporary team, they went through the toughest journey together. Such an experience drew everyone together, many of them high-fived each other. Some of them even hugged the person beside them. Guo Rongqi felt relief too. He hugged Chen Yifan excitedly. Chen Yifan, we pass. We pass. In the end, there is no ambush. We just scared ourselves. On the other hand, Chen Yifan just stared at the two people standing at the field. He was in a daze. Did they really pass? Was the last ambush just an illusion that their opponents gave them? Chen Yifan looked at the map on his communicator. The red flag which represented their destination was in their current spot. This meant that they had really passed the test. Recruits, why are you all shouting? Are you all not coming over here to end your test? A stern voice came from the other side. The recruits finally realized that they still had not registered and ended the mission officially. Everyone rushed towards the center of the field. Just as Chen Yifan wanted to ask Chen Ian and the other two to follow the recruits, he coincidentally glanced at his communicator. The green dot which represented his position was moving further away from the red flag. Although it was near, the spot where the two soldiers were standing it was not where the red flag was. Chen Yifan looked up immediately. He turned his head and saw a simple thatched hut on his right. The flag of the 250 Mecha clan was placed on the roof of the hut. Something flashed past his mind. He reached out and pulled Chen Ian with one hand. He didn't know who he grabbed with his other hand, but he just pulled the person and rushed to the hut. Chen Yifan wanted to remind everyone, but he didn't have the time to. If he stayed for a moment longer, he would be attacked too. Sure enough, the moment Chen Yifan moved, the recruits that rushed to the center of the empty field got attacked by the soldiers hiding around them. They had no chance of retaliating at all. At that moment, all the recruits finally realized what was happening. This was not their final destination, this was an ambush. They were all caught off guard. It appeared when they felt the most relieved. They were completely annihilated. They made so many plans before this, but everything went to waste. They couldn't even initiate their plans when faced with the psychological tactic played by their opponents. Chen Yifan dragged two people with him, but his speed was still fast. If he was given another second, he would be able to enter the hut. No one would be able to catch them then. Just as he was about to enter the hut, he felt a strong Qi-Jin energy coming behind him. His gaze turned sharp. He took a deep breath and directed all his Qi-Jin power to his arms. Two strong forces came out of his hands and pushed Chen Ian and Zhou Yu forward. Chen Ian and Zhou Yu flew towards the entrance of the hut. Chen Yifan turned around and attacked with his palms again. Boom! His palms collided with his opponent's fist and a loud explosion occurred. Chen Yifan felt a huge energy coming towards him. He stopped using his Qi-Jin. The energy from his opponent caused him to fly towards the hut. Ha! Chen Yifan heard his opponent's puzzled voice. At the same time, he saw two figures flying past him. They landed in front of him. He recognized one of them. It was his younger brother. There is someone behind him. Chen Yifan immediately got a hold of the situation. Seems like their opponent made ample preparations and placed someone at the entrance of the hut too. Should he give up on his brother and enter the hut himself? This thought flashed past his mind. The person who attacked them just now was as strong as him. He could feel it from the punch that he received from his opponent. If he didn't enter the hut now, he might not have another chance. Even though he thought about entering the hut himself, he already controlled the power in his body and landed steadily on the ground. He was only 3 meters away from the hut. Chen Yifan didn't regret his decision. His younger brother was the reason why he entered the military in the first place. If his younger brother couldn't pass the test, there was no point in him passing it. Additionally, he could feel the force of presence of the Qi-Jin master behind him. He might not even succeed if he tried to enter the hut just now. Once he failed to enter the hut, he would be surrounded by 2 Qi-Jin masters. He had no hope in completing the mission. Chen Yifan looked at the Qi-Jin master who attacked him first. It was a bulky young man. For some reason, he felt that this person looked familiar. He tried to remember where he met this young man before. Not bad. His opponent wanted to attack him again, but the person behind him said, Brother Jun, leave this person to me. Chen Yifan felt that this voice was familiar too. He suddenly wanted to laugh. He actually found a person who looked familiar and a person who sounded familiar in the 250 Mecha clan. He must be too tired. The muscular young man frowned. This is my prey. The person behind him continued. The two people on the ground are yours. I know this person. There's something I want to ask him. You know him? Really? The muscular young man looked suspicious. Seems like he had been fooled by the other person before. Of course. Chen Yifan, are you not going to greet your old opponent? The person behind Chen Yifan suddenly called his name. Chen Yifan was shocked. He turned around immediately and saw a familiar humble-looking young man smiling at him. Qi Long. Chen Yifan gritted his teeth. He knew who this young man was. This was the person he lost to during the Grand Mecha tournament. He would never forget him, the leader of the first men's military academy that year, Qi Long. Qi Long ignored the anger in Chen Yifan's eyes. He leaned against the door of the hut and crossed his hands in front of his chest. He spoke as though he was talking to an old friend. Chen Yifan, with your capabilities, you can be a senior captain in any division. Why are you here as a logistician? Why are you just a low-level private? Don't tell me that you offended someone and got implicated. That is none of your business, Chen Yifan replied furiously. He was fine with losing to the first men's military academy, but he couldn't accept the consequences he had to endure. Their team leader was the one who was incapable and caused them to walk into the trap, but because their leader had a powerful background and would most probably become a high-ranking officer in the military in the future, he couldn't have any shameful past records. Thus, the blame was pushed onto him, the so-called second-in-command. He was not given any power during the entire battle, but he had to endure all the blame. He wanted to retaliate and lodge a complaint, but it was useless. This humiliation was written down in his records. He lost his confidence in the military academy after this episode. And in turn, caused him to lose his confidence in the military too. That was why he didn't want to enter the military. He became the only cadet that went back to his hometown after graduation. Chen Yifan never expected that he would enter the military because of Chen Ian. The only difference was that he was a low-level logistician now and not an elite. Well, it is indeed none of my business, but since you are part of the 250 Mecha clan, it is my business now. Qi Long flicked his epaulette. He gave an evil smile. Private Chen Yifan, I'm your superior, Senior Captain Qi Long. Actually, the smile just seemed evil to Chen Yifan. To other people, Qi Long was giving a humble and sincere smile. Are you from the 3rd Men's Military Academy too? Are you my brother's senior? Chen Ian asked curiously. He is a senior captain, so he must have entered the military a long time ago. If he knows my brother, he could only be my brother's senior. Chen Yifan's face turned red when he heard his younger brother's words. He knew that Qi Long was 1 year younger than him. Was his brother trying to imply that he was not as good as Qi Long? Chen Yifan understood what it's like to have a dull teammate. His younger brother is just slapping his face. Qi Long smiled. Of course not. I'm from the 1st Men's Military Academy. I should be 1 year younger than your older brother. How is that possible? Chen Ian was shocked. You are a senior captain. To Chen Ian, a senior captain was already a high-ranking officer. He knew that he might be unable to even become a staff sergeant at the end of his military career. He heard that many people retired as a corporal. Chen Ian counted mentally. A senior captain was 5 ranks higher than a corporal. He looked at Qi Long again. He stared at Qi Long's epaulette intently. Zhao Jun and Qi Long laughed at Chen Ian's expression. Qi Long smiled and pointed at Chen Yifan. If your brother wants to, he can become a senior captain too. I don't understand why your brother chose to become a normal logistician. Qi Long shook his head. Since Chen Yifan decided to join the military, why did he choose to become the lowest-ranked soldier? If his friends didn't carefully look through the profiles, they wouldn't know that one of their logisticians was actually an ace operator. Chen Ian looked at his older brother in surprise. He thought about himself and felt touched. He cried, "Older brother, you chose to become a normal logistician because of me. I'm so sorry." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Chen Yifan scolded them. "You're sorry. If you really are sorry, just please take care of yourself." Chen Yifan was afraid of Chen Ian's simple-mindedness. He was afraid that he would lose his life because of it. His parents were busy with work, so he spent most of his childhood with Chen Ian. To his parents, he might be a capable and strong-willed child. However, he would also meet setbacks and feel depressed too. At that time, Chen Ian was the only person who cried with him. They supported each other all those years until he went to the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Compared to his parents, Chen Yifan felt closer to his brother. This was why he was willing to enter the military with him, although he had lost his confidence and trust in it. Chen Ian shrunk back his neck when he saw how angry Chen Yifan was. Sob, his older brother is too fierce. Zhao Jun saw that Chen Yifan was Qi Long's old opponent, so he stopped attacking. He brought Zhou Yu and Chen Ian to the side so that they could watch Qi Long's and Chen Yifan fight each other. Qi Long rubbed his hands excitedly when they moved aside. He cracked his knuckles loudly. He had been tormented by Ling Lan all these while, so he wanted to torture someone back. His team members were much weaker than him, so he couldn't bear to fight with them. The other members of Ling Tian knew what Qi Long was like, so no one would agree to battle with him. It was hard for him to find an opponent nowadays. Unexpectedly, Chen Yifan appeared. He was someone who was on par with him during the Grand Mecha tournament. Finally, he had the chance to have a good fight. "Chen Yifan, if you beat me, I will let you pass the test." Qi Long enticed Chen Yifan. "No need. I admit defeat," Chen Yifan replied decisively. Qi Long's heart dropped. What did you say?" "He must be dreaming. He must be having a dream." "I said, I admit defeat." Chen Yifan replied back clearly. "What?" Qi Long screamed sadly. Why couldn't he admit defeat after fighting him? Chen Yifan looked at Qi Long. "Do you think that I'm stupid? Don't you remember that you are on par with me in terms of skills?" Qi Long tried to persuade him. "Victory is unpredictable. Don't you find it a pity to give up now? That is mecha piloting skills. I know that your physical skills have reached the peak of Qi Jin. I will not torture myself needlessly," Chen Yifan replied calmly. He had investigated all his opponents who participated in the Grand Mecha tournament. Thus, he knew Qi Long's physical skills level. Chen Yifan was at the early stage of Qi Jin. He was not Qi Long's match. Also, his little brother had failed the test. There was no point in him passing the test anymore. Qi Long didn't understand Chen Yifan well. If Qi Long said that he would let Chen Yifan's little brother pass the test if he could withstand his attacks for 5 minutes, Chen Yifan might have fought with him. Qi Long's hope was broken. He leaned against the door and knocked his head against it. The door opened after he knocked it 2 times. He didn't knock the door opened with his head. The person inside opened it. If you continue knocking your head like that, the door will break. Han Jijian stopped Qi Long from knocking his head with his hand as he glared at him. He didn't understand why Qi Long was destroying public property. Was he not afraid that boss would punish him? Qi Long pointed behind him with a pitiful face. "Chen Yifan doesn't want to fight with me." "Chen Yifan?" Han Jijian was stunned. This name sounded familiar. Where did he hear it before? He followed Qi Long's finger and saw a familiar face. Han Jijian thought for a moment. He remembered who he was. "Chen Yifan, why did you become a logistician?" Han Jijian asked in shock. He couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Chen Yifan was an ace operator. No ace operator would become a logistician. Someone you know? Li Lanfeng asked with a smile. We participated in the Grand Mecha tournament at the start of the year when we were still in the military academy. He is our opponent from the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Ace Mecha Master, Chen Yifan. Han Jijian managed to calm himself down quickly and introduced Chen Yifan to Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng narrowed his eyes. Was there some kind of plot behind this? Why did an ace operator become a logistician? Li Lanfeng was used to scheming so naturally, he would think there was some kind of scheme going on here. Chen Yifan was shocked to see Han Jijian here too. Qi Long's appearance already surprised him. Now, even Han Jijian was here. Why were they in 250 Mecha Clan? From what he knew, recruits who didn't have a battle team would be allocated randomly by the mainframe. Did they choose to enter 250 Mecha Clan so that they would stay together? No, any battle team that could take in the two of them must be a 4-stars battle team or above. A 4-stars battle team wouldn't appear in this Forsaken Mecha Clan. Chen Yifan felt confused. 250 Mecha Clan didn't appear like a useless Mecha Clan, but to have the most powerful Mecha Master from the 1st Men's Military Academy as well as the best strategist, this was definitely not a Forsaken Mecha Clan. The mainframe did place recruits randomly, but it would place them in a Mecha Clan that fitted their capability. This was to ensure the strength of the battle teams. The best cadet would go to the best Mecha Clans. Of course, there were people who offended someone high-ranked and got assigned to a low-level Mecha Clan out of spite. Chen Yifan looked at Han Jijian. Did this happen to him? However, when Li Lanfeng appeared, this thought was rejected. Li Lanfeng's face reminded him of who Zhao Jun and he were. Li Lanfeng. Zhao Jun. Chen Yifan said in shock. Li Lanfeng raised his eyebrows. You know us? Since he was familiar with them, he must have a reason for coming to 250 Mecha Clan. But, why did he reveal himself so quickly? Maybe he was trying to disguise himself and make them lower their guard around him. Li Lanfeng got vigilant. Chen Yifan smiled bitterly. You were the members who participated in the Grand Mecha tournament before us. Our school lost terribly that year, so we studied how you fought against us. You too left a strong impression on us. He turned and looked at Zhao Jun. I found you familiar just now but couldn't remember where I met you. However, when I saw Li Lanfeng, I remembered everything. Chen Yifan glanced at Li Lanfeng. You remembered Li Lanfeng but you don't remember me? Zhao Jun touched his chin. He was depressed. Was he too average looking? He was sure that he looked quite fierce. Chen Yifan looked at Li Lanfeng cautiously. Major Li's mask is memorable. Huh, so it's the mask that you remembered, not the face. Zhao Jun felt much better. Li Lanfeng glared at Zhao Jun. This pighead. Why was he helping his opponent to scold him? I must end my friendship with him today. Chen Yifan instantly pretended that he never saw anything when he noticed that Li Lanfeng was on the verge of exploding in anger. However, by now, he knew that 250 Mecha Clan was not a Forsaken Mecha Clan. Two powerful recruits appearing at the same place might be a coincidence, but 3 or 4 were not. This Mecha Clan was not as simple as it looked. The designated time arrived. None of the recruits managed to enter the hut and complete the mission. Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun, Qi Long, and Han Jijian brought Chen Yifan to the field where they laid their ambush. Very soon, the other teams brought the recruits that they caught and gathered them there too. When Luo Lang came in with a bunch of badly bruised and half-dead recruits, some recruits rejoiced in their hearts. They were not the worst ones. Chen Yifan saw Xie Yi, Liangjie, and Luo Lang appearing. The veterans called them team leaders. He had seen the information about these veterans. They were people who received many merits and achieved many achievements before. His heart stopped. He observed everyone and noticed that the 250 Mecha Clan was split into 10 teams. 7 of the team leaders came from the 1st Men's Military Academy. Was the 250 Mecha clan controlled by the 1st Men's Military Academy? He remembered that General Ling Xiao was from the 1st Men's Military Academy too. Chen Yifan felt that his guess was correct. At that moment, footsteps were heard. The field was really noisy, but for some reason, Chen Yifan could hear the footsteps clearly. No, everyone heard it too. The recruits were curious. They raised their heads and looked at the direction where the footsteps were coming from. The field instantly turned quiet. The footsteps became clearer and louder. Chen Yifan looked up too. He saw a person properly dressed in military uniform. He had a short whip in one hand as he walked up the track along the hill. Chen Yifan felt his body tensed up. He could feel an imminent sense of danger. He straightened his back as though this action would give him more strength. The person walked over naturally. Within a minute, he had arrived in front of them. Regiment Commander. The 10 teams shouted in unison. Chen Yifan's eyes almost popped out. He knew this person. Ling Lan, the real leader of the 1st Men's Military Academy during the Grand Mecha tournament last year. He was rumored to be the real king of the 1st Men's Military Academy, but he started his closed-door meditation during this Grand Mecha tournament, so many people had forgotten about him. However, Chen Yifan had looked at the information of the members from the 1st Men's Military Academy before. Ling Lan was someone he could never forget. Ling Lan was the first person to break away from the conventional battle royale method and come up with a new battle strategy. No one had any advantage over their team, so the results were predictable. Such a legend actually appeared in front of Chen Yifan as the regiment commander of 250 Mecha clan. Chen Yifan was dumbfounded. Ling Lan was in the same year as Qi Long. This meant that he was a recruit too. A recruit as a regiment commander. Chen Yifan felt that his world was turned upside down. Chen Yifan blinked. Then, he saw the epaulet on Ling Lan. It was the epaulet of a major. A senior captain was the highest rank for a recruit. He was probably able to become a major because he was appointed as a regiment commander. The lowest rank requirement be a regiment commander was a major. The military rank was not very important. The main thing was, he was a regiment commander. As someone who came from a military academy, Chen Yifan knew what this meant. Although Ling Lan had the same rank as Li Lanfeng, Ling Lan had actual military power. As Chen Yifan was digesting what he saw, Ling Lan walked in front of everyone and started scanning the crowd. She saw that the soldiers of 250 Mecha clan were still energetic after the mission and nodded her head. She felt satisfied. The hellish training had made them more motivated. Ling Lan didn't know that these mecha operators were energetic not because they felt motivated, but because they wanted to torture the new recruits. They were like Qi Long. They needed to torture other people in order to feel better. Hence, 250 Mecha clan moved towards an unpredictable direction. All the mecha operators, as well as logisticians, became a bunch of psychopaths who got excited when they see their opponents. All their enemies were afraid of them. Their names spread far and wide. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan ordered the 10 leaders. Report your results. The first person who reported to Ling Lan was the big brother figure of the 10 teams, Yang Mingji. He took a step forward and shouted, Team 01, 24 members. Successfully subdued 52 recruits. The other teams reported their results too. Ling Lan nodded. The performance of the 10 teams was not bad. There were still some flaws, but Ling Lan decided to let them off this time. The mecha operators saw their regiment commander nodding and were elated. They passed the mission. A moment ago, they were afraid that Ling Lan would not be satisfied with their performance and start a new round of hellish training. They had been repeating this process for a few months. Now, when they receive a new mission, they would feel dying again. This time, their regiment commander was satisfied with them, but they needed to know what made their regiment commander so satisfied. The mecha operators were observant people. They tried to find why their regiment commander let them off this time. Overall capability? Bullshit. Their current capabilities were still similar to their last mission. The performance during the mission? The mecha operators felt that there weren't many improvements compared to their last mission too. They couldn't find a reason. The mecha operators watched as their regiment commander walked towards the badly beaten-up recruits. They suddenly had an enlightenment. Their regiment commander was a vicious person. He killed 2 mecha operators at the start of their training. Since the mecha operators of 250 mecha clan didn't interact with each other much, they were not sure how many mecha operators there were in the mecha clan. Hence, until now, they were still fooled by Ling Lan. They must be too gentle and kind. This must be why their regiment commander kept torturing them. This time, however, they vented their frustration at the recruits and were a little harsh on them. Was this why their regiment commander was so satisfied? With this idea in mind, the mecha operators got more vicious and bloodthirsty in their future battles. They hoped that their regiment commander would be satisfied with them. Ling Lan, on the other hand, thought that they were under too much pressure, so she treated them better. This caused the mecha operators to harden that idea in mind. They thought that their guess was correct. Hence, they turned even crueler. Ling Lan got more worried about them and tried to lessen the intensity of their training. This cycle continued. Due to a strange combination of circumstances, the 250 mecha clan became devils on the battlefield. Of course, all these happened in the future. We could ignore it for now. The new recruits didn't expect their regiment commander to come. When they saw Ling Lan looking at them with her cold eyes, they trembled in fear. She didn't say a single word, but her cold aura and force of presence told everyone, she was a frightening and heartless person. There was only one thought in their head. Would they be sent back by this scary regiment commander? The recruits were distributed by the mainframe, but they could still be sent back to the recruit training camp if their regiment commander in the mecha clan was not satisfied with them. These recruits had to go through the recruit training camp again. After that, they would be sent back to another mecha clan. If their new regiment commander was not satisfied with them again, they would be sent out of the military. These people would be deemed unfit for the military. They would have a hard time finding jobs or partners in the future. Since they chose to enter the military, besides those young men that got thrown in by their parents, most of them wanted to continue staying here. If they got sent back this time, they believed their next regiment commander would still be dissatisfied with them. They would then be sent out of the military. This was not what they wanted. After knowing their possible future, a few young men who had a more fragile heart started sobbing. They just reached 20 years old. They couldn't handle such a hard blow. Weak. Ling Lan said with a hint of anger when she saw some recruits crying and frowned. The moment she said this, those recruits that were trying their best to control their emotions broke down. Almost everyone started crying. Ling Lan felt speechless. She thought that the mecha operators in 250 mecha clan were bad enough. However, these recruits were worse. Additionally, why were they staring at her like she was a devil? F***K, her looks were definitely not bad. No, she was definitely a good-looking person. This was not the main point. The point was, why were they looking at her like that? Was there something wrong with their eyes? Ling Lan felt depressed. She wondered why no one liked her. Ling Lan was unaware, those people weaker than her would be severely impacted by her cold aura. Only those that were stronger could withstand her force of presence. Hence, these recruits could only see her cold aura and her indifferent eyes. As Ling Lan's gaze got colder, the recruits felt that they would definitely be sent back. Crying is contagious. Soon, all the recruits started tearing up. F***K, why are they crying? Why are men so weak? Ling Lan snorted. All the recruits got a shock. They didn't dare to make any sound. They cried silently. The tears on their young faces made them look pitiful. Forget it, I don't want to look at them anymore. Ling Lan shouted helplessly, Lin Zhongqing. Yes. A voice rang through the field. A figure suddenly appeared behind Ling Lan. It was from Lin Zhongqing. I'll hand these recruits to you. You have 3 months to make them into real men. If they still cry like this, I will not show them any mercy. Ling Lan was afraid that she would be unable to control herself and hit these people. After so many years of hardships, she couldn't stand someone crying. Yes, Regiment Commander. Lin Zhongqing received the order. After handing these recruits to Lin Zhongqing, Ling Lan walked towards Chen Yifan. He was the only one who wasn't scared of her. Chen Yifan felt his heart beating quickly when he saw Ling Lan walking towards him. He only looked calm, but in actual fact, he was frightened too. Chen Yifan? Yes. Chen Yifan instinctively stood up straight. I know you are an ace mecha master. If you pass the team challenge, I'll make you a member of a team. Ling Lan would not let Chen Yifan waste his talent. Thus, she gave him a chance to be a member of a team. Chen Yifan was hesitant. He looked at his younger brother. Chen Ian was the reason why he entered the military. Ling Lan smiled mockingly. She knew what Chen Yifan was thinking. She said nonchalantly, a logistician services a mecha operator. Whether you are the one doing the service or the one getting service depends on your capabilities. Additionally, you need to have the ability if you want to protect someone. Ling Lan's words allowed Chen Yifan to understand how he could protect his younger brother. At the same time, Ling Lan warned him to not think too highly of himself. If he didn't meet her requirements, she was willing to send him away. She didn't mind letting him be a logistician. She could afford to waste his talent. Chen Yifan was shocked. He was a smart person, so he understood what Ling Lan was trying to tell him. He could be a mecha operator and let his younger brother be a member of his logistician team. Yes, I understand. Chen Yifan's eyes lit up for the first time. He seemed to have found a new goal. Ling Lan smiled. When will Chen Yifan stop lying to himself? Ling Lan looked away from Chen Yifan. She didn't care much about him. Although she wanted to let him join the battle team, she would not spend as much effort on him, unlike with the comrades she grew up with. If Chen Yifan managed to prove himself, she would give him the chance to become a part of Ling Tian battle team. Ling Lan walked past Chen Yifan and walked to the front of the crowd. She shouted, "Disperse." After that, she disappeared. It was as though she was never there. All the mecha operators took a moment to register that they managed to escape their regiment commander's punishment. Everyone cheered happily. They were a stark contrast to the recruits who were crying their hearts out. Chen Yifan narrowed his eyes when Ling Lan disappeared. If he wasn't able to see how Ling Lan disappeared, Ling Lan must have reached another realm in terms of physical skills. He knew that Ling Lan probably hid her true capabilities. As there were no changes to the youngest person who entered the domain realm in the Federation's records. As expected, 250 Mecha Clan was not a forsaken Mecha Clan. It might even be the Mecha Clan that had the most potential in the 23rd Division. Chen Yifan looked at the confused Chen Ian and the stunned Zhou Yu. He sighed. The three of them must be extremely lucky to have met such a powerful regiment commander. They would have a good future ahead of them. The other recruits calmed down when they were told that they would not be sent back. They were elated. However, they soon started crying again because of the harsh training. They realized that despair was scarier than being sent back. Time passed quickly. 2 months had passed. Within these 2 months, the people in 250 Mecha Clan continued their training. No one in the Federation knew that a vicious beast was growing in the 23rd Division. Ling Lan sat in her office and was looking through documents. Without Little Four's help, she could only rely on herself. She asked Little Blossom regarding Little Four's progress, but he just replied with Little Four's evolving was going smoothly. He didn't know when Little Four would finish his evolution. Little Four and Little Blossom were two different kinds of intelligent entities. Hence, they were unable to understand each other. Beep, beep. The optical supercomputer belonging to 250 Mecha Clan reminded Ling Lan that she had a new message. Ling Lan opened the message. She frowned. It was a land-clearing mission. When the Federation finds a new planet that was 5-star and above and had signs of life on it, they would inform all the divisions and request them to send some Mecha Clans to explore and open up the virgin soil. For the first 5 years, the first Mecha Clan that discovered the natural resources on the new planet would get a portion of it. After that, the Federation would start taking more of it. 10 years later, all the natural resources on the planet would be excavated. The reason why the Federation gave such benefit to the battle teams was because land-clearing mission was dangerous. Many Mecha Clans were annihilated on unknown planets. If there were not enough rewards to entice them, no one would be willing to send people over. Hence, because of these privileges, divisions always sent their best ace Mecha Clans to go for these land-clearing missions. The fund given by the Federation was not enough to let the division grow stronger. The divisions needed the natural resources gained by their battle teams to increase their military strength. You could say that this land-clearing mission was to instill divisions with a competitive spirit and let them provide for themselves. Although this might make it harder for the Federation to control the divisions, it was the only way to not burden the civilians with the expenditure of the military. There were pros and cons with this decision, but for now, there were more pros. The Mecha Clans that would receive the land-clearing mission were normally the most powerful ace Mecha Clans in a division. This was a dangerous mission, but it could allow them to gain many raw materials. Based on the rule, if the natural resource they found on the planet was a one-time thing, the Mecha Clan only had to hand over 80% of it. If it was a sustainable natural resource, the Mecha Clan would get 10% of it. It didn't seem like a lot, but if they really managed to find a sustainable natural resource, it would bring them over 1 billion credits. This was a huge sum of credits to a Mecha Clan. If a Mecha Clan wanted to become stronger, they needed to have advanced technology and equipment. All these cost credits. If they waited for the Federation's fund, God knows when they would get it. The Federation had to consider the entire strength of the military and not just a single Mecha Clan. Hence, they would not pay attention to individual Mecha Clans. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. If 250 Mecha Clan received the land-clearing mission, it must be the doings of Ling Lan's fair father, Ling Xiao. There was no other way such a mission with bountiful rewards would be handed over to a useless Mecha Clan like hers. Ling Lan would not reject this mission, but she felt this mission came too early. Land-clearing missions were extremely dangerous. She felt that the members of 250 Mecha Clan were still lacking in some areas. Additionally, there would be other Mecha Clans from the 23rd Division participating in this mission. This meant that they needed to collaborate with other Mecha Clans. Ling Lan had not done any training on collaboration. She was not sure if something would happen to her clan members if she brought them on this mission. Ling Lan's head started hurting when she thought about this. Master, if anyone doesn't listen to you, you can let me eat them up. Little Blossom felt Ling Lan's frustration, so he popped up and tried to help her. In her mindscape, Ling Lan flicked Little Blossom's forehead. As expected of a doomsday flower, he only thinks about eating. However, Little Blossom's words reminded Ling Lan, she could just beat someone up if a person didn't listen to her. She was more powerful than all the other mecha operators. She believed that she would be able to subdue them. Ling Lan gathered all the team leaders, the person in charge of the logistics, Lin Zhongqing, the person in charge of the medical department, Li Xiyu, and the person in charge of the experiment department, Chang Xinyuan. They had a discussion and decided to leave behind the mecha operators and logisticians who performed poorly. In the end, Ling Lan brought close to 200 mecha operators and almost 300 logisticians with her. She asked Lin Zhongqing to prepare all the equipment they needed. If he lacked anything, he must report it to her so that she could ask He Shuyang for it. Poor He Shuyang. To Ling Lan, he was her big fat cash cow, oh, no, he was her best helper. If she needed to find anything, she could just look for him. Soon, the time of the mission arrived. The commander-in-chief of the Rising Sun Fleet of the 23rd Division received an order to pick a mecha clan up. He looked at the said mecha clan in disbelief. He looked at his order again to make sure that he was not under an illusion. The useless mecha clan, 250 mecha clan, was in this mission too. Had his superiors given up on this mecha clan so they let them seek their own death through this mission? Chi Aiming couldn't help but think this way. All the higher authorities in the 23rd Division knew the background of 250 mecha clan and knew what kind of mecha operators were in there. He felt a little frustrated. He thought that only his Rising Sun Fleet was participating in this mission. However, since there was another mecha clan, he needed to remove some people from his fleet. The number of starships for each mission was fixed. Luckily, 250 mecha clan was a useless mecha clan, so Chi Aiming felt that they would not snatch resources with them. Speaking of this, we need to know that each division had its own personal fleet. This fleet only serviced the people from their division. They would rarely be an occasion where people needed to board a starship belonging to a different division. Chi Aiming was puzzled as to why the headquarters gave this order, but he still ordered one of the ships to fetch the 250 mecha clan. Fortunately, the 250 mecha clan would only be taking his ship temporarily. Once they reached the new planet, he wouldn't need to care about them anymore. Chi Aiming felt that the problematic mecha operators from the 250 mecha clan would definitely cause trouble on the new planet. The person who was in charge of them was unlucky. He just hoped that they would not ruin the reputation of the 23rd Division. A large fleet of starships floated in the universe. It looked magnificent. The entire universe seemed to be filled with starships. All the 23 divisions and those independent divisions sent their ace fleet over. They all tried to reduce their numbers, but there were still many starships. After all, there were close to 30 divisions sending in their people. The 250 mecha clan was in one of the starships among the fleet. They were not the only mecha clan on the starship. To increase their chances of finding a natural resource vein, Chi Aiming had maximized the capacity of all the starships. He thought that the 250 mecha clan would be a nuisance on the trip, but luckily, everyone from 250 mecha clan stayed in their room and rarely came out. Chi Aiming couldn't help but feel relieved. The fleet journeyed for more than 10 days before reaching the infamous Road of Iguda. The Road of Iguda was a place where many black holes congregate. There were more than 10,000 black holes here. Normally, the presence of a black hole would exhibit a strong gravitational force around it. Once any starship came near it, they would be torn into pieces. However, the Road of Iguda was different. The gravitational force around each black hole was at a normal level. A starship could get near it easily. A few powerful countries knew the secret that some black holes could lead to another unknown planetary sector. To prevent other smaller countries from being aware of this, powerful countries sealed the route to the Road of Iguda and collaborated with one another to explore the unknown planetary sector together. When there were benefits to be gained, everyone would choose to cooperate with one another no matter how deep their grudges were. The new planet they found this time was within an unknown planetary sector. Since the Federation discovered this new planet, they got the right to excavate the resources. Why were the gravitational forces of the black holes in the Road of Iguda so low? Researchers concluded that it might be because the different gravitational forces from the various black holes somehow managed to reach equilibrium and created a node where the gravitational forces are low. They also felt that there was a probability that one day, this equilibrium might be disrupted and the Road of Iguda would become the Road of Death. Without the exact data of the positions of the black holes, starships could get lost easily. After all, only a few of the 10,000 black holes were safe. Those starships that entered this area accidentally, normally disappeared without a trace. Because of this, the Road of Iguda was also known as the Iguda Maze. Starships could get lost here forever. The huge fleet of starships carefully passed through multiple black holes. At that moment, the navigator on the starship was extremely nervous. He knew that a single mistake from him could result in the death of the entire fleet. Luckily, all the starships managed to arrive at the designated black hole safely. Soon, the fleet vanished. The road of Iguta became peaceful again. It was as though the 1,000 starships fleet never existed. The moment Ling Lan entered the black hole, she noticed that her comrades, who were talking to her, suddenly froze. She seemed to be the only one who was conscious. What is happening? Ling Lan felt cold sweat on her forehead. This scene was too eerie. She didn't dare to touch her friends. She was afraid that her rash actions might harm them. Just as Ling Lan was at a loss, a loud bang was heard in her mindscape. A small and plump little body dropped from the sky and landed right in front of Ling Lan. Ouch! Little Blossom's eyes were filled with tears as he rubbed his head that was hurting. When Little Blossom appeared, Ling Lan felt calmer. At least she was not the only person left in this world. Just now, Ling Lan felt like she was abandoned by her friends. She was having a minor mental breakdown from the loneliness. Master, number 5 kicked me when I was sleeping. Little Blossom immediately rushed over and hugged Ling Lan's leg when he saw her. Why did he kick you? Ling Lan rubbed Little Blossom's head as she consoled him. He was the one who calmed her down, so she was exceptionally gentle towards him. Ah, I remember now. Number 5 asked me to tell Master something. Ling Lan's words allowed Little Blossom to remember what number 5 said when he kicked him. What is it? Ling Lan asked curiously. Number 5 seldom said anything. He normally asked Ling Lan to experience his hellish training personally. Most of the training that Ling Lan gave the 250 Mecha clan were inspired by number 5's training. The only difference was that she was not as harsh as number 5. Tell that idiot, Ling Lan, that if she wants to solve this problem, suppress her spiritual power until it's below level 5. Little Blossom repeated every single word number 5 said. Number 5 had been observing everything, so when he heard what Little Blossom said, he held his forehead and sighed. What an idiot. So I'm an idiot? Ling Lan gritted her teeth. She knew that number 5 always talked about her behind her back, but she still felt furious when she heard his words personally. Of course, this little person in front of her was an idiot too. Ling Lan instantly flicked his forehead. Little Blossom started groaning in pain. He didn't know why his master changed her expression so suddenly. Sob, give back my gentle master. Ling Lan calmed down and started pondering over number 5's words. She immediately understood that this must have happened because of her strong spiritual power. Additionally, she practiced the spiritual power cultivation technique from the Divine Command sect, which strengthened her spiritual power. However, Ling Lan never tested her spiritual power before, since she didn't have a spiritual mutation, so she didn't see the need to test it. Therefore, she was not sure what level her spiritual power was at. Only hackers and people with specter abilities would go and test their spiritual power. No one else would do such a thing. But, even without a test, Ling Lan knew that her spiritual power was above level 5. When she was 6 or 7 years old, Little 4 told her that he had set her spiritual power to level 5. After so many years of cultivation, her spiritual power would only be higher. Ling Lan was relieved after finding out the reason. Just as she was about to suppress her spiritual power, she thought about something. She looked at Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng's tense body started relaxing after he noticed Ling Lan's gaze. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Li Lanfeng was frightened. What was happening? Ling Lan noticed that Li Lanfeng couldn't speak and frown. She tried to talk but realized she couldn't make a sound too. She thought about what number 5 said and was enlightened. The image she was seeing now was feedback from her spiritual power. This was the spiritual world. The 5 senses could not be used in the spiritual world. This meant that she was not able to communicate with her mouth. She needed to use her spiritual power. Lanfeng, don't worry. This is our spiritual world. Our body is frozen just like the others. The anxious Li Lanfeng heard Ling Lan's voice and calmed down instantly. Why was Ling Lan able to talk when he couldn't? Ling Lan noticed his doubt, so she continued, I'm using my spiritual power to communicate with you. Li Lanfeng's eyes lit up. Then, it dimmed again. He must have learned this skill from Ling Zhao's sect. Ling Lan had given him many things. He couldn't be too greedy. When I'm free, I can teach you. Ling Lan replied generously. She understood what Li Lanfeng was thinking. There were many minor techniques like this available in the learning space. Even if she didn't teach the technique from the Divine Command sect, there were other similar skills she could share. Li Lanfeng was elated. He seemed more vibrant now. Ling Lan smiled. Sometimes, the black-bellied Li Lanfeng was quite cute too. This happened to us because our spiritual power is above level 5. We need to go below level 5, Ling Lan explained their situation to Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng nodded. He had specter abilities, so he knew what level his spiritual power was at. As long as we suppress our spiritual power, this problem will be solved. Li Lanfeng nodded. He closed his eyes and started suppressing his spiritual power. Soon, he got out of the spiritual world. After Li Lanfeng succeeded, Ling Lan felt at ease and started suppressing her spiritual power too. However, just as she was about to go below level 5, her spiritual power suddenly went out of control. Damn it! Ling Lan was shocked. She wanted to try suppressing her spiritual power again, but she realized that she could no longer control it. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Little Blossom was also forced back to the learning space due to Ling Lan's spiritual power going out of control. He didn't even have the time to say goodbye to his master. Ling Lan's mindscape was in a mess. Her spiritual power had turned into a huge whirlpool. Ling Lan didn't lose her consciousness. The moment she realized that something was amiss, she compressed her conscious until it was very small and hid it in a corner of her mindscape. Then, she used the small amount of spiritual power she could still control to encase her conscious and prevent it from being torn apart by the whirlpool. Even if her mindscape was destroyed and she had to become a vegetable temporarily, she would still have the chance of waking up as long as a part of her conscious was still intact. Ling Lan would fight for every opportunity to live. Hence, she immediately prepared for the worst when she noticed that things were going out of hand. After doing all this, Ling Lan didn't just sit there and wait for her death. She had already planned her route of retreat so she could focus on her current situation calmly. Ling Lan was clear that if she started getting anxious, she would be dead. Ling Lan didn't waste her time and try to gain control over her spiritual power. Since it was already out of control, she should keep the remaining amount of spiritual power she still had and slowly wait for an opportunity to fight back. Ling Lan quickly noticed that the uncontrollable spiritual power didn't harm her body. Her mindscape also showed no signs of getting destroyed. The whirlpool was just attracting all the energy from its surroundings. Since this is her spiritual world, the spiritual energy it was attracting belonged to her, right? Ling Lan was puzzled. However, she found the answer soon. She felt another force merging with her spiritual power. Her spiritual power should have caused havoc in her mindscape, but for some reason, an equilibrium was achieved. This seems familiar, the black hole. No, it should be the force released when a black hole formed. How did it manage to merge with her spiritual power? Ling Lan didn't understand what was happening. No one would be able to explain the situation to her too. She wasn't sure what would happen if her spiritual power merged with the force of the black hole. Would this be a problem? Ling Lan tried to control her spiritual power to determine if it was any problems with it, but her spiritual power just ignored her. It stubbornly continued with the merge and seemingly had a good time interacting with it. Although it seemed harmless now, Ling Lan was still on her guard. After her spiritual power finished merging, the whirlpool started calming down. The danger came suddenly and disappeared suddenly too. Ling Lan was speechless. She started examining her mindscape and realized, to her surprise, a white and smooth egg had appeared. Egg? Egg. Ling Lan tapped the egg with a dumbfounded expression. The egg trembled in her mindscape. It seemed to be trembling from the itchiness. Maybe it was trying to greet her. Master, did you lay an egg while I was away? Will it be my little master when it hatches? Little Blossom had been worried about his master. When he noticed that he could enter her mindscape again, he immediately jumped in. The first thing he saw was a white egg. He experienced a series of emotions: shocked, then excited, then a sense of release. Sob, I finally have a little master now. I am no longer the youngest. I can bully little master now. Little Blossom kept being bullied by Little Four. When he tried to retaliate, Little Four told him that younger people should be bullied by older people. For instance, Ling Lan bullied him, so it was right for him to bully Little Blossom. Little Blossom got tricked. He thought that this was the norm. Let's have a moment of silence for the future little brother of Little Blossom. Although he was nowhere in sight, his evil brother was already waiting for him. The reason why Little Blossom thought that Ling Lan laid the egg was that Little Four taught him that laying eggs was a way of generating offsprings. Little Blossom couldn't swallow data, so his knowledge came from what people taught him. Hence, he assumed his master was able to lay eggs. Ling Lan was speechless. Lay eggs? Did she lay an egg? She didn't even know where the egg came from. Since it appeared in her mindscape, she did feel like she laid it. Ling Lan quickly dismissed the thought and reminded herself that she was human. I almost got influenced by Little Blossom and thought that I was an animal. As expected, Little Blossom got beaten up by Ling Lan. Little Blossom finally experienced the family abuse that Little Four kept talking about. Sob, master, hurry up and lay more eggs. Little Blossom wants to bully Little Master. Although Ling Lan emphasized that she couldn't lay eggs, Little Blossom still believed she could. No matter how much Ling Lan hit him, Little Blossom remained stubborn. Ling Lan suddenly missed Little Four. Previously, she felt that Little Four was not very sharp and used proverbs the wrong way. However, compared to Little Blossom, Little Four seemed extremely sharp. He was able to give her some consolation during critical times and not make her even more frustrated. People needed to be compared to show how important they were. Ling Lan vented her frustration and managed to calm down. She used her spiritual power to examine the egg. Maybe because Ling Lan's spiritual power and the egg came from the same source, she was able to successfully see what was happening inside the egg. There were no signs of life inside the egg. It was filled with spiritual energy. The spiritual energy swirled around the center of the egg. Because the spiritual energy being too dense, it formed a hard surface that made it look like an egg. In actual fact, it was just a spiritual energy shell formed due to the density of the spiritual energy. The spiritual power core at the center of the egg was extremely dense. If the density of her spiritual energy in her mindscape was 1, the density of the spiritual power core was 1000. If the spiritual energy in the core was released, mindscape could increase by 1000 times. Ling Lan was worried and elated. She was elated because her spiritual power had gotten stronger and worried that there would be a hidden danger. If this spiritual power didn't listen to her and got out of control, her mindscape would be destroyed. Just as Ling Lan was feeling complicated, Little Blossom exclaimed in surprise, "Master, your spiritual power is so low." Ling Lan got a shock. She heard noises coming from the real world. Her friends had woken up. She had left the spiritual world unknowingly and returned back to her own body. What level is my spiritual power now? Ling Lan was unable to sense her spiritual power because of the series of events that had happened. At most level 3, Little Blossom replied. His boss's spiritual power was much weaker than before. Very good. Ling Lan replied in satisfaction. That meant that when she entered the black hole again, this would not happen. She didn't want to experience it another time, it was too frightening. "Boss, did you level up again?" The moment Ling Lan opened her eyes, she saw Qi Long's face right in front of her. He seemed to be stunned. "What is the matter?" Ling Lan pushed his head away. She was not used to having someone so close to her. Everyone was looking at her with the same dumbfounded expression. Ling Lan looked at them coldly, but she noticed their lips were twitching. Li Lanfeng passed Ling Lan a mirror. Ling Lan took it curiously. Li Lanfeng wanted her to look at herself. She looked at the mirror and was shocked. Was this her? Li Lanfeng noticed the disbelief in her eyes and nodded. Ling Lan slapped herself and released some of the spiritual energy from the spiritual power core. She stared at her team members again. Everyone lowered their heads in fright. Ling Lan retracted her gaze with satisfaction and continued their discussion. She didn't expect such consequences to occur after her spiritual power was lowered. Ling Lan wanted to cry. As expected, she was more suitable to be a cold and dominating boss. After the fleet passed through the black hole, they entered an unknown planetary sector. Ling Lan suddenly missed Little Four. If he was here, she would be able to get some information about this planetary sector. Ling Lan was uncertain if this planetary sector had something to do with his origins, the Mandora galaxy. The planets in this planetary sector were much further away from each other. Ling Lan only saw 2 planets after 1 week of traveling. One of the planets was mist-like. They were mock planets formed by the accumulation of meteorites. There was no use exploring such planets as there were no resources on it. These planets were dangerous too. No one knew when those meteorites would explode or move away from each other. The other planet was covered in ice. Based on past research, this planet was just a huge ice ball. There was nothing else besides ice. Although it was less valuable than those planets with signs of life, the people from Caesar were still elated that they found this planet first. The people from the Federation were frustrated that Caesar found the first planet. However, this feeling didn't last for long. Very soon, they found a new planet that was more valuable than the ice planet. Yet, at the same time, it was more dangerous for them to explore this planet. The starship that Ling Lan was at announced to everyone that they have reached their destination. Everyone started getting busy. To ensure the safety of the starship, it would not land immediately on the surface of the planet. It would send a batch of mecha operators to the planet first to ensure that it was safe to land. Only then would the starship land and start unloading all the pieces of equipment the mecha clans needed to build a camp on the planet. 250 Mecha Clan also had a scouting team to find a safe spot for their camp. There were 3 to 4 mecha clans on a single starship. So 250 Mecha Clan only had 2 ejection ports for themselves. It was half of what other mecha clans had, but since they were much smaller in size, Ling Lan and her team members didn't find it unfair. The scouting team of 250 Mecha Clan consisted of Ling Lan, the 10 teams' team leaders, and a few of the most powerful team members within these 10 teams. There was a total of 24 people. This was the smallest scouting team among the mecha clans, but it was the strongest too. These 24 people were all ace mecha masters. There were real ace mecha masters both in title and ability. Currently, they were at their past peak form. As for Yang Mingji and Lu Furong, after Ling Lan's harsh training, they not only managed to regain their ability, they were even stronger than their past peak form. Yang Mingji even felt that he was close to becoming an Imperial Mecha Master. This was a surprise to him. He had been stuck at the ace level for close to 20 years. He couldn't break through the last hurdle, which made him lose confidence in becoming an Imperial Mecha Operator. The events that happened in his life also impacted him greatly and made him give up entirely. He never expected that he would achieve a breakthrough so easily under the lead of his young regiment commander. Lu Furong's improvement was not as obvious, but he also felt his ability increasing. He found hope again. In order to become stronger, he didn't mind becoming the next Qilong. The logisticians in charge of these 24 mecha operators were nervous but properly examined their equipment and weapons. Behind them, Lin Zhongqing and a few others were watching them intently. They had stopwatches in their hands and were observing the speed of the logisticians. Some of them were writing something on a piece of paper. The logisticians tensed up when they saw this. They didn't want their names to be written on the paper. Past experiences told them that once their name was on it, they would have to spend their next month in hell. Lin Zhongqing and his 4 assistants learned well from Ling Lan. They liked to experiment with what they learned from Ling Lan on the logisticians. Under such circumstances, the logisticians reached a breakthrough and managed to hasten their speed by more than 10 seconds. This allowed 250 Mecha Clan to be the first Mecha Clan to send its scouting team out of the starship. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The first person to enter the launching port was Ling Lan. She contacted the JMC that was in charge of her launching port and said coldly, 250 Mecha Clan Mecha Number 1 requesting for launch. Ah, yes. Ling Lan frowned when she heard an anxious voice from the other end of the call. Hello, I'm the JMC in charge of your launch. Sorry to keep you waiting. We are doing the final check. Mecha no. One's weapons are fully equipped and the engine is normal. You are eligible for launch. The countdown starts now. 3, 2, 1, launch. The JMC hurriedly finished the rest of her work. She was talking to her coworkers just now because, based on past experiences, they thought that there would not be any mecha operators entering the launching port this early. This was why she was not fully prepared. She didn't expect the mecha operators at her launching port to arrive so quickly. He even contacted her personally. The JMC heaved a sigh of relief after sending Ling Lan away. She felt fortunate that she was not scolded. She wished that this mecha operator would not complain about her work ethics after he came back from the mission. The JMC learned her lesson and didn't dare to relax anymore. She focused on her work and made sure that the other mecha operators got launched successfully. The other JMCs beside her also stopped talking and waited patiently for their mecha operators to be in position. They felt lucky that they were not in charge of 250 Mecha Clan. Why was this so? Because the mecha operators of 250 Mecha Clan entered their launching port more than a minute earlier than the other mecha clans. These JMCs were not normal JMCs. They were very experienced in handling ace mecha masters, but even then, they hadn't met any logisticians who were able to work as fast as those from 250 Mecha Clan. Was this Mecha Clan an elite of the elite clan? The JMCs were not certain about the background of 250 Mecha Clan, so they started having other thoughts. After Ling Lan left the starship, she didn't choose to enter the atmosphere of the planet. Instead, she waited for her members. Soon, all the 24 ace mecha master of 250 Mecha Clan were in position. Just as Ling Lan wanted to give her order, she received a call on her optical supercomputer in the mecha. Ling Lan was shocked. Only the members and the people at the headquarters of 250 Mecha Clan knew this internal channel. Who was calling her? Ling Lan accepted the call curiously. She heard a familiar voice. New member of 250 Mecha Clan, Ling Yu, wishes to join the team. Ling Yu? Ling Lan's lips twitched. Why is this person here? Yes. I received an order from the division headquarters. I will be temporarily joining 250 Mecha Clan for this land clearing mission. The person replied to her seriously. I believe that Regiment Commander Ling had received the notification too. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. Yes, she did receive the notification. This notification came so suddenly and it made her furious. Was this a sign of not being trusted? Did they think that she didn't have the capabilities to lead her team on this mission, so they sent in someone to help her? Ling Lan was angry, but she still saved the other party's embarrassment. She replied coldly, since that is the case, please join the team. Yes, Regiment Commander. He seemed angry. The new member scratched his head. The new mecha operator quickly joined the mecha team. Although he was a new member, the current members of the mecha team were either experienced mecha operators or members of Ling Tian whom she had worked with for a long time. Hence, they were able to rearrange their formation quickly. The new member joined their team smoothly. "Let's go." Ling Lan gave her order. The mecha team formed a triangular formation and entered the atmosphere of the planet with Ling Lan at the lead. Once they entered the atmosphere, Ling Lan felt a strong gravity pushing them down. Her optical supercomputer quickly displayed the relevant information of the planet. Ling Lan moved her fingers quickly and entered the new data into the system to calibrate the mecha so it would be able to fall at a slower rate and not get affected by the gravity. Within 1 second, all the mechas managed to control their falling speed. Since there was ample time, Ling Lan didn't fully unleash her hand speed. Hence, all the other mecha operators finished their operation around the same time as her. In the central command room of the Rising Sun Fleet, the mecha clans that participated in this mission were all displayed on the screens around the room. 250 Mecha Clan was on it too. Is that an ace mecha clan? What impressive speed! One of the officers was surprised when he saw the mecha team. Yes. The other mecha clans are still at their launching port but they have already finished forming up. The other officers were alerted by this officer and started noticing this mecha team too. That is because they have fewer people. How many mechas do they have? 25. Oh, it's 26. Most scouting teams will have at least 50 people so they will definitely be slower. One officer expressed his opinion. The officer who noticed 251st was unconvinced. They do have fewer people but how many mechas of the other clans are ready? 10. 15. No clan has 20 mechas ready yet. How is this not fast? The officer that was rebutted was speechless. This was the truth. However, he was too prideful to admit he was wrong so he continued, they have fewer people so the communicating between themselves is obviously easier. It's normal that they are faster. Why don't you ask another mecha clan to try it out then? The officer that supported 250 mecha clan refuted. This speed was the overall speed of the entire mecha clan, including the logisticians. If it was so easy to increase one's speed, there would have been more teams out there by now. Stop arguing. The mecha team is already entering the atmosphere. Someone reminded the two officers that were arguing. Both of them kept quiet and turned to look at the big screen. Haha, that's good. Our 23rd Division is the first division to enter the new planet. The officers in the Central Command Center cheered when they noticed this fact. Don't be too happy. The Ace Mecha clan of the 1st Division, God of Hunt, is entering too. Someone spotted signs of other mecha clans. The mecha clan from the 2nd Division, Whirlwind, and the mecha clan from the 3rd Division, God of War, is entering as well. As expected of the divisions under the three Great Marshal. They had a 50-man team but their speed was only slightly slower than a 26-man team. The 23rd Division managed to gain an upper hand due to their numbers. Oh right, which mecha clan was that? Once this mission ends, we must heavily reward them. Although there were not many people in this mecha team, it was a fact that the 23rd Division was the first division to enter the planet. This was an accomplishment for them. It's 250 Mecha Clan. The officers were shocked when he saw the name of the Mecha Clan. They knew that the 250 Mecha Clan borrowed their fleet to participate in the mission but they didn't pay any attention to them. They thought that the higher authorities wanted to give them an opening gambit or a warning. Unexpectedly, the useless 250 Mecha Clan was a fast and highly skilled Mecha Clan. Are they dreaming? Everyone looked at the mecha team that landed safely on the surface of the planet. They were astounded. We were fooled by the division headquarters. A calm voice came from the entrance of the command center. Commander-in-Chief. All the officers stood up and greeted him. Chi Aiming walked into the central command center. He looked at the mecha team on the screen with a complicated expression. If they could get this mecha clan, the Rising Sun Fleet might become the most powerful fleet in the 23rd Division. Unfortunately, he remembered the smile on his superior's face when he submitted this request. He knew that there was no hope of that happening. Chi Aiming sighed. If he had requested for 250 Mecha Clan right from the start, he might have a chance. However, now, no fleet would be able to get 250 Mecha Clan anymore. Their general looked as though he had given up on 250 Mecha Clan, but in actual fact, he had high hopes for this Mecha Clan. It was too late to benefit from this Mecha Clan. At this moment, Ling Lan and her team had already reached the lower layer of the atmosphere of the planet. The environment on the planet was bad. The optical supercomputer tested the temperature on the planet. It was higher than 40 degrees Celsius. There was no oxygen in the air too. If she didn't see the reddish spots which looked like plants when she was coming down, she would have suspected if there were any living things on this planet. Ling Lan carefully controlled her mecha and landed on a yellowish-brown spot which seemed steadier. The moment she landed, she felt her mecha sinking into the ground. This is not good. The ground here was not able to support the weight of a mecha. Ling Lan felt a sense of danger. She used her fastest hand speed and quickly calibrated her mecha. The mecha stopped sinking down. She raised one of her mecha legs and took a step forward. The mecha didn't sink. The weight of the mecha had reached an acceptable range for her to walk. Set your mechas to floating mode. The floating level will be at 53. Set traction to 11 and granular load to 27. Ling Lan quickly shared her mecha setting to her team members. She was confident that her team members were able to change their settings based on the situation, but she didn't want them to lose their focus on their surroundings, so she told them her findings. The other members quickly changed their settings while they were in midair. When they landed, no one sunk. This meant that Ling Lan had found the correct settings in an instant. After they landed safely, they noticed that the red spots they thought were plants were actually the color of the ground. On the other hand, the yellowish-brown spots which they thought was the ground were actually plants. As expected, their logic couldn't be applied in a new environment. Ling Lan and her team landed on an empty field. This was a good and a bad thing. It was good because this place was safer compared to a forest or a swamp. However, risk and opportunity came together. They would have less of a chance of finding a natural resource vein on this planet. Regiment Commander, we are so unlucky. We landed on a flat field. One of the mecha operators said in a depressed tone. Our main goal is to let everyone experience what it's like to go on a mission. It'll be good if we can find some natural resources. If not, it's fine too, Ling Lan replied calmly. She was not after the monetary gains. If she really wanted to equip 250 Mecha Clan, she could use the account that Little Four gave her. There were enough credits in the account to equip 10 Mecha Clans. It could be said that the only thing Ling Lan didn't lack was credits. The disappointed members managed to feel better after seeing how calm their regiment commander was. They used their search device on their mechas to scan the area. Ling Lan noticed that around 10 kilometers away, there was a thermal signal. Since they didn't have any urgent goals, Ling Lan decided to go there. They quickly ran towards the direction. They wanted to save their energy, so they didn't choose to fly. Along the way, Ling Lan accepted Li Lanfeng's request for a private call. Rabbit, who is Ling Yu? Is he suspicious? No, Ling Lan replied, he is from the Ling family. Ling Lan added on. Is General Ling Xiao worried about you? Is that why he sent Ling Yu over? Li Lanfeng asked carefully. He detected a sense of unhappiness in Ling Lan's tone. Ling Lan's lips twitched. As expected, her team members knew all about it. What a bastard her father was, he destroyed the reliable and domineering image she worked so hard to build. Maybe. Ling Lan squeezed the words out of her mouth. Couldn't her leopard learn to act dumb for once? Luckily, he didn't know Ling Yu's real identity. If not, her image would really be destroyed. Damn it. Her father really knew how to make things difficult for her. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Putting Ling Lan's thoughts aside, all of them managed to arrive at their destination soon. It was a huge lake. The surface of the lake was shimmering with light. There seemed to be no end to the lake with waters that were deep blue and clear. However, Ling Lan and her team members couldn't be certain if there were creatures inside the lake. The steam over the lake and the heat emitted from the lake told them that the temperature of the water was high. Xie started taking a sample of the water and examining it without Ling Lan's command. He told everyone what he found through the team channel. The temperature of the water is at 87 degrees Celsius. Can fish survive at this temperature? One of the mecha operators were stunned. Fish would be cooked at this temperature. You are a veteran. Have you forgotten lifeforms here might be different from what we know? I'm pretty sure the fish on this planet are not afraid of high heat, someone refuted. There is a fish like that in the Federation too. It's known as Almu fish. It can live within 50 degrees Celsius to 60 degrees Celsius water. If the temperature of the water gets below 45 degrees Celsius, it will die. Someone reminded everyone to not be restricted by their own ignorance. No one knows what is in the lake. Let's be more careful. As the most experienced mecha operator, Yang Mingji felt obligated to remind everyone to be aware of their surroundings when he noticed that they were too focused on talking. Everyone instantly focused their attention on the lake. Ling Lan knew that these people still had problems fighting in a high-pressured situation. They had relaxed for too long and lost their vigilance on the battlefield. This was not something that could be solved with training. Only real life-or-death situations would allow them to regain their vigilance. Regiment Commander, why do I feel that the heat in the lake didn't trigger the thermal signal? Li Lanfeng looked at his optical supercomputer. He noticed that the thermal signal came from the lake, but 87 degrees Celsius was too low for the thermal detector to give such a signal. Ling Lan stared at the surface of the lake for a few seconds. She said slowly, "Seems like we need to go into the lake." She had this query too. There might be something in the lake which caused it to have such a high temperature. She didn't know if it was a natural resource vein in it. However, entering the lake was a dangerous task. Entering the bottom of a lake or a river was usually the most dangerous place to explore. There was water resistance and the water would affect the mecha operator's vision too. Most importantly, no one knew what was under the water. Ling Lan pondered about it and chose Qi Long, Zhao Jun, Lu Furong, Gu Xingyang to enter the lake with her. Li Lanfeng wanted to say something but he stopped himself. He really wanted to go with Ling Lan, but he knew that if anything happened there, with his stamina, he might drag the whole team down. He could not cause trouble for his rabbit. Ling Lan asked Yang Mingji to be in charge of guarding the perimeter and asked Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian to help him. She glanced at Ling Yu, who was standing still like a piece of wood. After some thought, she said, "Ling Yu, you'll go down with me too. Since there is a bodyguard, she should use it." "Yes, Regiment Commander." Ling Yu received the order. Very soon, the six of them jumped into the lake. The moment they entered the lake, the six of them changed their mecha setting to suit the underwater environment. Their mecha got used to the environment and slowly sunk. It took more than 10 seconds for them to sink to the bottom of the lake. It was deeper than expected. There was no light at the bottom of the lake. However, the mechas had searchlights on them, so they were able to see within 30 meters around them. The six people cautiously explored the bottom of the lake. While they were sinking, they didn't see a single fish at all. This caused them to doubt if there were any creatures in the lake. "Be careful." Qi Long felt his boss kicking him. Ling Yu, who was protecting Ling Lan, fired a beam shot at Qi Long's direction. If his boss didn't kick him, he would have been hit by the beam. Qi Long was furious. Was there something wrong with Ling Yu? Wasn't he boss's bodyguard? "Qi Long, inspect your mecha and see if there is a problem." Ling Lan's cold voice rang inside Qi Long's ears. Ling Yu still had his beam gun in his hand. However, it was not aimed at him. It was aimed at his side. Qi Long got a shock. He knew that things were not what it seemed. He immediately inspected his mecha and noticed that there was a round-shaped burn mark on the mecha's chest. He didn't know when he got this scar. It looked like a burn mark was formed by electricity. Qi Long replayed what happened. After slowing down the video feed 10 times, he finally saw a silver whip-like tentacle appearing beside him suddenly and attacking him. If his boss didn't kick him away, he might have been seriously hurt. At the same time, he also noticed that Ling Yu's beam sliced the silver whip-like tentacle. That was why the tentacle retreated and stopped attacking him. With Ling Yu standing by, Ling Lan bent down and picked up the tentacle that was sliced by Ling Yu. After it was sliced, half of it dropped onto the bottom of the lake. The tentacle kept forming sparks in Ling Lan's hand. Ling Lan was prepared for its attack, so she protected her hand using the shield. After a few seconds, the sparks disappeared. The silver whip-like tentacle had used up all its energy and stopped moving. It started to turn dark silver. This tentacle has powerful electricity in it. Even if it leaves the main body, the electricity will not disappear immediately. Some of it still remained in it. Ling Lan explained what happened to the other 5 people. Based on the way it attacked, it should be a creature with tentacles. Everyone gasped when they heard that. The hardest type of creature to deal with under the water were creatures with tentacles. This creature even had electricity in it. They were not afraid, but it still made their heads hurt. Ling Lan signaled at Ling Yu to put down his gun. The creature that attacked them had moved away or was hiding. Ling Lan swallowed the questions she had and turned to face everyone. Be careful. It is injured, so it will definitely attack us again. Yes, Regiment Commander. Everyone was on their guard. With such a scary opponent being near them, all of them moved with vigilance. They even activated their shields. At the bottom of the lake, each mecha was shining with light from their beam shield. Ling Lan knew this would make them easier targets, but it was better than dying unknowingly in the tentacles of a tentacle monster. Regiment Commander, we are unable to contact the people above. Lu Furong frowned as he told Ling Lan the bad news. Just now, Ling Lan ordered him to contact Yang Mingji to inform them about the situation under the water so that they could be on their guard. Seems like the water is able to interrupt signals, Gu Xingyang guessed. Maybe this is the ability of the tentacle creature, Zhao Jun had another guess. No matter what, we are rich. Qi Long smiled brightly as he stared in front of him intently. All he could think of were credits. He didn't look as though he just met a life-or-death situation. He was as lively as usual. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. Their current situation was quite bad, but everyone's mindset was good. They started making the best out of the situation. They knew that if they wanted to explore this lake, they needed to get rid of the tentacle creature first. They didn't know how many creatures there were. Furthermore, if they killed all the tentacle creatures only to realize that this was just an ordinary lake with no ability to block signals, their efforts would be in vain. Yet, everyone looked at the situation positively and accepted the challenge happily. Ling Yu nodded his head. He was satisfied with the performance of these team leaders. At the side of the lake, the 20 people who stayed back split into 2 teams. One of the team rested while the other guarded the area. A portion of them guarded the lake while another portion guarded their surroundings. The person in charge of the group that was guarding the lake was Li Lanfeng. Luo Lang and Xie Yi helped him. Li Lanfeng trusted Ling Lan and the others, but he still couldn't help feeling worried. He kept looking at the lake and hoped that his friends would return soon. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. Luo Lang, Xie Yi, look. Did you see something below the surface of the lake just now? He saw a flash of silver just now. This caused him to be on his guard. Luo Lang and Xie Yi immediately looked at the lake. But, they didn't see anything. There seemed to be nothing, Luo Lang said with uncertainty. Xie Yi smiled. You must have mistaken. How can there be any creatures in a lake with such a high temperature? He moved his mecha after he finished speaking and looked in another direction. Luo Lang seemed to agree with what he said. He turned his mecha around indifferently too and placed his focus on the other side. Li Lanfeng muttered, maybe I'm wrong. He spun his mecha around too. When the three of them turned around, 6 long tentacles shot out of the lake and slashed towards the 6 mechas that were near the lake. 3 of the mecha belonged to Li Lanfeng, Xie Yi, and Luo Lang. Boom! 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 The moment the tentacles appeared, Li Lanfeng, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi shot their beam guns at the 6 tentacles as though they were prepared for its attack. This creature which snuck up of them was caught off its guard. All the 6 tentacles got sliced off. The other 3 mechas at the side of the lake had received an order from their leader and quickly dodged. After seeing the attacker, Yang Mingji, Han Jijian, and Li Yingjie quickly came over too. 2 of the tentacles dropped on the yellowish-brown plants at the bank of the lake. They kept twisting as though they still had life in them. The plants that got in contact with the tentacles were burnt immediately. The electricity in the tentacles was strong. The mecha operators who noticed this felt a chill down their spines. If these tentacles landed on their bodies, they might turn into ash instantly. There was no chance of survival. This was just a portion of the electricity left in a broken tentacle. If they were hit by the main body, their mechas might not be able to withstand the electricity too. Yang Mingji and his group met up with Li Lanfeng's group. They saw waves forming on the surface of the river. Suddenly, numerous tentacles shot out of the river and rushed towards the people at the bank. It must be furious that Li Lanfeng and his friends heard it, so it wanted to kill them. F***K, that is a tentacle creature. Everyone focus. Don't get dragged into the water by it. Yang Mingji quickly reminded everyone. He immediately raised his beam gun and shot at the tentacles. He was worried about the group that went down. He wondered if they were safe. This kind of creature was harder to deal with in the water. After a round of shooting, they managed to destroy close to 200 tentacles. This only happened because none of them missed a shot. However, there were still 800 more tentacles rushing towards them. We have too little people. We can't fight with it. Yang Mingji immediately gave an order. Everyone, retreat till the tentacles can't reach you. Many mecha operators didn't agree with this order, especially the people from Ling Tian battle team. Under Ling Lan's guidance, they didn't like to retreat. However, they remembered what Ling Lan told them. The person in charge was Yang Mingji. Even if they wanted to continue fighting, they still had to listen to him. Hence, they retracted their weapons and started retreating. In a battlefield, everyone must be able to obey commands immediately. If not, they might put everyone in danger. The members of Ling Tian got brainwashed by Ling Lan successfully, so they didn't create trouble for Yang Mingji. Although everyone moved quickly, the monster in the lake was much faster. Before the mecha operators could move to a safe distance, the tentacles had already reached them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Seeing this, Yang Mingji immediately turned his mecha around. His beam gun pointed towards the tentacles and pulled down on the trigger with a great force. The barrel of gun suddenly had a bright yellow flower come out from its tip. One of the ace operator's sure kill techniques, blossoming flash. Those who were familiar with gun techniques would definitely be excited if they saw this move. It was a sure kill technique because once this skill was used, it would always produce some results. Bang! A large explosive sound echoed. The ground shook from the shockwave of the blast, not to mention the surface of the lake as it created countless tidal waves. A few mechas that retreated a bit slower than the rest were even hit by waves. The surface of the shore was flooded and required a long time to return back to normal. Just as it was about to explode, Yang Mingji quickly backed up 10 meters. Although he had already put his beam shield on the highest setting, the shockwave created by the explosion was still too much for him to handle. The beam shield's energy levels were almost depleted and his mecha was losing energy as well. If someone were to attack him at this moment, it was possible that they would be able to bypass the beam shield and cause damage to the mecha itself. Yang Mingji's move had its merits. Countless numbers of tentacles were blown off by the explosion. The explosion stopped the tentacles for a short while and averted the crisis the mecha operators were in. The tentacle creature saw that its attack was unfruitful. Its patience was already running thin and now it was really angry. Roar! A terrifying howl echoed from within the lake. Every mecha operator felt somewhat dizzy. Many of the mechas that were still in mid-air began to lose control and fall towards the ground. However, these mecha operators were after all not second-rate mecha operators, their spiritual power levels were quite high. They quickly regained back their controls and immediately controlled their mechas. The tentacle monster used sound waves to attack them. This attack was to incapacitate these mecha operators for a moment. That small window of time was enough for the monster to whip out more tentacles to attack these bugs that had harmed it. This tentacle monster was more intelligent than what they had come to have known. It instantly took away their opportunity to escape, created by Yang Mingji putting his life on the line. Right as they were about to wake up, they saw countless numbers of tentacles outside of their mechas. They knew they no longer had the chance to escape, thus they steeled their nerves and prepared to fight to their last breath. It did not come to their mind that they would be caught in such a huge predicament within the field area. The mecha operators were no longer relaxed as they were in the beginning. They all had the realization that they needed to fight for their lives. Whirlwind strike. Multiple point strike. In the team, there were only 3 people who were not affected by the howl of the monster. They moved in together and attacked the tentacles once again. It was Luo Lang, Xie Yi, and Li Lanfeng. Roar! The monster howled in pain. The entire surface of the lake began to rumble. A large circular shadow emerged from the lake along with the countless tentacles on its body. They began to wildly move about, causing the water to flood the shore again. As expected, it's a tentacle monster and it's a large one. Seeing this, Yang Mingji and the others felt their nerves tingle. With just a small part of the main body coming out from the lake, along with its tentacles, they instantly knew this monster was hard to deal with. The thickness of those tentacles were about the same size as their mechas. Moreover, it was definitely 10 times longer than their mechas. No wonder with them exploding, cutting them or slicing, they didn't do too much damage to the tentacles. Are they able to dispose of this large monster with the equipment and weapons they have on hand? Where is our regiment commander? Yang Mingji asked worriedly. Don't worry, this little guy would be way over its head if it thinks it can take down our regiment commander. Luo Lang's first response had a tone of looking down on the monster as if this large creature wasn't even a cause for concern. Hearing this, Yang Mingji didn't know where Luo Lang's confidence came from, to trust the regiment commander's group of 6 to not have any problems in the lake. Even if it was Yang Mingji himself, he would not be much of a help and would just shudder at the sight of this large creature if he was in their regiment commander's position. However, Yang Mingji didn't have the luxury nor the time to worry about others. The tentacle whipped towards them once again, complementing the sound wave attack that was coming towards them at the same time. An attack that was both physical and spiritual. This made Yang Mingji and the other mecha operators fall into another difficult battle. Luo Lang, Xie Yi, we can't keep attacking like this. We need to get closer to the main body. Li Lanfeng battled with a tentacle for a while and finally found the time to communicate his plans with Luo Lang and Xie Yi. Although Li Lanfeng's hands were already full with his own battle, he was also paying attention to everyone else. He discovered that Luo Lang and Xie Yi were also not affected by the spiritual attack. Li Lanfeng was spectral ability user. Spectral ability users were also able to use spiritual power to attack. The only thing that could harm him spiritually was a spectral ability of the same level. This crude spiritual attack was of course not effective against him. As for Luo Lang and Xie Yi, Li Lanfeng determined that the reasons why they were not affected was because Luo Lang's innate talent and Xie Yi's dual personalities. Luo Lang was able to easily switch between his various personalities, and with him being the primary personality, he definitely had the highest level of spiritual power to be able to control all of his personalities. For Xie Yi, after fusing his light and dark personalities, his spiritual power had grown stronger and was able to easily negate damage from crude spiritual attacks. This was why Li Lanfeng shared his plans with Luo Lang and Xie Yi. "Just say it, what should we do?" Luo Lang replied. Li Lanfeng was a strategist that even the boss trusted, so he of course would trust in Li Lanfeng's plan. "Xie Yi and I will create a path for you. You will then try to move closer to it. As for the main body's weakness, Xie Yi and I will try our best to give you 1 minute's worth of time." Li Lanfeng looked at the main body in the lake. His eyes showed a hint of determination. He couldn't let Rabbit be disappointed in him. "Understood." Luo Lang shouted. Among the three of them, his close combat skills was the strongest, which made him the most suitable to attack the main body. As for the other mecha operators, it was already good enough that they could endure the spiritual attack and stay alive. It would be a miracle if they could provide any help. The three of them began to slowly change their positions and got closer to each other. Yang Mingji had noticed their weird movements. Although he didn't know what the three of them were doing, but he was sure that it was to attack the large monster. After blocking an incoming attack, he split a bit of his attention towards the three of them. Finally, the three of them stood together in a triangular formation. Li Lanfeng suddenly shouted, "Xie Yi, coordinates, 234,312, beam gun." Xie Yi raised his beam gun without hesitation and shot towards the coordinates Li Lanfeng had given him. This type of coordinate was only used in Lingtian Battle Clan. Of course, now it had become a speciality for 250 Mecha Clan. Only they knew the coordinates and would cause the enemy to be confused, that was unless the enemy hacked into their communications channel. The beam from both mechas hit the same location at the same time. The power of the attack wasn't comparable to the power of one beam. It also wasn't simply just adding the power of two beams, it increased exponentially when combined. Not long after, the tentacles in the path of the combined beam were vaporized. Before Li Lanfeng could say anything, Luo Lang, who was already ready, shot out like a cannonball, following the beam Li Lanfeng and Xie Yi had shot. He went straight through the path the beam had created. In actuality, all these steps were done instantaneously. When Li Lanfeng and Xie Yi's beam dispersed, Luo Lang had already arrived above the tentacle monster's main body. A brightly flashing cold weapon was stabbed straight towards the circular main body without hesitation. Shoo! The large sword cut into the circular body for half a meter. A black liquid squirted out from the wound. It quickly changed the original clear blue water to pure black. Roar! The monster screeched, leaving everyone with headaches. Luckily the monster stopped attacking because it was under immense pain. The mecha operators weren't harmed physically, but everyone had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads from being afraid. If they were attacked when they didn't have their guard up, they would definitely be heavily wounded. As expected, land-clearing missions were the most dangerous type of missions within the military. They had only just arrived at the new planet and landed in the safest location. Even so, they still almost all perished. After getting injured, the tentacle monster's entire circular body began to flop around. The tentacles that were originally attacking everyone, flailed towards Luo Lang, who was wrestling with the main body for the sword. Not good. Quickly everyone, attack the main body. Yang Mingji saw this and knew something bad was going to happen and immediately gave an order. Everyone knew Luo Lang was in danger. In that moment, they didn't care about preserving energy. The beams from their guns were shot out as if they were selling cabbages on the street. The main body could no longer disregard the attack. It couldn't help but use a few of its tentacles to protect itself. This also showed the disadvantage of having such a large body. Without the agility to dodge these attacks, it could only use its tentacles to block. Even then, 1/3 of the tentacles were still attacking Luo Lang. Luo Lang saw this and couldn't help but temporarily give up on the sword that was stuck in the main body and maneuvered his mecha to dodge the tentacle. Just like that, a mecha was dodging through the tentacles that were 10 times taller than the mecha itself gracefully. This scene made the mecha operators on the shore watched anxiously. They were afraid that with one mistake, Luo Lang would be crushed by a tentacle and would perish. At that moment, sweat poured down from Luo Lang's forehead like rain and his spirit was waning. The reason the mecha dodged so gracefully was because of his countless combination of controls. If one command was executed slower, he would meet his doom. In that situation, Luo Lang didn't think about anything else and only wanted dodge, dodge and dodge. Suddenly, Luo Lang's fingers slowed down and in turn Luo Lang's mecha slowed down. This sudden slowness was only for a blink of an eye, but as luck would have it, in this amount of time, Luo Lang lost the chance to dodge a cross-chop attack from 2 tentacles. The mecha operators on the shore watched in horror as their mouths were wide open with disbelief. Right at that moment, 2 whirlwinds came down from the sky. Just as the tentacles were about to hit Luo Lang, they were sent flying back by the whirlwinds. "You guys are finally here. You guys are too slow," Luo Lang said with discontent. "Sorry, we wasted some time getting past the monster," Xie apologized softly. The danger Luo Lang was in just now almost made Xie's heart stop. "Here." Li Lanfeng suddenly took out a long and large sword that looked similar to a tangdao and passed it to Luo. Luo Lang caught it and took a look. He instantly shouted out, "Li Lanfeng, why is the boss's firmament with you?" "Boss was afraid someone would lose their weapon, so he told me to bring it if by any chance that happened," Li Lanfeng said coldly. Luo Lang didn't know what to say. He could only hold the firmament and ruthlessly pounce towards the tentacle monster. "Woo, I will wash away the disgrace," Luo Lang thought frustratingly. Li Lanfeng didn't care about how his conversation with Luo Lang may have harmed Luo Lang's pride. He and Xie worked together and blocked all of the tentacles attacking Luo Lang. This made Luo Lang put all of his focus into attacking the circular main body. The attack just now made them realize that the main body was not as tough as the tentacles. However, because it was so huge, one sword strike could not cause a fatal wound. They only hoped that the sharp firmament could create a miracle. Luo Lang's sword attack was even more ruthless than the last one because of the disgrace he had received. In other words, this strike Luo Lang made gave off a feeling that it was either his enemy dying or himself. Shoo! As expected, the firmament was undoubtedly a very sharp and tough cold weapon. It easily cut open the main body. This time, it instantly cut through around 2 meters. Luo Lang's mecha also followed the sword's downwards momentum and dropped into the water, creating countless ripples. Roar! The tentacle monster gave off another screech of pain which stopped the attacks of the mecha operators on the shore again. Without having to defend against the attacks of the mecha operators from the shore, all of the tentacle began to attack Li Lanfeng and Xie along with Luo Lang, who had not come out from the lake. Li Lanfeng and Xie used all their might to defend against the tentacles, but still couldn't defend against the tentacle monster's desperate attack and were both struck down into the lake. The tentacle monster's attacks didn't stop there. All of the tentacles that could still move split into 3 groups and ruthlessly pounced towards the 3 mechas that were struggling to get out of the water. At that moment, one mecha suddenly appeared in the sky. The tentacle monster actually didn't notice this mecha because all of its attention were on the 3 in the lake. That one mecha plummeted straight down from the air. Quicker than words could say, the mecha instantly landed on the main body, then a beam gun was ruthlessly stabbed into the wound Luo Lang had created and the operator pulled down the trigger of the beam gun without hesitation. Bang! A large explosion was heard. The entire lake blew up. Mechas that were close to the shore were instantly blown away by the shockwave of the blast. The tidal waves from the lake instantly pushed them back tens of meters. The mecha performing the final attack was also sent flying many meters away by the rebound of the gun and smashed onto the surface of the lake. Perhaps the force of the rebound was too great because his destroyed mecha was released black puffs of smoke. Captain Yang. While all the mecha operators were shouting with concern, Li Lanfeng's group of 3 were also watching Yang Mingji. In their time of need, Yang Mingji made a move. In order to save the 3 of them, he used a move that destroyed both him and the monster. Without enough the beam shield to protect the mecha, it would of course be destroyed by the terrifying explosion. Shoo! Yang Mingji's battered mecha suddenly floated above the water. Could it be that the damage to Yang Mingji's mecha wasn't as severe as they had thought? Everyone relaxed a bit, but quickly discovered it wasn't the case. It was because Yang Mingji's mecha didn't float above the water by itself and was brought up by Luo Lang, who had fallen into the lake earlier. Captain Yang, after putting down Yang Mingji's mecha softly on the ground, Luo Lang anxiously shouted to Yang Mingji. If he didn't respond, Luo Lang would have opened the cockpit and performed emergency first aid. Ugh. Captain Luo, I'm alright. Yang Mingji had blood coming out of his mouth and tried his best to relieve Luo Lang's worries. Drink the emergency medicinal agent our regiment commander had prepared for us. Brother Shiyu's medicinal agents are very effective. After hearing that he was alright, Luo Lang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to remind Yang Mingji to drink the medicine for the fear of some undetectable internal injuries. As long as he drank the medicine, it would make sure nothing could go wrong. Hearing Luo Lang's concern, Yang Mingji wasn't going to ignore it. He took out the medicine from the small fridge contraption, opened it and drank it. These simple movements made Yang Mingji use all of his body's energy, causing immense pain. I haven't been injured in so long. Didn't think that being injured would be so painful. Yang Mingji smiled bitterly. He had forgotten the feeling of pain. As expected, living peacefully was a warrior's grave. Back then, his injuries were more severe than this, and yet he could still continue to operate his mecha and battle with the enemy until the bitter end. If it was back then, he wouldn't need Luo Lang's help to swim out of the lake and wouldn't be rendered him unable to move by such small injuries. At that moment, Li Lanfeng and Xie Yi had crawled out of the lake while dragging out the main body from the tentacle monster. In reality, the power of the explosion that Li Lanfeng, Xie Yi and Luo Lang had endured wasn't any less than Yang Mingji's. Moreover, they had already sustained attacks from the tentacle monster. They should have all been injured, but the 3 of them were like wild beasts, as if they weren't even affected. Yang Mingji looked at these 3 and couldn't help but think to himself, as expected of the new generation replacing the old generation, while the old generation dies on the battlefield. I'm indeed old. Yang Mingji's mood was slightly depressed and felt some regret, but he felt more happy. These mecha operators that were too young to be true were much stronger than he was back then. He really wanted to see how far these young mecha operators will go. Perhaps he could follow behind them and become a legend too. Yang Mingji didn't know why, but he actually had a thought like this. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Li Lanfeng and Xie Yi dragged the main body of the tentacle monster onto shore. Luo Lang quickly ran up to them. The main body was even considered big for them, who were piloting mechas. If they fought with their regular bodies, they would be as small as ants compared to the tentacle monster. Luo Lang thought about this for a second then frowned. He didn't want to be at the lowest level of the food chain. Luo Lang poked at the main body with interest. Suddenly he saw that there was a circular hole at the main body's lower part. The hole had black fluid constantly flowing out from it. Luo Lang knew that this was the monster's blood. In other words, this wasn't a mouth hole or the hole at the other end. Instead, it was wound. Guys, come take a look. Look at that. Luo Lang anxiously called out to people to come take a look. A bunch of people heard Luo Lang's call and gathered around him. Han Jijian was also poking at the hole with his large sword. Right as he did that, the black liquid that was flowing out, suddenly squirted into the air. If Han Jijian's reaction wasn't as fast as it was, he would have been covered with the black liquid. "It's indeed a wound and it's also a fatal one," said Han Jijian. "Yeah, the amount of black liquid that spewed out from the explosion wasn't as much as that wound itself." Li Lanfeng saw that the ground they were standing on was already stained black and the speed of the flowing black fluid did not slow down. The large circular body also deflated at a speed the naked eye could see. It seemed that the circular hole was the main reason why it died. "Our boss probably made a move," Luo Lang said with a glint in his eyes. "I agree." Xie Yi supported Luo Lang's idea without hesitation. "I also agree." Han Jijian thought for a second and could only come to such a conclusion as well. "I don't see why not," Li Lanfeng said with a smile. Only Ling Lan had the capabilities to find the fatal weakness of the tentacle monster and kill it in one hit. Everyone thought Ling Lan had made a move, but Ling Lan's group had just reached the deepest part of the lake. Ling Lan didn't expect the bottom of the lake to have a deep trench. Ling Lan stood at the edge of the trench and couldn't help but frown. "Boss, the thermal indicators are reacting greatly. It seems like this is the place," Qi Long said sternly. Although they found the real source of the thermal signal, the bottom of the trench still gave Qi Long a strong and terrifying pressure. This made Qi Long's mood heavy. "Qi Long, do you feel a strong pressure?" "My instincts tell me that I shouldn't go down there." Ling Lan's strange innate talent actually gave her a warning. Ling Lan couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. "My instincts also tells me that it's very dangerous." Qi Long added more emphasis on "very dangerous." Hearing this, Zhao Jun's expression became serious as well. He knew clearly that Qi Long's animal instinct was very sensitive. There was definitely an existence that was of a great threat to them since Qi Long felt danger. "Then, we're giving up on it." Ling Lan didn't say anything. She indeed could choose to give up and report the information to the higher-ups. However, the outcome of doing it like this would mean that afterwards, she would no longer have any part in this. Ling Lan looked at the thermal signal shown on the mecha. She could predict that there was definitely a large energy source down in the trench. For her to give up on such a large prize, Ling Lan was still quite unwilling to do so. Compared to the credits little four accumulated by shady means, the thing in front of her could strengthen 250 mecha clan with real honor. Ling Lan's original resolve began to waver. "Go or leave. Regiment commander, it's all done." At that moment, Ling Yu, who Ling Lan sent to clean up, had returned. Ling Lan turned around to face Ling Yu. She suddenly had a thought. With him here, going down there will be safe, right? However, using this kind of means to acquire merits, isn't it too shameful? The shame inside Ling Lan's heart began to battle fiercely with her selfishness. Not long after, her selfishness easily defeated her so-called shameful heart. Man, since he came to her voluntarily, if she didn't use him, she wouldn't be treating herself right. Ling Lan's palm clenched together and decisively made a decision. Thus Ling Lan ordered, "You guys wait here. Ling Yu, go down with me." "Boss." "Regiment commander." The other four all shouted. Was it safe to take a recently joined clan member? They weren't confident about Ling Yu, who had only just joined and had unknown capabilities. "Don't worry, Ling Yu is part of the Ling family. He will protect me." Ling Lan comforted, and at the same time she expressed the fact that her decision could not be changed. Hearing this, Qi Long couldn't help but look towards Ling Yu. Did the boss mean that Ling Yu is stronger than him? Or perhaps, because Ling Yu is a loyalist of the Ling family, thus if something were to happen, Ling Yu would give up his life in exchange for the boss to escape? Qi Long was worried. He didn't know why, but his instincts were telling him that it was the first reason he had thought. That was because his boss would definitely not sacrifice lives randomly, even if they were loyalists. Ling Lan led Ling Yu and jumped down into the trench. Not long after, they disappeared into the darkness. In the end, they had completely disappeared from Qi Long and the others' radars. Maybe it was the strength of the thermal signal. It might have interfered with their other searching systems. The four of them looked at the empty radar and could only comfort themselves with this fact. Ling Lan piloted her mecha and sunk down slowly. The cockpit was completely silent with only her soft breathing sound echoing through it. Loneliness, in addition to the pressure increasing as they sunk lower, made Ling Lan feel anxious. She couldn't help but say, "You're weird. Does the 23rd Division not have anything for you to do? You actually have time to play dress up? Lanner, your heart's wavering." Ling Yu's voice changed. The warmth it had also had a hint of comfort and made Ling Lan's heart instantly stop wavering. "I'm sorry, Dad." Ling Lan took a deep breath and expelled the anxiousness out of her. It turns out Ling Yu wasn't the real Ling Yu and was Ling Xiao dressed up as him. It seems that feeling the danger below could silently affect your mood. Looks like it's a hard opponent. Ling Xiao coldly stared at the bottom of the trench. It dared to bully his daughter. It was looking for a death wish. "Dad, that thing at the bottom is mine." After calming down, Ling Lan of course knew clearly who caused her mood to waver. She was instantly filled with anger. It actually dared to make look weak in front of her father. It was indeed looking for death wish. "All right." Ling Xiao replied with a smile and was proud of her. As expected of his daughter, gutsy and would not back away from a difficult situation. Alright, the two of them were never on the same page, but now somehow had a mutual understanding of each other. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Inside the trench had an area shaped like an upside-down triangle. The space inside this area was vast, but it was filled with unknown plants and roots. Ling Lan and Ling Xiao didn't turn on their mecha's engines but instead chose to slowly sink down. They carefully piloted their mechas and moved away from the unknown plants. Their mechas didn't make any sound and safely landed at the bottom of the trench. The surrounding area was completely silent as if there wasn't anything alive within the trench. However, Ling Lan and Ling Xiao knew there was definitely a terrifying creature hidden in this trench. Seemingly to have hidden itself perfectly within the trench. Ling Lan didn't want to just sit and wait for the creature to come to them. She released her spiritual power and scanned the entire trench. Then she waved her mecha's arm, creating waves within the still water. It was as though a drop of water had fallen onto a heated pan, livening up the dead zone in an instant. However, Ling Lan's movements didn't lure out the creature. The surrounding area was still silent and unmoving. Ling Lan couldn't help but frown. She didn't understand why that thing hadn't made a move yet. Could it be that her instincts were wrong? Was there no terrifying creature in this trench? Ling Lan immediately overruled her sudden change of thought. She believed her innate talent, profound insight, would be never wrong. There was definitely a creature more powerful than her in the area. It was just that it was patient enough to not make a move. There was definitely a reason for that. Ling Lan suddenly had an idea. She looked towards Ling Xiao and had a sudden realization. Could the creature also sense danger? Did it sense her father's hidden and terrifying power, thus it didn't dare to make a move? Ling Lan was instantly frustrated. She originally wanted her father to be there as her insurance. Now it seemed like it was a terrible idea. The creature was probably so scared, it didn't dare to make any moves. If she can't completely destroy the creature, even if they reported the existence of the energy source, 250 Mecha Clan wouldn't be considered as the real founders. After all, her father, Ling Xiao, was going to leave after this mission. Once Ling Xiao leaves, this dangerous creature would immediately cause havoc. If she couldn't finish off this thing before anyone else discovers it. Ling Lan became frustrated. The military's regulations stated all discovered energy sources must be safe and not threatened by any form of danger. If it was discovered that it was dangerous, then the founder of the new energy source would be the one who resolved the danger. Ling Lan was not going to hand it over to others on a silver platter. Then how could she make the creature not fear Ling Xiao for it to make a move? Ling Lan glanced towards Ling Xiao as she thought about how she could get rid of her annoying father. Ling Xiao suddenly sneezed. He glanced at the temperature reading on his cockpit and saw that it was very warm. Why did he sneeze then? Could it be that his wife was lovingly thinking about him at home? Yes, that was probably the case. Ling Xiao had this thought joyfully. His wife was definitely lamenting the feeling of how one day felt like an eternity. She was probably now missing him and already regretting kicking him out. Planet Southcrest, headquarters of the 23rd Division, Lan Luofeng was looking at the information only accessible to senior colonel rank. Every rank had their own data access permissions. The higher the rank, the more information they could access. Lan Luofeng looked through the list of information she had access to and discovered there wasn't information on what she wanted to know. Then she sighed and turned off the communicator's screen. Deputy Officer He, who stood beside her, carefully began to speak. Senior Colonel, if you want more information, you can always ask General Ling Xiao. As Lan Luofeng's deputy, adjutant, he knew that a while ago, her senior officer had a fight with General Ling Xiao. Of course, the reason for their fight wasn't because of some family matter or the appearance of a mistress. It was instead because of their son, young Master Lan. Inside Adjutant He's mind, a young and proud Ling Lan, who broke 3 past records, activated his battle team during the new recruit training phase, looting one of the newest model of mechas from Caesar and earning his merits to be 250 Mecha Clan's regiment commander. After thinking up to this point, Adjutant He's eyes showed a hint of admiration. General Ling Xiao was indeed strong to make people admire him, but that was a legend in Senior Colonel Lan's generation. Luckily, they had a young Master Lan. Frankly speaking, this fight was started by Senior Colonel Lan. It was because Senior Colonel Lan was not content with young Master Lan and General Ling Xiao being sent off to a mission to explore new planets. Additionally, Adjutant He also believed that General Ling Xiao was quite fearless. Although Adjutant He believed young Master Lan was very talented, if he was given a few more years, young Master Lan would definitely be able to take on a mission like this by himself. However, it was still too early. After all, young Master Lan was still a new recruit who had only joined the division for less than a year. He had only been a regiment commander for a bit over 6 months. Even the most talented leader would not be able to fix that Mecha Clan in such a short amount of time. Moreover, it was Mecha Clan filled with damaged individuals. Nobody could accomplish anything without the necessary tools. Even if it was young Master Lan, he wouldn't be able to train a group of individuals who could take on a land-clearing mission in such a short amount of time. The result of the fight between the two of them left them parting on bad terms. General Ling Xiao seemed to be warm and easy to talk to, but in reality, when he made a decision, he was firm with it. Even Lan Luofeng, who he loved with all of his heart, could not change his decisions. Lan Luofeng, who could not receive a satisfying answer, angrily kicked General Ling Xiao out of the 23 RD Division's headquarters. The two of them gave each the cold shoulder. General Ling Xiao had not returned to the general's mansion for more than a month. This made Adjutant He worried. It should be known that in the 23rd Division, there were many young and beautiful female soldiers. If General Ling Xiao drowned his sorrow with alcohol and was taken advantage of by someone, wouldn't her senior colonel go insane? Thus, whenever she had the chance, Adjutant He wouldn't forget to remind her senior officer to give in and ask the general to come back home. Lan Luofeng knew her adjutant was doing this to be nice. She knew very well where Ling Xiao was at this moment. Even if she wanted to contact him, she wouldn't be able to at this moment. However, she wasn't thinking of that bastard. Her mind was filled with thoughts about her soft, cute and adorable baby Lan. That idiot Ling Xiao actually made the decision to take her baby girl away on a land-clearing mission. After thinking up to this point, Lan Luofeng's anger was reignited. She felt that she hadn't hit Ling Xiao enough on that day. It wasn't enough to get rid of the resentment in her heart. What kind of mission was a land-clearing mission? As a soldier in the Federation, she of course knew of it. From the beginning days of the Federation, the mortality rate never dropped below 40% during these missions. It was a ratio of one person dying out of two people. This made her worry immensely, thus how could she not hate Ling Xiao? Back then, when Ling Xiao sent their daughter to the men's academy accidentally, she was already angry. She didn't think that letting Ling Xiao do as he pleased would make him go overboard. This time, he didn't even notify her and sent her daughter to a land-clearing mission. If her adjutant didn't tell her this, she probably would be still in the dark. Luckily that bastard still had some resemblance of being a father. In the end, he promised her that he would personally go to protect their daughter. Lan Luofeng then felt a bit better. Ling Xiao was after all a division's leader and couldn't leave the headquarters for too long at a time. In order to let Ling Xiao leave silently, the two of them conveniently used this fight as a reason to be away from each other. Ling Xiao pretended to be depressed and hid in the headquarters, not meeting with anyone. During this time, he only met with First Staff Officer He Shuyang. First Staff Officer was once again screwed over by General Ling Xiao. When necessary, he would pretend to be the general and approve documents for him. As expected, he must have owed the Ling family's father and son in his past life. Thus in his current life he must be their slave to repay them. Lan Luofeng on the other hand, would handle everyone who came to the general's mansion to meet Ling Xiao. Normally, Lan Luofeng hated dealing with this type of public relations. However, she endured it because of her baby daughter. Of course, Lan Luofeng, who was still depressed, made a decision that unless her baby Lan returned home safely, she would definitely not forgive that bastard. Alright, at this moment, Lan Luofeng was definitely regretting her decision and was thinking of Ling Xiao just as Ling Xiao had predicted. Well, it can't be said that she wasn't thinking about him. After all, Lan Luofeng was thinking of beating Ling Xiao a few times to let out her frustration and anger. Thus, one must never provoke a female tiger protecting their cubs. There would be no going back. And thus the heroic father Ling was kicked out by the heroic mother Lan. People should light some candles for General Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly felt killing intent in the air while he was blissfully thinking about Lan Luofeng. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and blocked with his large sword. Clank! The clash between the two cold weapons was muffled by the water. The huge shockwave shook the water around them and split the water apart as it quickly flowed back into position. Ling Xiao smirked, "This is method you thought of? Since it's afraid of you and doesn't dare to make a move, then I'll just let it have that chance," Ling Lan replied indifferently. In such a short time, she indeed couldn't think of any other way to lure the creature out. It wasn't the fact she couldn't get Ling Xiao to leave, but Ling Lan would not actually put herself in peril just to lure out the opponent. That would be a stupid move. After thinking back and forth, the only way was to make it think that the two of them were not in the same team. This would allow the creature to believe it had a chance to sneak an attack onto Ling Xiao. As long as it made a move, Ling Lan would be able to find it. It indeed is a way to resolve the issue. Then let your dad test out how much you've improved. Ling Xiao said somewhat excitedly. The creature here was considered dangerous to Ling Lan, but wasn't to Ling Xiao. In actuality, he had already somewhat sensed the location of the creature. It was just that Ling Lan had said that the prey was hers, so he couldn't make a move. Additionally, he didn't want his own daughter to miss out on a battle with an opponent who was stronger than her. With him by her side, he could protect his own daughter and make sure she wouldn't get injured. How could Ling Xiao destroy this opportunity of a lifetime for Ling Lan? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Now that they both understand the current situation, this father and daughter couple began to fight for real in the depths of the trench. Ling Lan put all her effort into fighting with Ling Xiao, a god-class operator. It was because Ling Lan knew that even if she tried her hardest, she would only be able to go a few rounds. If she still kept holding back, she was looking for beating. It was just as Ling Lan had thought. Right as Ling Xiao retaliated, she was immediately under pressure the entire time and was getting pushed back from each attack. She could only block and not have any chance to counterattack. Roar! The creature that was silently watching the prey that had entered his domain, was now very confused. It didn't understand why these two creatures that came together began to fight each other. Was it because they weren't together? It had a sudden realization and began to move about. The two creatures that came from above, one wasn't very dangerous, but the other one terrified it. It was also this fear that made it watch them from the sidelines. It was the reason why it chose to continue to hide silently and not attack recklessly. This creature that was hiding in a corner was the ruler of these waters. No other creature dared to enter its domain. Everyone that had entered his domain had already been devoured by this creature. Originally, after these two entered its domain, it was preparing to gobble them up. However, when it was about to make a move, it felt a terrifying aura around the prey. This aura was very familiar. The high ruler of this planet also had this type of aura. This creature had once seen other creatures that were stronger than it be ruthlessly torn apart by this high ruler. It believed in its instincts because from when it was born, it lived through many dangerous situations using its instincts and safely lived until now. This included the time when it revolted against the high ruler, but it sensed the feeling of death and decisively chose to submit. This also helped it live until now as well. Its other companions however did not believe in their instincts and were killed by the high ruler in the end. The creature was originally planning to give up hunting them instantly had a change of heart because of Ling Lan and Ling Zhao's actions. It was because this creature had not eaten meat for a very long time. Ever since the apocalypse, the temperature of these waters kept getting higher and higher. The organisms in the lake started decreasing and in the end, only it was left. Even if it ate plants, it could still survive. However, eating meat once in a while was also good. The creature felt the saliva dripping from his mouth. It looked towards its prey. One it didn't dare to attack. If the two of them were on the same side, then it would of course not be greedy. However, now it seemed one of the prey could be caught. Moving away from the creature that was debating with itself in a dark corner, on the other side of the water, Ling Lan felt her entire body completely drained of energy after only blocking 8 hits from Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't hold back and followed up with another attack that was going straight for the helmet of the mecha. Bang! The two large swords clashed forcefully once again. Ling Lan's mecha was pushed back. Normally, Ling Lan would immediately reposition the mecha, but because of how tired she was, she actually couldn't reposition it in time. A chance. The creature hiding in the darkness saw this and became excited. It didn't even think for a second and 4 tentacles silently moved towards Ling Lan. This creature had a habit of ambushing in this way. The tentacles silently yet swiftly rose up from the darkness, looking to capture Ling Lan's mecha. Shoo, shoo, the large sword Ling Xiao was using to attack Ling Lan suddenly slanted and moved a little bit. 2 tentacles had been severed by Ling Xiao. At that moment, Ling Lan had already noticed the attack of the other 2 tentacles. She didn't choose to dodge and also didn't use her large sword to block. Instead, she let the tentacles wrap around her mecha. In its blind spot, a powerful laser rifle slipped into the mecha's left hand. The tentacles pulled Ling Lan rapidly down into the depth of the trench. Ling Lan's mecha was instantly dragged to a corner of the trench. The creature that attacked Ling Lan wasn't stupid. Its tentacles had wrapped around the 2 arms of Ling Lan's mecha. After watching the 2 of them fight, it knew that these 2 organisms used their 2 arms to attack. As long as it controlled their arms, there wouldn't be any danger. Of course, the creature wouldn't choose to attack Ling Xiao. It didn't want to die just yet. Just from watching the 2 of them fight, the creature knew that Ling Xiao was much stronger than it was. If it wasn't because of his hunger, it wouldn't jump into the fray and fight over the prey. Of course, the reason why the creature dared to make a move was because in its mind, whoever acquired the prey would be able to eat it. No one would fight to the death for food. The creature clearly thought Ling Lan and Ling Xiao had similar habits. This was also the reason it was doomed to be living a terrible life. Ling Xiao's had a glint in his eyes as he saw that his daughter being pulled away by the tentacles. Although he knew of his daughter's plan, the creature was still taking away his daughter right under his nose. This was definitely something Ling Xiao couldn't endure. His mecha then disappeared from its original position. In the next second, his mecha appeared at the end of the direction Ling Lan was being pulled towards. The outer shell of the mecha changed into a standard ace mecha in the blink of an eye. The creature was still excited about catching its prey, it did not notice a mecha had appeared above its head. The barrel of a large beam gun was silently aimed at its head. If the creature harmed his daughter in any way, Ling Xiao would blow the creature into a million pieces in an instant. The creature, that didn't have a sense of crisis, had its eyes fixed on the prey it had snatched. It opened its drooling mouth and ruthlessly bit down on its prey. On Ling Lan's side, she saw that the ground suddenly had a large crack appearing. The crack suddenly rose up as if it was a large mouth and bit on the right leg of her mecha. Ling Lan activated her beam shield in an instant. Crunch! It bit down on the mecha's leg with a large force. If Ling Lan didn't use a high-capacity beam shield energy storage unit, the energy level of the beam shield would probably have been broken through from this bite. Even so, Ling Lan's mecha's beam shield energy levels dropped to nothing instantly. The entire mecha instantly became dark and would not be able to take on another bite like the last one. Ow, ow, ow. The creature instantly spat out the leg of the mecha. It even saw that one of its teeth was spat out as well. It began to have tears form in its eyes from the pain and the thought of losing its tooth. Wah wah wah. It was originally filled with hope that this prey would be full of delicious meat, but all it got was a tough bone. Additionally, was it because it hadn't eaten meat for so long and only ate plants, causing his teeth to no longer be able to bite down on bone? Wah wah wah, my little tooth. While the creature was still sad about his broken tooth, Ling Lan knew that she was in a dangerous situation. The laser rifle in her left hand suddenly shot out a slew of beams and hit the tentacles wrapped around her mecha's arms. The tentacles were instantly sliced apart by the beams. The prey didn't taste any good and wanted to escape. This was definitely a provocation. The creature became angry. Its tentacles were like trees after a first spring shower, violently rising up from the ground. It wanted to hold its prey in place, then think about how to eat it. Although its idea was perfect, Ling Lan didn't give it that chance. The laser rifle's consecutive attacks destroyed the tentacles one by one. It created an opening and Ling Lan moved her mecha out of the grasp of the tentacles. The large sword in her right hand instantly slashed towards the direction the tentacles had risen up from. Right here. If Ling Lan still didn't know the location of the main body after so long, the time she spent in the learning space all these years would have been considered a waste of time. She would definitely be taken back into the learning space by all the instructors and relearn everything. The large sword ruthlessly hit the ground. A black ink-like liquid spewed out from the ground. A painful roar echoed and a shapeless spiritual attack flew towards Ling Lan. Ling Lan activated the heptashield and countered the soundwave attack. Roar. This was the first time this creature's spiritual attack was countered. The tentacles that were about to attack Ling Lan suddenly froze and floated in the water. Seeing this, Ling Lan moved her mecha and pulled on one of the tentacles. She saw half of the large circular body be pulled out of the mud at the bottom of the trench. Spiritual attack. Then I'll let you have a taste of what a real spiritual attack is like. Ling Lan saw that the tentacle monster planning to attack again, thus she sent a spiritual charge straight towards the circular body. As the creature roared once again, countless tentacles around the circular body began to tremble intensely. The tentacles that were closer to the main body began wrapping around it as though to protect itself from the next attack. You think you can block the attack if you do that? Ling Lan snorted coldly. Her left hand pulled on the tentacle in her hand. The circular body instantly flew up from the bottom of the trench and towards Ling Lan. Ling Lan decisively threw down the large sword. Her large clenched fist ruthlessly punched the circular main body. This is for making me look bad in front of my dad. And this too. Ling Lan didn't forget what it did to her and was full of resentment. Now that she saw the culprit, how could she hold in her anger? Ling Lan, who had been the pillar holding together her group of friends, as luck would have it, showed her weak side to the person she wanted acknowledgement from the most. This made Ling Lan feel irritated. She actually wanted to use her actions to tell Ling Xiao that she was able to hold her own. Unfortunately, things didn't go the way she wanted. Her opening display was not very good, especially since she would rarely have a chance to go on a mission together with her dad. Just like that, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch hit the flesh, pushing away the tentacles, revealing the circular main body. Ling Lan didn't stop and was still punching. Her punches made the creature constantly roared in pain. Not long after, wounds started to open up on the circular body, black ink-like fluid flowed out from them. As Ling Lan's fists hit it one after the other, more liquid slowly flowed from the main body. Ling Xiao watched as the stubborn and unreasonable fists of Ling Lan continued pummeling the unknown creature. His face twitched a little bit. He decided to turn around and pretend he didn't see the gory scene. He definitely wouldn't admit that the violent mecha operator down there was his daughter. It should be known that him and Lan Luofeng were warm and friendly people and were definitely not violent. Their daughter also inherited their virtues and was a kind and cute young lady. Thus, he was definitely hallucinating. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Rawr. Ling Lan suddenly stopped wailing her fists and looked at the circular body that she had already punched countless of holes in. What she heard just now, was it what she thought? Rawr. Rawr. Seeing Ling Lan stopping her fists, the circular body suddenly called out excitedly. That excitement seemed as though it was rejoicing that it managed to gain a new lease of life. Dad, did you hear what I did? Ling Lan turned around and asked her father, who was coldly watching from the side, with uncertainty. She could actually understand the creature's words. Could it be that she had already been possessed by this creature's father without her noticing? Ling Lan shuddered at the thought and immediately examined her body. After finding that everything was normal, she was no longer worried. Emichim, that's right. Ling Xiao covered his mouth with his hand and coughed, holding in his laughter as he answered. He seemed to have also understood the meaning of the sound the creature had made. It was too funny. It actually dares to call me Dad. This little sh*t, I will definitely kill it. Ling Lan instantly exploded in anger. She wasn't even married yet and did not have any children. Most importantly, she was a woman. A woman. Why not call her Mom instead of Dad? The creature referring to her as Dad touched Ling Lan's reverse scale. She clenched her fists and pummeled the creature once again. However, the force behind her punches had decreased a lot. Although Ling Lan was angry, she did not let it get to her head. She knew that in this unknown planet, if the creature of this planet could provide them some information, then the road ahead would undoubtedly be much easier. Thus, Ling Lan decided to temporarily keep it alive until it wasn't useful anymore, then kill it. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, "It's possible that during our conversation, it heard you called me Dad. It probably thinks Dad is a respectful term to address a strong individual." Ling Lan thought about it and thought that seemed right. This creature had never seen humans before and would definitely not know the meaning behind the names they called each other. It only imitated the way she called Ling Xiao. It believed that Dad was a term for a strong individual because Ling Xiao was clearly stronger than her. After understanding what it meant, Ling Lan stopped and let go of the beaten-up body of the creature. She glanced at the creature, her face twitched a little. It seemed that she may have put too much force into her punches. The circular creature was lying lifelessly at the bottom of the trench with all of its tentacles sprawled on the side. Well, there were still 2 tentacles moving about, but these 2 were only unconsciously convulsing. Ling Lan covered her face with her hands. Woo-woo, ever since her dad and her been together on this mission, her behavior was quite insane and barbaric. She didn't have any bit of her usual calmness or strategic thinking. Could it be because she knew that she had someone to rely on, thus she wasn't afraid of anything? Ling Lan looked at Ling Xiao with frustration. Next time, she wouldn't come out together with her father. Otherwise, she would get used to the habit of relying on her father. If that were to happen, she can kiss being independent in the future goodbye. After making a decision, Ling Lan piloted her mecha and landed beside the circular creature. She kicked it, surprising the creature, causing all of its tentacles to move about. Then she coldly asked, "Are you willing to submit?" Rawr. Submit? What is that? The creature was confused. This was the first time he spoke with a human and could not understand what the word meant. There is actually a way to talk to that thing. That is to use your spiritual power to communicate with it. This creature's spiritual power seems to be pretty high. It should be able to endure the high-pressure spiritual communication method you normally use. This method that Ling Xiao had suggested wasn't a friendly method with no risks. It was instead an extremely violent way of forcing what one wanted to express into the mind space of another individual to make them understand. Of course, this method had some risk for the individual taking the brunt of the force. These individuals would easily be injured from the immense spiritual power of the aggressor. If these individuals had weaker spiritual power, they might even instantly become mindless zombies. Ling Lan heard Ling Xiao's suggestion and felt that it was appropriate. Originally, this creature was her prey, so if she destroyed it, she wouldn't regret it. Thus she forcefully sent over what she wanted to convey using her spiritual power, warning the creature to not go against her, otherwise she would instantly kill it. The circular creature knew that its life was being held hostage by this scary and terrifying creature. Additionally, another even more terrifying creature was watching it from above. It wouldn't dare to go against her. Normally creatures with large bodies were all strong physical attackers with weak spiritual power. This huge circular monster however was an oddball. Aside from its terrifying physical attack power, its spiritual power was also very strong. It easily withstood Ling Lan's spiritual pressure. This way, the two of them could now easily communicate with each other. "Yes, Dad, I choose to submit to you." The circular creature still hadn't realized the term it used to address Ling Lan with had some issues. Ling Lan felt her fingers itch, but she endured it. She decided to let it go this time since it didn't know any better. However, Ling Lan didn't want to suddenly have a random otherworldly baby in her life. She also felt his circular creature was too ugly and did not meet the requirements of her need for pretty things. She coldly corrected it and said, "Don't call me Dad." Normally, servants who chose to submit all called me Master. The circular creature immediately changed the term it addressed Ling Lan and shouted, "Master. Are there any creatures stronger than you in these waters?" This was the first thing Ling Lan had to make sure. After all, this was going to become their 250 mecha clan's base camp, so she needed to make sure it was safe. "There aren't any others. I am the strongest here. Master, I'm very scared." Ling Lan didn't know why, but she detected a hint of fawning and ass-kissing from the creature's voice. Could it be an instinct of the creature to get it out of dire situations? So this creature that had never seen humans before, yet it knew how to behave itself. "Was it your subordinate who attacked my subordinates on the shore?" Ling Lan asked. "How many more subordinates like that do you have? Can you control them?" "They aren't my subordinates. They're my clones," replied the creature proudly. "There are countless clones of myself in these waters. Of course I can control them." "Will they attack objects that move closer to them?" Ling Lan asked another question. "Of course they won't. Without my orders, these clones will only stay in the water and eat things. My main body is very large, requiring a lot of nutrients to sustain myself. Just relying on my main body, I would definitely starve to death. Thus, I made countless of clones to help me eat," replied the circular creature earnestly. Ever since the apocalypse, only this creature survived in these waters. It was because it had felt a terrifying danger approaching and sent countless clones to protect its main body. In the end, millions of clones were sacrificed to give the main body a chance to live. Due to the lack of food, it was unable to return to its original peak in power. This was why it was easily caught by the prey it had set its eyes on. If it was at its peak power, even a scarier creature might not be able to take it on. The circular creature was sad after thinking about all that. It was already filled with sadness due to its companions disappearing, even itself had become the prey of another organism. It only hoped that this organism would be kind enough to let it go, after all it didn't taste good. Back then, stronger creatures had bitten down on his tentacles before, in the end puked it out and ran away. Yes, this was why it had survived in the beginning. The taste of its flesh was indeed not very good. The circular creature rejoiced in its mind and prayed the taste buds of its master wasn't too odd. Otherwise it wouldn't know whether or not it could live. If it could live, it would definitely not want to die. This desperate attempt to live was also one of the reasons why it had gotten away from dangerous situations one after the other. It was one of the only organisms that had managed to live through the apocalypse in the end. Then, are there any creatures stronger than you on this planet? After knowing there were no more threats in these waters, Ling Lan was relieved. She began to become interested in the ecology of this planet. The circular creature replied earnestly, "Of course there are ones stronger than me. I am only the high ruler of these waters. Other places have creatures stronger than me. It's just that I'm not sure whether they survived the apocalypse." The circular creature's mood was a bit depressed. Ever since the apocalypse, it hadn't seen any of its companions. Although the circular creature lived in the water, it was an amphibious organism. It could also live on land, but every time it crawled onto shore, it would feel an intense sense of danger. It, being the careful creature that it was, would choose to retreat into the water. Although companions were important, its life was more important. Thus it stayed submerged in the water, until today as it was captured by this organism standing in front of it. Thinking up to this point, the circular creature regretted its decision. If it wasn't greedy for the taste of flesh, it would still have its freedom and still be the high ruler of these waters. Hearing this, Ling Lan shook her head. As expected, this planet wasn't just a simple planet. She looked towards Ling Xiao and saw Ling Xiao shaking his head. Ling Lan knew what that meant. He came here after hiding his identity only to protect her. Thus, even if other clans met with stronger creatures, he would coldly watch from a distance and wouldn't make a move. Although this seemed cold-blooded, Ling Lan knew her father didn't have a choice. If enemies knew her father was here, enemies of the Federation would without a doubt not give up on this chance to murder Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was strong and was probably the strongest God-class operator, even the strongest God-class operator would not be able to survive the onslaught of many God-class operators attacking him at the same time. Ling Lan took a deep breath, her eyes glistening with coldness. She was a selfish person. The reason she tried so hard to be stronger was to make sure her family members could live a peaceful life. Thus, she didn't want to see her father helping others, voluntarily putting himself on a silver platter. Then, Dad, remember to watch over me. Don't let those stronger creatures hurt me. Otherwise, you should think about how you will plan on telling Mom, Ling Lan said plainly. Ling Xiao had a blank look on his face. Did my daughter just act cute? Cute? Acting cute? Ling Xiao's joy flowed through his entire body. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Lan began to think about ways to dispose of this large creature. Although this thing had submitted to her, it was still not human and would definitely have selfish thoughts. Ling Lan didn't want to have a threat existing outside of their headquarters of this planet. Although this creature seemed to be afraid of death at the moment and was easily subdued, this thing might still show its violent nature if her father was not here. Only Ling Lan and Ling Xiao could control it. If others wanted to control it, they probably needed to pay with a lot of blood. After feeling the killing intent seeping out from Ling Lan, the circular creature's tentacles began to tremble. It roared to beg for mercy. Two tentacles were even holding on to Ling Lan's thigh as if its life depended on it. Afterwards, the entire circular body wrinkled into a ball shape. 2 points on the body actually had transparent droplets coming out from them. It was like 2 flowing rivers, merging with the lake water in the end. Dad, is it crying? Ling Lan frowned. The behavior of the circular creature gave her a headache. This thing was behaving nothing like a violent creature. How can she be ruthless now? In reality, Ling Lan purposefully didn't move away from it hugging on her thigh. She wanted to dispose of this creature completely to make sure there were no threats around their headquarters. However, it had submitted to her after all. Although Ling Lan was ruthless, she never killed things for no reason. Thus, she softened her heart. She gave it a chance to attack her. If it does attack her, she would then have a reason to kill it. However, she didn't think this thing would actually cozy her up. This made Ling Lan unable to make a decision. It's probably crying. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and looked at this circular creature who behaved oddly. He began to search through his divine command sect to see if there were methods to control other spiritual entities. If there weren't any restrictions placed on the creature, he would not be able to have peace of mind when he returns. I think we should just kill it. After looking through all the methods, the amazing General Ling Xiao still couldn't find a method to control the creature. In order to eradicate any possible threats in the future, General Ling Xiao decided to end this creature in cold blood. Ling Lan looked at circular creature sympathetically. The creature seemed to understand its end. The 2 rivers of tears instantly became waterfalls. Oh my, crying like this actually made Ling Lan waver in her decision. After feeling that it had a slim chance to live, bang sounded and the circular creature's body suddenly split open. From the crack, a small white ball suddenly jumped out. Oh, it wasn't a ball because the bottom half of it seemed to have some hair. Then it forcefully bumped on Ling Lan's cockpit. Ling Xiao's expression changed. Right as he was about to cut the white ball with his sword, he saw Ling Lan giving him a signal. It was signaling him not to move. It turns out, Ling Lan didn't feel any killing intent from the white ball. She wanted to see what this white ball wanted to do. The small ball bumped on the cockpit, then vanished. Ling Lan had an expression of surprise on her face as she looked at the little white ball appearing in her cockpit. She didn't know what method it used, but it had actually entered her cockpit. Ling Lan squinted her eyes and a flash of killing intent passed through her eyes. This situation was too weird. Even if Ling Lan pitied the creature, she still needed to be ruthless at this moment. Master, that is a spiritual entity. Ling Lan didn't understand how Little Blossom knew what the ball, that appeared in her cockpit, was. Meep, meep. The little ball suddenly had 2 eyes appeared on it and looked at Ling Lan with tears in its eyes. Master, don't kill please. *T. It is so cute. Ling Lan didn't think that such a large main body would house such a cute and petite spiritual entity. Although Ling Lan always behaved like a man, she still had the heart of a young maiden. After seeing the little guy, her maiden heart fluttered furiously. Little Blossom, can you control its spiritual power? Although Ling Lan liked it very much, she didn't forget the threat it posed. She suddenly remembered Little Blossom had the power to devour spiritual power. Little Blossom had once used his clones to watch over her subordinates. Thus she asked with uncertainty. After all, Little Blossom's power was only used against humans before. However, she didn't know whether it worked against spiritual entities. Little Blossom bit on his fingers and looked at the ball, as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Ling Lan sighed, if there's any danger, then don't even consider it. I will have to kill it then. Right as Ling Lan was about to form a strong spiritual charge to completely destroy the spiritual entity of the circular creature, Little Blossom pulled out his fingers from his mouth and nodded with great force, I can do it. Ling Lan immediately stopped her spiritual charge, no danger. Ling Lan was worried that Little Blossom might be hurt while trying to control the spiritual entity. Little Blossom nodded proudly, piece of cake. Ling Lan flicked his forehead and said, why did you look like you were making a difficult decision then? Little Blossom made Ling Lan think that it wasn't possible or perhaps dangerous, or perhaps Little Blossom felt that Ling Lan would be hurt. That was why Little Blossom showed such an expression. Little Blossom rubbed his forehead with tears in his eyes. His expression was innocent and said, "Little Four said to display our importance, we should act a little bit and not follow when asked." "So it's Little Four, huh?" Ling Lan gritted her teeth. Little Blossom only awakened for a short while and had already been taught how to be naughty by Little Four. When he wakes up, she would definitely beat him to a pulp. However, she still had to wait for him to wake up in order to punish him. Ling Lan's mood was somewhat down. She now thought about Little Four, who always slipped up every once in a while. Little Blossom saw that his master was thinking about Little Four and knew that Ling Lan wasn't going to be paying any attention to him for some time. He had temporarily gotten away from a dangerous situation. In order to make sure the boss would not come back in the future to punish him, Little Blossom decided to make amends. He immediately broke off a piece of his hair, then blew it towards the little white ball, who was making noise non-stop. Little Blossom's movements didn't escape Ling Lan's eyes. The short hair Little Blossom had broken off was actually his spiritual power. It flew out of her mind space, towards the little ball. The little ball didn't feel the terrifying spiritual power approaching, or perhaps it was because Little Blossom didn't have any killing intent. Finally, Little Blossom's spiritual power touched the little ball. The little ball then felt the terrifying spiritual power. It cried out and the hairs below it began to stand up. Ling Lan then discovered that those weren't hairs, but rather tentacles that could stretch at will. The little ball felt the spiritual power had the power to destroy it. Once it lets the power enter its spiritual body, it could be instantly destroyed. The little ball began to squirm around intensely, attempting to expel the power out of its spiritual body. "Since you want to submit to me, then you must choose to live with it." The little ball suddenly heard Ling Lan's voice. "Meep, meep." The little ball felt wronged and cried out. After thinking about it, it finally stopped struggling and let the terrifying spiritual power enter its spiritual body. Even if it tried its hardest to stop the power from entering its body, it still couldn't stop it. The little ball decided to take a gamble and hope that its master did not actually want to take its life. When it felt the terrifying spiritual power had completely entered its body, the bright little ball instantly darkened. Its mood was down and hid in the corner of the cockpit. It faced away from Ling Lan to show its wronged heart. It really wanted to submit to its master. Why would master do this to it? Ling Lan didn't care about this little thing's mood. She made it submit to her forcefully. If it wasn't for the fact that the spiritual entity was somewhat cute, she would have destroyed it. Thus, if anyone wants to live a longer life, looking pretty and cute are necessary. Ling Lan used her finger to poke the spiritual entity. The little ball then turned around and looked at Ling Lan with a saddened expression to show how hurt it was. "Oh, now that I've confirmed to take you as a subordinate, shouldn't you go back to your main body? Are you not afraid of dissipating?" She remembered that Little Four had once said spiritual entity could not leave their main body for too long at a time. Otherwise there would be the danger of the spiritual entity dissipating. The white part of the little ball was already becoming translucent. Hearing this, all of the tentacles of the little ball stood up in fear. In the next second, it immediately pounced towards its main body. While being sad, it had completely forgotten that it was a spiritual entity. If it wasn't for its master's reminder, it would nearly die from its spiritual body dissipating. Once it returned to the main body returned to liveliness from before. It hugged and kissed Ling Lan's mecha while crying. It didn't forget to be grateful to its master for saving its life. Preparing to let it go. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew Ling Lan had already made a decision. Yeah, it's not a bad fighter. Ling Lan would of course not give up on this super terrifying fighter since she had control over its life or death. Alright, then make sure you watch over it well. Don't let it create any problems. Ling Xiao didn't have any complaints. No matter what Ling Lan decided, as a father following the teachings of the 24 filial exemplars, he would agree without any conditions. Understood, Ling Lan smirked. With a father like Ling Xiao who trusted his own daughter unconditionally, how could a daughter not love him? Ling Lan loved a father like Ling Xiao. Ling Lan began to patiently give orders to her new subordinate. She made it use its clones to be stationed at different locations of the lake to monitor the entire area of the lake. Once there were signs of danger, these clones would send a warning. After all that, the two of them piloted their mecha, returning to the entrance of the trench. The two of them then led the Qi Long, Zhao Jun and the others, who were waiting worriedly, out of the lake. Seeing the 6 of them returning safely, Li Lanfeng and the others who were waiting on the shore of the lake were relieved. Ling Lan landed her mecha and ordered, Jijian, notify Lin Zhongqing. All mecha operators and logistics personnel land will here. This place will be the 250 mecha clan's first base camp on this planet. Yes, Regiment Commander. Han Jijian said excitedly. Since their boss had given his orders, this meant that these waters were no longer dangerous. They were without a doubt very lucky to be able to quickly acquire a safe area to set up camp. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ah, there's some news from boss. Lin Zhongqing, who had been waiting in the starship, jumped up in excitement when he saw the message on his communicator. The people beside him also started clapping at the good news. Finally, after waiting for a few hours, their boss called them. I'll immediately apply for a landing request. Lin Zhongqing rushed off immediately after saying that. The logisticians of 250 Mecha clan were on board the starship. If they wanted to unload their supplies, the entire starship had to land. A landing request had to be made immediately because they were not the only Mecha clan on the starship. All the Mecha clans were rushing for time. No one wanted the starship to land while they were still packing their supplies. Hence, everyone rushed to apply for the landing request. Li Shiyu stretched his back to loosen up his stiff body. Then, he stood up and said to Luo Chao and Han Shuya, inform our people to take care of medical supplies carefully. We can't afford to lose a single pill. Yes. Han Shuya and Luo Chao received the order and rushed out to inform the logisticians of the medical department. Li Shiyu gave this order because the logisticians were carrying special medicines and agents. He didn't place them in the warehouse because the warehouse was used by everyone. If someone made a mistake or detained a portion of their medical supplies, he would cry. These medicines and agents were really important to 250 Mecha clan. They could save lives. Hence, they must be safely protected. In the Central Command Center, an officer who was staring at the optical supercomputer screen shouted, "A Mecha clan is requesting to land. They have sent in the coordinates." The officers, who were about to fall asleep, jumped up in excitement. "Huh, we are the first to get the request. Which impressive Mecha clan is that?" One of the officers laughed. He was in charge of communicating with the other fleets, so he knew that no other starships had landed on the new planet yet. The officer's smile froze when he saw the 3 numbers. What happened? The other officers asked anxiously when they heard no reply. The officer's smile disappeared. He said softly, 250. What? Some people didn't hear it properly. It's 250 Mecha clan. The officer shouted this time. The entire command center turned silent. A few seconds later, someone groaned, F***K, it's not someone from our fleet. Our passenger is faster than our own Mecha clans. This is impossible. Even the ace Mecha clans from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd division haven't found a base yet. How did this rubbish Mecha clan find one before them? What kind of luck was that? Someone sighed. Did they just simply chose a spot, then requested us to land? Unsurprisingly, many officers agreed with this thought. No one believed 250 Mecha clan was able to find a safe place to set up their base in such a short time. Some officers even suggested asking 250 Mecha Clan to inspect their location again to ensure its safety. Humph. A cold voice came from the door. Chi Aiming walked into the central command center with a stern face. Just because 250 Mecha Clan is not under us, you don't trust them and even want to set up obstacles for them? Chi Aiming stared at the officers seriously. There were disappointment and anger in his eyes. They were not from their fleet, but 250 Mecha Clan was still a part of the 23rd Division. I'm sorry, Commanding Officer. The 250 Mecha Clan had always been deemed as useless, so we suspected them. One of the officers bucked up his courage and spoke the truth when he saw Chi Aiming being angry. Those were just rumors. Did you see the 250 Mecha Clan personally before? Even if you did, how do you know that things haven't changed over these past few years? Who said that 250 Mecha Clan would be useless forever? Chi Aiming glared at all of his officers. They lowered their heads in shame. Actually, Chi Aiming was curious whether 250 Mecha Clan really found a safe spot to set up their base. However, he knew that if General Ling Xiao gave 250 Mecha Clan this mission, it meant that the Mecha Clan was ready to accept such missions. Chi Aiming firmly believed in the decisions made by General Ling Xiao, as he was a crazy fan of Ling Xiao. He waved his hand and said, "Have the starship land at the coordinates given by 250 Mecha Clan." Yes. The officer immediately accepted the 250 Mecha Clan's request after receiving this order. If you are not convinced, you can push our Mecha Clans to work harder. We still have a chance. Chi Aiming couldn't help but remind them. If 250 Mecha Clan could do it, their Mecha Clans could do it too. It would be an honor for them if they were faster than the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Division. Many officers got enlightened by their commander-in-chief's words and quickly contacted the regiment commanders under them. After speaking to them, all the regiment commanders promised that they would work harder with their clan members. F***K, 250 Mecha Clan, I hate you. All the regiment commanders screamed in their cockpit after hanging up the call. Ling Lan sneezed suddenly. What happened? Ling Xiao got nervous. His daughter just sneezed. She could be sick. He wondered if there were any unknown viruses on the new planet. Is it harmful to the body? How can he help his daughter? Ling Lan rubbed her nose and examined her body carefully. She felt great. She calmed down and said, "I'm fine. Maybe Mummy is missing me." Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. If something happened to his daughter, he would have a hard time later at home. Soon, the news of 250 Mecha Clan finding a place for their base was made known to the other divisions. The commanders-in-chief of the other fleets were furious. The first Mecha Clan to set up their base would have their names written down in history. This was an honor. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Division had been fighting for this glory within themselves for so many years, but this time, someone else took it from them. It was the 23rd Division, a division that they never held in high regard. However, no matter how strong a team was, luck was an important factor too. Everyone thought that 250 Mecha Clan just got lucky. No one would have thought that they had to fight a formidable monster and had gone through many obstacles before finding their location. Of course, this thought was to act as their excuse for their incompetence. All the divisions were jealous of 250 Mecha Clan. They wished that they were the ones who found the location first. Anyone who went through a land-clearing mission knew, there was a huge difference between a division with a base and a division without one. Having a base would allow the division to officially enter the planet, enjoying all the benefits if they successfully finished their mission. 250 Mecha Clan managed to attain the highest status with just a single step. Soon, the starship arrived at the location where Ling Lan was at. Since they were not sure if the ground was able to support the weight of the starship didn't land. However, the logisticians were still able to transport all the supplies down. This was all thanks to the transportation mechas Chang Xinyuan had created. The other logisticians stared at 250 mecha clans logisticians with envy. When would they be able to operate a mecha? Even if it was just a transportation mecha, it was still a mecha. All the outstanding logisticians hoped to operate a mecha someday. After these logisticians returned to the 23rd Division, they told everyone the 250 mecha clans logisticians had transportation mechas. Thus, in the future, whenever 250 mecha clan was recruiting for logisticians that wanted to operate a mecha all signed up. The person in charge of the various mecha clans in the 23rd Division hated 250 mecha clan. It was hard to raise a batch of qualified and excellent logisticians. Why did they have to give these rare resources away to 250 mecha clan, letting them benefit from their hard work? Shameless. Yet, there was nothing they could do to stop their logisticians from applying to 250 mecha clan. They could only grit their teeth and let them proceed. Back to the new planet. Lin Zhongqing organized the logisticians and they started building their base. Chang Xinyuan's Mecha Research Center officially started its operation. He first modified all the transportation mechas so they would become more efficient. Everyone knew that their safety depended on how strong their base was. This base would be the home of the mecha operators. The mecha operators could only rest at ease if this base was safe. The logisticians of 250 mecha clan were amazing. Normally, a temporary base would take 1 week to complete. However, they finished it in 3 days. Of course, with the help of Chang Xinyuan's modified transportation mechas allowed them to speed up the building process. The mecha operators that didn't have any missions would help the logisticians to carry supplies around. Hence, their base was built really quickly. When Lin Zhongqing came to report that the base was finished, Ling Lan got a shock. Really? Was there any false report on labor and uses of substandard materials? Ling Lan believed in Lin Zhongqing, but she still had to make sure that it was safe because they would be living there for quite a while. Don't worry. I supervised the entire construction with Chang Xinyuan. There is no mistake. Also, Chang Xinyuan inspected the base a few times. It passed his test. Lin Zhongqing smiled. He knew that his boss questioned him because the speed of construction exceeded his expectations, not because he didn't trust him. He felt happy that he was able to give his boss a surprise. That's good. Let's go take a look then. After staying in the mecha for 3 days, Ling Lan felt her body was turning into a mecha. Hence, she was elated to know the base was finished. Sob, she is so dirty. Luckily, she didn't have any obsession with cleanliness. If not, she wouldn't know how she would survive the past 3 days. All the team leaders were unhappy when their regiment commander left with Lin Zhongqing. They knew nothing good would happen when this guy appeared. He must be here to curry favor with their boss. The 10 team leaders immediately operated their mechas to follow after Ling Lan. They would not let Lin Zhongqing have a chance to gain any favors from their boss. When they reached the base, they were stunned. The entire base was shimmering with white light and was quite huge. The white light was due to the protective shield around the base. Since the environment of the new planet was not suitable for humans, they needed to activate the protective shield and equip the base with oxygen conversion systems. That way, the bad air would be blocked outside and the air within the protective shield would be suitable for humans. I thought that it will be an enclosed space. It is more advanced than what I had imagined. Ling Lan smiled. What a surprise this was. Seems like you extorted a lot of pieces of equipment from Shuyang. You even got this. Ling Xiao looked at the familiar protective shield. He used the 2 ace mechas from Caesar to exchange for this technology. This new technology had undergone 5 rounds of experiments and was going to be released to the public soon. He didn't expect it to land in the hands of his daughter in the end. Of course. A land clearing mission is not an easy mission to do. It's better to have more protection. Moreover, it's a waste to keep this thing in the headquarters warehouse. Why not bring it out and let it do what it should do? Ling Lan glanced at her father. You can't blame the chief of staff for this. If her father reprimanded He Shuyang, she wouldn't be able to extort things from him again. Ling Lan liked asking things from He Shuyang. It was fun for her. Why will I blame him? I didn't see anything. Ling Xiao coughed and expressed his opinion. He should be having an argument with his wife in the main base of the 23rd Division. How would he know what was happening so many light years away? Even if he knew, he had to pretend that he didn't. Good things should be used by his daughter. Who else was supposed to use them? Those guys? He must give some credit to He Shuyang after he goes back so he could continue helping Ling Lan. Ling Lan was satisfied with her father's answer. As expected, in this world, having a good father was the most important thing. Ling Lan knew that she had such a smooth journey in the 23rd Division because of her father. He gave her a good environment and good resources to display her talents. There were no gates at the base. There were only 2 big and brightly lit holes. Logisticians wearing hazmat suits stood outside the holes and waved the flags in their hands. That is the entrance and exit. Ling Lan understood the flag language. Yes. These 2 holes are the exit and the entrance of the base. The interior was designed based on a starship's launching port. If there was an emergency, we could use these launching ports. Of course, we can walk in 2 as the ground here is firm. Your mechas will be stored in the warehouse closest to the entrance. This is to make sure if our base got attacked, our mecha operators can get ready for battle within the shortest possible time. Lin Zhongqing asked everyone to follow him in. He followed the orders given by the logisticians at the entrance and slowly flew down. 50 meters into the passage, there was a door. Once they went through the door, it closes automatically and isolated them from the air outside. They passed through 5 such doors before finally reaching the last gate. Boss, welcome to the ZZQ-1 base of 250 Mecha Clan. I'm your JMC to help you enter the base. Please listen to me. A gentle and cute voice sounded in Ling Lan's cockpit. It was Luo Chao. The other mecha operators were not as lucky as Ling Lan. Besides Qi Long, who managed to have Han Shuya as his JMC, everyone else had a man speaking to them. Among male JMCs, only Li Shiyu had a pleasant voice. Due to the lack of manpower, the members of Ling Tian who hadn't started working as well as some logisticians who performed well, like Chen Ian, Zhou Yu, and Guo Rongqi, were all dragged by Lin Zhongqing to become JMCs. The others were still okay with their new role, but Li Shiyu was not. He was always an elite of the elites, someone who was treated like a prince all the time. Yet, when he came here, he had to do all kinds of tough work. Some even had nothing to do with his specialization. If his instructors knew what he was doing now, they would definitely hug him and cry. What a waste of talent. However, he had no choice. The only thing 250 Mecha Clan lacked was manpower. Lin Zhongqing had to worry about the lack of manpower every day. When they were on the Rising Sun fleet, his mouth watered when he saw people in logistician uniform. He wished that he could knock them unconscious and abduct them into his team. From this, you could see how much Lin Zhongqing suffered from the lack of manpower. Thus, when he saw Li Shiyu, Luo Chao, and Han Shuya idling around, he turned frantic and immediately gave them the job of being a JMC. Li Shiyu didn't like to be on the losing end. 3 people handling 200 mechas. They would die from the workload. Hence, he dragged Lin Zhongqing's 4 deputies to share the workload with him. These 4 people were not as free as Li Shiyu. They were really busy. They had no choice but to ask Lin Zhongqing for help. Lin Zhongqing knew that if he wants to save his 4 deputies, he needed to give Li Shiyu more people. In the end, Lin Zhongqing unwillingly passed a few of his men to Li Shiyu, and this issue regarding the JMC was finally solved. Currently, Ling Lan and her team were the people Li Shiyu and his temporary JMC team had to service. They didn't leave a good first impression, but they managed to accurately bring them to their landing spots without any mistakes. Ling Lan heard her mecha entering the mecha hold and jumped out of her cockpit. The other mecha operators landed almost at the same time. Zhao Jun stomped the ground furiously. I can finally feel the ground. I almost suffocated to death in the mecha. This was why they needed a base. If they live in a small cockpit for a long time, they would start to develop a mental illness. It would affect their performance. This is not the safety zone of the base. Everyone, please follow me, Lin Zhongqing said. Everyone followed Lin Zhongqing to a small door. A red light appeared from the top of the door. Lin Zhongqing was scanned from top to bottom. Everything is normal. Please display your identity chip. A gentle female voice sounded. At the same time, a virtual character appeared. She had long hair and was looking at Lin Zhongqing with a gentle expression. Lin Zhongqing showed his communicator to the virtual character. A beep was heard. The virtual lady smiled and bowed. Your identity is confirmed. Senior Captain Lin, you've worked hard. You too, XXQ1. Lin Zhongqing smiled. The virtual lady titled her body, opening the door behind her. Lin Zhongqing nodded at the virtual lady and walked in. After that, the door closed. Qi Long scratched his head. Are we supposed to follow what he did? Of course. If anyone could enter our base, we will be dead. Han Jijian rolled his eyes at Qi Long. He stepped out and stood in front of the virtual lady. Everything is normal. Please display your identity chip. Han Jijian showed his communicator to the lady. A beep was heard and the virtual lady smiled. She bowed. Senior Captain Han, you've worked hard. You too, XXQ1. Han Jijian copied what Lin Zhongqing did. The virtual lady tilted her body and the door opened, showing Lin Zhongqing, who was smiling and waving at them behind the door. Seems like he was waiting for them inside. Everyone started entering the base. In the end, only Li Lanfeng, Ling Lan, and Ling Xiao were left. Li Lanfeng wanted to let Ling Yu enter first so he could have some alone time with Ling Lan. Ever since Ling Yu appeared, he had been staying beside Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng was unable to talk to Ling Lan alone, making Li Lanfeng frustrated. Thus, he was not willing to give up the chance now. Lanfeng, you can go in first. Ling Lan knew that Li Lanfeng probably had something to say to her, but she could only reject him now. She must not let her father's identity be exposed. Would XXQ1 say something like, General Ling Xiao, you've worked hard? Speaking of which, how did XXQ1 appear? She didn't remember asking this from the Chief of Staff. When Li Lanfeng heard Ling Lan asking him to enter first, his heart dropped. Not only did he have to fight with Ling Lan's childhood companions to become the Ling Lan's most important person, but he also had to battle with the Ling family's loyalists now. It had to be said that Li Lanfeng was a little abnormal. Because of various reasons, he previously had to give up on his friendship. Hence, when he managed to get it again, he wanted to get more from Ling Lan. He was never satisfied with what he currently had. You could say that Li Lanfeng had gotten the Ling Lan friendship illness. If he wanted to get cured, it would be difficult. We could predict Li Lanfeng would do many stupid things because of this illness. However, life wouldn't be complete without doing a couple of stupid things in life, right? Li Lanfeng was sad, but he didn't want to disappoint Ling Lan. Hence, he nodded and walked in first. Okay father, you can walk in now. She wouldn't have to disappoint her friend if she didn't need to cover up for him. Ling Lan glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Lan thoughtfully. He touched his chin. Is Li Lanfeng very important to you? Of course. He is a good friend. Ling Lan smiled. They sneaked into the mecha world last time and trained together. Although they never spoke much, they cheered each other silently. That year, if it wasn't for Li Lanfeng, she would not be able to withstand the boring fundamental training. Ling Lan still remembered the things they went through together, so to her, Li Lan Feng was a little more special than her other comrades, but just a little. I will not interfere with your choice of friends. However, Li Lan Feng makes me feel uncomfortable. I just hope that you keep an eye on him. Ling Xiao was an open-minded parent. He didn't like Li Lan Feng, but he trusted Ling Lan and let her decide how to live her own life. I know. Ling Lan smiled secretly. Li Lan Feng has specter abilities. He is the enemy of everyone who has spiritual power. Thus, it was normal for her father to feel uncomfortable around him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ling Xiao walked to the virtual girl. Everything is normal. Please show your identification chip, the virtual girl smiled as she spoke. Ling Xiao aimed his communicator at the girl and heard a beep. The virtual girl covered her mouth in surprise, then said excitedly, "Dad, Daddy." Huh? Why did she call him Daddy? Ling Lan instantly felt dark clouds passing over her head. She felt that her father was going to be stolen from her. Ling Xiao also had a similar expression. Although he really wanted to see Ling Lan wear a skirt and call him Daddy in a cutesy way, he definitely wasn't desperate enough to want this virtual girl to call him Daddy. The virtual girl seemed to have calmed down. She blushed, bowed and apologized, "Sorry General Ling Xiao, please accept my apology. I was too excited just now." She stood upright and continued, "My creator is a loyal follower of you, General Ling Xiao. My creator had made me recognize General Ling Xiao as my father. Because of some of my creator's residual emotions within me, I have disrespected General Ling Xiao just now." The virtual girl's explanation made Ling Xiao frown even more. To be able to create such a lifelike intelligent entity would of course be an old researcher who had studied intelligent entities for decades. It's unsettling to let a 100-year-old man call him Daddy. That would be a lot of pressure on him. Right as Ling Xiao wanted to indicate that he didn't have any thoughts of being anyone else's daddy except Ling Lan's, Ling Lan had a spark in her mind. She suddenly thought of something and immediately pulled Ling Xiao back. "Dad, I'll explain this to you in the future." Ling Xiao stared blankly at her for a moment, then suddenly understood something. "Lana, you know who's the creator of this intelligent entity, don't you? If my guess is right, then it's him." Ling Lan looked at the virtual girl and her eyes flickered. Could it be that punk thought she was being too mean to him, so he created this thing to remind her about him? "It's fine then if you know what's wrong." Believing in his daughter would explain it to him in the future, Ling Xiao nodded and let this matter rest for now. Ling Xiao believed his daughter would be able to resolve this and would definitely not let him have a child that came out of nowhere. Ling Xiao didn't know that his daughter had already sold him out completely. Without him knowing, his daughter already got him a son. In the near future, this situation would almost split the family apart. Of course this was all in the future and will not be explained here. Ling Xiao walked into the small door while the virtual girl still had an excited expression on her face, leaving Ling Lan by herself. Ling Lan didn't hesitate and walked up. The virtual girl didn't ask Ling Lan to show her identity chip like the others. Instead, she respectfully shouted, "Master, I'm happy to see you." These words had basically confirmed Ling Lan's suspicions. Ling Lan coldly asked, "Is your creator Little Four?" "Yes, master," replied the virtual girl as she nodded. "Did Little Four leave anything he wanted to say?" Ling Lan continued her questioning. She missed Little Four very much. When will Little Four be able to wake up? The virtual girl thought hard for a moment, then replied, "I'm not sure if those words were what my creator wanted to say, but when he was creating me he always mumbled them." Ling Lan felt something was off, but she calmed herself down and let the virtual girl to repeat what Little Four mumbled. She wanted to know what Little Four was thinking or what Little Four needed. The virtual girl's eyes suddenly turned black. The voice that she was using was not the voice she was using just now, but rather Little Four's voice. These words were unconsciously spoken by Little Four while he was creating the intelligent entity. "Boss, you should have a warm demeanor, don't be so cold. Boss, you should speak gently, don't be so cold. Boss, you should smile more, don't be so cold. Boss, caring about your younger brothers goes a long way. You should definitely not resort to domestic violence. Boss. Little 4, you're dead. Ling Lan finally understood that this girl in front of her was Little 4's image of her in his mind. Did that punk Little 4 still dislike her current image? Ling Lan's fingers trembled. Hearing all this, the virtual girl's eyes twitched. She looked at her angry master, then thought about her naughty creator. She decisively sided her master, not with her creator. As an intelligent entity, it must control the situation. She clearly understood that if one wants to survive, one must hug the thighs of the strongest person. It was clear that her master was the strongest person and could protect her. Knowing who was the strongest, XXQ1 decisively tossed her creator aside and completely sold out her creator. Little 4, who was sleeping in the learning space, suddenly felt his body shiver. He was actually woken up by the cold. He rubbed his eyes and finally opened his 2 eyes that had been shut for a long time. As he opened his eyes, a chubby face appeared in front of him, covering his entire world. Little Blossom. Little 4 was surprised. He pushed Little Blossom's chubby bun-like face aside with disgust. Man, why wasn't it the boss waiting by his side? It seemed, however, that he had heard the boss's voice, as if calling out to him. Elder brother Little 4, you're finally awake. Although Little Blossom almost fell over after being pushed by Little 4, he was still very happy to see his elder brother Little 4 awake. Thus, he decided to forgive elder brother Little 4's barbaric behavior. Finally awake. Didn't I just sleep for a little while? You are making a fuss out of nothing. Little 4 rolled his eyes towards Little Blossom, dissatisfied about Little Blossom's lack of tact. Elder brother Little 4, you've slept for a very long time. It would be nice if I can sleep for that long, Little Blossom said with envy. Those bad people in the learning space forced him outside to be beside Master because Little 4 was in a deep sleep. Although being with Master was very fun, Little Blossom still liked to sleep when he has nothing else to do. Very long. Little 4 was stunned. He suddenly counted his fingers and in the next second he shouted with his face in his hands, I actually slept for more than half a year. Yeah, more than half a year. Little Blossom nodded in agreement. Did elder brother Little 4 just realize this just now? Wah wah wah, this isn't good. I'm gonna fall out of favor with boss. Little 4 pulled on Little Blossom's collar and shook him violently. Tell me, who was beside boss while I was sleeping? Little 4 would definitely get rid of that person if he knew which bastard took his throne as the first underling. Little Blossom was shaken until his eyes were spinning and could not answer Little 4's question. Little 4 noticed Little Blossom wasn't answering and looked at him. He saw Little Blossom being dizzy from his continuous shaking. He immediately stopped and patted Little Blossom's chubby face, hoping that he would return to normal. Right as Little Blossom stopped being dizzy, Little 4 gritted his teeth and asked again, Little Blossom, tell me, who has been beside boss while I was sleeping? Little Blossom didn't recover from the dizziness completely. After hearing the question, he unconsciously pointed at himself and replied with a dumb look on his face, it was me. You. Little 4 was stunned. Yes. Elder brother Little 4 wasn't here so I stayed beside Master while you were sleeping. Little Blossom told Little 4 about this with a dumb look on his face. Arg, Little Blossom, I'm going to kill you. Little 4 instantly exploded. He grabbed Little Blossom's collar once again and began violently shaking Little Blossom. It turns out, the person who took his spot was actually his subordinate. As expected, it was hard to prevent thieves from his own home. Little 4 was inexplicably angry. After being shaken by Little 4 again, Little Blossom finally realized the danger he was in. Although he loved to sleep, he didn't like fainting caused by an outside source. In order to save himself, his slow and dumb little brain finally clicked, Master is going to be taken away by someone else. What? Little 4 instantly stopped shaking Little Blossom. His eyes looked at him sharply. Little Blossom saw that his world was no longer shaking and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed towards the outside world and said, "That intelligent entity is stealing Master away. Since Little 4, has arrived, I would definitely not let other intelligent entities touch my boss." Little 4 tossed Little Blossom aside and in the next second, bolted out of the learning space. Little Blossom finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing he managed to deceive elder brother Little 4 to make him leave. However, he knew that when elder brother Little 4 realizes what he had done, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp by elder brother Little 4. He thought about it for a moment, then in the next second, he appeared at the center of the learning space. "What are you doing here?" Seeing an uninvited guest appearing in his dimension, instructor number 5 couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although he was a little kid, he was still the first person to visit his dimension after younger sister number 9 visited him. "Let me hide here for a while." Little Blossom bit on his fingers as he spoke. Although he was afraid of instructor number 5 was the only one he could go to for help. Of course, he could also have gone to number 1 for help, but Little Blossom wasn't sure whether or not he would be instantly shaken until he faints if he had gone into instructor number 1's dimension. Little Blossom hated that feeling. Comparing the two, Little Blossom chose to come to instructor number 5's dimension instead. Number 5 glanced at Little Blossom with interest. Wasn't this little kid afraid of him? Number 5's glance made Little Blossom's body shiver, but he still managed to calm himself down. Compared to elder brother Little 4's domestic violence, he felt that instructor number 5's threats were less scary. As expected, the Doomsday Flower had a different understanding of the word threats compared to normal people. He actually believed the perverse number 5's threat levels were lower than Little 4's threat levels. "Who are you hiding from?" Seeing Little Blossom not shying away from his gaze, number 5 suddenly became interested and asked him. "Elder brother Little 4, Little Blossom replied honestly. "Majesty 4. Why are you hiding from him?" Number 5 smirked, his eyes filled with colors of the rainbow as if he was plotting something. "Elder brother Little 4 wants to beat me. Beating is very scary." Little Blossom was an honest child and told number 5 all the details of why he was hiding from Little 4. Number 5's smirk became a grin. "You can definitely hide here, but Little Blossom, you should understand that in this world you can't enjoy something for free. If you want to hide here then you have to pay a price." "What price?" Little Blossom asked confusedly as he bit on his chubby fingers. "Be my guinea pig for experiments." Number 5 finally spoke out what he wanted. Guinea pig for experiments? Little Blossom didn't understand what those 3 words meant. "Yes, I developed a new training method. Back then, Ling Lan had helped experiment with it. Now that Ling Lan's busy, she doesn't have time to help me. Little Blossom, are you willing to help me?" Number 5's expression seemed saddened as he looked at Little Blossom with a pitiful look on his face. Little Blossom didn't think much about instructor number 5's expression. Once he heard that his master was a guinea pig blood instantly rushed to his head, blocking out any rational thought. Does this mean that he would be helping his master? Now that his master didn't have time for it but Little Blossom has some time, then Little Blossom would substitute be a guinea pig. It had to be said that Little 4's brainwashing was very successful. In Little Blossom's mind, Ling Lan was held at the highest regard. When he believed that being a guinea pig for experiments was something Ling Lan needed to do, Little Blossom would help his master do it no matter what the cost. "If it can help master, then let me do this experiment. In the future, if instructor number 5 requires a guinea pig, no need to look for my master. Just come find Little Blossom." Little Blossom's eyes brightened as he looked at number 5. His eyes were filled with wholeheartedness and joy knowing he will be helping his master. Number 5 was defeated by Little Blossom's expression. He put his hand over his face and changed his expression instantly. He then spoke in a forceful manner, "In that case, then come in here with me." Afterwards, he kicked Little Blossom's chubby buttocks and kicked him into a random dimension. This was to make him try out the perverse training that would completely make people go insane. Seeing his dimension returning to the previous silence, number 5 couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. I'm not sure whether I did the right thing or not. That's surprising. The usual cold-blooded and ruthless number 5 actually has times of hesitation. I would never have thought that could happen. Number 4's flirtatious face appeared in front of number 5. Number 5 laughed coldly and pointed his finger towards her. In the next second, number 4 moved far away and said softly, "You don't even care for a woman's beauty. Wasting such a good shell." Number 5 huffed coldly and said, "Number 4, I can't withstand your love. If I dared to care for the beauty of a woman like you, I would probably lose half of my lifespan in the next second. Only Big Boss can withstand you. If you want someone who cares for your beauty, you should go find him. He already has someone he liked." Number 4 wasn't even on his radar. Hearing number 5 referring number 1, number 4's expression worsened. She couldn't help but snort coldly, "Your Big Boss is like an iceberg, meditating every day. It's possible that he lost all of his 7 emotions and 6 desires." Number 5 sneered, "It seems you have tried to flirt with the Big Boss, but didn't get the outcome you wanted." Number 5. Number 4's face became pale instantly. Number 5 composed himself, stopped sneering and asked plainly, "You don't come looking for me often. Tell me, what do you want? Shouldn't Ling Lan study under me now?" Number 4 said as she bit her lip. Her chances were becoming slimmer and slimmer. As Ling Lan entered 250 Mecha Clan and had climbed the ranks, the triplets, number 6, 7 and 8, smiled more and more often. There was no doubt that from Ling Lan's current progress, the 3 of them would be able to teach their abilities soon. It was possible that after a very short while, the 3 of them would be teaching Ling Lan. Only number 4 found herself losing hope as time goes on. The higher the rank Ling Lan acquires in the division, the more she strays away from being a cute feminine girl. Number 4 even felt that Ling Lan was slowly becoming a man. Not a tomboy but a man. Ling Lan was becoming a real man. How could number 4 be not worried? Originally, number 4 had gone to meet Big Boss number 1, but number 1 didn't have the intention of letting number 4 teach Ling Lan. He only said 2 words to number 4, "Too early. Still motherf ****ing early." Number 4 couldn't help but swear. These stupid men just know power, power and power. Did they not know using a woman's charm was also a powerful ability? Unfortunately, inside the learning space, she couldn't communicate this into these old men's thick skulls. The only one she could have some sort of communication with was that perverted number 5. This was the reason why number 4 would come find number 5. Does number 1 not approve of you teaching Ling Lan? Number 5 was undoubtedly the smartest of the bunch, immediately understanding number 1's decision from number 4's demeanor. "Don't mention that iceberg to me." Number 4 suddenly exploded in anger. Immediately afterwards, she returned to her original flirtatious personality. She then smiled and said, "I've been temperamental lately, sorry about that." Number 5 rolled his eyes. Was it because she wasn't getting any action lately? It was indeed difficult for a demonic succubus like number 4 to patiently stay in the learning space for hundreds of years by herself. Especially so when she doesn't have any chance to find other things to do in order to cope with her loneliness, so she was indeed quite pitiful. However, no matter how pitiful she was, number 5 didn't plan on offending number 1. Since number 1 had already made a decision, number 5 would of course not go against it, thus he could only apologize to number 4 for his actions. "Number 4, you should know that we must all listen to number 1's orders. Since number 1 didn't let you make any moves right now, then you can only wait." Number 5 affirmed his position on the matter. "If I wait any longer, my chances will be close to nil." Number 4 could wait any longer. She slashed the air with her finger and images of Ling Lan from back then appeared. "Look, does Ling Lan look anything like a woman? Back then, you can still see some semblance of a female from her. Now, it's all gone. From the front, side, and back. No matter which direction you look at, the feeling she gives others is a man, and a man. Are you guys really going to twist a girl's mentality into a man's? Number 5 scrutinized the images of Ling Lan. In the end, all of the images showed her having a sharp look in her eyes. With the killing intent emanating from her eyes, even number 5 felt a bit afraid of her. Ling Lan had indeed become very strong, just as they had wanted her to grow into. However, her cold face no longer had any hint of being a woman, made number 5 frown uncontrollably. He remembered Ling Lan's chubby and soft baby face. She was so cute beyond the bounds of her gender. When did Ling Lan wear such a dominant face? It was almost a second iceberg like number 1. She looked the same as the deity number 1 hoped Ling Lan would be, who doesn't have any indication of gender. The difference was worlds apart from the past. Unknowingly, his disciple strayed too far. A monstrous individual that could turn the world upside down was not born, but an iceberg that could freeze people to death was born instead. Number 5 felt frustrated. How did his disciple be so similar to number 1 but him, the one who taught her? Although he respected Big Boss number 1, he wasn't willing to share his disciple. Number 5's eyes showed a hint of determination. As if she could read number 5's thoughts, number 4's flirtatious eyes glistened. She continued, "There's still a chance to fix this if you let Ling Lan study under me. I will definitely make Ling Lan reacquire her charm as a woman and completely shatter that iceberg." Number 5 closed his eyes. Although he wanted to bring his disciple back on the right path, he still didn't want to become number 4's scapegoat for punishment. Number 4 didn't want to cause a scene with number 1. Similarly, number 5 didn't want to do that as well. In reality, he was someone who liked to plot against others in shadows. He wasn't like number 3, who was stupid enough to jump out in the open and fight number 1 head-on. Number 5 smiled, "Number 4, I've said this before. Only the big boss has the right to make a decision for this matter." He casually expressed his feelings regarding this matter and how it had nothing to do with him. Number 4 frowned, "Number 5, you actually don't care about Ling Lan's life?" Number 5 found an empty space, crossed his legs and sat down. He closed his eyes and said calmly, "Number 4, you and I both know very well when we will be allowed to appear in front of Ling Lan. It is all based on Ling Lan's choices. At first she wanted her body to become stronger, so number 9 appeared in front of her first. She then has the heart of a warrior, so number 1 came out next to teach her. She didn't want to continue to be weak, so that gave me, the pervert that I am, a chance to appear in front of her, using different methods to train her. After that, she wanted to learn about mechas, and then number 3 appeared. She wanted to practice spiritual powers, thus number 2 also appeared. Our appearances were all related to what Ling Lan needed in her heart at different moments in her life. That's why we were awakened. Thus, if Ling Lan didn't have any thoughts of competing, number 6, 7 and 8 would not have any chance to appear in front of her. You are the same. If Ling Lan's female heart does not awaken, then you would never be able to get near her. You know this information very well, so why would you be frustrated from this? Is it because you feel that it is impossible for Ling Lan to awaken her female heart by herself? So you want to use outside forces to force her to awaken? Number 5 immediately opened his eyes and a bright light flashed between them. It actually made number 4 shudder. It's possible number 1 already knew what you were thinking. That's why he rejected your idea. Number 4, it is indeed too early. Number 5 closed his eyes once again. Using outside forces to force an awakening wasn't impossible, but it will have a few side effects. For number 5, he definitely wouldn't want these unknown side effects on Ling Lan. Ling Lan was his most prized disciple. It should be said that even though Ling Lan was considered very important by number 1 and number 5, number 4 still thought of the importance they placed on Ling Lan lightly. This was the reason why she was rejected every time she proposed something about Ling Lan. Number 1 and number 5 indeed didn't want to anger number 4, but they were paying more attention to Ling Lan's livelihood. They would not allow any actions that could bring about any danger to Ling Lan. Alright, you guys are all satisfied and don't care about me, right? Number 4 smiled coldly. They were indeed protecting Ling Lan, but what about her? She didn't even have a chance to appear before Ling Lan. This made her feel wronged. Even if they didn't let her teach Ling Lan, it would still have been nice if they had let her meet Ling Lan a few times. They wouldn't even let her do that. The frustrated number 4 wasn't that unreasonable and wanted to teach Ling Lan right at this moment. In actuality, number 4 knew very well that if Ling Lan didn't want to, Ling Lan would not be able to learn very well, no matter how much she forced her to learn. She was only extremely lonely and just hoped she had a disciple to talk to. Was a demand like that difficult? It's not that we don't care about you. Didn't the big boss say to wait? Number 5 frowned and had a headache from number 4's behavior. I waited from her past life to this life and then waited in this life until Ling Lan is 21 years old. How long do you guys want me to wait? Until Ling Lan becomes an old lady? After speaking about waiting, number 4 completely broke down. She had already waited for a long time for a disciple, right? Number 5 didn't know what to say and knew number 4 was quite depressed. In her past life, Ling Lan had a heart of young lady but didn't have the physical capabilities to activate the learning space. Even though number 4 had the thought of teaching Ling Lan, she wouldn't have any way of getting close to her. In this life, Ling Lan's body was strong enough to activate the learning space, but as luck would have it, she went on the path of becoming a dominant and strong individual. The heart of a young lady from her past life was tossed to some corner by Ling Lan. The amount of time number 4 had waited for Ling Lan was indeed quite long. It was no wonder that number 4 was so frustrated. However, shouldn't she have gone to the big boss to resolve this issue? Why did number 4 come to find him instead? Number 5 suddenly realized it and instantly sighed. The big boss probably couldn't handle number 4, so he sent number 4 to come find him instead. Without a doubt, he had become the big boss's scapegoat. Number 5 instantly had a few words appear in his head: "Big boss, you're too crafty." Number 1 felt number 5's resentment while in his dimension. He opened his eyes slowly and then calmly closed them again. "Better you than me." These words began to flow through the entire dimension. After realizing he had been sold out by the big boss, number 5 seemed to be calm, but on the inside, his head was spinning. He was thinking about how to get rid of this troublesome woman. **T, the best way to get rid of women like her was to give her a man. Did he have to give up his own body? After thinking about the cold and sharp number 9, number 5 instantly calmed down. No matter how troublesome, he wouldn't sell out his body. He still wants to have a chance to hold number 9's little jade white hands. Number 5 knew that he couldn't give up his own body, so he could only find another man. As if they had heard number 5's thoughts, the other male instructors in the learning space instantly closed off their dimensions. They definitely wouldn't let the two perverts, number 4 or number 5, invade their world. A bunch of cowards. Number 5 said in his mind. Suddenly he saw that within the perverse training method he had developed, there was a small chubby boy looking around with interest. He instantly had an idea. Number 5 opened his eyes and smiled. "Number 4, you haven't taught anyone your abilities in a long time, right?" After hearing number 5 asking about her profession, number 4's mood calmed down a bit. She sighed and said, "Yeah. Let me count. **T, it's almost been hundreds of years." "Then you should get familiar with your teaching materials in case when Ling Lan wants it, if not you wouldn't be able to teach her well," number 5 reminded. "Are you doubting my abilities?" Number 4 squinted her eyes and a hint of killing intent appeared in her eyes. She was sharpening her weapons, getting ready to teach a lesson to this despicable number 5. She hated people who did not trust her skills. Of course not. "I'm only saying that before Ling Lan discovers her female charm, you should find a student and to be more familiar with your teaching materials. This way you would know how to teach a student, so you won't be like us, messing up a lot in the beginning." thus made Ling Lan suspect our capabilities. In the end, we used a Herculean amount of effort before managing to have Ling Lan reinforce our overpowering image in her mind. In order to get number 4 to listen his arrangements, number 5 began to make things up. Really? Number 4 said with a hint of suspicion in her voice. She never heard others speak about something like this. All of the instructors who came into contact with Ling Lan all praised how their disciple was good and whatnot. It was also because of these people showing off that made her become jealous and frustrated. She wanted to quickly come in contact with this excellent disciple all the instructors raving about. Of course, no one would want to tell others about these humiliating things, right? Number 5 smiled and said. Although number 4 didn't fully believe number 5's words, she still wanted to avoid something like that happening if by any chance his words were true. She was already behind the other instructors in terms of time. If her teaching was also worse, wouldn't her position in Ling Lan's heart be gone? Number 4 decided that no matter if it was real or fake, she should still pay attention to it. However, after thinking about finding a student, she became depressed. If she could teach other students, then why would she be frustrated from not being able to teach Ling Lan? What you're saying is nice, but I need to find a student first, right? Where am I going to find one? In this space, isn't there only just Ling Lan? Number 4 was depressed. Was number 5 playing games with her? His suggestions were impossible for her to do. Number 5 smirked and pointed towards a certain corner. Number 4 looked over with a bit of suspicion in her heart. Her eyes glimmered as though she had seen something, a chubby little boy. He's a very good person to teach. Congratulations. Number 5 didn't hesitate to sell out Little Blossom. Number 4 was angry and flipped. Number 5, you bastard. That's a child and he's also a man. She taught mature female charms. Please be advised, it was mature female charms. The main reason was of course the mature level. How could this little kid with 5 hairs on his head with his bare but still showing have any connection with being mature? This wasn't even the most important part. Didn't he hear the second part? Female charms. He should at least give a girl. What was she going to do with a little boy? This isn't how someone should swindle someone. What's wrong with a boy? If you really could develop this little boy into a monster, then when Ling Lan needs you, wouldn't it be much easier for you to teach her? What else could be difficult for you if you could teach a boy? Number 5 smiled and said. Also, you're bored anyways. You can take that little chubby kid and play with him. If you break him, no one would blame you. Really? Number 4 raised her brow flirtatiously and a flash of light glimmered past. Even number 5, whose heart belonged to someone else, had his heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the fact that his smiling face had already become a habit, number 4 might have detected his lies. Number 4 was as expected the most charming out of the 9 of them. She was the real killer in the shadows. This was also why it was difficult for number 1 to face number 4. Number 5 thought about this in his mind, but he spoke with determination, of course. Number 4 smirked. With a new toy in hand, she instantly felt better about not meeting Ling Lan, calming her down. She took back 70% to 80% of charms. Her eyes began to move and glanced at number 5 with a flirtatious look. I didn't think that little 5 cared about me this much. Then your elder sister will take advantage of little 5's graciousness. Number 5 felt his body shake. It wasn't for the fact that he had somewhat of a clear mind, it was possible that his soul may have been taken by number 4. He closed his eyes and began to mumble something under his breath. I didn't think that little 5 liked to recite those Buddhist scriptures from Ling Lan's previous live. Does it really have any effect? Number 4 suddenly appeared behind number 5. She hugged him and blew into his ear as she smiled flirtatiously. Number 5's body shook off number 4. Little 5, you really don't know how to take care of a woman. Number 4 wasn't angry but instead smiled flirtatiously. Number 5 finally opened his eyes and returned to his clear-mindedness. elder sister 4, you don't need to play with me anymore. Little 5 can't take it. If elder sister 4 doesn't like that little chubby boy, then just disregard what I said earlier. Number 5 returned to his previous smiling face. Number 4 frowned. She hardly managed to get a toy. If number 5 actually doesn't give it to her, then it would be real troublesome. Thus she replied, "Alright, I'll let you go this time. Next time, if you dare to plot against me, don't think you'll get off that easily." Number 5's expression didn't show the embarrassment in his heart. He was still calm as the wind as put his hands out in respect, "Thanks for your understanding, elder sister 4. Right as number 4 was about to leave, she suddenly turned around before number 5 could react and pounced on him, "Little 5, I really like you. Next time your elder sister will come play with you, alright?" Number 4 caressed number 5's face. In the next second, she disappeared into the chubby kid's training area to go find her little boy. Let us say a few prayers for little Blossom's depressing future. Number 5, you're despicable and shameless. A cold snort came from behind number 5. The smile that number 5 had on his face instantly crumbled. He immediately turned and shouted, "Number 9, it's not what you think." Crash! A flash of light struck down. Number 5 quickly dodged, the flash of light skimmed his face. The lightning crashed into the ground and instantly created a large hole in the ground. Seeing number 9's terrifying attack, number 5 had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He almost became a eunuch. Even if they were only spiritual entities, that thing was still very important. Number 9, I did not do anything with number 4. Number 5 saw number 9 looking at him coldly and finally knew why number 4 had done what she did before she left. It was clearly to get back at him for plotting against her. That annoying woman. Next time when he sees her, he would definitely not let her live it down. Number 4's behavior was already testing number 5's limits. Number 5 actually became angry. However, he shouldn't be in a hurry to take revenge on number 4. The most important thing was how could he get on number 9's good side again. *T. He will definitely kill number 4. The situation he created after all those years of hard work was completely destroyed by her. Don't explain anything to me. I just want to ask you. Why did you sell out little Blossom? Number 9 asked calmly. What did number 5 and number 4's relationship have anything to do with her? But little Blossom belonged to Ling Lan. Why did number 5 give him to number 4 to train? If little Blossom got hurt, wouldn't Ling Lan be sad? In number 9's mind, no one else was more important than Ling Lan. Whoever made Ling Lan sad, she would definitely not let them off easy. Even if number 4 and 5 were stronger than her, she would still fight with them with all her might. Don't you think little Blossom is too naive? That's not how the Doomsday Flower should behave. Number 5 realized that number 9's attention wasn't on his relationship with number 4. He breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt disappointed. It seems that his image in number 9's mind was still terrible. Number 5 was only disappointed for an instant, but he regained his fighting spirit in the next second. The road ahead was still long. He still needs to work hard to get number 9's heart. Number 5 pumped himself up. Number 5's words made number 9 think deeply for a moment. So you want number 4 to teach him? But what can she teach him? You might as well teach him yourself if you let her teach. Number 9 did not agree with number 5's decision. Number 5 smiled bitterly. Originally, he was going to teach him. Who knew that number 1 would pass him the troublesome number 4 for him to resolve the issue? With a look of dismay on his face, he looked at number 9, who didn't know what actually happened. Could it be that all of this was caused by their big boss, number 1? Number 5 swallowed this idea into his stomach. Even if he explained, number 9 would still probably believe that he should take responsibility. Number 5 clearly knew that number 9 admired her big brother number 1. You actually think that number 4 only has the ability of using female charm? If that was the case, then she wouldn't be ordered in front of me and become number 4, number 5 said softly. In reality, the numbers the 9 of them were assigned were not random. It was actually based on their power. Number 1 was already their big boss, so being first was justified. Number 2 was low-key, but number 5 knew of number 2's abstract and terrifying methods. If he fought against number 2, number 5 would probably be the one who dies. As for number 3, his physical skills were not that strong compared to them, but in the Mandora star system, biomechas were considered to be overpowered. Once number 3 pilots a biomecha, even number 1 would not be able to defeat number 3. Thus, he was the third strongest. The others didn't have any disagreements about it. Back then, number 5 actually hoped he would be ranked 4th. It was just that back then when he fought with number 4, he read one of her moves wrongly, resulting in him being 5th instead. It was also the reason why number 5 knew how terrifying number 4 could be from their battle. This reason was also why he decided to let number 4 teach Little Blossom. Although number 5 was also using Little Blossom to get out of the situation, he wouldn't actually harm Little Blossom. Number 4 was still a powerful and methodical individual. After hearing number 5's words, number 9 instantly went into deep thought. She was the last one to enter the learning space, so she automatically became the last member. However, she had once heard number 1 said that the rankings of the people in front of her were quite intense, many large battles had taken place. Now that she thought about it, number 1 probably meant the battle between number 4 and 5. Alright, if you think it's fine then I won't say anything else. However, if something were to happen to Little Blossom or if Ling Lan becomes sad, you and number 4 will feel my wrath. Number 9 left these to number 5, then left his dimension. Seeing his dimension being treated like a door where anyone could just pass through, number 5 felt frustrated. However, he didn't want to close off these openings either. What if number 9 wanted to come here again and couldn't get in, wouldn't she be saddened by that? Number 5 comforted himself this way. It turns out, in order to get even the slightest chance of meeting number 9, even though number 5 knew he had holes everywhere in his dimension, he pretended to not know they existed. This gave Little Blossom a chance to enter his dimension to hide and in turn also let number 4 easily tear open his dimension's barrier and enter his dimension. Ling Lan didn't know what had happened in the learning space. She only knew that she would be ruthlessly teaching Little 4 a lesson to let him know the result of looking down on her was going to be morbid. After calming down, Ling Lan continued to ask questions to XXQ1, then what do you remember when you were completely finished? That punk Little 4 actually created an intelligent entity without her knowing about it. Furthermore, it somehow got into Lin Zhongqing's hands, becoming the mainframe of the XXQ1 base camp in the end. I'm not sure. When I woke up, I was already in the warehouse of the 250 Mecha clan. It was Senior Captain Lin who found me. XXQ1 sobbed as she spoke. She felt sad after thinking back to how she was found through all the landfill in the warehouse. It was as though she wasn't good enough and was tossed aside. Warehouse. I see. Although Ling Lan felt it was odd that XXQ1 had appeared in the warehouse, it could explain how Lin Zhongqing managed to get his hands on it. After thinking about it, Ling Lan knew that Little 4 wouldn't talk with anyone other than her. Therefore, Lin Zhongqing wouldn't be able to acquire XXQ1 from Little 4. Master, please give me a name, I don't want to be called XXQ1. XXQ1 finally mentioned something she had always wanted. Couldn't she have been given a nicer sounding name? She was a girl after all. Is your name not XXQ1? Ling Lan was stunned. Of course not. That name was given to me by those men who stood beside Senior Captain Lin. They didn't even ask me for my opinion on the matter and gave me a name only a man would use, said the intelligent entity spitefully. It seemed that in the beginning, she didn't know what was happening and didn't want to offend anyone. Thus she accepted the name that she didn't like. Now that she had met her real master, she would of course request a name change. Does the person who discovers your first not name you? Ling Lan suddenly said playfully. Of course not. My creator had already set my master as you, Ling Lan, from the very beginning. Even if I was activated by others, I would only temporarily obey them. However, if you, my master, comes, then I would belong to you. The intelligent entity finally told Ling Lan about her settings before being born into this world. So I am your master from the very beginning. Ling Lan's eyes began to water with a hint of sadness. Little four, no matter what you do, you always think about me. Even if you nurtured a new intelligent entity, you didn't even forget to set her master as me, Ling Lan. However, all of this isn't what I want. The thing that I want most is for you, little four, to be with me. Be with me when the sky's gray. Look at this world and its flourishing infrastructure. Little four, when will you wake up and call me boss in a clear and sharp voice every day? Boss. Ling Lan's heart trembled. Did she miss little four that much that she was hearing things? Boss, you have someone new to play with now. So you don't want me anymore? Little four appeared in front of Ling Lan all teared up. His eyes were filled with sadness. Little four. Ling Lan couldn't help but rub her eyes. She saw little four standing in front of her. She then looked at the virtual girl who had an expression full of shock. As expected, she missed little four too much, so she heard wrongly and saw an illusion. Ling Lan lifted her head and looked up. Little four actually appeared with XXQ1 in the real world. It seemed her brain had become jumbled. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. You actually dare to compete with me? Little four pointed at XXQ1 angrily. He wanted to destroy this woman. Why did he even create intelligent entities, undermining his own position as the #1 underling? Was he stupid? The voice sounds so real. Ling Lan convinced herself that she must be under an illusion, but she still looked down. She saw little four looking up at her. He had tears on his face and he seemed afraid. Little four. He seemed so real. Ling Lan reached out and tried to touch little four's face. Her hand passed through his face. As expected, it was an illusion. This little four in front of her is not real. Ling Lan felt downhearted. Boss, this is just my virtual body. After I gain a real body, then you can touch me. Little four shouted happily. Ling Lan's eyes were filled with care and longing. Indeed, he is still his boss's favorite. Even if she has a new intelligent entity, his position as the #1 underling would not be taken away. Little four's voice woke Ling Lan up from her daze. She narrowed her eyes and stared at little four intently. In the end, she confirmed that this bastard little four was finally awake. Little four, you are so dead. Ling Lan unleashed her spiritual power, pinning down little four. Boss, domestic violence is frowned upon, don't do it. Little four saw Ling Lan's fierce expression and immediately knew what she was going to do. He quickly disappeared, hiding in Ling Lan's mindscape. Little four, how dare you try to run? If I catch you, you are really dead. Ling Lan chased little four around in her mindscape for an hour before managing to grab his throat. F***K, how can you sleep for half a year without telling me anything? Do you think that I have a good temper? If I don't teach you a lesson now, I'm not your boss. Do you know how worried I was for these past 6 months? Boss, if you continue shaking me, I'm gonna go back to sleep again. Little four understood Ling Lan's worries, but he also felt his chip was getting warmer. He was afraid his boss might accidentally kill him, so he quickly shouted. When she heard that little four might fall asleep again, Ling Lan started to calm down. She released her grip and said angrily, I'll let you go for now. When I have the chance, I'll teach you a lesson. Little four coughed fervently. He hoped that his chip would cool down, but no matter how he tried to control it, it wouldn't. Little four feared and desired the heat at the same time. So, why did you sleep for such a long time? Ling Lan finally asked little four about his condition. Little four was puzzled too. I don't know. That day, I saw you sleeping soundly. After a while, I fell asleep too. When I woke up, half a year has already passed. He just wanted to sleep with his boss. Why did he sleep for half a year? He didn't accompany his boss for so long. When he thought about how his boss might have suffered because of the fat and stupid Little Blossom, he felt terrible. I heard from Little Blossom that you were evolving. What part of you evolved? Ling Lan examined Little Four carefully. Little Four was still a little child. He didn't grow taller. Ling Lan couldn't see what was different about him. The moment he thought of Little Blossom, his boss mentioned Little Blossom. Little Four hated Little Blossom now. However, he still maintained his innocent smile on his face. He couldn't let his boss know that he was jealous. Boss said that he was evolving. Why didn't he know about it? Little Four managed to catch the main point in his boss's words. He was confused. But, if his boss said that he had evolved, it must be the truth. Little Four trusted Ling Lan. Hence, he started inspecting his body carefully. He smiled excitedly. So that's what happened. Boss, I really evolved and got a new ability. I'm able to appear with a virtual body in the real world within 10 meters from you. However, I can only maintain the virtual body for half an hour. So this was why he slept for half a year. It was not a satisfying result, but he could live with it. Ling Lan now understood why she could see Little Four's virtual body in the real world just now. So this was Little Four's new ability. He didn't need any medium and could appear as a virtual image as long as he was near her. This ability meant nothing to Ling Lan, but for Little Four, this was a chance for him to consolidate himself as Ling Lan's #1 underling in front of her comrades. That is a good ability. However, you will have to appear as my personal optical supercomputer. I'm sorry about that. Ling Lan rubbed Little Four's head as she felt apologetic towards him. She was still unable to provide him a better identity. She was still too weak. She couldn't let him reveal his true identity. She could give him this fake identity because Little Four created XXQ1. Little Four used his own hard work to allow himself to have the chance to reveal himself. She owed him so much. Boss, are you saying that I can interact with your comrades? Little Four was elated. Yes. You created XXQ1 for this purpose, right? She knew Little Four's thoughts without the need for him to say anything. As expected of his boss. She knew exactly what he was thinking, but she still let him carry on with his plans. Little Four jumped into Ling Lan's arms and hugged her tightly. Boss, you treat me so well. I feel so happy. I really love you. Really. Ling Lan touched Little Four's forehead and spoke in a soft voice which only she could hear. You treat me well too, alright. You think of me first before you think about yourself. I'm not a cold-blooded animal. I'm not ungrateful. Little Four could only faintly hear what his boss said. He looked up in confusion. Boss, what are you saying? Ling Lan flicked his forehead. I said, how long are you going to stay in my arms? Little Four's face turned red when Ling Lan exposed him. He hadn't seen his boss for half a year. Wasn't it normal for him to want to stay with her longer? She shouldn't blame him. However, Little Four had his pride, so he thought about a diversion and jumped down. Boss, did Little Blossom create any trouble for you during these 6 months? At crucial times like this, Little Blossom is the best diversion. Little Four betrayed Little Blossom without any hesitation. Little Blossom was with #4 currently, becoming Ling Lan's substitute. Sob, he is totally dead. No. Little Blossom was obedient. Ling Lan proved that Little Blossom was not a troublemaker. He was obedient. A doomsday flower? Obedient? Little Four felt that the Little Blossom that Ling Lan knew was different from the one he knew. Little Blossom is a good kid. You must protect him. Ling Lan rubbed Little Four's head. Little Blossom was not as talkative as Little Four, but it tried its best to do the things Little Four normally did. They were two different kinds of intelligent entities, so it was hard for Little Blossom, but he still tried his best. Little Blossom respected Little Four. He respected Little Four as much as he respected her. Sometimes, Ling Lan would get jealous. After all, she was Little Blossom's master. However, Ling Lan was touched because of Little Blossom's feelings towards Little Four. Little Blossom really took Little Four as his older brother. Who said that intelligent entities don't have feelings? Ling Lan scoffed in contempt at the research of intelligent entities carried out by the Federation. The two intelligent entities she had were full of emotions. Ling Lan just didn't know that this was something different, it was something innate. Ling Lan smiled. Since they didn't know this, she would not tell them. This would be Little Four's punishment for sleeping for 6 months and scaring her. Ling Lan kept her findings a secret. This caused Little Four and Little Blossom to have many funny encounters in the future. Little Four felt sad when he heard what his boss said. Little Blossom managed to gain his boss's favor in these past 6 months. However, as a magnanimous person, he would not treat Little Blossom badly because of this. Little Four nodded firmly. Yes, boss, I'll treat him well. He was someone true to his words. Also, there would be more intelligent entities around his boss in the future. He rather let Little Blossom be the one gaining his boss's liking. After making this comparison, he felt much better. Let's stop talking about Little Blossom. Let's talk about XXQ1 now. Ling Lan pointed at XXQ1, who was still waiting outside. She interacted with Little Four for a long time in her mindscape, but in the real world, only a second had passed. XXQ1. Little Four blinked. This was an unfamiliar name to him. Who was it referring to? Little Four was too busy regaining Ling Lan's favor that he didn't realize that the intelligent entity he created was called XXQ1. The intelligent entity you created, Ling Lan reminded him. Oh. Which bastard gave her that name? It's awful, Little Four said angrily. He took so much effort to create an intelligent entity, but the name she has was so terrible. It made him furious. Lin Zhongqing. Ling Lan outright betrayed Lin Zhongqing. She would never take the blame for anyone. Ah, Lin Zhongqing, I will not forgive you. Little Four shouted. Not all intelligent entities were kind. There were some who liked to bear grudges. Little Four was one of them. Little Four cursed Lin Zhongqing. Then, he appeared in front of XXQ1. He looked at the woman in awe. This was his work. Little Four felt that he was impressive. Ling Lan smacked Little Four's head, waking Little Four up. XXQ1 bucked up her courage after seeing her creator appearing in front of her and said, Master, please give me a new name. She also hated this name. Boss, please change her name. Little Four's eyes lit up. He finally remembered that only his boss had the rights to give the intelligent entities he created a name. Lin Zhongqing was not able to. Ling Lan looked at the two pairs of eyes that were shining with anticipation. She sighed. How much did they hate this name? It was for sure Lin Zhongqing would become one of the people whom Little Four hated the most in the future. What name would you like? Since a woman was getting a new name, she needed to like the name. Ling Lan was a democratic leader. She instantly asked her about her preferences. The woman started thinking. Her eyes lit up. Master, I would like the word Lan. Her creator always thought about this word, so she got influenced and started to like this word too. If she could, she wanted her name to have this word. Ling Lan immediately knew why the intelligent entity liked this word. She glared at Little Four. What was he thinking about when he was creating this intelligent entity? This Lan was definitely the Lan in her name. Little Four didn't dare to look at her in the eyes. Ling Lan's heart softened. Little Four thought about her all the time, so the intelligent entity he created got affected. Anyway, the name Lan didn't belong to her. Since she liked it, she should use it in her name. Ling Lan thought for a moment and said, "Fine. You'll be called Meng Lan from now on." This was the Ling Lan in Little Four's dream, Meng Lan. Ling Lan smiled after she finished speaking. It was not a bright smile, but it dissipated the coldness around her. The two intelligent entities were stunned. Whoa! Boss, Master, is so beautiful. Intelligent entities usually have strong resistance against beautiful things, so they quickly calmed down. Meng Lan said excitedly to Ling Lan, "Thank you for giving me a name." She could finally not be called XXQ1. Meng Lan wanted to cry. She almost went crazy after being called XXQ1 for so many days. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After settling Meng Lan's name situation, Ling Lan asked her to open the door. She walked in. The moment she walked in, she said, "XXQ1 will be called Meng Lan from now on." Now everyone knew why their boss spent such a long time outside. He was changing the name of the mainframe of this base. They had to admit that this name was much better than XXQ1. Ling Lan was relieved everyone was satisfied with this name. After that, Lin Zhongqing signaled for them to enter a changing room. At that moment, Ling Zhao's mood changed drastically. His daughter was changing with a bunch of stinking young men without his supervision. Ling Xiao wanted to kill all the young men here, but fortunately, he was someone who could control his emotions. Hence, he didn't explode. However, Ling Lan still felt the difference in her father's aura. His aura was almost exploding out from his body. Ling Lan thought for a moment and immediately understood why her father was feeling this way. She was just changing her clothes in the same room with a bunch of young men. However, she was not taking all her clothes off. She wore her singlet so no one would see her body. Additionally, after she took the suppression shots, she didn't have any curves. No one would see through her disguise. Thinking about this, Ling Lan started getting worried. Her mother only gave her 2 more years. Based on her mother's temper, she would definitely stop her from taking the suppression shots. Her body would start growing after that, so. Ling Lan sighed. Luckily, she still had 2 more years. She could think about this later. Okay, Ling Lan is someone who likes to push her worries back. If it is not going to happen soon, she will not care about it. After everyone changed into their military uniform, Ling Lan finally saw what her father looked like after disguising himself. He wore a mask like Li Lan Feng. Ling Lan looked at him curiously. The rest of the people just quickly spared a glance at him. Since he was a loyalist, it was normal that he didn't want anyone to see his face. Everyone stretched their body after changing their attire. They finally felt that they were alive. The mecha protective vest was comfortable, but it restricted their movements too much. The entrance of the changing room was different from its exit. Once they opened the exit door, a familiar smell wafted into their nose. They saw a field of green. It was like they were back at the Federation. Those are all virtual images. Ling Lan quickly identified what she saw. She looked at Lin Zhongqing. Seemed like Lin Zhongqing had an effective discussion with the chief of staff. He took everything that he could and couldn't take. Ling Lan felt her father boring his eyes at the back of her head. She pretended to not feel it. She would not admit that she took too many things. Ling Xiao looked at the scene in front of him. His face twitched. Did he Shuyang give all the good things to his daughter? He even gave her this device. Was this a land-clearing mission? This seems more like a vacation. The most important features of a temporary base were its safety and efficiency. Features that could help with a person's psychology would never be taken into consideration when building a temporary base. However, 250 Mecha Clan made their base into a comfortable and perfect home. This is damn amazing. Ling Xiao decided to compliment He Shuyang when he gets back. It was a waste to keep this device in the warehouse, so he rather gave it to his daughter. Ling Xiao was happy to know that Ling Lan could rest in such a base during these 3 months. Of course, it was all her credit that she managed to fully utilize this device. If other bases got this device, would they be able to create such an amazing base? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Zhongqing, who was leading the way. His daughter had such good foresight. She picked an amazing chief for her logistics department. That was why she could have such a perfect temporary base. These devices were already functionable, but to input everything into the design of the base, it required some skills. Lin Zhongqing definitely had the skills to do it. No mecha operators had entered this base. There is only a small portion of logisticians doing the final cleaning, Lin Zhongqing reported to Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded. Not bad. Lin Zhongqing's eyes lit up when he heard Ling Lan's compliment. He was elated. He was probably the only one who knew how hard and how much effort he put into the preparation and the construction of this temporary base. However, all the hard work paid off when his boss praised him. Lin Zhongqing knew that to his boss, not bad was already a good compliment. Ling Lan looked at organized roads as well as locations for soldiers to eat and train. She was even more satisfied. She turned around and shouted, "Yang Mingji." Yang Mingji was looking at the various facilities with the other team leaders. He was extremely happy to see how well built this base was. F***K, this is the first time he will be staying at such a comfortable temporary base during a land clearing mission. He remembered the places which he stayed at last time. There was only enough space for him to lie down. He was not able to see the sun from his room and could only look at the light bulb above him. Yang Mingji finally understood how incapable those logisticians were. They could have made the temporary base more beautiful, but they didn't. Mecha operators like them weren't able to get a good rest after their dangerous missions. While Yang Mingji was criticizing the logisticians in his previous mecha clan, he heard Ling Lan calling him. He immediately went up. "Regiment Commander, I'm here. Discuss with the other 9 team leaders to split all the mecha operators into 3 groups. One group will be doing the scouting mission, one group will be on guard, and one will be resting. The 3 groups will rotate." Yes. All 10 team leaders received their order. Lin Zhongqing wanted to bring Ling Lan to the resting room for the regiment commander, but Qi Long grabbed him and asked him to stay back to lead the 10 teams to their resting area. Lin Zhongqing only managed to point at the direction of Ling Lan's resting room before he got surrounded by the 10 team leaders. Ling Lan and Ling Xiao smiled at each other. They walked towards the direction Lin Zhongqing pointed. Since everything was prepared, they should take a good look around this place. "Ah, this is your room." Ling Xiao pointed at the nameplate on the door which had the words Regiment Commander on it and smiled. Ling Lan placed her communicator in front of the device that was on the side of the door. A beep was heard after the device scanned her communicator. The door opened automatically. This was her private room. Ling Lan walked in. There was a small living room with some sofas and a coffee table in it. An office table was at the further end of the room. An optical supercomputer was placed on the table. The light on the optical supercomputer shone to signal its presence. This would be where she would have meetings with the 10 team leaders. On the right side of the living room, there was a door. When she walked closer to the door, it automatically opened, revealing a small dining room and a small kitchen. Further inside, there was another room. This should be her bedroom. As expected, there was a bed and a bathroom behind this door. Ling Xiao followed Ling Lan to the dining room. He walked into the kitchen and opened the small refrigerator. There were already many foods inside. There were both cooked and raw food as well as nutritional agents. "Seems like you got everything you could get. Your subordinates are very thorough." Lin Zhongqing was always a thorough person. Ling Lan nodded. "Yes, indeed. With these people beside you, your mother and I will be less worried." Ling Xiao took some raw food out and prepared a meal for his daughter. In the good old days, he won over his wife's heart with his cooking skills. If he couldn't cook, Lan Luofeng might not have married him. Lan Luofeng was an idiot in cooking, so to make sure that her future family would have food to eat, she required her future husband to be able to cook. Hence, the high and mighty General Ling Xiao had to learn cooking for 2 months before he managed to win Lan Luofeng's heart. Ling Xiao only realized sometime later that based on his family's financial capabilities, he would not need to cook personally. Well, we could say that a man in love was a stupid man. Ling Lan was filled with anticipation. She heard her mother complimenting her father's cooking before, but she never tasted it. She thought that she would never have the chance to taste her father's cooking, but who knew that on a new planet, she would have the chance to try it out. Ling Lan felt that the mask was a hindrance, so she reminded her father, "Daddy, there are only 2 of us here. You can take off your mask now. Don't you find it a hindrance to wear it?" Ling Xiao was enlightened. He took off his mask. After he took it off, he suddenly thought of something and his body tensed up. He slowly turned around and explained to Ling Lan, "I accidentally hit my face a few days ago." Ling Lan's eyes twitched a little. She said emotionlessly, "Be careful next time." "I will." Ling Xiao quickly turned his head back. His daughter didn't notice anything, right? She didn't. Yes, she didn't. Ling Lan also turned her head around instantly. "I must control myself. I must not laugh." Ling Xiao saw Ling Lan walking out of the kitchen and returning to the living room. Fortunately, his daughter didn't realize anything. If not, it would be humiliating for him. That was frightening. "I must tell Luofeng to not scratch my face the next time we fight. I need to maintain my dignity in front of my daughter." Ling Lan sat on a random sofa casually. Then, her tense expression livened up. She covered her mouth. There was no sound, but her eyes were curved and there was happiness in her gaze. The entire room seemed to have lit up from her smile. Unfortunately, no one saw it. Those scratches on her father's face must be made by her mother. Her father's explanation proved that he was feeling guilty. Ling Lan felt that her father's actions were stupid and couldn't help but smile even more brightly. She always thought that Ling Xiao was a serious and dignified father, but now, he was more of a funny father. He was someone who tried to maintain a powerful fatherly image in front of her but would always make mistakes unintentionally. Ling Lan always laughed at her father's stupidity. Compared to a mighty father, Ling Lan preferred this image more. She was able to feel her father's pure love for her. "Little Four, our father is very cute," Ling Lan said softly. However, Little Four didn't hear what she said. The moment Little Four knew Ling Xiao was here, he went crazy. Ling Lan locked him up in the little black room so that he wouldn't disturb her. Ling Lan had a good meal with her father. After Little Four was let out, he glared at Ling Lan for a long time. Also, the temporary base of the 250 Mecha clan made all the other Mecha clan green with envy. This was because by the time 250 Mecha clan completed the construction of their temporary base, no one else had applied to make their temporary base. This showed how much obstacles all the Mecha clans met during this land clearing mission. Hence, they were all jealous of 250 Mecha clan's good fortune. 5 mechas had the number 7 painted on their left arms, proving they were from the 7th division. On their chest, there was a symbol of a lightning bolt. This was the totem of a mecha clan. Having this totem meant that the mecha operators operating these mechas were ace mecha masters who had a title. These mecha operators were supposed to be the elite of the elite and treated like princes in their mecha clans. Yet, now, they were running away in a haggard manner. There seemed to be a frightening enemy chasing them. After running furiously for a long distance, they had to slow down. They realized that there was a lake in front of them. The mecha operator who had the highest position among the 5 of them was shocked. There were 3 dangerous locations to be wary of in a land clearing mission. One of them would be a place with a large body of water. No one knew what was under the calm surface of the water. The mecha operator looked at the lake with vigilance. He asked another mecha operator, 06, Have you managed to contact the regiment commander? Number 03, do you think that the regiment commander was killed by the monster? The mecha operator sounded as though he was crying. While they were running, they remembered to release signals in hopes that their regiment commander and the others would bring them some news. However, no one replied to them.